Hello everyone, welcome to this Azure Full Course by Intellipaat. If you're watching this, there's a good chance you're either planning to build a career in cloud computing or want to upgrade your skills for your current job role. Whether you're a fresher, IT professional, developer, or even a project manager, this video is designed to help you understand Azure from ground up. Now, before we begin, let's address the most important question. Why should you learn Microsoft Azure? As of 2024, Azure holds over 24% of the global cloud market share, and it's rapidly growing in sectors like healthcare, finance, manufacturing, and government. Today, over 95% of Fortune 500 companies uses Azure, including names like Coca-Cola, Pixar, eBay, Intel, and more. From hosting website and application to building AI-powered tool and securing enterprise data, Azure powers it all. And the best part, the demand for Azure certified professional is skyrocketing. And Azure solution architects are among the top paying cloud roles globally, with average salary ranging between 10 LPA to 25 LPA in India and even higher abroad. So by the end of this video, you will not only understand what Azure is, but you will know how to actually use it in real world project. Stay with us till the end and become job ready with practical skills that employers are actively looking for. Now before we dive into the content, let me walk you guys through the agenda for this particular course.
We will start by getting familiar with Microsoft Azure, understanding what it is and why it's such a powerful platform for cloud computing. From there, we'll explore the Azure hierarchy, including subscriptions, management groups, and resource groups. Next, we'll look at command line options like Azure CLI and PowerShell. Once that's done, we'll dive into the world of virtual machines and types of virtual machines. Then comes the hands-on part, creating and configuring your first Azure VM step by step. After that, we'll cover how to work with custom VM images, availability sets, and availability zones. Building on that, we'll explore virtual machine networking and scaling. We'll then shift to storage. We'll begin with the Azure Storage account. After that, we'll take a closer look at Azure's advanced storage. We'll also explore Azure Table and Queue storage options for handling structured and message-based data. With that done, we'll dive into Azure App Services, how to host web apps and APIs with ease. Now it's time to set up networking in Azure, including virtual networks and IP configurations. And finally, we'll wrap up by looking at Azure CDN or Content Delivery Network and how it helps deliver content faster and more efficiently across the globe.
Now as you guys are clear with the agenda, let's move to the very first pointer in our list.
So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that provides various platform as a service and infrastructure as a service products. Azure has cloud solutions to all the infrastructural problems by providing services in various domains. Did you know that almost 95% of Fortune 500 companies are using Azure? Also, it is 5 times cheaper than AWS in terms of Windows and SQL Server because there are also Microsoft products. Forbes say that Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. As per predictions, 80% of the businesses will move their workload to cloud by 2025, thus making it a major career to consider transitioning to. For a better understanding of Azure, let us start at the very beginning. Microsoft Azure was announced in October 2008 and released on February 1, 2010 as Windows Azure first and later named as Microsoft Azure on 25th March 2015. In today's scenario, its reach is in 140 countries and is still expanding, which is pretty impeccable. In simpler terms, Microsoft Azure is a platform that enables users to engage in agile cloud computing and is designed for creating and managing apps through Microsoft's data center. Now there are 4 integral Microsoft Azure service domains. The first one is Azure Compute. Compute is the most integral domain in Azure as it brings everything together with Azure Virtual Machines. You can get on-demand scalable compute resources. Azure Virtual Machines, App Services, and Container Instances are some popular compute services. Second, we have Azure Networking. networks from the cloud networks. In Azure, VNet is the networking tool that connects all Azure resources together. These networking services allow enterprises to safely connect their on-premises services to the Azure cloud. It is also used to manage virtual private networks and further create multiple virtual networks on the cloud. The third one is Azure Storage. Azure Storage provides storage solutions that are more durable, and large-scale applications, data-driven applications, can be built without any hassle. Azure automatically scales the storage requirements according to the usage, and it automatically balances throughput according to the connections made. And the last one is Azure Database. Azure provides relational databases, NoSQL databases, data lakes, and data warehouses. It provides a scalable, high available, and fault tolerant database server and lets you scale according to the incoming data. There are various job roles in Azure. Let's take a look at one of the most popular job roles, Azure Developer. An Azure developer is a cloud professional who creates cloud-based applications, making use of the benefits of the cloud architecture. If you are proficient in testing, security, development, and deployment, then a career in Azure development is somewhere you will fit in well. The job includes responsibilities like testing of applications, maintaining, developing, and deploy them on Azure. It also includes participating in all phases of development and having the ability to work side by side with cloud administrators, clients, and cloud architects. In United States, on average basis, an Azure developer gets paid $132,148 per annum. However, for an entry-level developer, it's $97,000. Whereas in India, the salary offered ranges from 7 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum.
So let's focus on what is Microsoft Azure. So with respect to Microsoft Azure, you can see Microsoft Azure or Azure is a cloud service provider, CSP. That term CSP you should not forget, because going forward we will repeatedly use that CSP, cloud service provider, owned by Microsoft. That is something which you all know. It is owned by the company Microsoft, which is providing various services falling into compute category, storage, networking, identity. Various categories of services are being provided by your Azure. Now, with respect to this Microsoft Azure, some basic details about it. It was launched in February 2010. Azure is launched in February 1st, 2010, one of the widely recognized cloud computing platform and one of the cost-effective cloud computing platform that is available for us. It does support multiple languages, like in terms of your application hosting and all. Different languages are supported. It also supports a feature called as availability zone. Availability zone. What is an availability zone? That we will discuss later in detail, right? It's a high availability mechanism for your virtual machines. So that availability zone part, etc., is coming later. Plus, Azure has regional presence across 60 plus regions around the world. 60 plus, more than 60 regions are available across the world from where Azure is operating from. So these are some of the basic details. And you have various services within Azure, which is falling into different categories, by the way. Like for example, if you look at it, you can see there are services that is falling into compute related areas, compute related services. There are networking related services, there are storage related services, and there are database related services and many other categories. Approximately 200 plus services are available within Azure, by the way. More than 200 services are available within Azure, falling into these various categories. Now we will see whatever relevant for our discussion within AZ-104, that we will see later as we go forward. Now coming on to the compute perspective, there are services like, for example, virtual machine, app service, function app, Kubernetes, and many other services falling into the compute category of things. And with respect to, let's say, networking related, there are services like virtual networks, load balancers, application gateway, DNS, CDN, So multiple services are available from a networking perspective. Don't think this is the only service which is coming under the networking category or compute category, etc. There are many other services as well. It is just to introduce you onto the platform. Now coming on to storage, there are services like blob, file storage, table, queue, data lake, data box, etc. Various services are available from the storage perspective. So these kind of services are available within Azure. And from a database perspective, also we have things like SQL database, Cosmos DB, Data Factory, data analytics, and so on and so forth. Various options are available from database perspective as well. So in this way, there are so many different services that is available for you within Azure. Okay, so whatever relevant within our discussion, we will see that. We will see how you can deploy that service, how you can work with that service, etc. That we will be seeing as we go forward. Okay. Now creating a Microsoft Azure account, we have already done it. It's pretty easy and straightforward. You can go to azure.com website and click on start free. Just click on start free, and thereafter you will be able to effectively utilize it. So that is something which you can do with it, and that will help you to, let's say, practice the things as needed whenever you have to practice. So that is also something which you have to keep in mind. Okay. Is it costly than AWS? See, cost, it all depends upon how you utilize it, right? If you have only meager utilization, you won't even notice it as a cost. It's slightly, it'll be a very minimal charge that is coming on to you. So that is something which I'll tell you how you can utilize it effectively. Second thing is that generally, is it costly than AWS? I wouldn't say so. No, it is not. Okay. But there might be some services which in AWS which might be cheaper than the Windows or Azure relevant version of it. Possible, but ideally we say Azure is cheaper than AWS in terms of overall cost. Again, not for all services, but for some certain level of services. See, if you're talking about AWS solution architect, as I have told you, solution architect equivalent exam in Azure is not AZ-104. That is AZ-305. AZ-305 is a solution architect equivalent. If you're talking about AWS solution architect, if there is an associate level certification within AWS, that can be compared with your AZ-104. In terms of scope for both AWS as well as Azure, definitely there is scope. There are people who is working on AWS, there are people who is working on Azure. So both are there, both are relevant, and the certification value wise as well as the technical skill wise and all, it's both are comparable, both are good, by the way. Okay, moving on. Now that we are on Azure, I have to introduce you onto the hierarchy of Azure. So let me take you to whiteboard. So with respect to the hierarchy of Azure, first of all, in Azure, we have something called as a geo. I'll explain you each of this. Then we have a region. Then we have availability zones. We have data centers. Okay, you have a geo, a region, availability zone, data centers, racks and servers. Okay. So first of all, what is this geo? Geo in the sense a geographical location. That's what the meaning of geo. A larger geographical area comparable to your continents, right? We, for example, we have Australia, we have Europe, we have Africa, we have Asia. There's a lot of separate continents, by the way, right? So they can be considered as a larger geographical unit. A larger land mass is called as a geo from an Azure perspective. Okay, a larger geographical unit. Within these geographical unit, there are regions. Regions are the places from where Azure is operating from. Okay, so for example, you have a larger geo. Let's say, for example, that is Europe, or that is Asia, whatever, or Australia. So within that larger geography, now there would be something called as regions, right? There would be regions. So what is a region? A region within that continent, for example, within that larger geo, for example, a specific area will be identified, and within that area, a data center, not one, but maybe more than one data centers will be set up, by the way, and all other required facilities. By who? By the cloud service provider, that is Microsoft in this case. So the CSP is going to set up the things accordingly, and you would be able to now utilize that region. okay, for deploying your resources or services, whatever it may be. Now, when you deploy this region, remember in Azure, there are 60 plus regions available for you. Let me show you one diagram which shows the overall regions that we have in Azure. Here is the one, for example. So you can see this is the representation of regions currently that we have. Okay, there might be more than these newly added, but yeah, approximately 60 around you can see in this. In this picture, you can see West India, Central India, South India. In India, there are 3 different regions, by the way. We call it as West India, Central India, South India. West India is basically Mumbai. Central India is Pune location. South India is Chennai location. Okay, these 3 different locations, that is where we have regions available within India. Now, if you go on to, let's say, other part of the world, like for example, in Middle East, you have UAE North, UAE South is operational, I think, as of now. Israel, there is something which is coming up. This dotted lines represent something which is coming up that might have been completed already, because this picture what I'm showing is a bit old. Okay. Anyway, so you can see a couple of other regions within Europe and in Africa, South Africa area. In Australia, you can see regions, plus you can see in North America and South America. There also you can see various regions. Okay. All regions interconnected via fiber cable. So Microsoft has laid out their own fiber cables, and they have interconnected all the systems, by the way, to their fiber cabling. Okay. And that's it. So that's what we have. That fiber cable network, we also call it as Microsoft Backbone Network. Soft Backbone Network. Anyway, so you understood the regions. There are 60 plus regions across the world. In some of the regions, you will have this feature called as availability zones enabled. Okay, not in all regions, but in some regions, this availability zone feature will be enabled. What it is? What is this availability zone feature? Availability zone feature is nothing but it actually allows you to, let's say, provide high availability for your virtual machines. So whatever VMs that you have, we can give high availability to it. And for that, a solution that is available, that's what we call as availability zone. According to availability zone, wherever availability zone feature is enabled by Azure, there will be 3 separate data centers. 3 separate data centers in one region. For example, the region we identified as Central India. Okay, let's say we identified the region as Central India. So within Central India, that is in Pune location, in close proximity, not kilometers apart, in close proximity, there will be minimum 3 separate data centers, 3 physically separate data centers, data center 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and that is where your resources will be getting stored now. What is the benefit if like for example, while we create a virtual machines and all, if I want high availability, I can place my VM across multiple instances across multiple zones. For example, one copy of VM I create onto zone 1, second copy of VM I create onto zone 2. So if one VM goes down, there will be automatically the second VM to continue the work. So this is the idea. So across 3 different zones that you have, you can spread your resources for high availability. We'll elaborate on this. On availability zone, we'll also do examples as we go forward later. So even if it is not fully clear as of now, you don't have to worry. When we go on to virtual machine topic, there is detailed discussion coming about availability zones, availability sets, VM, etc. So my point was, in a region, if they say availability zone is enabled, that means there will be 3 different data centers available. Okay, that's it. Can it be more than 3 in the case of availability zone? Can it be more than 3? For example, 4 data centers in one region. Is that possible? Answer is no, it's not possible. You will always have only 3. Okay. If availability zone is coming into the picture, you will have only 3 separate data centers, no more, no less. Okay. But it is possible in such a way that, like, for example, you have availability zone. So there will be 3 separate, physically separate data centers, which you would refer to as zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Now within zone 1, you can have 2 data centers. In zone 2, you can have 2 data centers. In zone 3 also you can have 2 data centers. It is possible. Or zone 1, 3 data centers, zone 2, 3 data centers, zone 3 also. 3 data centers. Such a possibility do exist. Okay, that's it. But apart from that, there is no way like if you may have 4 zones or only 2 zones. Such an option doesn't exist. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to the Azure hierarchy that I just explained to you now. You have a larger geographical unit. Within that, a region has been identified. Then there is availability zones. Maybe, may not be. Then inside availability zone, of course, you will have data centers where these where these servers and everything is getting stored. Okay. So that is what we have with respect to data centers. Then racks, something inside a data center, if you want to hold your servers, you need racks. Okay. And then inside the racks, you will be able to keep your servers. You will mount the servers onto the racks. I can show you some photos of it, by the way. Okay. But before that, one question: why should we have 3 data centers in availability zone? If you require more capacity, it is possible that some regions are heavily utilized. Okay. If there are so many people utilizing Azure services in that region, let's take the example of Central India. Within Central India, most of Indian workloads will go on to Central India in Azure. So let's say there is a very good utilization. So initially, Azure started Central India with availability zone setup, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. That means 3 separate data centers. But quickly they ran out of capacity. So what you will have to do now, for each zone, you add one more data centers. So it becomes zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. In each data centers, in each zones, 2 data centers. In that way, it got increased. Later on, again, you are running out of capacity. Then what will happen? It will become 333. Okay, 333 separate data centers within one availability zone. I hope that makes sense now. Total, how many AZs are there? See how many AZs are there, in the sense there are approximately 30 plus. Okay, 30 plus availability zones are there, or 30 plus regions are enabled with availability zone. I told you there are total 60 plus regions. In that, approximately 30 regions or so, they do have availability zones available within them. In case if you wanted a representation, I'll tell you. Okay, so this is India. This is India, for example. Consider this as a larger geographical area. India can be considered as a larger geographical area, by the way. So within India, Azure has to do their operations. So they have to identify region, a place from where they can operate their data centers. So they identified, for example, Chennai. One location they identified Chennai. One another location they identified, that is Pune. One another location they identified, that is Mumbai. Okay, so 3 locations they identified. This is what we call as region. These are what we call as region. Okay, within this region, what you will have? You will have buildings, right? If you go to that region, if you go to that Chennai location, exactly where Azure region is located, to that coordinates, if you go, you will be able to see buildings over there. Multiple buildings would be there from where Azure is actually operating. Now let's take this Pune data center, Pune region. So that is in Pune. So within Pune, they created, for example, initially one data center, only one data center. Then they enabled availability zone. So it became 3 data centers. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3 separate data centers. The idea of availability zones is nothing but they are 3 physically separate buildings or 3 physically separate entities. They don't share any cooling facility, power facility, network facility, etc. Why? Because it should not be a single point of failure. Each and every data center will have their own power, network, cooling, etc. Okay, each of these data centers can have their own power, their own cooling facilities, etc. Now again, within this Central India Pune location, you are running out of capacity. So what they will do? They will need to increase the number of data centers. So instead of one data center, in one AZ itself, it will become two data centers. So here here it became 2. Here also it would become 2. And here also it would become 2. Here also it would become 2. That is basically increase in capacity, right? It became two data centers in each zone. That's what it is. Okay. So this is the larger part is the region, right? This is the region.
right? Within that, how your physical data centers are arranged, that is what we call as availability zone. Okay, hope that makes sense. Fair enough. Anyway, we will discuss more things on this. We will talk about how VMs and all can be placed onto this and what benefit you get, etc. That we will see later. Okay. See, it can be more than 3 data centers also. That's something which capacity requirement only can determine. Okay. If the capacity requirements increases in one availability zone, you may have 4 data centers. My point is, if you have 4 data centers in one availability zone, in second availability zone also you will have 4 data centers. In third availability zone also you will have 4 data centers. But the total number of availability zones will never change. That is always 3. If you have the concept of availability zone, what you have is always availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. That's it. It can never be more than 3. So availability zone is always 3. Within a zone, in zone 1, you can have 2 data centers. In which case, zone 2 also will have 2 data centers. In which case, zone 3 also will have data centers. So always the zones will have equal number of data centers within them. That's it. Okay. And it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, whatever. Why total availability zone is always 3 in a region and why not more or less? That is something which only Azure would know or Microsoft would know. They decided the number of zones are always 3. They could have gone with number of zones as 4, or they could have gone with number of zones as 2, right? If it is only 2, again there is a 50-50 chance of failure, right? If one data center goes down, other is available, but again it is possible that both the zones can go down. So they chose a number 3. It can be 4. It could have been 4 as well. Like instead of 3 zones, it could have been 4 zones. But what is the problem? It will increase the cost. So they went with a balance, and that is where the 3 number is coming up, I believe. There is no official explanation for this as to why they stick to 3 zones per data per regions. Okay. So you don't have to worry about like, okay, why it is always 3 only. Is illogical because they haven't mentioned any specific reason for that anywhere. So coming back to our discussion, hierarchy of Azure, we have a geo, a larger geographical unit. Within that, we have regions, we have availability zones, we have data centers, racks, and servers. Okay, moving on. So there is also one more thing that we have to see now, just like we discussed hierarchy. So with respect to the next one that we have, to get started with Azure, first of all, you need an Azure account. When you create an Azure account, you will automatically get something called as a tenant. Within the tenant, you can have something called as management groups. And within management groups, you can have subscriptions. Within subscriptions, you can have resource groups. Within resource groups, you can have resources. Okay. So what exactly are these? So for me to get started with Azure, for example, I want to start using Azure, then the first thing that I need is an Azure account. How do you get an account? You can go through a sign up process, which you have done already. So you can have an Azure account ready. So once you do the sign up, once you have got your Azure account, automatically or during the process of Azure account creation, you are getting a tenant enabled for you. Now there is a question, what is a tenant? A tenant is nothing but a representation of your organization within Azure. There are thousands and thousands of organizations who is working in Azure, who is setting up their accounts in Azure, etc. So to identify each and every organization separately and have their own separate set of identity objects, for that reason, you have something called as a tenancy in Azure. A tenancy in Azure. It's a concept. Okay, which is nothing but logically dividing each and every organization. For example, there is HP who is having services in Azure. There is Dell who is having services in Azure. Then there is Accenture who is having their services hosted in Azure. So you have to have a mechanism with which you separate each of them. You should not be able to see the resources of Accenture, for example, from HP's account. HP's account should not be able to see resources of, let's say, Dell, for example. So for each and every one, there should be some sort of separation between them. So to give that separation, that is where you have the concept of tenancy. Each and every company will have their own tenant available, and they always are limited to within that scope, within that tenant, by the way. So that is what we have with respect to tenancy or tenant. And how it is done? It is done with the help of a directory service, and that directory service is what we refer to as Entra ID. Entra ID, heard about it? The tenancy, tenant maintenance, and authentication, authorization, etc. is done with the help of a service called as Entra ID. ENTRA ID. Entra. ENTRA ID. Entra ID. Have you heard about Azure AD? It is the same thing, by the way. Azure AD, Entra ID, same thing. Earlier, it was called as Azure AD. Now it is called as Entra ID. Okay, Azure AD, Azure Active Directory. That is what it was called as earlier, AAD or Azure Active Directory. Now it is called as Entra ID. Okay, that's it. So that is done by the tenant management is done with the help of this Entra ID. Done. So that is clear. Now let's jump on to the fourth one. So you understood Azure account is needed for using Azure services. Then you need to have a tenant. So it is tenant is automatically created, by the way. You don't have to do anything for creating a tenant. Whenever you sign up for Azure, automatically your tenant is created. Okay, there is no separate work that is required from your side. Done. So you got the Azure account, you got the tenant. Next is management groups. But before management group, let me jump on to what is subscription. What is a subscription? In Azure, if you want to start deploying services, you need to have a billing agreement with Microsoft. You need to have a billing agreement with Microsoft. You should be ready to pay for the services that you consume. So how do you set up a billing agreement, or what is a billing agreement? You all know that you have subscription with, let's say, Amazon Prime, you have subscription with Netflix, and many other subscriptions you may have. Same thing. Okay. So here you are committing to Microsoft. So for any services that I use on Azure Cloud, I'm ready to pay for that. Okay, this commitment is what we call as a subscription. So you need to have a subscription created. There are different types of subscriptions, like, okay, what is pay as you go, what is, let's say, CSP subscriptions, EA subscriptions, and so many different types of subscriptions are available, by the way. For students also, there is dedicated subscriptions. Anyway, so you need to have a billing agreement, which is what we refer to as a subscription. Now you can create your resources onto the subscriptions, by the way, but resources, what exactly it is, we will come to that. Let's go back to the third option, management group. Okay, subscriptions and then management group. So what is management group? For an organization, it is possible that you may have more than one subscription. You may have more than one subscription, not just one subscription. You may have more than one, that is 2, 3, 4 different number of subscriptions you may have. When you have multiple subscriptions, managing them effectively becomes a challenge. There are even organization who is having hundreds of subscriptions or even more. Okay, so it becomes quite challenging how you can manage these, how you can manage all the subscriptions, how you can apply controls to them, etc. So to do that effectively, you can actually group your subscriptions into what we call as management groups. Okay, you are grouping your subscriptions into management group so that you can control the subscriptions at the management group level. At the management group level, you can apply restrictions, you can apply policies, etc. For a set of subscriptions, that policy or whatever that you applied will be applied. So this is what we have with respect to management group. So once again, first thing is that you want to have a Azure account. Second, while creating Azure account, automatically a tenant will be enabled for you. And tenant, as I told you, is a separation of the organization. Each and every organization that you have, they are being separated with the help of a tenant, and it is done with the help of an Active Directory service or Entra ID service, by the way. Okay, so that's what we have. Management group, as I told you, when you have more than one subscriptions, to manage them effectively, if you want to, you can onboard onto management group. Within management group, you can decide where to apply what control at what time. Okay, so that kind of flexibility you will get when you go on to management groups. Lastly, you have not lastly, after management groups, you have subscriptions. I already told you subscription is your billing agreement between you and Microsoft. You agree to pay to Microsoft for the services that you consume. That is what we have with respect to subscriptions. Then inside the subscription, now you will have something called as resource groups. So for example, I want to create a VM. Okay, I want to create a virtual machine within Azure. What is a VM? A VM is a resource. A VM is said to be a resource. Anything that you create within Azure is basically a resource, right? A VM is a resource, storage account is a resource, app service is a resource. So various things that you create within Azure is basically a resource. So these resources, to organize them effectively, you will have to use something called as a resource group. So there is a logical grouping for your resources as well, and that is what we call as a resource group. So these are the details that we have with respect to Azure account, tenant management group, subscription resource group, and resources. Okay, look at this. So this is one organization's subscriptions architecture, how they have aligned their subscriptions. So you can say there is a management group at the top, which we refer to as root management group. Then there are two subscriptions directly under root management group. Then there are child management group. For example, HR, IT, marketing. Those are child management group. And under these child management groups are also, there are subscriptions, and there are also additional child management groups as well. So you can see the management group is effectively organizing your subscriptions. Now, what is the beauty of it? Let's say I want to apply a security restriction or a policy. Policy is again used for controlling your Azure environment. So I want to apply a policy for the entire Azure platform of my organization, meaning across all subscriptions. I can apply the policy at the root management group level. Okay, instead of going to each and every subscription, I can apply it at the root management group level. Everybody will inherit it, and the permissions will be applied accordingly. So this is what I told you. It will make your management of subscriptions much more easier. Let me ask you, if I have to apply some policy or security restrictions specifically on my production environment, where I have to apply the policy or where I have to apply the control according to this diagram, where will I have to apply the policy if I want to control my production environment? Only production environment I want to control, right? I want to apply some controls on my production environment. So where I can apply the policy? Either I can apply at the IT management group level, which is the topmost layer, or it is also possible I can be specific to production. Either way, if it is applied, then it is okay. Since we don't have any other subscriptions under IT or any other management group under IT, it also makes sense to apply the policy at IT management group level. If there was something else under IT, then to be specific with production, I will have to apply the policy at production management group level itself. Okay, I hope you got it now. What is the concept of MG? Is it clear? Okay, moving on. So we understood Azure account. You must have an Azure account to start with Azure. When you create an account, you will automatically get a tenant. You don't have to do anything about it. It's automatically given, created for you. And you will have an associated Entra ID environment created along with it. Management groups, a method of managing subscriptions. Subscription is nothing but your billing agreement between you and Microsoft. By the way, there are different types of subscriptions, which we call as free subscription, free trial subscriptions, pay as you go subscriptions, and then there is your what we call as enterprise agreement subscriptions, CSP subscriptions, etc. Enterprise agreement for large enterprises who is doing large business with Microsoft, and CSP for partners. There are partners. For example, your Redington is a partner company. Accenture and all is a partner company who sells Azure services to a third party. So they take the services from Microsoft and then sell it to somebody else. They act as a middleman. for them, whatever the subscription they have is called as CSP, Cloud Solution Partner subscriptions. Okay, so there are different types of subscriptions, by the way. Then there is resource group. Resource group is nothing but logical grouping of your resources within Azure. For example, you're creating a storage account, you're creating a VM, you're creating an app service, you're creating some networking services, etc. So all this, if it is hanging around here and there, if they are not properly organized, you won't be able to understand what is for what. Okay, but rather, let's say there are two projects that your organization is working on. There are two different projects your organization is working on for two different clients. So you, for the first project, you created a VM. Maybe you created 2-3 VMs, you created storage account, you created app service, and so on and so forth. And for the second project also, you did something similar. So if you have grouped these services, according to their projects, then it would be very easy for anyone who is coming in to identify, okay, what is for what. Yes or no, right? Like for example, if I can have a resource group called as project 1 RG and another resource group called as project 2 RG, and I place all the resources relevant to the first project in the first resource group, all resources relevant to the second project I keep in the second resource group. Okay, in this case, I would be able to find them easily. I would be able to work with them easily. So this is what we have with respect to the concept of resource group. Okay, that's it. So that being said, we will have to see all this. I mean, I will take you through Azure portal and I will walk you through, I will explain you each of these areas within Azure portal, and that should give you additional details. Azure account that you have created, the tenancy in Azure, various management group, the subscriptions, resource group, resources, etc. We will see. We'll also see how you can work with Azure with the help of command line interface. That is also part of the discussion for today. How you can work with command line interface. That is also something which we have to see. Okay.
Okay, let's continue.
So we understood Azure account, tenant, management group, subscription, resource group, resources. Okay, so the next thing is walkthrough of Azure portal. Let's go to portal.azure.com and see how you can use this Azure portal. Okay, so Azure portal is the central management console through which you manage your Azure infrastructure. You also have other means of managing Azure infrastructure, that is by command line interface, and various other options are available using APIs, etc. Multiple options are available for you. Let's focus on this one, Azure portal walkthrough for now. So the first thing is, once you have the account, you can log into Azure portal by going on to portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com, and that is the home page. When you type portal.azure.com, it will ask you for credential. So whatever user account that you used, using that you can log in. And once you have logged in, you will land on the home page. On the home page, left hand side, you can see a hamburger menu, which is some quick action, some quick services are available. Like some of the important services are located over here, like resource groups, app services, SQL DB, VM, LB, load balancer, storage account, etc. Couple of services are listed over there, which can be used as a quick access. If you wanted to quickly go to that service, for example, I wanted to go to VM, I can come here and then click on VM. Okay. Or if I'm using VM frequently, that will come up over here itself under frequent services, right? Azure services. What I'm using frequently and recently what I have used, those services will show up over here. So I can access them easily. Anyway, next you have a search bar. On the search bar, you can search within Azure for anything, like in the sense, not like Google search, but rather whatever services that you have in Azure, whatever service that you have created in Azure. To virtual machines, if you wanted to go, you can just type VM or virtual machine and you will be able to see it. You can see virtual machines. Or for example, if I have a VM named, okay, SVR01, I can search for it and it will show me if that particular server is available within this or not. So in this way, I can make use of this search option. Copilot is the AI agent, by the way, artificial intelligence. If it is enabled for your account, you can actually use it. You can give prompts and it will give you replies. That's what Copilot is all about. Very useful. Cloud Shell, we will come back to that. There is a notification bar. This notification bar is used for any notification. For example, when I do something within Azure portal, I'm creating something, or when I'm deleting something, a notification will be generated, and I would be able to track that notification from the notification bar. Okay, what is the progress, where it has reached, etc. I can see from the notifications bar. The settings bar allows you to filter your subscriptions, right? You can filter your subscription. For example, currently I have 5 different subscriptions and all of them are selected. So if I want to specifically work with one subscription, I can go ahead and select it, and then I can filter it out. So this is possible under the default subscription filter within the settings section. You can also adjust your appearance, like how the Azure portal looks for you. So that appearance can be adjusted, and the service menu behavior, like is it collapsed or is it expanded, etc. The theme, color theme that you have, those things and all can be adjusted from there. Languages plus region allows you to alter language to any other supported language. If you want to, you can change it. And I think we don't have any useful languages over here, by the way, except from English, right? Or if you're aware of any of this, for example, Dutch or Netherlands or Polski or Portuguese, etc., you can work with that. Anyway, my information will show you your account, your logged in account detail, and signing out plus notifications. You can see there is something called as enable directory level idle timeout. Okay, if you enable this idle timeout, you can specify a time. For example, after 10 minutes of inactivity, go ahead and log out of Azure portal automatically. Okay, you have to log out of this automatically. So in this way, you can specify. For example, I have said 0 hours 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes of inactivity, automatically log me out of Azure portal. That is what it is all about. For example, you leave your system open, you have your Azure portal open, somebody can come and do something, right? So instead of that, if there is a 5 minutes inactivity or 10 minutes inactivity on the Azure portal side, you go and log it out. Your system will have a locking mechanism apart from this. Every systems in corporate environment, after some time of inactivity, they will automatically lock out. Okay, that is something which you are aware of. So similar to that, Azure portal also, it will log out if you enable the setting. So that's what we have here. Next to that, we have the question mark. Question mark is nothing but help and support, or support plus troubleshooting. For any issue, for example, if your VM is not starting, you can search here, VM not starting, VM not starting. It will direct you to multiple help articles, etc., while you specify the exact problem. For example, I say virtual machine running Windows is not starting. Under which subscription they are asking. So I'm saying, okay, this is my subscription, and which resource, but I don't have any resource. So I would say this is more or less a generic question, or I don't have the option to mark as such. Anyway, so you need to have the resource. You have to specify the VM. You can select it and you can click on next. They will give you some recommendations. Whatever recommended actions that you can try out, they will list over there. So you can choose from that. If that doesn't work out, you can create a support ticket. You will get an option to raise a support ticket with Microsoft. But for creating support ticket, remember, you need to have a support plan. You need to have a support plan. Only then you can create a support ticket. Microsoft will give you free support, free basic support with your account by default. And that basic support is limited to Azure account related issues in the sense billing related issues. Billing related, if you have any problems, they will support you. But apart from that, any resource related, for example, VM related, storage account related, etc., you have problems and you want help from Microsoft to troubleshoot it, you need to have a support plan. Okay, and that support plan is costly, by the way. So from individual perspective, we don't have to take it, but as an organization, they will need to take a Azure support plan. There are different support plans. By the way, we have something called as professional support, professional direct support. We have premier support, etc. Standard support. Various support levels are available. The ability to, or the way how they respond, how much time they can take for respond, etc., will vary according to the support plan that you have. Okay, the premier pro direct support plans or premier support plans and all, you can expect quick responses from Microsoft Azure. A standard support plan, whereas might have an SLA of 8 hours or even more for response. That's it. That's what we have with respect to the SLAs and support plans and things like that. So you can create support ticket from here. That is one thing. And the next is nothing but the feedback option. Here is the feedback option. In case if you wanted to share any feedback with Microsoft, you can actually use this option here. Like some functionality is not working as expected, you can let Azure know about it over here. That takes feedback seriously. Okay, so that's it pretty much. And now we have to go on to the command line interface or Cloud Shell. Okay. So first of all, for seeing your subscriptions, you have to go onto the subscription tab. But before that, let's talk about your Endra ID related, your tenancy. I told you that you have something called as a tenant created for you, right? When you start using Azure. So where is the tenant? So to see the tenant, you can go on to Endra ID. Search on the search bar for Endra ID, Microsoft Endra ID. All of you, if you have your account, you can do this, right? You can just try to go to your account and try to see this for yourself. Log into your account, type Endra ID on the search bar and go to Endra ID. And when you go to Endra ID, you can see there, like what is your tenant ID. You can see this is the tenant. Okay, there is nothing else to see, by the way, for tenant. As I told you, it's a logical construct and you might not have something physically to see over there. Okay, so that is the Endra ID tenant. This is the tenant. So here is this default directory, what you call the default directory itself is actually the tenant. We also call it as by name tenant ID. You can see the tenant ID is given there. Okay, and this name default directory, you can change it. You can change it according to your requirement. Maybe you can represent it by your company's name, by the way. That is also a possibility. For example, if I wanted to make it my organization's names, I can do that. Okay, I can rename it. You have an option to rename the directory as you may want to have it. So that is one thing with respect to the tenant. Okay, moving on. So next what we have is subscription. So to see the subscriptions, you have to go to the subscriptions tab. So go to subscriptions tab and therein you will be able to see all the subscriptions that you have access to, right? You can see the subscriptions. In my case, I'm able to see the subscriptions that I have now, right? Around 5 subscriptions I have, so that can be seen from here. And these subscriptions that you have, you can actually group them into management groups. As I told you, you can group them into management groups. So to group them into management group, what you have to do, you have to go on to the management group section. Okay, you have to go to the management group section. So for that, let me take you on to management group. Go to management groups and let's have a look at the management groups. So that is something. Okay, so here you can see under management groups, you can see the management group that you have, as well as you have the subscriptions. For example, I have a tenant root group, by the way. So within the tenant root group, there are 2 subscriptions. Then there are child management group, like for example, development management group, IT management group, and Simply Cloud. That's another management group, etc. I do have. So there also I do have separate subscriptions within them. Okay, so I can apply policies, restrictions, etc. on these management groups as per my requirement. So that is what we have with respect to management group. And what else we said, that is resource group and resources, right? So let's have a look at resource group and resource as well. And thereafter, let's get on to the command line options. So with respect to resource groups, you can see that over here, if you search for resource groups, this is what you have with respect to resource groups. So currently there are some default resource groups, by the way, Network Watcher RG. You may also start to see this. You may also get to see this later on. That's actually nothing but a default resource group that is getting created. And if you see that, you don't have to worry about it. It's not going to do any harm to you. But if you want to, you can delete it off. That's up to you, by the way. Anyway, we got the resource group over here. And these resource groups is logical grouping of your resources. Whatever resources that you have, a logical grouping of it. That's what we call as a resource group. So these logical grouping that you have, you can actually use it for access control. You can actually use it for deleting as a group. For example, for project 1, I have multiple resources and I want to delete everything together. Fine, I can do it. I can do it at the resource group level. We will see when we do the command line example and all, you will get to see that. For now, to get started, to begin with a resource group, you first of all have to click on create and then say, I want to create a resource group. Okay, so they will ask you the details where you want to create the resource. So you have to specify the subscription onto which you are creating the you are creating the resource group, by the way. So I'm selecting Shadil's training as a subscription, wherein I want to create the resource group. So under Shadil's training, I want to create the resource group. So I have to select the subscription which I have selected. I have to give the name. So you have to give a unique name for the resource group. Let's call it as, for example, demo RG or something. Okay. I have given a name for the resource group. And then thereafter, I can select the region. So I told you about the regions earlier, right? So here we have a region that's, for example, Central India. That's what I'm going to use. So I will choose a region for me, which is preferred when you are practicing with your free trial account. It is preferred to use your Central India region or Central US region. Central India, if it's not working out for you, try to use Central US, Central US or Central India. Central US is a region within United States, by the way. So either of them would work, either Central India or Central US. You can also try other regions like, for example, UK, UK South, UK West, etc. So those kind of regions also you can try. That's up to you. Okay, if at all the one region that you selected is not working, then in that case you may consider using other regions. But what is preferred is Central India, Central US. Okay, fair enough. So you select the region, and thereafter you can say review plus create. You say review plus create, and the resource group will be created. Now remember, a resource group, as I told you, is only a logical constraint. It doesn't contain anything specific once you create it, and there is no cost associated with a resource group. A free resource group which is empty does not have any cost on it, and it does not contain anything by default. It's just an empty logical grouping. Now, once you start working on your project, once you start creating resources, then you associate your resources onto the respective resource groups. For example, I'm going to create a VM. A VM is a resource, right? So when I create a VM, I want to associate that virtual machine into one resource group, and I can specify that resource group is this one, which I just created, for example, demo RG, in this way. So this is the way how you have to do it. Okay. And so you have seen creating a sample resource group into Central India region, and you are not able to see that. You just have to refresh the page once for that. For that, what you have to do, just click on refresh. And when you do refresh, you can actually see the resource group over there, currently created demo RG. You can see demo RG, right? So you can see demo RG, the resource group that we currently have, and we can create resources onto that. Okay. So what are the things that we have seen? Azure portal walkthrough, subscriptions we have seen, resource group also we have seen. Okay, that's it. So that's something which we have there. Okay, now let's quickly go on to the command line options. I'll introduce you onto that. Okay, so here you can see the Cloud Shell option. I told you about the Cloud Shell. So when you click on Cloud Shell, what happens? So this is the option wherein you can use command line in order to work with Azure. So you click on that Cloud Shell button. In my case, you can see it's directly taking me to a black screen and giving me the command line options. But that might not be the same for you, right? For you, things might look slightly different. It may ask you a couple of other things. It may ask you for a what exactly you want. Do you want Cloud Shell or Bash, etc.? And it may also ask you about some storage account and all that. Bash PowerShell. So when you click on it, if you are saying Bash PowerShell, what does it mean? Actually, there are two types of command line options available for Azure. Two types of command line options are available for Azure. There is nothing but one is called as PowerShell, one is called as CLI Bash. One is PowerShell, one is CLI Bash. What is the difference? The PowerShell is comparable to your Windows PowerShell. Windows operating systems, they comes with PowerShell. So in IT industry, those people who are working with infrastructure and all that, there are two types of people. Those people who are working mostly on Linux, and another category of people who is working mostly on Windows operating system environment. For those people who is working on Windows environment, they'll be more comfortable with PowerShell. Yes or no? Those people who are working with Windows, they may be more comfortable with PowerShell. Those people who are working with Linux, they will be comfortable with Linux terminal, or also called as Linux Bash terminal. Okay. So what Azure has done, they have given command lines for Azure, which will be resembling Windows PowerShell. I mean, comparable to Windows PowerShell. PowerShell style of commands you will get. And also for Linux, comparable to Linux, you will get the Linux bash. Comparable to Linux, Linux type of commands will be available from the bash perspective. So both of them will do the same thing, by the way. The bash commands will do the same thing. Your PowerShell commands also will do the same thing. It is just from a user perspective, which one a user prefers. That's all what it is. In both, you have the options, right? Like for example, in PowerShell also you have the option. In bash also you have the options to create same thing. For example, if I want to create a resource group, I can create it via PowerShell. I can also create it via CLI bash. Either way I can do it. It's just that as a user, which command line option are you comfortable with? Okay, that's what it is. Or as an organization, which one your organization is comfortable with. That's it. So that is why Azure has given two options for the command line. You could choose between either of them. Both of them will do the same thing. That's what you have to understand as a difference between PowerShell and CLI bash. Okay, so there are three terms that you have to remember over here. One is Cloud Shell, one is CLI bash, one is PowerShell. What is Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is a central console where you get access to both the command line options, and CLI bash is the Linux version within your Cloud Shell, and PowerShell, that is the Windows version within your Cloud Shell. So that's all what we have here in terms of the three different terms and the awareness that you should have about it. Okay, that's it. So let's try to use this once and see how does it work. So for example, currently I'm on PowerShell. How do I know if I'm on PowerShell? Multiple ways, right? You can see first of all the blue color. The blue color typically you will have for PowerShell. Okay, so that is one thing. Second thing, it is written on top left hand side. I'll show you. It says switch to bash on top left. That is true. So if it is saying switch to bash, it is understandable that it is on PowerShell currently. If it is saying switch to PowerShell, then that means it is on bash. And your bash will have a black screen. PowerShell will have a blue screen. Okay, that's the difference. Done. So let's do some PowerShell sample command, by the way. And the PowerShell sample command, for example, we want to create a resource group, right? So you can create a resource group by typing AZ group create. Okay, let me not AZ group create, sorry, new -AZ resource group. Let me give you the command. Demo RG2 location Central India. Look at the command, guys. New -AZ resource group demo RG2 location Central India. So for example, I want to create a resource group. So what did I did, or what I'm giving the command? I'm giving the command new -AZ resource group. Create a new Azure resource group, and then hyphen dash or dash name of the resource group that I want to utilize, and thereafter I'm giving the location, that is, for example, Central India. Okay, I want to create it in Central India, so I'm specifying the location as well. So this is the way how you have to use the command. So this command is a PowerShell command, so it doesn't work on bash. This command is only PowerShell equivalent. It is only the PowerShell command. It is not a bash command. So if you want a bash command, you have to use bash specific command, which I will give you. Okay, what is the bash command that I will give you? So this one is only for PowerShell, cannot be used with bash. Keep that in mind. Okay, so if I press enter, what happens? It will go and create the resource group. You can see demo RG2 created, Central India succeeded. So it actually created a resource group now. So this is the way how you have to go about creating a resource group by using a PowerShell command over here. Okay, now the same thing, if I want to create the resource group within bash, how do I do it? The command would be slightly different, but I have to run it by switching over to bash. Then in that case, I'll be able to create the resource group with bash. Okay, let's do that. So this is a simple command with which I can create a resource group by using PowerShell. Now by using bash also, let me show you. By the way, I can go to Azure portal. I can verify if it has been created or not. It is created, I know. Now let me go to bash, switch to bash, confirm. Now the same thing, to create a resource group via bash, look at the command. AZ group create dash name, let's say demo RG3 dash location Central India. AZ group create dash dash name demo RG3 dash dash location Central India. Same thing. You can see it will go ahead and create the resource group. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
So what exactly is a virtual machine? Virtual machine, we have seen that it's a method of creating or virtualizing a server. Virtualizing a server means you have a physical server, a physical host. On top of it, you will install a hypervisor, and then on top of that, you can create a VM. So the same concept is available in Azure as well. In Azure also, as I have the backend, there are massive, large capacity data centers created by Microsoft. And within those data centers operated by Microsoft, with the help of virtualization, they have virtualized it. And now you can create VMs on Microsoft's infrastructure. You and me can create VMs on Microsoft's Azure infrastructure. So you're creating a VM on top of their hardware, which is sitting in their data center. You are not directly seeing it. You are not having any direct access to it, but rather you are getting access to a management portal through which you can actually do this. So this concept is what we call as virtualization, and virtual machine created with that. Okay. So these virtual machine concept, you can actually use it for setting up your production VMs, production servers, etc. within Azure's cloud computing environment. There are many flexibilities that you can get with a virtual machine compared to a traditional physical server, right? A traditional physical server, you can't move it. It's less flexible. Okay. It's less flexible compared to a virtual machine. You cannot move it from one place to another easily because it's a physical thing. To move a physical server, it's first of all heavy, and you have to carry it around and then try to connect it in some other places, etc. So many hurdles are there, whereas a VM can be moved easily, right? Online transfers and all you can do. If properly done, you will be able to do it without any problem. And many other benefits are also there with respect to Azure or any other virtual machine concept. In Azure, we say virtual machine is a IaaS offering. What is IaaS, by the way? Virtual machine, we say, is a IaaS offering. Don't give me the full form. Just tell me what it is. Infrastructure as a service means what? Why we call virtual machine as an infrastructure as a service? Okay, very good. So it is a model where a provider delivers essential IT infrastructure, like for example, whatever resources that is required for compute, like your compute capacity, storage capacity, networking capacity, etc. All this is given to you over internet on a pay as you go basis. For those people who don't know what is a pay as you go means you pay as you use it. Okay, for example, whatever you utilize, only for that you have to pay. That is what the meaning of pay as you go. So in the case of infrastructure as a service, all networking, virtualization, backend servers, etc. are taken care by the service provider. You get started with VM, right? So when I say you get started with VM, they are giving you this compute capacity, RAM, CPU, networking, etc. Backend hardware they are giving to you, and then you are able to use it. You are able to create VMs. You are able to have operating system on top of it, and then start using it. Okay, that model is what we refer to as infrastructure as a service. In the case of platform as a service, you don't have access to the hardware. Sorry, you don't have access to the VM, right? In infrastructure as a service, you have access to the VM. So this difference is there. So Azure Virtual Machine is actually an example of infrastructure as a service. So you can use it for various compute related purposes now. Now remember, when we create virtual machines within Azure, see, every customer will have varying requirements. My requirement is not your requirement. Your requirement is not somebody else's requirement. Each and every people or each and every organization will have separate requirements in terms of capacity, in terms of amount of RAM, in terms of CPU, etc. So you need to have some sort of standardization across the VM's capacity. What Azure has done, they have created something called as Azure Virtual Machine sizes. Azure Virtual Machine sizes. That means when we create a virtual machine within Azure, we can choose from a size that is available. Okay. Microsoft has created some predefined sizes. Azure VM size is what we call as, and you can choose it from any of this size that is available for you, and you will be able to create VMs according to that. So first of all, there is something called as a series. A VM is classified into series, and then thereafter in each series you have sizes. For example, you can see A series VM, D series VM, F series VM, and so on and so forth. Various series of virtual machines are available, and within each of the series you will have various sizes available. For example, A series typically we say is entry level workload. Entry level workload in the sense for general entry level, not so important use cases, you can actually use A series VMs. In A series VM, you have, for example, small capacity VM, a little bit higher capacity VM, and then large capacity VMs, etc. In this way, varying sizes are available within A series as well. D series. D series is actually a production ready series of VM which will give you good amount of compute capacity and temporary disk, etc. Anyway, you will get good amount of RAM and all with a D series VM. F series VMs, they're also production ready VMs, high CPU to memory, means good amount of CPU with good amount of memory. That is what F series VMs are about. G series, you will have more storage capacity on G series VMs. More storage capacity you will have on G series VM. H series VMs are basically high performance computing. Okay, HPCU we call it as. So if you have to do high performance computing, means very high CPU requirements you have, then in that case you can go for H series VMs, by the way. Okay. L series VMs are said to be network, from a network perspective, very low latency possible. They're optimized, much more optimized from a network standpoint. Okay. That is why, that is what we have with respect to L series VM, more optimized for network related things. That doesn't mean other VMs are all not good with networking. Don't take it that way. Okay, but a little bit more optimization you can expect with L series. That's all what it is. M series, large memory. Any application that requires very large amount of memory and all, typically you will get that with M series VM. If you take M series VM, you can have very large memory VM sizes available. N series is nothing but GPU enabled VM. You know what is GPU, right? If you want to do graphics rendering, or if you want to work with anything related to graphics, like creating designs, etc., gaming related things, gaming related development, etc. So for those things and all will require very good graphic supply, right? Graphics is required, and that graphics can be made available on your N series VMs. Only on N series VMs you will have graphics cards attached on them. Okay, that's it. So these are different types of virtual machines or series of virtual machine that is available. In each and every virtual machine series, now you have various sizes available. We will get to see this when we do an example. Right now, we are moving on to creating a basic Azure VM using Azure Portal. And therein you will see how you can actually use this VM series and size option while creating virtual machine. Okay, so let's go to Azure Portal and see how you can create a basic VM. So let's go to Azure Portal. One question for exam, is it required to remember all this series? You should have an idea. Anyway, I'll give you a link later which will have the information about the series and sizes. So you can go through that and keep it as a reference point. It's not that you have to by heart all this, not at all required, but you have to have an understanding. That is important. Generally, you should know when somebody is asking you, or when you hear these terms. Okay, this is actually at least a virtual machine series, even if you don't know what exactly would be the purpose. That you can build when I give you that documentation. Whenever you're good, you can review and you will be able to get it easily. So to create a virtual machine, you have to click on Virtual Machines tab. Click on Create Virtual Machine. Create Azure Virtual Machine. So here, when you go to create a virtual machine, if you have gone through a hypervisor based VM, you probably have seen this, right? There are also, while creating a VM within a hypervisor like a Hyper-V or Oracle VirtualBox and all, there are a couple of options that you have to give, or a couple of details that you have to provide while creating a VM. So once you have given all those details, you will be able to finally create the virtual machine. So similar to that, in Azure also, while creating VM, there are a couple of or even more details you have to select it. And those details and all you have to pass on, only then you will be able to create the VM. So here you can see there are multiple tabs that we have to fill. Let's get started with the basics. Whenever you create something in Azure, like for example, a VM or storage account or whatever, when any of this you're creating in Azure, you have to specify a subscription. Okay, you know what is a subscription? That is your billing agreement. So you will have a subscription when you have signed up for Azure. You have automatically got a subscription. So you have to select that subscription. In my case, I'm selecting Shadil's training because that is what I use. And thereafter, a resource group is needed. What is resource group? A resource group is nothing but a logical grouping of your resources. I have told you that, right? With which we can actually group our resources that we are creating. So currently, I'm creating a resource group, and that would be named as demo RG, and I'll create all the resources to this particular demo RG. If you already have that resource group created with you, you can go ahead and select it, no problem. If you don't have, you can click on create new. So either existing resource group can be selected or new resource group can be added. Thereafter, you have to give a name for the virtual machine. Okay. So whatever virtual machine that you're creating, you have to give it a name. So let me give a name. I'm going to call it as web VM or something, web server VM. Web server VM. I'm planning to use this virtual machine as a web server in Azure. So I'm calling it as a web server VM. Now remember, while giving names and all within any resources that you create in Azure, you have to have a naming convention followed correctly. Instead of giving some generic name like, okay, web server VM, test VM, that, this, etc., you have something called as naming convention. I'll show you a model what you can actually refer to. Yeah, so please go with this approach. Okay, so a name also helps you to identify a lot of details. So instead of giving some generic name in a corporate setup and all, you should go with a proper naming convention. Typically, all organizations will have this naming convention already adopted. So according to that, the names will be given. For example, you can see a public IP address for a production SharePoint workload in the West US region. So it's not about a VM. So it is the public IP. Resource type, that is PIP. For what purpose? SharePoint. Is it production or non-production? That is given. Then West US, there is a region, and then instance number. The same way, if it is a VM, we can go like, for example, VM dash for what purpose? So let's say it is for web server. So VM dash web server dash, is it a production or testing? It is testing. So dash test dash the region, that is in our case, for example, Central India dash 001. Okay. So in this way you can give. So for example, I say VM dash web server web SVR dash, is it a production or test? Let's say, let me call test dash for Central India. I'm giving CI. In this way, you can give the name. So that would be much more appropriate. So this kind of naming convention must be used wherever possible while creating resource groups, while creating any other resource. This kind of naming convention must be used, by the way. You should try to remember there is a 15 character limit for VM name. So try to reduce to that. For example, in my case, I have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's going much more than 15. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to reduce this a little bit more. So let's say, for example, VM dash web dash test dash CI 01. So how many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 I have. So let's keep it as dash CI. PM dash web dash test dash CI. Okay, something like this. So in this way, a naming convention will be there within your organization. So you have to adhere to that. So I have given that. Now you have to select your region, Central India. See, in your case, when you do it, there is no problem even if you use a generic name, not at all a problem. But why I'm giving you the suggestion, when you go to an actual environment while creating resources, there would be naming convention that you must follow. Okay. What about while creating snapshot? While creating anything, you have to follow the naming convention. Okay. What should be the name of the VMs? I told you what is a resource type. You have to mention that for what purpose it is. Is it a production or testing or whatever? And then the region, and then the item number. Is it first server, second server, third server, whatever? And you can define your own structure as well. This is something which Azure has recommended, but doesn't mean you always have to stick with that. Okay, you can also use something that is making more sense to you or to your organization. Anyway, for this test, instead of complete test, I can only give T as well. Okay, VM dash web dash T slash CI. Okay, or TST. This way and all, you can try to make it short. Anyway, so I have given the name. Availability option, region where you are going to deploy, to which data center of Azure you are going to deploy this. So let's say I'm deploying it onto Central India. See, as I told you, prefer Central India or Central US regions. If that doesn't work for you, you can use any other regions as well. So in our case, we will be using Central India. Or if you are from any other place, you can use a region that is close to you. Whatever region that is close to you, that can be utilized. So I have selected Central India. Availability options for now, leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required. We are not worried about infrastructure redundancy for now. We'll talk about that later, what is availability zone, etc. We'll discuss that later. For now, you can just leave it, say no infrastructure redundancy required. Security type, you can see trusted launch virtual machine is selected. I'll explain you what is that. Okay, so we have selected the availability options as no infrastructure redundancy required. Security type, trusted launch virtual machine is being selected by default. What is trusted launch virtual machines? Trusted launch virtual machine means there is higher security for that VM. That is what the meaning of trusted launch. What is meant by higher security for the VM? It means that Microsoft actually uses Hyper-V as the hypervisor in the backend, right? You know that it is all virtualized environment. What we are creating is a VM. So there is a backend physical server which is virtualized. How it is virtualized? With the help of Hyper-V. In Hyper-V, while creating a VM, there are two options. One is Gen 1 VM or Gen 2 VM. Generation 1 VM or Generation 2 VM. Generation 1 VM is the first generation VMs which were based on BIOS. Okay, so BIOS means basic input output system. Nowadays, it's rare. Most of the laptops nowadays we have with UEFI. See, BIOS or UEFI is your firmware of your system, firmware of your hardware or computer. When you start the system, if it is an older system, you might have noticed it actually goes through multiple checks, right? It actually goes through, let's say, American mega trends and all. I don't know if you remember, if you might have seen that American mega trends or any other BIOS, gigabyte, motherboard, etc. And initializing these, etc. A couple of writings will be there on a black screen, right? It will go through that process first, and then your operating system's logo, let it be Linux or Windows, that logo will start to come up. Okay, this was the booting process. But nowadays, laptops and all boots much faster, if I'm not wrong. And you don't get to see those kind of prompts and all anymore. You will directly see a loading screen and then you are jumping onto the operating system. Yes or no? Have you noticed that? Let me show you. These kind of things and all you might have seen. Okay. What I have on the right hand side, this one. So that is something which happens during the boot process. This is what I told you, American megatrends and all, right? This is something that you can see. Your time is detected, keyboard not found, that these, press that to continue, this to continue, etc. So this kind of loading screen you will be able to see. But now you can see, if you look at UEFI boot screen, in the case of UEFI boot screen, this is the only thing that you will get to see, right? For example, Dell or HP, or what is your OEM, that OEM's logo, thereafter below a round loading screen, and you will be able to get started with the operating system. So in this way, you can boot your operating systems nowadays. So this firmware, as somebody is asking here, it's like connecting hardware with software. Yes, that is the duty of your firmware, right? So that firmware is there. So if it is an older firmware, we call it as mostly BIOS. Newer firmwares are UEFI. UEFI comes with a lot of security features compared to BIOS. Compared to basic input output operating system, UEFI, or Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, that comes with more security features, and you have something called as trusted, what is it called as? Secure boot. Okay. You have functionality called as secure boot, making sure your operating system that you're loading is much more secure from the boot process itself, by making sure you don't have any unwanted codes or unwanted malwares starting with your operating system. Okay. And the execution phase itself, they are preventing it. While starting the system, it's not allowing you to load any unwanted, let's say, firmware components or something like that, but only what is trusted by your OEM. So that is what a trusted boot, or for example, a secure boot is all about. So these kind of security features you will get only when you go with the security type as trusted launch virtual machine. So when you set trusted launch virtual machine while creating VM in Azure, Azure is creating them with a UEFI firmware. Azure is creating them with a UEFI firmware. If you go for standard over here, then in that case, it would be going with, let's say, your, you will be going with your, what we call as BIOS based VMs, by the way. Now remember, a trusted launch virtual machine, they require x64 Gen 2 images. Okay, Gen 2 images, generation 2. You can see your image last has something written as Gen 2. So you require a Gen 2 images in order to begin with, right? Like for example, if you want to create a trusted launch virtual machine. For a standard virtual machine, you have to go with Gen 1 images, only Gen 1 images, etc. in this way. So this is what we have with respect to the security type option that is available. I would recommend that you go with trusted launch virtual machine itself, and you can create with it. Okay, that's it. If you change the security type, is there any price difference? No, there is no price difference, but you're getting a higher security. That's all. Okay, so you can select trusted launch virtual machine, and you can see when my image got changed to Gen 1, it is saying this image is not compatible with selected security type. So I have to change it to Gen 2 image. Okay, so Windows Server 2019, for example, data center x64 Gen 2. Now security type is clear. What about image? For operating system, you have to have an image. What is an image? Anybody have any idea what is an image, by the way? Image, is it a ISO file? Is it a, let's say, operating system? See, it actually contains operating system. Okay, let me ask you this. How do you install operating system on a machine? Anyone, how do you install operating system on a machine? Tell me, what are the methods that is available? Okay, so to install the operating system, you need to have either an operating system disk, a disk which contains operating system, or a bootable pen drive. You can download an ISO file from online, from internet, and that ISO file can be mounted onto your pen drive, and that pen drive also can be utilized for installing operating system. You can install operating system via network. Okay, if you have a LAN, you can set up a server which will contains the bootable files, and you can load it onto a secondary system that is available over the network. It is possible. We call it as PXE boot. Okay, booting over network is called as PXE boot. Anyway, that's not what our worry or focus. In Azure, when you're creating a virtual machine in Azure's infrastructure, which is a remote infrastructure, will you be able to install an operating system to that VM by using a pen drive, or by using a bootable CD, or by using a network boot? Will you be able to install an operating system by using any of this method? Yes or no? On a Azure VM? That is not possible. Why it is not possible? Because it is getting created in Microsoft Azure's infrastructure, which is a remote infrastructure. You can't have access to the infrastructure, by the way. Okay, unless you have physical access to the server where you are creating VM, you won't be able to install operating system by any of this means. But when I start a VM, I need an operating system. So what is the way? How do I get an operating system inside this virtual machine? So to get a VM, to get an operating system inside this virtual machine, what Microsoft is saying, you can actually use a image. Image is nothing but a file which contains operating system in a installed state. It is a file, or more precisely, it's a VHD file which contains your operating system in installed state. It contains your operating system in a installed state. That is what we have with respect to image file. So Microsoft has created multiple image files. Okay, they have created multiple image files for different flavors of operating system. And from our perspective, from a user perspective, you just have to go and select the right operating system image that you want. That's all what you have to do. Okay, so you can go and select the image, and then that particular image will be enabled on your VM that you're creating. So here in this case, you can see I have a VM image of Windows Server 2019 data center x64 Gen 2. x64 is basically the architecture type. Nowadays you will have x64 only mostly, so leave it as it is. And in the starting, you can see in bracket small disk, meaning this image file, which is nothing but a disk, is a small disk. Small disk means 30 GB capacity only. That is the meaning of small disk. 30 GB capacity only. That is the meaning of small disk. Meaning, when you create a virtual machine by using this image, your operating system disk will have a capacity of 30 GB only. But can you change it? Yes, while creating VM itself, you can change it, or after creating VM also you can change it. And now you have selected your image. If you want to see any other images like Linux and all, you can click on see all images and browse for the image that you want. Okay, you will be taken to a image marketplace, and there are plenty of images available. You can choose from any of this that you want. So let's come back. I have already selected the image, so that is okay for me, and I'm going to create a VM with this. Can you please repeat the last point? I was telling about small disk. Here on image, small disk is given. On some images, you won't see small disk. If you see small disk, that means for a Windows image, if you see small disk, that means your operating system disk. Okay, you need an operating system, and that operating system must be stored onto a disk. Look at this, my laptop. If I go to this PC on my laptop, this is my operating system disk. Okay, there my operating system resources are found under local disk C, right? So this operating system disk will have a capacity of 30 GB only. That is what the meaning of small disk. While creating VM, if you see small disk on the image, that means your operating system disk will have 30 GB capacity only. But if I want more than 30 GB, I said you have an option to set it. So you don't have to worry saying, okay, it is a small disk, etc. No, you can alter it. You always have the option to do it. So let's continue. VM architecture, leave it with the default x64. Don't change it. Do not select this option Azure Sport discount. We'll discuss this in some other class. What is Sport? For now, just leave it as it is. Then you have to go to size tab. I told you about size earlier. For every VM that you create in Azure, you have to choose the size that you want. So for example, if you click on see all sizes, you will be able to see various series and some sizes available within them. For example, there is B series. B series is burstable series. Burstable series. That is an economical VM that is available in Azure. Low cost, but a medium level performance. So such VMs is what we have under B series. But other than that, you can see D series, E series, F series, L series, N series, etc. You can choose between any of this. If I go to B series, for our demo, we will be going with B2MS. I would prefer that you also use B2MS because it's less costly compared to any other images, sorry, any other sizes. And also it gives you 8 GB of RAM and 2 virtual CPU. 8 GB of RAM, 2 virtual CPU. You can add up to 4 disks onto this VM, etc. So it's a good VM for us, for our practice and all. While creating Windows VMs in Azure, you should go with minimum 4 to 8 GB RAM or higher. Okay, for Linux, no problem. But while you create VMs within Azure, Windows VMs in Azure, you go with minimum 4 GB of RAM for that Windows VM, because Windows VMs requires good amount of RAM. Anyway, so let's go ahead and select B2MS, which will give me 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB RAM. Select it. And thereafter, once you have selected the size, you have to provide a username and password. You know, while logging into the machine, you have to have a username and password. So you must provide the username and password that you want to use over here. Okay. So the username, for example, I'm using Shadil. You can use any username, but there are some reserved names which cannot be used, like administrator and all cannot be used as a username. It is reserved. I'm giving the password. Confirm the password. One question meanwhile, can we use third-party images also like Marketplace? In Marketplace, you have third-party images available. You can use anything available within Azure Marketplace. Okay, anything available in Azure Marketplace that can be utilized while creating VMs. There are plenty, thousands of images are available, so you could choose between them. So I gave the username, I gave the password. Now what is next? You have to specify a port. Whenever we create a VM in Azure, all network connectivity to that Azure VM is blocked by default. There is no connectivity. By default, there is no connectivity to your Azure VM. But when we create our VM, as part of the practice, we have to log into the VM and see the VM that we created, right? So in order to log into the machine, since it is a Windows machine, to connect remotely, I have to use the protocol called as RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. There is a remote connectivity protocols available within Windows machine. If it is Linux machines, which protocol you will use? For Linux machine, for remote connectivity, which protocol you will use? You will use SSH protocol. So if it is SSH protocol, you have to select SSH port number, that is 22. Since our case, it is Windows VM, so we are opening 3389 port number so that we can connect with that. Okay, that's it. So once you have given this much details, you are good to create your VM. You can get started with your VM creation, by the way. Licensing one option is available, save up to 49% with a license. See, some organizations might have had a license for their on-prem Windows servers. They already have a license for their on-prem Windows servers, and that license is lost, or they cannot reuse that license when they move on to Azure. because in Azure, VMs are activated automatically. You don't have to activate it. And the cost of the license is included in your VM price. License cost is also included in your overall VM price. So for an organization who already bought a license from Microsoft, when they create a VM in Azure, they can't apply that license that they have. And also they are going to pay now for the license which they have taken. So you can confirm and say to Microsoft, hey, I already have a license, so please reduce that license amount from my billing. You can say that. You have to simply put a checkbox over here. Okay, that's what you have to do. That is what hybrid licensing, Azure hybrid benefit. That is what we have here. You can go ahead and select it if you already have a license for the product. Continue with the next. Rest of the options you can leave it as it is for now. We will elaborate on this. For example, I told you, you can go ahead and change the size of your operating system disk while creating itself. You can select from here anything more than 30 GB if you want. See, image default is 30 GB. If you want to change it, you can go ahead and select from here. Anyway, there are other options also related to disk, which we will come to. So continue with the next networking. Next, don't change anything anywhere over here. Just leave it with the default option. And finally, then say review plus create. So click on review plus create. It will just go ahead and check all the options that you have selected and give you a summary and validate everything is good. And also will give you approximate price per hour. It is 8 rupees or 8.2 rupees per hour. Approximate charges, by the way. Anyway, I'm going to click on create. So you can see here with respect to your deployment is complete now. VM is created. And if you go to this VM, you can see the details about it, whether it is running and what operating system, what is the size, all these details you are able to see. Where it is running, Central India, the operating system image, the size, standard B2MS, which will give me 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB memory. And also for connectivity purposes, we are given a public IP address with which you will be able to log into the VM. So this is the IP address with which we will take RDP, remote access to that machine, and then log in and do our stuff, whatever that we wanted to do. Okay, that we will see. We will connect to the machine now. We will set up a sample web server, and then thereafter we will get on to other details on virtual machine. For now, let me know with respect to how to connect onto this virtual machine. So you go to the virtual machine now, and when you go to the virtual machine, you can see there, if you click on the VM, there is a public IP address that has been given to you. Okay, so you have to click on this public IP address. Actually, in a corporate setup and all, you will not have public IP address given on the VM. Why? Because public IP address is a risk, is a security risk. It's considered a security risk because some third party also, if they do IP scan on the network on public IP address, they can publicly, there's a defined range of public IP address available. So they can randomly try with different public IP address and see what is allowed and what can be accessed via specific port numbers, etc. There's a lot of findable. So they would be able to find it. They will be able to exploit it. With multiple tries, they may be able to log in as well. So those kind of scenarios is there. And because of that, in a production environment and all, you will not have public IP address. So if I don't have public IP address, how do I connect? That is something different, which we will discuss when we go on to networking. So for now, we will use public IP address since we are getting started with this. So I'm going to copy this public IP address. It is a Windows VM. So to Windows VM, I have to go ahead and say use RDP, remote desktop protocol. So for connecting via RDP, you have an application by Windows itself. We call it as remote desktop. Remote desktop connection. You can search for remote and you will be able to get it. Remote desktop connection. There is a shortcut available for this. You can go to Windows plus R and type mstsc. Type mstsc and run /v colon the public IP address that we copied. So mstsc/v 74.225.180.79. This is the public IP address of our VM. Once you have given this much, if you press enter, it will automatically initiate the connectivity to the public IP address. Let's do that. I give enter. And you can see this asking for credentials now. So I have to give the username and password over here. So I give the username and password. And then let's click on OK for this. So you can see name in the credit certificate from the remote computer VM-web-test-CI Central India. So you can see that that is coming up. So we are able to connect to the VM. We are able to log into the VM. See, so what happened from my system, I now logged into a server running in Azure. So you can see we have logged in and I'm inside the VM. So look at this. It's a server that is sitting in Azure in Central India location, that is Pune. I'm accessing it remotely over network. I'm using it as a server for any purpose that I would want to use it for. Okay, for anything I can actually use it. So think about this. If I'm sitting at my home, by the way, if I wanted to have a server, I need to have good amount of compute capacity. I need to have a physical server, right? And then I have to configure it. I have to install operating systems. Many things I have to do. I need to have the hardware and everything with me. But here you can see I was able to get this done in just couple of minutes. In just couple of minutes, I was able to create a virtual machine. I'm able to use it. I can do whatever I want, whatever I can do on this virtual machine now. So this is what cloud computing gives you as a benefit. In couple of minutes, any person, any organization, they can build their infrastructure within a cloud computing environment. Okay, so we created our first VM. Let's do some example with this now. Let's say, for example, I want to set up this VM as a web server. So how do I set it up as a web server? To set it up as a web server, I want to install a web server role on this server operating system. How do I do that? I can do that via command prompt, or I can do that via graphical user interface. I'm doing it via PowerShell. This is not Azure PowerShell, by the way. This is the PowerShell that we have inside this VM. So go to PowerShell. And then you have to specify the command, which I will give you. So what is the command? Install -Windows feature -name. What Windows feature you want to install? I want to install web server. -include management tools. Include all management tools of web server. So this is the command that I'm giving. The moment I press enter or run, I'll be able to see installation is happening. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So I click on run command on top or run selection, and then you can see it started installing IIS, Internet Information Service or web server on this machine. Once after installation, I can use the server as a web server. Is using a public IP to RDP server still secure in an organization? I just told you it's not considered as secure, right? In our case, since we are testing, we are using public IP address and connecting to the machine. But in a corporate environment, we don't use public IP address to connect remotely to the machine, but rather we have to go ahead and utilize other methods that is available. And what are these other methods that we will see later. We do it manually instead of PowerShell. It's up to you. You can do it with PowerShell. You can do it manually. Manual method also I'll show you. But anyway, I'm sharing you the command. It's up to you. If you want to do it with PowerShell, no problem. Okay. You're IT professionals, right? So you can do it via command. That's okay. Anyway, so here if you go to server manager, if you want to do it manually via GUI, which is also absolutely okay. There is no problem in doing it via GUI. You have to go to server manager. So the server manager will open up automatically. If it's not opening up, you can go to start and search for server manager. In server manager, you have to click on manage, add roles and features. Manage, add roles and features. Proceed with the next, next, and then scroll down. You're able to see web server. It's already installed. That is why this black dot. If not, you will not have this black dot and you will be able to select the web server and continue with install. That's all what you have to do when you go via the GUI model. Either way, things are same. So we created web server or we configured web server. Go to local disk C. You can see there is a new folder created, inet pub, web root, and you can see there is our default page. This is going to be our default IIS page, by the way. I'm just writing something on this, something random. Okay, anyway. So if you save this, now you would be able to you will be able to see this as it is. So let's see. So let me go ahead and try to access the web server now. How do we access the web server? You can access by using this public IP address. Okay, but there is a problem. Web servers are communicating over which protocol? Any idea? Web server communication, HTTP, HTTPS communication happens over which protocol? It happens over 80 or 443. Okay, 80 or 443. 80 if it is HTTP. If it is HTTPS secure one, then it happens over 443. Okay, so you have to go ahead and open up the respective port, because as I told you earlier, all ports are locked out. So if you want to allow communication, you have to have the appropriate ports opened up. So let's go ahead and do that. You have to go to networking tab and click on network settings. Go to networking tab and click on network settings. Under networking settings, you can see below there is something called as a network security group, NSG. So this NSG is the component which actually blocks and allows the traffic. Okay, this is one which allows or blocks the traffic. And currently you can see, while creating VM earlier, we allowed RDP connectivity. And that RDP port, you can see it is set to be open over here. You can see 3389 port, RDP port is selected as open over here. Okay. Similarly, I want to open HTTP port as well. So I click on create inbound port rule. Click on create a port rule, inbound port rule. You don't have to worry about any other options right now, because NSG we will discuss separately once again in detail. We will discuss that once again later on. So for now, you can simply select HTTP and just say, I want to allow the connectivity, and click on add. HTTP as service, allow connectivity, and then add it. So a new security rule will be added for port number 80. Okay, done. So this is what you have to do. Once it is done, you can come back to the overview, and this time you can take the public IP address, and I'll give you the URL with which you can connect. Check if it is accessible and report back. So you're able to see the page, IIS default page, you're able to see, and things are good. Okay, so it's working as expected, which we can clearly see. Now, in case if you wanted me to show, here it is. Control V, and there we go. Give it a second. I just have to add HTTP instead of HTTPS, and you can see whatever I did, you can see, and this is visible. Okay, fair enough. Now, if you have a code you can change this. You can actually paste your actual code over here, in the sense on the web server. In inet pub, you can update the code in IIS, and thereafter you will be able to see the content according to the code that you have. That's all. One question here, we connected to this web page by executing the above command in PowerShell. Can we use bash shell as well? See, this is where I told you, while I executed the command, I clearly told you, this is not Azure PowerShell where I'm doing it. I was doing it in Windows PowerShell. There are two things. Azure has a PowerShell and a CLI bash. Okay, the reasons and all I have told you. Azure bash and CLI, bash for Linux people, CLI for Windows people. They can use either of it. Both does the same thing. Command might be slightly different. Whereas a Windows operating system inside it, it has a PowerShell built in for your command execution and things like that. So that is the PowerShell which I used. Now you tell me, will I be able to go and use a bash command inside a Windows machine? Answer is a clear no, because there is no bash in Windows operating system. Okay, that's it. Even if you install putty, you won't get a bash option within Windows operating system. No, putty is a different thing. Putty is for what purpose? Putty is a service or software which is used for connecting onto a Linux machine. To take remote access to a Linux machine, just like you did with Windows RDP, that application example is what you call as putty. Putty doesn't give you any bash or, let's say, command line options and all within Windows operating system. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so this is clear, and let's jump on to now. So we saw how you can create a simple Windows VM, how you can launch it, how you can access it, how to set up web server, etc. We have seen. Let's quickly also have a look at how you can create a Linux virtual machine, and then probably we'll call it a day. So let's click on virtual machine. So this time, instead of Windows VM, I want to create a Linux VM. Let's see how you can do that. So let's go ahead and create a Windows. Instead of Windows, let's create a Linux machine. Process is exactly the same. It's exact same process that we have to follow while creating a Linux machine as well. There is slight differences. Let's look at what it is. We will choose the same resource group that we used earlier. Virtual machine name, this time I'm going to give it as LVM, meaning Linux VM, LVM dash. We are creating this for test LVM slash LV means Linux VM. That is the meaning of it. TST dash CI 01, Central India 01. Okay, I have changed the naming convention slightly. I haven't given any purpose for this, and that is okay. LVM dash test dash CI dash 01 or 01, up to you. Region Central India, that's okay. Availability zone, as I told you, for now, no infrastructure density required. Image, we have to change it. So you can see here there are Gen 2 compatible recommended Ubuntu server images available. So you could choose any of this. Okay, but there are other Linux flavors also. So according to your liking and requirement, you can go ahead and select what is needed. In this case, I'm just selecting Ubuntu server, for example. So let's go ahead and do that. Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. VM size, I'm going to use standard B2MS, which is okay. Zolar, same thing. I mean, no options have changed, same options. Scroll down. This is where you can actually make a change, right? You can see here. Authentication type. So authentication type, here we have an option to select SSH public key. SSH public key, by the way, and a password. While creating Windows VM, did we select SSH public key or password? Which one? We selected password, by the way, right? We selected password. Now, do you have SSH option available for Windows operating system? Yes or no? There is no SSH login option available for Windows operating system. Please keep that in mind. Okay. Windows supports only password based authentication. So username you can give. Now in Linux, we are going to use this SSH public key authentication, by the way. Slightly different. Instead of using a password, you will use a key file. A SSH key file will be utilized. and with that you will be able to log in. So authentication type SSH public key. Username, let's give it as Shadil for example. Public key, you can ask Azure to create the public key. Okay, generate new key pair. I mean, for public key or for SSH key, a key combination must be created. A public key private key combination must be created, and public key you can use it. Private key will be loaded onto the virtual machine, and they will be signed each other by using this. The public key will be signed with the private key. So when you try to authenticate against the system using the public key, it will match its signature with the private key file that you have inside the VM, and see if they are originated from the same pair. If it is found matching, you will be able to log in. If it's found not to be matching, you will be denied access. So this key file is really important. Whatever key file that you get, if somebody gets it, they will be able to log into the machine. So you have to specify the username, generate a new key pair, RSA SSH format. In case if you want with, you can go with ED25519 format also, you can do it, no problem. You have to give a name for the key pair. So I'm going to use the virtual machine's name as the key pair name. That is okay. Or if you want to use a custom name, that is also doable. So I'm giving the name for the public key, and I'm going to call it as key. That this time, will I have to allow RDP port number 3389, or do I need to allow, let's say, port number 22? Which port I have to allow here now? I have to allow SSH 22. Why? Because we are connecting onto a Linux VM now. In the earlier case, we were working with a Windows VM. Windows VM connects on which port number? 3389. Here in this case, we have to go with port number 22. Okay, so let's go ahead and select it, and then thereafter let's continue with the next. Other things and all you can leave it default, nothing to change for now. You can say review plus create. Now I'll click on create, see what happens. Okay, I'll click on create, see, download private key and create a resource. By the way, it's not the public key that you're downloading. Public key is kept inside the VM. Private key is what confidential, and that is given to you. So download the private key. You got the file saved onto your system now, and VM is getting created. Wait for it. So you can see VM is created. Let's go to the resource. Now, how do you connect on to this? So somebody was suggesting PuTTY earlier. Yes, you can use PuTTY, but PuTTY has some compatibility issues with the key file. Like for example, here you can see the key file that we got is a PEM file from Azure, PEM. PEM files are not compatible with PuTTY, by the way. Okay, so we use something called as MOBA Xterm. MOBA Xterm, that's another client which you can utilize for connecting. MOBA Xterm, you can use it for RDP, Telnet, SSH, almost everything. You can go here, you can download from here. The free edition, you can click on download now, and you will be able to use it. It's a portable as well, which means you don't have to install it directly. You can use it. I already have it on my system. So let me go ahead and open up MOBA Xterm. And you have to click on session. What type of session? We want SSH connectivity. So select SSH. Remote host, where you want to connect. So if I go back to our Linux VM, you can copy the public IP address of the Linux VM and put it over here. Specify username. Yes, we have to give a username, and that username is Shadil. Port number is 22, which is SSH port number. This is not enough. To authenticate, I have to use a SSH key file. So go to advanced SSH settings and then click on use private key. Click on browse and select the private key that we downloaded from the downloads file. Okay, select the downloaded file and then click on OK now. It will ask, do you want to accept the connectivity? Say yes. And now you can see we have logged in. Welcome to Ubuntu 22.04.5 LTS. And you can see we are inside the VM. System load, etc. You can see over here, IP address details, all that. And now if you are comfortable with Linux, you can start utilizing it. You can maybe set up a Apache web server. You can do whatever that sort of you want to do over here. Okay, that's it. So this is what we have with respect to a Linux machine setup within Azure. Process is exactly the same except for the key if you want to change it. If you want to set it as password authentication for Linux machine, that is also possible. You can do password authentication with a Linux machine. You can do a private key authentication with a Linux machine. Both are supported. Okay. What we did was a key file authentication. I would also like you also to attempt it the same way. Both the password method with Windows VM as well as private key method with Linux VM. So you know how to create a basic VM in Azure, how to connect with it. Those basic details are clear. Okay, one question. Can you guide on how to use a Linux machine in Azure without relying on a mobile external? You can actually, there are multiple options. You can do it from a Windows terminal as well. Windows terminal also allows you to initiate a SSH connectivity, but you will have to specify the key file. You will have to specify the key file, and with that you can connect. That is one option. You can also use the bash shell within Azure. Okay, the bash shell in Azure can be utilized. Here if you go in Azure, we have the bash shell, right? Go to Cloud Shell, click on bash. In bash also you can go and initiate the connectivity. But when you initiate the connectivity in bash, first of all you will have to upload the key file over here. Manage files, you have to click, and then you have to specify, okay, this is the key file, and that key file path also must be mentioned over here. In that way and all, you can do it without mobile external. And the command, like for example, SSH space username @IP address, and that's it. With that, you will be able to connect with it. But key file, you have to specify what is the key file. Okay, one good question: how to delete the VMs and resource that we created? So to delete the VMs and resources, you come back to resource group. As I told you, delete at the resource group level. So come back to resource groups. On resource groups, you can select the resource group that you want to delete. So I know I created everything to demo RG. So I go to demo RG. I click on delete resource group option, and you have to copy the resource group name. You can specify or paste it over here and click on delete. Okay. The moment you press delete, it will begin the deletion process, and eventually the resource will be completely removed. So that's what it is. And if we just create the VM and practice and my free quota is over, will I be charged? You will not be charged automatically. If your free quota is over, your resources will be suspended and they will notify you. They will ask you to delete it. So you can go ahead and delete it. As I told you, after the free trial period, 30 days free trial period, you're still retaining the VMs or whatever resources that you created even after free credits are expired. Then later on, when you reactivate your account as pay as you go, it may create problem. That's what I told you earlier. If we want PPK file, then we can select it somewhere in Azure, or it's not possible to have PPK file in Azure. It's not that we cannot have PPK. There are multiple methods to achieve that. While you ask Azure to create the key file, it will automatically create PEM files only. Azure supports PEM file, or Azure automatically creates only PEM file. You can convert the PEM file to PPK. That is one option. You can use a key generator and then try to convert a PEM file to PPK. One option. Second option, instead of you asking Azure to create the key file, you create it. You can use a key generator. SSH keygen softwares are available. Putty have this option, as well as MOBA Extreme also have a keygen. I think I have it on my system already. So using that, you can create a public key private key combo. Okay, public key private key combo can be created with that, and then you can upload that public key onto the system after creating the VM. So you create the VM with password authentication. The Linux VM you create with password authentication, login, upload the key file, enable key file authentication, disable password authentication, log out, and then try again. So when you try to log in now, you will be able to give the key file that you uploaded. Okay, and that uploaded key file can be, for example, .ppk. That's it. So in this ways and all, you can give it a try.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
Custom images, availability set, availability zone, any of this. So what is pending on virtual machine is nothing but what is custom image, what is availability sets, availability zone, virtual machine scale sets, and what is network interface card on Azure VM, NSG, network security group on Azure VM. There are a couple of things like that. Let's have a look at what is custom image first of all. Okay, custom image, what exactly it is. So coming on to custom images, what is custom image and why do we need it? So with respect to custom images, what exactly it is? That's what we are trying to discuss now. So what is meant by custom images? What is the idea of custom image? See, so far in Azure, while creating VM, we have been using marketplace image. There is something called as a marketplace image. So you can go to Azure Marketplace and from there you are taking virtual machine images, which is what we are using for the VM. When we launch the VM, that is what acting as our operating system image. Now, what is this image? First of all, image actually contains your operating system in installed state. It is basically a VHD, virtual hard disk file. Okay. The image is basically a VHD, a virtual hard disk file, VHD, virtual hard disk file. VHD is nothing but a virtual hard disk file. Okay. So this VHD virtual hard disk files that you have, this contains the operating system files in its installed state. That is what a image is all about. So when we talk about custom images, you can make your own VHDs, which contains the operating system in its installed state. But what is the need? Why do we need to do this? The reason for this is nothing but some organization will have custom requirement. Some organizations will have custom requirement, right? With respect to operating system, with respect to what needs to be there inside the operating system, what level of hardening or security must be applied to the system. Based on all these factors, they will have different requirements. So for an organization, let's take an example. You are working in an organization as an Azure admin. So when you're working there as an Azure admin, there are different teams part of the organization who is coming to you. Part of your admin duty, you will create the virtual machines and you will hand it over to the respective teams. This is what we do. But the problem here is when we go and create VMs like that, and when they expect some sort of customization, like for example, the VM that you have created, they will tell you, okay, go ahead and install all the updates, make sure some third-party apps which they commonly use, they would say, okay, these must be installed, and a couple of other things they would say, right? Maybe in some servers they would want Internet Information Services, IIS, to be enabled. This kind of scenarios can play out. So what do you do? Okay, how do you you can do it. I mean, you being an administrator, you will be able to go and get it done. But remember, if there are multiple VMs that must be created now and then, if there are multiple VMs that must be created, then for each and every VM, you have to go through this process now. You have to go through installing all the required applications, components, etc. And that's going to take a lot of time. It's a time consuming process. And especially it is simple manual repetition that we are doing. So to avoid this, what you can do, you can actually make use of the concept of custom image. You can make use of the concept of custom image. So with custom image, what you will do? With custom image, first of all, I
need to get started with the reference VM. What is a reference VM? A reference VM is nothing but a virtual machine which contains all the customizations as per my requirement, my organization's requirement. So you created a new VM, your organization created a new VM. In that VM, you have installed all the required components. Maybe, for example, you have installed any software that is required by the organization. Windows updates you have taken care of, Windows or Linux updates you have taken care of, and any other third-party applications that you generally install on the operating system that also have been installed. And you can also do a hardening process. What is server hardening? Have you guys heard about it? Server hardening, HARDENING. What is hardening? So you can see hardening is a process with which you increase the security of your virtual machine. Okay, it is a method of reducing the security risks on a virtual machine. There are some scanners available from reputed organizations, security related organizations. So these scanners can be used, and with the help of those scanners, you can scan the overall system, identify any potential let's say loopholes or any potential problems that you may have in the system, any bugs or probably any uh, applications which is weak in security, etc. So these things and all can be identified by these softwares that we have, these scanners that we have, and they will detect it. They will identify even problems in registry and all that from a security standpoint, and they will ask you to fix everything. Okay, you fix all the things needed one by one, remove all the unnecessary applications and everything, and thereafter, once the proper hardening has been completed, now that virtual machine's image can be utilized. You can create an image out of it, so that for any repeated deployment, you will have a hardened image with you. Otherwise, you will have to do the process of hardening on each and every VM manually all the time. Okay, so that's the difference that we have here. So any software, any third-party applications and all, if you wanted to install, if you wanted to do hardening for the system, etc., and in all these cases, it is best to go and, let's say, create a custom image and then use that. Okay, so I hope you understood what is the purpose. Why do we need the concept of custom image? Now, example, you can see here it is written. So first of all, you need to get started by having a reference VM. We need to create a reference VM. A reference VM is nothing but a virtual machine which is totally new, who doesn't have any other applications or anything running on it. You created newly. Okay, thereafter you will go and set up everything that you need. You have the operating system. Maybe if you want, your organization require IIS to be enabled. So IIS is enabled, hardening process is done, Windows patches, meaning Windows updates are installed. Any third-party apps, if you wanted, that is also installed. Okay, then thereafter, so once you have got your system ready by doing all this, you can go for the image capture. In Azure portal, we have the option, but to do this image capture, you have to do something called as a sysprep process in the case of Windows. In the case of Windows VMs, you have something called as a sysprep. For Linux, there is a simple command that you have to execute. So those command you have to execute if it is a Linux VM. If it is a Windows VM, you have to go through a process called as a sysprep. Okay. Once after you have done that and you have completed the whole process, you can save the image onto gallery. Whatever image that you have, you can save it onto the Azure image gallery and utilize it. So this is the overall idea that we have with respect to the custom image concept. Okay, so let's go and do this. As I said, I need to have a reference VM. So let me go and create a new reference VM. Just like any other VM that we create, I'm going to create a new fresh VM. Your resource group called as demo RG. Resource group name I have given, virtual machine name I'm going to call it as VM1, for example. Don't forget the naming conventions and all. I gave you the idea. Now, for the sake of simplicity, I'm just keeping the name as VM1 or whatever. But you know that there is a proper naming convention that you have to follow while creating resources in a corporate setup. Okay, keep that in mind. Anyway, VM1 I have given, and availability for now, no infrastructure is required.
select the VM image that you want. I'm going with Windows Server 2022, and thereafter standard V2MS is okay. Username and password, RDP is okay, and virtual machine related details, that is okay. You can leave it as it is, no problem. Disk related, no changes required for now. Continue with the next, and then say review plus create. Wait for the VM to be created. One question here, delete with VM, what it is? While configuring the disk, you will see one option called as, okay, delete with the VM. And what does that mean? See, usually when you delete the virtual machine, if you just select the virtual machine object and try to delete it, it won't delete the disk. It will only delete the VM object, but the disk, your network interface card, public IP address, these things will remain. Okay, so if you don't want that, like that can create something called as lingering objects, right? Resources that is left here and there unattended, which will contribute to your overall cost. Sometimes people will forget it. Okay, so you can say, check that box, say, okay, delete with VM. So whenever, if I'm deleting the VM, along with that VM, delete the disk also. Okay, so that you're avoiding the chances of creating some lingering resources, and thus you are reducing the chance of increasing unnecessary cost. That is why that option has been given. I don't know how many of you have noticed it. If you go back to virtual machine create option, and if you go to disk section, where is that option, delete with VM? See, one option here, delete NIC when VM is deleted. So this is something. Okay, same way I think you have it for disk as well. Just a second. VM1, sorry, VM2. You may, so this is the option, by the way, delete with VM, my bad. Yeah, so delete with VM, this option. So this is what I refer to. And then you can keep it as marked. Under networking also, I showed you one more option is available. See, one more, delete public IP and NIC when VM is deleted, one option. Okay, that's it. I hope that is clear. So I think we have our reference VM. Let me, one question before. Difference between AVD versus VM. See, AVD is Azure Virtual Desktop versus VM. See, end of the day, both are using same concept. AVD also uses VM. Virtual machine, of course, it's VM only. But with AVD, what happens, just like virtual desktop infrastructure, VDI. I don't know if you have worked or if you have heard about VDI. The concept is nothing but for an organization who wants to give laptops to their employees, and also they want to maintain a central location for all the files and services the employees are using, or for people who are remotely working to support them with organizational PC and all. What they can do, they can give us something called as a virtual desktop environment within cloud. Okay, so it is as if, for example, if I'm working in one of the projects recently, just to give you an example, what did I was working as a contractor for them, for instance. So when I work as a contractor, I am working with my laptop, but for their security, they have to make sure I'm restricted to their environment, right? Their own system. So they gave me a machine, a Windows 11 machine in cloud. Okay, but I'm not getting into Azure and then I'm not going into that VM and then trying to log in. No, but rather I would get a presented interface through a VDI console. There will be a separate portal for that. So through that portal, when I log in, I'll get to see my virtual desktop. I can click on connect, and then thereafter I would be able to launch it and use it, just like a machine, just like a Windows machine, for example. So this is what happens in the case of Azure Virtual Desktop AVD.
compared to virtual machine. In the backend, are they both VM? Of course, yes, both are VM only in the backend. That's the idea. And okay, so that is clear. And what else? If I'm not manually selected to enable NIC or disk, can you show the location of the file and delete manually? Okay, so the question is, if I did not check that box, I can delete with VM, where it will be. See, once you create a resource, everything goes to resource group, MORG. So you can directly go to the resource group and find it here. For example, here is the public IP, here is the network interface card, here is the disk, here is the NSG, etc. So you can go ahead and delete from there. Or if you want to specifically see, for example, I can go to public IP, one section is available. So there, if I go, I'll get to see all the public IP addresses I have. I can go to network interface card NIC, then I'll be able to see all the NICs I have. If I go to disk section, I'll be able to see all the disks I have, right? That's it. So either way, better it would be that you go to resource group, mark everything you want to delete, and then get it deleted. So let me log into that virtual machine that we have. Wait for the server to load. Just give me a moment as well. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to set this up. We need to have something configured on this VM just to show you. Like, for example, when we capture the custom image, whatever changes we did would be available still on the VM. So to show you that, I'm going to install IIS on the server, right? IIS, Internet Information Services. I'm using GUI. So continue from server manager. You can go to manage, add roles and features section. And then you will get this install role. Okay. Add role wizard. So continue with the next here, and you have to select web server IIS, add features, continue with the next, and then click on install. Restart the destination server automatically if required, but mostly not required. Click on install. So installation is succeeded. So web server is installed. You can see here. Now you can do more things. You can set up some additional applications if you want to. You can keep some files. Maybe if you wanted some files to be there in all the VMs that you're creating, you can do that. Okay. You can update your VM. Windows updates you can do. You can use Qualys scanner, scan for vulnerabilities and fix it. So all these activities you can do now. And you are basically fixing everything on this VM. And thereafter, you can proceed with the process of capturing the custom image. Okay, so this is the idea that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. So for now, for our example, for the sake of example, we have already enabled IIS. We know that while we create a VM, automatically IIS is not enabled. We manually installed it. Okay, so now in the custom image, we captured it and we also enabled IIS, which means some customization we have done. Next time, when we launch the VM from the custom image, all these VMs will have this customization that we have done. So this is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you. Let's do that. Now, IIS will help you to host a website. It's actually a middleware which is used for configuring websites. We also call it as a web server. okay, a web server. There are other examples like Nginx and things like that. Okay, Nginx we have, Apache we have, and multiple other examples also you would be able to find. When we at organizational level, when we generally connect with VM or either AVD, generally Citrix is must to install. Not correct. Citrix is not a must to install. You have to install Citrix gateway or Citrix connector agent, whatever, only if you are using Citrix platform. Otherwise, there is no requirement of installing Citrix. Citrix is not the only AVD platform. You have Azure Virtual Desktop, for which you directly use the Windows app, and you can create the connections over there. That's it. Or you will have a portal. Through that portal, you can actually get connected to the platform. You don't have to install Citrix connectors in those scenarios. So that is not true when you say in every VM connection or AVD setup, you have to install Citrix. Not correct. Now, when Citrix is required or when RDP required to connect to the machine. If you are connecting to a Citrix platform, you will need Citrix agent, Citrix connectors. If you are using other agents or other setups, like for example, AVD, you will have their own respective portals through which you will be able to initialize the connectivity. Okay. And they will have their own dedicated agents. For Azure, you will use RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol itself, which is available within Azure platform, within your operating system and the Windows app. There is actually an application called as Windows app. This is what I was trying to open earlier. So this can be used for connecting onto the cloud PCs and all. In Azure, there is a concept called as cloud PC. So to connect onto cloud PC and all, you use this Windows app for remote connectivity. Okay, so that's what we have. And let's go ahead and do the process of capturing custom image. So we are inside the VM where we configured everything. Now, as a next step, you have to run sysprep. So for that, you go on to start, and then you type in run, you type sysprep sysprep. So once you type sysprep, you can see you will be taken to a folder with a sysprep file. Double click on the sysprep file, and then you have to select the options, enter system out of box experience, generalize, and then shut down. Enter system out of box experience UB, generalize, and then shut down. So these are the options that you have to select. What exactly are there? You are saying, take me back to UB state. UB. What is UB? Out of box experience. When you start your laptop for the first time, or when you install an operating system, and thereafter you start the operating system, you get onto the operating system for the first time. Who is going to use this PC? What is the language in which you want to use the system? What should be the keyboard layout? What is the region where you are from? So these kind of questions and all it will ask, okay, which is answered, and then you will be into the operating system. So you are saying, take me to UB state, meaning take this operating system back to the UB state. Okay, take this operating system back to the UB state. Why that is done? Because we are going to capture the custom image now, and the system must go back to the UB state, so that when Azure is creating a VM using this image next time, Azure will automatically apply all the settings. Let me ask you, when we created a VM in Azure, did it ask you any of these questions? Like, we created a VM just now, we logged into it. Did it ask any details like, okay, who's going to use this PC? What should be your time and region? Where are you from? All these things it did not ask. Who configured it? Azure configured it for you in the backend. Azure is passing down all the values according to what you have selected in Azure portal. Okay. Now, when we go and try to create a custom image, you will convert the custom image to UB state, so that next time when you're creating a VM from the custom image, Azure can go and apply this, saying, okay, hey, the VM is already generalized, so there will be UB prompt, which I will fill. Who will fill? Azure will fill. Okay, and then you will be taken to the operating system. But at the same time, whatever changes you did, they will remain. Meaning, any files that you have added, any applications that you have installed, etc., any updates that you installed, all the changes will remain, by the way. So this is what we are trying to do now. So we select enter system out of box experience UB. Generalize. What is meant by generalize? Generalize means remove user accounts. Remove user accounts. So whatever user account already you have configured, please remove it. See, when you create virtual machine, are we passing on the user account details? Yes. Are we passing down the user account details? Of course, yes. While creating VM, we have a parameter called as username, and we are giving the usernames over there. Okay, so we are passing down the username as well. So any existing user account must be cleared out, and that is what we have with respect to generalize option. So you go and say, okay, generalize, that must be checked, and thereafter don't reboot it, because if you reboot it, it will directly go back to UB state again, and the VM will be stuck in UB state, because you won't be able to give any parameters from there now. In UB state, RDP doesn't work. You can't take RDP to a system which is in UB state, right? Who's asking for the initial details. UB state, once it is completed, only then RDP will be activated. So you will be stuck in that if you give a restart, but rather you have to give a shutdown option and then click on OK. This will create image like Azure Marketplace image. Like Azure Marketplace image, in the sense it's not creating into Azure Marketplace. It is creating to something called as a shared image gallery, and you don't upload that, or you don't have the option to get it onto Marketplace, by the way. Okay, getting images to Marketplace, that is a different process, by the way. That's not something which we will focus over here. And whatever custom image that we captured, yes, it can be used for repeated deployments, for creating multiple VMs. Okay, so you can see VM is in stopped state. We confirm it is stopped. So once it is done, you can click on capture image. You want to capture an image. So click on it. Specify the resource group, and you say share this to gallery as an image version. And thereafter you have to create a gallery now. Okay. Click on create new. So I'm going to say, okay, test gallery. Click OK for that. Here is an option, automatically delete this virtual machine after creating the image. Why this is given? See, the reference VM that we used for capturing the image, we went through the sysprep process and all, right? That virtual machine will become unusable. Once after you create the custom image, that VM will be converted unusable. You can't use it now. Okay, so that is why they have given go and delete this VM after capturing the custom image. Up to you. If you want to delete it, you can delete it. Anyway, that VM will not be usable. You can't start it. That I will show you. Okay, and target Azure Compute Gallery, we are saving it onto test gallery. Continue with the next, and then say review plus create. Something is missing here. So VM definition you have to create, by the way. Click on create new. So I'm going to give Windows Server 2022. And that's it. Any other details, if you want to pass on, you can give it. Version number is 0.0.1, or maybe, okay, 1.0.0. End of life date also you can say, maybe a 30-day period or something. You can specify as the end of life period for this. Okay, 30-day, 2 months, 3 months. It's up to you. And in case if you want to, you can also create replicas of this image to another location. What I mean by saying replicas can be created to other location, that means right now we are having the VM in Central India. So the custom image captured will also be available in Central India only. If I want to take it beyond Central India to another location, then I have to replicate it. So that is what you have to do. In case if you are having resources created in, let's say, Central US or UAE North or any of these locations, if there are VMs and all getting created for your organization, then in that case, you may replicate the image over there as well. Otherwise, you don't have to use it. I'm not replicating this anywhere, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Okay, so let's continue with the next. So review plus create. By the way, for custom, Microsoft will charge for this. Custom image is chargeable in the form of storage, like whatever storage that you have to use, For that, you will have to pay. Okay, so when we create a custom image, there will be 128 GB of storage required for that. For that, which you have to pay anyway. That's all. But apart from that, there are no other charges specifically. What we are doing is a process called as custom image. What is custom image? Custom image, when we create VMs in Azure, you use marketplace image. Marketplace image comes with a default general setting for all customers. Okay, like it will have the operating system in its best state available, and it may not have specific customizations according to your organizational requirement. So it is okay to use marketplace image, no problem. But for an organization who is creating multiple VMs again and again, and who require some sort of customization or security hardening from a security perspective, etc., for them, they would require certain level of certain configurations to be done on the VM all the time. So instead of repeating this again and again, instead of doing this again and again manually for all the VMs that they create, what they can do is they can capture a custom image with all the changes that they want in advance. So you apply all the changes to a VM, capture a custom image out of it, and use that custom image for your repeated deployment. So this is what you have to do. So in this way, when you do, what happens, you will be able to go and create VMs with whatever customization that your organization requires, for example. This is the idea. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the custom image concept. And that is exactly what we are doing. We have already gone through the process. We are creating it through. Okay. Okay, so you can see our custom image capture process has been completed, right? We captured the custom image and we are good to use now. So you can see here, how do we use this custom image that we captured? For example, if you go on to the image, you can see the details about it as part of Azure Compute Gallery called as Test Gallery. We have a VM image definition called as Windows Server 2022. Directly here itself, we have the option called as Create VM. You can use this to create virtual machine, or else you can go to Virtual Machines tab and you can click on Azure Virtual Machine. You want to create a new virtual machine, and thereafter you can specify all the details, like for example, resource group, VM name. I'm going to call it as VM from image, and no infrastructure redundancy required. Image, here I have to click on see all images. I have to select see all images, and thereafter I have to go on to my images section. I have to go to, sorry, not my images, but rather shared images. Go to shared images gallery option, and you can see whatever the images that you have captured will be available over here. In my case, Windows Server 2022. So I'm going to select this image that I have for our virtual machine. Okay, so that is selected, and you can specify the username and password. And here under inbound ports, I will also select HTTP, because you know this VM has this custom image has IIS enabled on it. So once after the VM has been created, let's try to connect onto it via port number 80, and that will confirm if IIS is available or not. So this is license type. We have to select Windows Server is a license. You know that. Continue with the next, and then you can say review plus create. Say review plus create now, and click on create. Web server, can we enable HTTPS? Yes, you can. By default, it is always HTTP, but HTTPS also can be configured if you want to. You need to have a certificate for that. You need to have a valid certificate issued from a certification authority. Usually you buy that through GoDaddy kind of domain registrars. From them you can buy it, and that can be utilized. So if you have a certificate, once it is installed, it would become HTTPS instead of HTTP. the only sysprep option to create a custom Windows image. See, in Azure, there is a method. In Azure, if you want to create a generalized custom image, sysprep method is what you have to use. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, if you directly take a VM's disk, the problem is you can't use it for multiple repeated deployment because each VM will be a duplicate, right? Exact duplicate in terms of user account, in terms of security identifiers and things like that. So to prevent that kind of duplication, that is where sysprep is coming into the picture. But in some scenarios, you may want to capture the image directly without doing sysprep process. And that is a possible scenario, but you have to keep in mind you cannot create multiple deployments with such and such custom images. That's all. So VM has been created. Let's go to this VM. We'll try to log in, or no need to log in directly. I can try to access the HTTP content and see if it is working or not. That will confirm me whether it has IIS enabled on it or not, right? Just check with the link. If the IIS page is coming up, that confirms HTTP is enabled on the VM and we are good. Let me know. Okay, from which option we can create multiple VM? See, okay, you got it wrong. So when we say you can create multiple VM from custom image, it doesn't mean that you have a pointer wherein you can, okay, say the number of VMs that you want. Okay, I want 10 VM and click, you have 10 VMs created. No, it doesn't work that way. That's not the point of you can create multiple VM. What I meant to say is you could create multiple copies of your VM from one single custom image. So I have one custom image captured. Now, if you want 100 VM to be created from it, I can create it. If 1,000 VM I wanted, I can create it. Okay. Not by specifying a number 1,000 or not by specifying a number 100. And Azure will go and create that hundreds of VMs at once for you. Such an option we don't have. Okay. Graphically, that is not possible as well. So you can manually one by one, you can create hundreds of VMs graphically. Now, in case if you want that to be done automatically, you will have to write some scripts for that. You will have to create a PowerShell script, or you will have to create a ARM or bicep template file, which will go and do this sort of deployment, which will go and iterate through some parameters that you have given and will go and generate all the parameters that is required and will keep on creating VMs one by one. So that requires some sort of automation to be applied directly. We don't have such and such option. Okay, so you can see Cloud Shell gives you option to execute either CLI or PowerShell commands. Okay, either CLI or PowerShell command you can execute from here, and thereafter you can continue with your process like whatever you wanted to do, like creating VMs or things like that. So these command line options, two options are given because Azure has two types of people working on it: Windows engineers as well as Linux engineers. In any industry, we have this. In IT, on any technology, we'll have who are people who are leaning towards Linux and people who are leaning towards Windows. Windows engineers, they will find PowerShell to be much more easy to go with. Linux users will find the terminal to be much more easy to go with. So you could choose either of this as an option for deploying your resources. Both will do the same thing. Okay, but the command will be different. The command structure will be different. For example, in CLI bash, if you wanted to create a resource group, you use a command called as new AZ group create. AZ group create. Whereas PowerShell, the same thing, you have to use new -AZ resource group. New -AZ resource group. So in this way, commands would refer in different both. So currently we are on bash, but if you click on switch to PowerShell, you will be able to move to the PowerShell option. So this is PowerShell, by the way. From here, you would be able to execute PowerShell commands. If I click on switch to bash again, I can go back to bash and execute bash related commands. That's it. Every resource that we are creating in Azure, you can find their equivalent, command equivalent easily online. For example, we created VM so far. So you want to create a VM by using PowerShell command. So create VM via PowerShell. Create Azure VM. Create Azure VM. Okay, so you can see create a Windows VM with Azure PowerShell. So in this way, you can go to this learn.microsoft.com documentations and you would be able to use it. So very simple command. First of all, to create a resource group, the command has been given. To create a virtual machine, you can use the command new-azvm and couple of parameters you have to pass on. What is the resource group name? What is the name of the VM? What is the location? What is the image that you wanted to use? Virtual network name and subnet name, security group name, public IP address name, open ports. So these many things, if you specify, that is okay. You run the command, the VM will be created. That's all. Okay, so that is what the same thing. If you search for Cloud Shell or also called as Bash, you will get that option and you will be able to utilize that as well. I hope that is clear. Kareem, you were asking about it. Another question I missed, create image option. Can you, for creating image, once after you have done all the changes on the VM, you have to come back onto what we call as, let's say, the reference VM that you have. On the reference VM, there is an option called as capture image. So you click on capture image and then fill in all the details. You have to select the resource group name, share it to a gallery as an image version, and you can specify a gallery. If you already have one, you can select one. If not, you can click on create one. And then you can specify generalized. Of course, the VMs are generalized. You can specify a version number. For example, this time 1.0.1, something like that. And I can also specify an end of life date. And thereafter, I can decide whether I want to replicate it elsewhere. And once you have done everything, you can say review plus create. That will create a second image for you. I mean, this is what we have with respect to the steps of capturing custom image. How can I create new VM under it? I see that option under VM from image. Where did you see what option? I see that option under VM from image. Then how can I create new VM under it? Let me know what exactly you're trying to understand. I'm not clear. Another question, where do we get the image? What do you mean by where do we get the image? If you're asking about the custom image that we captured, it is available if you search for image definitions within Azure portal. You can directly search in Azure portal, image definition, and then you will get to see. Are we going to make snapshot or copy of the VM? Are we going to make snapshot or copy of the VM after this? Not necessary. If you want to take a snapshot, you can take it. Snapshot, you're basically taking the snapshot of a disk. Okay, snapshot, what it is a one-time copy. It is a one-time copy which can be used for instant restore if something happens to your VM. Maybe you are doing some major changes on the operating system. You anticipate that something can go wrong. So what you can do, you can create a snapshot of your VM's disks, keep it aside, continue with whatever operation you wanted to do. Later on, if something goes wrong, you can restore your VM from the snapshot that you have captured. Possible. Okay, so that is what the snapshot option is all about. I'll show you where you can take the snapshot for a VM. Okay, so that acts as a copy as well. In CLI, where do we get the image details that we need to specify? That's so you have to specify. There is a format that you have to do for that. For example, if you come back over here to that documentation, you can see, for instance, where it is. So I have given you a command, by the way. So let's actually attempt it. Maybe in case if you wanted some more details on it, let me show you. For example, how do we create a VM with a custom image? That is what the question is all about, right? So let me show you this. So here, if I go, I will open up PowerShell over here. Switch to PowerShell. Confirm. Get -AZ subscription. So I'm checking what is my subscription, by the way. Which subscription is selected? Okay. So set -AZ context dash subscription. So I listed all the subscriptions. Now I want to set a context. Context in the sense, what is my working subscription? So I'm selecting my working subscription by using set -AZ context and then specifying the subscription ID over there. Press enter. Okay, so context is set, that subscription is selected. Now I want to create a new VM over here. Okay, but before that, I will just take the properties of the images that I have. Resource group name. We already captured the custom image, right? I'm taking the properties of it. So demo RG is the resource group name. Image name, what I have, Windows Server 2022, or get-az image under the resource group demo RG. No, it doesn't fetch it. That is because it is gallery image. No problem. So what we can do instead is, I gave you the command. For example, here is the command. So let me copy this command and we will put it in a editor first. Run as admin. Expand this. I'll paste the command over here in editor. And thereafter, I will just update all the values. Resource group name is demo RG. VM name is PowerShell VM. Location is Central India. Image dash image would be, instead of this direct reference over here, I would give $image. The meaning, you will have to define $image first of all, right? So $image is equal to what exactly would be your $image. So that is what I gave you. You have to specify the resource ID as well as the definition and everything for that. Here if I go $image is equal to subscriptions, what is my subscription ID? I have to specify. Resource group name I have to specify. So that is basically demo RG. And subscription ID, what it is? Subscription ID I can find from here. This is the subscription ID. Copy the subscription ID, put it over here. Okay, resource group name demo RG, providers Microsoft Compute Gallery. Now what is our gallery name? Our gallery name you can fetch from Azure again. So if I go to gallery, the gallery name is test gallery. So copy the gallery name, that is test gallery. So specify compute gallery name over here. Control V, that is test gallery. Images, what is the image definition name? So image definitions you can find from here. That is Windows Server. This is the definition name, right? Windows Server 2022. So I'm going to copy the definition name. Gallery, test gallery, images, gallery, definition name. Okay, versions. And what is the image version that we have? Image versions you should be able to see here itself. If I click on the image version, where is image versions? 1.0.0. Let me take it. Yeah, here it is, 1.0.0. Copy this and paste it over here. Okay, 1.0.0. So this much details I have given over here. Run this command and it will fetch the details about the image. So I'm going to copy this command and paste it in Azure. I'm going to paste this over here. Okay, so if I run $image, see, I can see the image details, subscription, resource group, demo RG, providers Microsoft Compute Galleries, test gallery, images, Windows 2022 version 1.0.0. So we have captured the image details correctly. And thereafter you come back to the command and fill rest of the things. So $image has been given. Virtual network name. What is the virtual network name? So the virtual network which we already created earlier, it would be there. So you don't have to create one. For now, you may have a confusion when you hear the word virtual networks, but don't worry about it because this is something which we have to discuss later. There is a dedicated module coming for this. So I will not elaborate much on this for now, but rather you just understand there is a concept called as virtual network and that will be taken care automatically for now. Later on, when we go to the topic, you will understand that in detail. Okay. So I'm filling those subnet name as well as the
virtual network name over here. One is default and another one is VM1. Security group name, you can specify whatever you want. And PowerShell VM public IP. Public IP address, you have to give a name. Open ports 803389. Fine. So this is the command that you have to use. Okay. So new -AZ-VM. Let's specify this command and see if there is any errors or if I'm able to create the VM correctly. So copy this command and put it over here. So in this command, now remember, first of all, we are using Cloud Shell. Second, in this command, I have specified that, okay, we need to have the custom image utilized. We are using the custom image over here. Keep that in mind. So let me paste it, enter it. You have to specify the username. You have to give a password. Say creating Azure resource. So this is how you have to go about it. So here is one error, by the way. The provided gallery image only supports creation of VMs and VM scales it with trusted launch security type. That's okay. We just have to specify a switch with trusted launch and then it would be okay. And also we did not specify the size. So it becomes standard D2S V3 by default. Anyway, so here if I wanted to pass on trusted launch, one additional parameter I would need to give, which is nothing but, let's say, for example, I'll tell you. There is a command again, hyphen security type, one parameter would be available. Security type trusted launch. Okay. Hyphen size also I can specify standard underscore B2MS. That's all. So I added all the details now. Let me also see if they already created some resource, in which case I would need to alter the names of them. Or fine, let's fire this command. User is Shadil, password for Shadil. Okay, so you just have to, wherever you see dollar values, either you define it correctly or you have to copy paste and give the correct values over there and then you would be good. Is it possible to add specific size? Yes, we added. You can see dash size I gave and then I added standard underscore B2MS. So a specific size I have given here. That's all. So either way you can do it. It's up to you. So it's just that you have to figure out all these things. See, now somebody asked in class, okay, how it is done, and I was able to get it. You can see the same way you can also do it easily. It's just that you have to find the right command, do a couple of iterations, and you will be well versed with it. Okay. In case if you are hit with any errors, just understand what exactly it is talking about, and then accordingly you just have to make some changes, and you will be good. Nowadays, you all have ChatGPT, Grok, all these things are available, DeepSeek or whatever. So you can ask it. Even Copilot is available. You can ask Copilot as well. Give me a PowerShell command to create. Give the correct prompt. Give me a PowerShell command to create a VM from the custom image that I have created into a Azure Compute Gallery. Something like this. So if you give the correct prompt, the Copilot would be able to give you the exact response saying, okay, this is what it is. Okay. That's all what you have to do. I hope this is clear. For example, if you want to use Copilot, I need to create a VM with, to create a VM custom image I have captured into an Azure image. I need to create a VM with custom image using CLI command. The image gallery is test. What is the name of the gallery that we had? I think it was test image gallery, right? Test gallery. Test gallery. Definition name is Windows Server 2022 and an image version is 1.0.0. Let's see what it says.
So you say this, they gave you the output AZVM create resource group, your resource group name, name of the VM, image path, subscriptions, your subscription ID, resource group, your gallery resource group, Microsoft Compute Gallery, and test gallery. Whatever I gave, they filled it. So test gallery, I gave it, they filled it. Image name, I gave it, they filled it. If you gave even resource group ID, your subscription ID, etc., they will fill that as well. And finally, a switch dash dash specialize needs to be added, and you have to press enter. That's all. So it will go and create the VM for you. Okay. So this way you can find commands directly from Azure portal itself. You don't have to go anywhere else. Or you can Google just like what I did, and then from there you can find the relevant commands, run it. Anyway, in any organization, when you go, you will have access to internet, you will have access to Google, you will have access to chat GPT and things like that. So you can make use of all this technology that exists. Okay, stop it. So with respect, by the way, we ran the command and you can see the VM that got created over here. See, PowerShell VM. This is something which we created from the command line PowerShell. Okay, whatever size we specified, everything you can see standard B2MS, and that's it. Additional parameters are also available. You can give it accordingly. Okay, that's it. And what else I wanted to show you? You can see if this VM is running or not by going on to boot diagnostics over here, like where it is. If I monitoring, not monitoring. Under help, you have boot diagnostics. You can see here. Now, boot diagnostics is not configured. Boot diagnostics for a VM is an option with which you can see what is happening with the VM, whether it is running or not. So you can simply enable this by enabling this option, enable with managed storage account, and click on enable. And once it is enabled, you will be able to see screenshots from the VM saying whether it is running or not, whatever. So that would be it with respect to boot diagnostics. Okay, let that be configured and we'll come back to that. Okay, it's already configured. And if you go on to that partial VM now, this is only because, see, instead of logging in just to check it directly from portal, that's all what I'm doing, just to check. Sometimes you might not be able to connect with the VM. So then also you can make use of this boot diagnostics and try to see what is happening on the VM. Here, now it will load a screenshot of the VM status currently. This is yet to be loaded because we just configured it. So it's going to take a couple of minutes. Okay, that's it. So that being said, creating snapshot of a disk. So as snapshot, as I told you, it's a point in time copy of your VM's disk. So you have to do that from disk section. So if you go to the disk section of an Azure VM, and if you wanted to capture the custom image of the operating system disk, in which scenario I would need to capture the snapshot of the operating system disk. The scenario I will tell you. For example, I am going to make some changes on this virtual machine, which would be something that can cause potential downtime on this machine. Okay, I'm going to do something which may cause a potential downtime because something can go wrong. I'm making some configuration changes. So I'm afraid that changes will happen. And because of that reason, what I'm going to do, I'm specifying, okay, or I'm taking a snapshot of the operating system disk under the current settings with the current status. And thereafter, I would go ahead and make the changes. If something goes wrong, I can promote the snapshot which I have captured for the operating system disk. This is the idea. So what I do is I'm already on the operating system disk. You can see create snapshot, one option is available. So click on create snapshot and fill in the details. So I'm going to call it as like, okay, test snapshot. Okay, so you are taking the first snapshot. So you have to say full. Okay, incremental snapshots can be captured, like which will capture only the changes, like taking repeated snapshots. You can go for incremental option. Okay, and then it will capture only the changes from the last snapshot. But in our case, there is no last snapshot. It is the first snapshot that we're creating. So it has to be full. Okay, makes a complete read-only copy of the selected disk. So you continue with the next and then say review plus create. Select multiple disks and snapshot at once. You can't do that with graphical user interface. If you want to capture snapshots of multiple disks at once, you will have to create a PowerShell script. You will have to do scripting for that, okay, to capture multiple disks snapshot at the same time. You probably create a loop, and within the loop you specify, okay, capture the image, and then you iterate the loop through both the disk or whatever disks that you have. Snapshot is created, okay. So something went wrong now. Now if something goes wrong, I want to, let's say, promote this snapshot. So what I can do, okay,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
we are moving on to virtual machine scale set. After scale set, we have to have a look at network interface card and network security group and a couple of other things. Network security group, more things we will understand once after networking, but still I'll give you an overview of what is NSG and how you can work with that. And thereafter, just few small things here and there on VM, and then we will get started with Azure storage account. So this is the plan. So that being said, let's jump on to virtual machine scale set. What exactly is virtual machine scale set? So virtual machine scale set is a third high availability mechanism that is available from a virtual machine perspective for creating scalable applications within Azure. In Azure VM, you could actually make use of this concept called as virtual machine scale set. What happens or what makes scale set different compared to virtual machine availability sets and availability zone is that it has certain capabilities related to scaling. Related to scaling, it has some capabilities. What is meant by scaling? So scaling means your ability to expand, right? Or your ability to, accommodate new resources, or as per the demand changes, your ability to scale, right? According to what is needed. For example, your application is demanding more and more resources, right? In terms of compute, CPU, etc. So in that case, your ability to increase, as well as when there is no demand, the ability to decrease is what we call as scaling. So your virtual machine, it has an automatic capability to scale, decrease or increase in number when you go with virtual machine scale set. Let me explain it to you. So virtual machine scale set goes like this. So you have the ability to create a virtual machine scale set, and when you create a virtual machine scale set, initially scale set, remember, it is considered as a single unit. Single unit in the sense multiple VMs put together, you create a single large unit which can automatically decrease or increase the number of VMs, which can increase or decrease the number of VMs within that scale set unit. That is the idea that we have. So here on this virtual machine scale set that we have, on this VMSs that we have, we will go ahead and create additional VMs as needed when there is a scaling demand. For example, I'm hosting some applications onto these 3 VMs now. Now you can set up rules as such. Whenever there is higher CPU utilization or higher RAM utilization, I can create a rule saying you should increase the number of CPU automatically. For example, increase by 1 or increase by 2, whatever. So your virtual machine scale set unit will automatically add additional instances when there is a higher demand. When the demand goes down, you can also have another rule to scale down to bring the number of VMs back to its original state. You can mention minimum number of VMs that you need to begin with. For example, here minimum initially is 3. Maximum, I can say, for example, maximum how much it can grow to. I say, for example, max is 10. So what happens? Always you will have 3 minimum instances running, and then whenever demand rises, it will add additional instances automatically and may go up to 10. It won't go beyond 10 because you have specified a higher limit. Now, How do they identify if there is higher utilization? The virtual machine scale set unit will monitor the performance across these three instances currently that you have and take an average of their metric values. Metric values in the sense, it will monitor CPU utilization. If that is what you have set as a parameter here, then it will look at the CPU utilization and see what is the average utilization across three instances. Okay, what is the average utilization across three instances? It will check, and then it will identify, okay, there is about, let's say, 85% utilization. So that is above the mark that you have set. For example, the mark that you set, if 70% utilization, it comes, then increase the number of instances by 1. If it is going by, utilization is going by 20% or less, then decrease the number of instances by 1. So this is the rule that I have created. For example, 70 you can alter. It doesn't necessarily have to be 70. It can be 80, 85, whatever. Okay. So you specify that. And within these limits, when the CPU is understood to be like on an average across all three existing instances, it will identify what is the average CPU utilization. And if that is above 70, it will go and add one additional instance. That's it. So this is what happens in the case of your virtual machine scale set. Now, you may also have load balancers connected to this, because when you have multiple VMs, you need to distribute traffic to all of them. Like if you are hosting any web-based applications and all, then you would need to distribute the traffic onto these VMs that you have. For that, you can actually use a load balancer. In this load balancer, the virtual machine scale set will be added into the backend pool. And whenever there is a new VM getting created, that also will be automatically added onto the backend of LB. Whatever virtual machines that you create will be automatically added to your load balancer backend. So this is the best thing about it. You don't have to configure anything by yourself. Okay. Combine to this a custom image, for example. So what is the image that is getting used? For example, you may have your application hosted on these three VMs. So when Azure is creating extra VM, how do you make sure the application is deployed over there as well, right? Multiple methods you can use. One method would be to use a custom image which already contains your application. Okay. So your website or whatever that has been configured into a VM, you captured a custom image, and that custom image is what you are using for configuring additional VMs into virtual machine scale set. So meaning when new VMs are getting deployed, they automatically come with your applications on them. Any additional changes, if you require, maybe you can execute some scripts, right? You can add some post VM creation script, etc. You can add on to this. So whenever new VMs are added, it will automatically execute some scripts on it and make sure the system is ready. And thus, once the VM is added, LB will start transferring the load onto these additional VMs as well. For example, if there is 10,000 requests coming initially to your three VMs, right? Extra VMs, when it is getting added, now the total 10,000 requests will be divided across 5 instances now. Okay, the total requests will be divided across 5 instances now, meaning each VM will be getting 2,000 requests or so. Earlier it was getting 3,033, 333 something requests. Now each VM would be getting about 2,000 requests. So the load is reduced. Okay, that's it. So this is the idea that we have with respect to virtual machine scale set. Now remember, this virtual machine scale set already adhere to the principles of availability set. Okay, they already adhere to the principles of availability set, meaning you don't have to configure availability set separately for these VMs. Any VM that is getting created into virtual machine scale set, they are automatically created across FDs and UDs. They are automatically created across FDs and UDs. Minimum 5 FDs will be there in the case of virtual machine scale set. Whatever VMs that is going on to virtual machine scale set, they are created across different racks automatically. So one single rack failure and all will not bring all your VMs down. So that is also covered. So you don't have to have separate availability set created for virtual machine scale set. But if you want the VMs to be spread across availability zones, that is possible, right? So these VMs that is getting created in virtual machine scale set, they're all in one data center. But if I want them in separate data centers, maybe one data center, second data center, third data center. In this way, across different data centers, if I want it, then in that case, I will have to use what? Availability zone concept with virtual machine scale set, and that is supported. With virtual machine scale set, you can have availability zones configured. Okay, whatever virtual machine scale set VM can be spread across availability zones. So these are the things that we have with respect to your virtual machine scale set. So let's go ahead and see that how we can configure this. What about the existing VM that need change? Existing VMs also, first of all, you have configured your application. Now, if you want them to be updated as well, then what you can do, you can set up some pipeline, some CI/CD pipeline you can set up, and through the CI/CD pipeline, by using some agents, you will be able to deploy code changes onto all the VMs, right? All the VMs post creation, how do you push update? The same way, whatever code related changes, updates, etc. Normally, how do we push it? We push it by using any CI/CD pipeline, right? So if you have pipelines configured, through that, you will be able to push updates to all the existing VMs, whatever newly created VMs. To that also you can push the updates as needed. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So let's go ahead and create this virtual machine scale set. What are the options available, etc. Let's have a look at it. So I go to Azure Compute Services, Compute Infrastructure, and you can see virtual machine scale set or VMSS. Now let me go ahead and create a virtual machine scale set. It is exactly like how you configure virtual machine. No other differences in terms of creating, except for some small minor options, especially from the scaling point of view and all. Anyway, let me go ahead and select the resource group that I want. Demo RG is a resource group name, virtual machine scale set name. I'm going to call it as test VMSS. Central India. See, you have the option. Do you want to place it across availability zone? So you can specify this. If I want to get it across availability zone, I could specify the availability zone, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, whatever I want. Orchestration one concept is available for virtual machine scale set. Okay. Now, what is this orchestration mode? Flexible and uniform, two options are available with respect to virtual machine scale set orchestration mode. What is preferred is what we call as flexible. Flexible is the preferred option, whereas uniform orchestration mode is also available. Earlier, virtual machine scale set was only allowed with with a uniform orchestration mode. Later, flexible orchestration mode option came in. Okay, earlier uniform orchestration mode, that was the only option, but now we have flexible orchestration mode that is available with us. Now, what is the difference between the two? When you go for uniform orchestration mode, the entire virtual machine scale set is considered as a single set. The whole virtual machine scale set unit is considered as a single set, and you can't make updates to individual VM. For example, you apply the size of the VM to the virtual machine scale set. For example, I say B2MS is the size that I want for the virtual machine scale set, in which case all the VMs inside it will be having only B2MS size available to them. They can't be anything beyond that. And if you wanted to scale, you scale the VMSs as a whole, meaning from B2MS you upgrade to, let's say, D4S V3. Then in that case, entire virtual machine scale set will be upgraded to a higher size. So meaning individual controls of the VMs were less possible. Okay, individual controls with the VM was less possible. So we had to find some solutions for that. And that is where Azure actually give you the option to create flexible orchestration mode or virtual machine scale set with more flexibility, in which you will have the ability to go and configure individual VMs. For example, for one VM, if I prefer a size, and for another VM, I prefer some other size. So these things and all can be done when you go with virtual machine scale set with flexible orchestration mode. So that is the primary difference between the orchestration mode option that is available over here. Nowadays, we go with flexible orchestration modes. That is exactly what we are going to select. So I'm going to choose flexible orchestration mode for virtual machine scale set and then continue with it. Now coming on to scaling mode. Okay, so here you have to choose your scaling profile now. So the scaling mode, you can see manually update the capacity, meaning how many VMs you want, you can decide and you can control it. Manually, you will increase or decrease as per the requirement. You will do it. Okay, so that's what manually update the capacity. Auto scaling. Okay, scaling based on a CPU metric or any schedule. This is what we are going to select. Meaning automatically based on the utilization, it will go and increase or decrease the number of instances of VM. That's what auto scaling is all about. No scaling profile. Currently, you are not setting up any scaling profile. You can attach additional VMs onto the virtual machine scale set later on. And then later, if you want to upgrade to any scaling profile, that also can be done. Okay. So I'm going to give auto scaling option over here. And below, you can see scaling configuration needs to be selected. What is the profile? Profile means how do you want to do the scaling? You're determining how do you want to do the scaling. Manually update the capacity. I will increase the number of VMs by myself whenever I need. Second, auto scaling. You automatically scale it. I will define a rule. You will go and scale it as per the rule whenever the demand is met according to the rule that I have created. No scaling profile. Don't configure any scaling right now. Just leave it as it is. Okay. Maybe I will add extra VMs and all as needed later, but no scaling, nothing is configured. That is what no scaling profile. So I'm going to go with auto scaling, and therein scaling configuration I have to add now. Scaling configuration, what it is, let's click on configure and try to set it up. So scaling condition, a default condition is applied by Azure, which if you want to, you can edit. Click on it. So you can see we have set to scaling mode auto scaling. Default instance count. Initially, when we get started with virtual machine scale set, by default, it will have 2 VMs. You can alter this number, by the way. According to the current setup, default instance count is equal to 2, and that's it. So anytime, even if it is scaling down, it will maintain 2 instances. It won't scale down beyond 2. Sorry, default instance count is this number of starting VMs. Initially, when you get started, how many VMs require? Minimum how many instances you want. Ideally, this should be set to 2, but in our example, I'm setting it as 1. Minimum instances, I'm setting it as 1. You know the word minimum. So that is a bare minimum. It won't go beyond that. Maximum, I'm going to set it as, let's say, for example, 5, 10, 20, whatever. Okay. You can add additional numbers as per your requirement. For example, if you wanted to go 500, if 5000 is not supported, maximum is 2000. Okay. So 500 VMs, if you want that also, you can specify, by the way. So I'm going to keep it as 10, for instance. And then here is a scale out condition. A scale out means, okay, scale out, scale in, you may have a confusion. So scaling wise, let me explain a few things. There are 2 types of scaling. Generally, we say horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. So horizontal scaling means what? What is horizontal? This is horizontal, right? This is what we call as horizontal. This is what we call as vertical. So horizontal scaling means adding additional instances is what we call as horizontal scaling. Adding extra VMs. Increasing the size of the VM from what you have currently. So this is the current size. You are increasing this to a higher size. This is the higher size. This is what we call as vertical scaling. You are moving away from a smaller size to a higher size. That is vertical scaling. So horizontal scaling, increasing the number of instances. Vertical scaling, increasing the size. Okay, so now here horizontal scaling is again associated with 2 terms. We call it as scale out, and then scale in. This is where we were going. Here you have scale up and then scale down. From the name itself, we can identify. Tell me, what is scale out operation? What is a scale out operation? Adding additional VMs is what we call as increasing the number of VMs, or adding additional VMs is what we call as scaling out. Okay. Scale in. What is scale in? Scale inside. Decreasing the number of VMs is what we call as, okay, decreasing the number of VMs is what we call as scale in. So scale out, increasing number of VMs. Scale in, decreasing number of VMs. Scale up, increasing the size of the VM. Don't say large type and all, say size. Increasing the size of the VM is what we call as scale up, and decreasing the size of the VM is called as decreasing the size. Decreasing the size of the VM is called as, that is, scale down. Decreasing number of VMs is what we refer to as scale down. So scale up, scale down, scale out, scale in, associated with horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. In the case of virtual machine scale set, which one we are doing? Are we doing vertical scaling or horizontal scaling? In the case of virtual machine scale set, we are doing horizontal scaling. Okay, so in that horizontal, we know that there are two possibilities, that is, namely scale out and scale in. Okay, so the rules for that, that's what we are setting up over here within Azure portal. So let's go back over here. You can specify scale out when the CPU threshold is greater than 80. So it will take the percentage average of CPU across existing number of instances of VM, and then it will increase the instance count by 1. Okay, it will take the CPU average, currently it is set to 80. If the CPU average across all existing instance is 80 or above, it will increase the number of instances by 1. It would scale in. Scale in means it will reduce the number of VMs when the CPU threshold is less than 20%. The average CPU utilization is 20 or less. Then in that case, it will go and decrease the number of instances by 1. So for both which you have specified the number over here. Okay. Now let's save this. So condition, we have defined it, and let's go and say save. So we configured auto scaling. We are defining the size for virtual machine scale set, and you can see the username and password must be given. Okay, so all VMs will be configured with the same username and password. Okay, whatever I'm giving over here. And you can also see the selected sizes, one option they have newly added. I mean, if you go with only one size, standard V2MS, there is a possibility sometimes there is no capacity available for that specific size. It can happen because every size is related to some type of hardware. So if that specific type of hardware is not available in the backend, then you may have problems. Okay, you may not get that size available. So if you have selected up to 5 sizes, maximum you can select up to 5 sizes, then if one size is available, it will check for another size that you have selected over here. Okay, and then you will be able to proceed with that. That's it. Where do I select the scaling configuration? See, when you go to virtual machine scale set creation option, you scroll down, you will get scaling mode. Select auto scaling and click on configure. Auto scaling, click on configure. Scaling mode, auto scaling, click on configure. Okay, so I have given the username and password. Sport VMs, we don't want to turn it on. Sport VMs are not an option for us. If you want to use it, you can use it. What is meant by sport VM is that if you turn on sport, you will get extra savings from Microsoft. How is that possible? See, sport means you're agreeing to Microsoft to take down your VM, in the event of any requirement by Azure. By Azure in the sense, there are so many people using Azure platform. Okay, so there are other customers as well. So you say you have created your VM with sport capability, and now there are other customers who also creating VM, and for some reason they require high capacity. I mean, they require higher capacity now. Okay, or they require some sizes which probably is what you are also using. So now what will happen when they are trying to increase the capacity is not available, the other customers, but you have agreed to Microsoft saying, okay, I'm okay to decrease the size. Sorry, I'm okay to giving up my size in case if somebody needs it. Meaning automatically Azure will go and stop deallocate your VMs. Whatever VMs that you have created as sport, Azure will automatically stop and deallocate them and give that capacity to other customers who asked for it. So this is the idea that we have with respect to Azure Sport. What Azure will give you in return? In return, you will get less price for the VM. You have to pay lesser amount compared to usually what we have to pay. So you pay less in return of giving the ability to stop and deallocate your VM when other customers requires the size within Azure. This is the idea that we have with respect to Azure Sport VM. So you can turn on Sport VM if you want to. You will get extra cost saving here. So it's up to you whether you want to use it or not. For testing purpose and all, you can do it. But for production grade, we don't use Sport VMs. Okay. So let's continue with creating VM. I'm not turning on Sport, by the way. Continue with the next. For your virtual machine scale set, extra data disk and all, if you want, you can add it. I'm not adding any. I'll continue with the next, to the networking tab. So in the networking tab now, you can see here is the option to add a load balancer if you want to. So I told you that earlier, to the virtual machine scale set, you can associate load balancer as well. And if you associate a load balancer, then whenever new VMs are getting added, they also will be added onto the load balancer automatically. Even that part of configuration will be taken care by Azure automatically. We wouldn't have to do that manually. Okay. So load balancer you can add. You simply have to select Azure load balancer and configure the LB. Maybe you can say, I want to create a load balancer. I'm going to call it as test LB, and that's it. And you can also create a inbound NAT rule. What is this inbound NAT rule? You will understand later. We'll have some discussions on that when we go on to the networking. With the help of this inbound NAT, you will be able to take RDP to individual VMs within the virtual machine scale set. So that is what inbound NAT rule is all about. Anyway, I'm going to click on create. So a load balancer also will be added. And thereafter, I'm going to say review plus create. Click on create. So wait for the virtual machine scale set to be created now. Moving on. So we have the virtual machine scale set created. Let's quickly have a look at it. So the virtual machine scale set VMs also will show up under virtual machines tab if it is flexible orchestration mode, because you can individually control them. If it is uniform orchestration mode, you won't be able to see your virtual machine scale set VMs under virtual machines tab. You'll always have to go back to virtual machine scale set and then have a look at it. Anyway, in my cases, we used flexible orchestration mode. So I have the VMs visible within virtual machines tab. Plus I can see the virtual machine scale set instances over here. Okay. You can see here both the VMs that we have, virtual machine scale set VM that we created. Remember, we started with 2 instances, and if there is higher utilization, it's going to increase. If there is lower utilization, that means less than 20%, then it is going to decrease. You can see that, I mean, after some time, it will go and decrease the number of instances to less than 1. Sorry, less than, not less than 1, less than 2, that is 2. 1, the minimum number that we have specified. Okay, so that you will see happening in a couple of minutes. Now, apart from that, if you go to the networking tab, you can see the load balancer details as well. So you go to network settings, you can see load balancer is connected. And if you click on the load balancer, you will be taken to the load balancer details. Okay, a test LB has been configured, which has a front-end IP address. So you will communicate through this front-end IP address that has been configured over here for the load balancer. And that is how you access the application. The load balancer will go and distribute traffic to all the VMs that we have within the virtual machine scale set unit, by the way. Okay, that's it. So let's go and see now just
Give it a few minutes, and then you will see number of instances of VMs coming down to just one. This deployment is this. Okay, it is complete already. See, 1 out of 1 succeeded. Earlier it was 2 out of 2, but now it came down to just 1 VM. Why? Because there is no utilization. When there is no utilization, auto scaling will automatically increase or decrease. I mean, in this case, it will decrease. You can see here, create or update virtual machine scale set when operation happened. That means nothing but your reducing of virtual machine was happened, and that's it. And that is how it came down to just 1. Now let me just log into this VM. So I say Windows plus R msdsc /v colon control V colon 5000 or 54 times 0. Let me hello RDB connectivity to this. RDB must be allowed. Let me give the username and password. So we have logged into the last remaining virtual machine scale set instance. Let me go ahead and apply a CPU stress over here. One sec. Just wait for it. So here if I go so you can see CPU utilization is now above 80. 100% utilization. You have to give it a couple of minutes, and you will see that the virtual machine scale set has started the operation of creating additional instances. Just give it a few minutes. I'm just checking if they have picked up the higher CPU utilization or not. Okay, just give it a few minutes. It's detecting, and soon after you can see that it will go down and show you the higher utilization, and accordingly you can see virtual machine scale set will also have increased number of instances. You can see here percentage CPU is at the 80th percentage already, so it now will start to meet the scaling conditions. Okay, so that we will see shortly. Be able to see now if it is increasing virtual machine scale set. And what about the CPU? Here stress is going on, utilization is 100. And if you look at status 1 out of 1 succeeded, CPU might be added. CPU won't add like that. Like whatever size that you have configured for that, whatever the size that you have, that's all what it is. It's just adding additional instances. It will not add CPU as is, and it will not increase the size of the VM as well. It will simply add additional instances. That will happen in a couple of minutes. It will happen. It's just that Azure will wait for a period to avoid any, let's say, unnecessary increase in CPU as well, right? So that is also there. Anyway, we'll see that. You can see that because we stressed the CPU number of instances of VM, you can see automatically it increased down to 3. Okay, I have stopped that CPU stress, by the way, so it will not go beyond this, but rather it will start to reduce after some time of inactivity again. So this kind of automatic adjusting can happen according to the settings that we applied in virtual machine scale set. This is possible only on virtual machine scale set, and wherever a suitable workload that you have, which can be hosted, like front ends of any stateless applications and all, can be hosted onto this kind of virtual machine scale set, by the way. Okay, so that is the idea of virtual machine scale set. That being said, let's move on to now another concept, that is network interface cards within Azure VM and network security group. Both are interconnected topics, and let's have a look at them. And there are some other small things on virtual machine that we will explain. So now here, with respect to your network interface card, what exactly is network interface card? Every virtual machine that you have, he must have at least one network interface card to begin with. A VM should have one network interface card minimum. So this network interface card, what is the purpose of this? The purpose of network interface card is to have network connectivity. We know these are VMs that is created in a remote infrastructure, that is in Azure, for example. And to connect with them, we of course need network connectivity. So by default, every Azure VM will be connected onto something what we refer to as a VNet, a virtual network. Let's have a look at the network interface card. So on this VM, you can see there is one network interface card. This VM has been removed, by the way. Let me refresh this. It came down. So here is a network interface card. So here, when you go to the network interface card, you can see where it is configured, to which VNet it is associated to. Like for example, you can see attached to the virtual machine. And then also on this network interface card, there is a network security group that has been attached over here. Okay, so that we can see. And if you go on to
settings IP configuration, you would be able to see what is your virtual network where this is associated, what is the subnet where it is associated. So subnet details as well as virtual network details you can see. Currently, you might not have much idea about what is VNet and what is subnet, which as I told you, we will discuss that in later in detail. And here is your IP configuration, whatever IP config that we have. Like if you click on it, you will be able to see whether it is a static private IP that is allocated to your network interface card, or is it a public IP, sorry, or is it a dynamic IP that is allocated on your network interface card. So these things and all you would be able to see it, dynamic and static. So now here you can see, usually when I set up a static IP address on my system, for example, let's say I want to set up a static private IP address on my network interface card. What will I do? I'll go to ncpa.cpl, which is nothing but network connections. Shortcut for network connection is ncpa.cpl, what I gave here in the run box. Let me share this with you in case if you want to take a note of it. So there, if you go, you will be able to see your network interface card. For example, this is my network interface card. I go to properties and within properties, I say Internet Protocol version 4 and then click on properties. This is how we set static IP address. I'll put whatever IP address I want. For example, 192.168.0, whatever the IP address I want, I will apply over here. Give OK and I'll be done. Right? I'll be done with the network interface card configuration in terms of giving private IP address. But now when you go on to Azure, you should not do that. You should not give static IP address on Azure VMs by going inside the VM, meaning by taking RDP and then going on to network interface card and then directly changing IP address on the network interface card within inside the VM is not to be done in Azure. You should not do that. Rather, if you want static IP in Azure, you have to do that from the network interface card within Azure portal. So you go inside Azure portal, go to the network interface card like what we have done, go to IP config, click on the IP config, and there you have the option to update your private IP address as static. So when you change it to static, you can specify what is your static private IP address and then save it. To the same network interface card, you can also associate or disassociate public IP address. Okay. When you disable public IP address, it will no longer have any public IP address on that interface. But if you associate it, you will have a public IP address associated with the network interface card. Usually in Azure and all, we should not keep public IP because it will make your VM externally available. Like any third party may be able to access your virtual machine. So to prevent that kind of scenarios, usually we go with only private IP address for Azure VM, and we will have or we will enable public IP address only if it is strictly necessary. Okay. And there are other means and all, like how you can connect, etc. That's different story, by the way, that we will discuss when we go on to the networking things later on. Now, one more thing, and we can move over from this. Can we have more than one network interface card on a VM? For example, I have a virtual machine. On that single virtual machine that I have, can I have more than one network interface card? Possible. You can have more than one network interface card. If you want to, you can attach additional network interface cards as needed. And that is needed in some cases, like for example, if you're configuring clusters and all, you will need two network interface card, one for external network communication, one for cluster communication, etc. You would need two network interface cards in some scenarios. So there and all, you can use this option of adding additional network interface card. Okay, so here on the network settings, so what I'm saying is network settings. I just told you about network interface card. What is network interface card? To communicate on network, you need a NIC, just like your laptop or desktop requires a network interface card on it to communicate on the network, right? So in my laptop, if I have to connect onto internet or to general network without internet, in any case, I need to have something called as network interface card, NIC. I just showed you that. I went to control panel on my system, network and internet, network connections. You can see the NIC. This is the network interface card. In my case, it is Wi-Fi, wireless network interface card. Your laptop also will have this. So that network interface card must be available for Azure VM as well. Just like how you have on your physical laptop, you must have network interface card on Azure VM. Where do we configure that? Azure will automatically configure network interface card when you create a VM. You don't have to do anything for that. They will do it with default settings. But sometimes you would need to configure IP address as static IP address on your network interface card. If there is a requirement to set up static IP address on your network interface card, how do you do that? You go on to the VM. From virtual machine, you have to go to network settings tab. Anything related to network would come under network settings. So go under network settings, wherein you can see the network interface card. Here is the one in this case. Now you click on the network interface card, and then you see one option called as IP config. You can click on this IP config and scroll down, and here is the configuration details. So you have to click on the configuration detail and say dynamic, that is the current setting for the IP address, but you want to change it as static. So you change it to static, specify the private IP address that you need, and then save. So what happened? We applied static IP address to the VM by going on to network interface card within Azure portal. You should not apply IP address directly at the network interface card from within the operating system. You should not do that. Okay, from within the operating system, you should not configure it. And for that, we have the option called as Azure's network interface card, and that is where you have to do it. Okay, that is what exactly I showed you now. If there are 3 or 4 NICs, where to see that? So you go back to the virtual machine tab. So this is the VM that we have. Go to the VM. On the VM left hand side, you can see network settings. When you go on to network settings, you see attach, detach network interface card. One option is visible on top. Here itself, you will get to see if there is a second network interface card. Here, just like network interface / IP config, the same way, you will be able to see second one, third one, whatever. So you can select on each one of that. It will be written which one is primary, which one is secondary, etc. You will be able to see that. So those network interface cards you can select and you can work with it. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's move on. Coming on to NSG, Network Security Group. What is Network Security Group? A network security group is nothing but an access control mechanism within Azure, an ACL or access control mechanism within Azure that is available for you to go and give access to your resources. If you remember, when we created the VM on our first class in the sense with VM, our first class, therein we allowed one port, RDP port 3389, while creating the VM. We were doing that even after that. Whenever we were creating VM, we were allowing specific ports, right? We were allowing specific ports so that you can communicate through that port. So what is happening? The network security group, NSG, is something which is used as a shield or in other words, access control mechanism or access control list, we say, which will block the traffic based on the rules that you have written in it. Okay. There are two types of rule: inbound security rule and outbound security rule. What would be the difference, guys? Inbound security rule is for what? Inbound means incoming traffic. Okay. Any traffic that is coming into the VM. So let's say, for example, you set up a website on your VM which uses HTTP port, and you want to allow communication from internet onto the VM via this HTTP port. So in NSG, you have to create inbound port rule or outbound rule. Which one you will have to create? You have to create a inbound rule, right, for incoming connectivity, because from VM's perspective, HTTP request is incoming, coming into the VM. Okay, so you have to allow incoming, inbound rules. For any traffic that is leaving the VM, if you want to affect it, you have to create outbound rule. You have to create outbound rule. That's it. So that's what we have. So here under inbound security rules, or you can go to settings and then click on inbound security rule, and you can create a rule. You can say add rule to allow RDP or whatever. Like for example, source port range, etc. These and all you can leave any for now. We'll elaborate on this later. And which port you want to allow communication with. For example, if you have installed SQL database, then in that case, what is the port number for SQL? 1433. So for SQL communication, we use 1433 as a port number. So you have to specify, okay, allow this particular port number. Or you can click on service, and here itself you can see one option. If you simply select the service, they will automatically add the port number. So I'm setting up my server as a FTP server, so in which case I can allow connection via FTP server, port number 21. I say allow the connectivity, and I have to specify a priority. The priority determines the rule processing order. The priority determines rule processing order. Whatever process that you have, whatever rules that you have created, how it is getting processed, that is what we determine by priority. The priority value is something between 100 and 4096. It should be a value between 100 and 4096. 100 is the highest possible priority that is available for you. Meaning, if I create a rule with priority 100, whenever any connections coming onto my VM and it has to go through NSG, the first rule that will be processed in NSG will be the rule with priority 100. Okay, the rule with priority 100, that's what will be processed first. Then let's say if there is another priority 200, then if there is another priority that is 300, and so on and so forth. I'll give you example. So here I said onto my VM, there are 3 rules that I have created. The first rule is with a priority 120. It said allow RDP. Second rule with priority 200. I said allow HTTP. Another rule with priority 300, which said allow FTP. That is port number 21. Okay. Now a request is coming to your VM for FTP server access on port number 21. The rule processing order, according to that, first Azure will check for 120th rule. 120th rule is talking about RDP 3389. So it is no match. So the first rule got processed and it goes to the second rule. In second rule, the priority 200th rule is allow HTTP. It said allow HTTP connectivity over HTTP protocol, please allow it. That is also not relevant because our request is coming to port number 21. So it will go to the next rule, okay, 300th rule. And therein it said, okay, allow FTP. The rule is allow FTP port number 21. Incoming request is also asking for port number 21. So the connectivity will be allowed and then it will go inside the VM. Rule processing stops. Okay. Now, if here also it did not find a match, it will go to the next priority rule and so on and so forth. It will keep on processing all the rules that you have until it finds a match. And if there is no match found, finally you can see there is a default rule called as deny all inbound, meaning whatever connections which is not falling it into either of this, any of this allow rule, go and deny it. And last explicit deny also would be available for you. So any other request to the VM will be blocked. Only those allowed over here will be going inside the VM. So this is what we have with respect to network security group and using it for controlling traffic. You have more flexibilities as well here. You have the option to control the things like the protocol, which protocol you want to allow or deny, which port number you want to allow or deny, right? Source from where, if the connection is coming from these and these IPs, if the connection is going to these and these IPs. So in this way and all, you have multiple controls available with which you can actually make it more efficient. The rule can be made more efficient by correctly configuring all the settings. Okay, that's it. So I hope this part is clear with respect to network security group. Once again, we will come back to network security group later when we go on to the Azure VNet topic. Then we will revisit it once again and few more details will be shared on network security group. Okay, and from our virtual machine perspective, we have covered pretty much all the things. Okay, one question let me ask you. I created a VM in Azure. I want to take RDP. I want to connect onto that machine remotely, right? Question is, I'm not able to connect. It is giving me error. Okay, whatever error it may be, RDP, unable to RDP, something like that, error it is giving. How do I troubleshoot? Where do I start? What do I do? What is the first thing that you will do? The first thing is that you have to verify the system is running or not, yes or no. The first thing is that you have to confirm if the system is running or not. Then only the second things comes, right? RDP, you have to check the port rule, etc. You have to check. What I asked you is, what is the first thing you will check? First, you will check and confirm if the VM is running. You can go to Azure portal. You can check the status, VM status. VM status, here it is saying running. Okay. And still, when you try to connect, it is not connecting. Okay. Now what you will check? After system status is saying running, what you will check next? Still it is not connecting. VM status is running, but not connecting. What you will check next? Make sure if you are taking RDP, make sure 3389 is enabled. Or if you are connecting onto Linux machine, make sure SSH port is enabled. Well and good. Okay. So when you find that system is running, still you are not able to connect. Yes, you can verify RDP port if it is added, if it is allowed, SSH port if it is allowed, if it is a Linux VM, etc. But still, sometimes what happens, VM status would be running, but the VM internally at operating system level, it could have some problem. What is the meaning of this running? This running is saying that VM as a object, it has been allocated and it is running. It does not check what is happening inside the VM. Have you heard about BSOD? Blue screen of death. Blue screen of death. Let's say your Windows system is failed with BSOD, blue screen of death. A blue screen will come, system will crash, and it will remain on that blue screen for some times. So this BSOD has happened, your system has crashed. This status will not change. The status will remain running. Okay, so you will assume the VM is running, but internally what has happened? The operating system, either the operating system is stuck in a boot loop, or maybe the BSOD screen, that is what it is having. So how do you know that? So one option is available. If you go under help, you can see boot diagnostics, one option is available. So if you go to boot diagnostics, you will be able to find a screenshot of the VM, which would let you know whether it is available or not, whether it is running or not. So this is the next thing that you will do. Then you will confirm all the ports, connectivity, etc. Okay. Sometimes even after you do this, you may see, maybe boot diagnostics, you may see there is a yellow mark which is indicating some problem with the network, or there is a cross. Okay, there is a cross meaning no network. So these kind of scenarios also can happen. So if the VM is not having network connectivity, then in that case, what happens? You can also use one more option called as serial console. Serial console. Serial console does not require network connectivity. You can use this to get a connection onto your VM via serial port. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to type CMD on this screen. If it is a Windows VM, you have to type CMD and a new channel has been created. You have to log in through that channel. So for that you say ch-si channel 1. Press enter. Username you have to give. Domain, if it is there you can give, or else you can press enter. In our case, no domain. So I say enter. Then you have to give the password, whatever password you configured for the VM. See, I logged into command prompt. Okay. So here I can now execute ipconfig. I can get to know if the VM is having correct IP address or not. Maybe if I want to, I can do a ping 8.8.8.8, right? It will give me the output of the ping. Now I can call PowerShell. This is CND, by the way, right? I can call PowerShell. And through PowerShell, maybe if I want to disable firewall or if I want to do anything like that, all this can be done through this window. So this is the idea, right? In case nothing is working, even network is not correctly configured for the VM, still you would be able to get access to it through serial console. So serial console also can be utilized for your troubleshooting. This is what I wanted to tell you. Okay, so this is a method of accessing your Windows VM in the event of any network failures, a method of connecting to your VM in the event of no network connectivity onto the VM. Okay, I hope this is clear. Serial console, how did I get it? Pretty simple. I went down to say, I went down to serial console, and within serial console, I created a new channel. For that, I just gave CMD. I used CMD as the command, and that would create a new channel. After that, I gave, let me share that command with you. Okay, for serial console, I will mention here. I'm stopping, done in a minute. Serial console, to access this, go to serial console, type CMD, and then type ch-si space 1. Thereafter, press enter. Thereafter, enter username and password. That's all what you have to do. Okay, serial console access, if you want to do that, go to serial console, type CMD, then type enter, then ch-si space 1, enter, and then give the username and password. This is what you have to do in order to access the content via serial console on a VM. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
So with respect to the topic of Azure Storage Account, first of all, what is Azure Storage? Azure Storage or Azure Storage Account is a service which allows you to store data on cloud. When we deploy our virtual machines and all onto Azure platform, that's the cloud computing platform, at certain times we may also need to store data as well. We need to store data as well onto the platform. So to store this data onto the platform, you can store data within VM, or you can have a dedicated service like this called as Azure Storage, by the way. So it becomes much more easier from a management perspective, as well as from a best practices perspective as well. It becomes much more easier for you to manage your storage. So with respect to Azure Storage, what did they do? First of all, you're storing data onto cloud, and for this a specific service has been given to you, and the service name is Storage Account. Azure Storage Account, which is nothing but a cloud-based, object-based storage solution that is available for you within Azure Cloud. Okay, a cloud-based, object-based storage solution that is available to you. It's not a file system-based system. When we store data on our local computers and all, what we have is a file system, right? What we have is a file system. You will have a file system on your computer, and that is how you are able to store the data on them. Okay, give me example of file system. You have FAT32, NFS, right, or EFS. So are some of the NTFS, new technology file system. These are some of the file systems that we have. In that NTFS or EFS we still use, or that's what we use as of today within Windows operating systems and all. Okay, so this traditional storage model, they require a file system on top of which you will store the data. Whereas when we go onto this kind of cloud-based storage solution, they don't have a file system given to us. Okay, they don't have a file system, so they work slightly different in comparison to how you store data on your on-prem. They're web-based, they're object-based storage solution. So this storage account, being a cloud-based storage solution, it is massively scalable. Okay, it is massively scalable. Let me note down the features. The scalable storage solution, considered secure, highly available, and accessible across the world. When I say accessible across the world, that doesn't mean any person will be able to access the data on storage account. No, that's not the meaning of it, but it can be made accessible to any part of the world. It can be made accessible provided you are authenticating properly. Public access also can be given if needed. Okay, public access can be given. You can also enable public access if you wish to do so. So this is what we have with respect to Azure Storage Account. A single storage account can have data up to 5 petabyte. Okay, 5 petabytes of data can be stored into Azure Storage Account. What is petabyte? How much data is petabyte? 1 petabyte. 1024 terabytes is what we call as 1 petabyte. 1024 terabyte is equal to 1 petabyte. Okay. What is one bit? 1 bit is equal to what? 1 bit. BIT. 1 bit. Either 0 or 1 is what we call as 1 bit. Okay. 8 bits together is what we call as 1 byte. Okay. 8 bits is equal to 1 byte. 1024 bytes is equal to 1024 bytes is equal to 1 kilobyte, 1 KB. 1024 KB is equal to 1 MB. 1024 MB is equal to 1 GB. 1024 GB is equal to 1 TB. 1024 TB is equal to 1 petabyte. Okay, and 1024 PB is equal to what? That is something which you can find. Okay, that is also there. Anyway, so in that way, Azure storage account, a single storage account can support up to 5 petabytes of data. 5 petabytes of data, that means more than 5,000 terabytes capacity. More than 5,000 terabytes of data can be stored into one single Azure storage account. After that, for example, you copied that much data and thereafter you want again to store data, you can create another storage account. You can have another storage account on which you will be able to store data just like this again. Okay, so this is why I say it's a massively scalable storage. It is also a secure storage solution because when we transfer data to Azure storage account, the data is encrypted in transit. When the data is going on to storage account, encryption is applied. As well as when we retrieve the data, when the data is at rest, when I say at rest, in the backend of Azure platform, the data is sitting on their storage clusters. At that time also data is encrypted. So meaning data is encrypted in transit, data is encrypted at rest. And then thereafter, you can control how and who can access the data on Azure storage account. Various controls are available from network perspective, etc. You have various controls available with which you can decide who will be able to access the data on storage account. Okay, and if you don't want someone to access storage account, etc., you have the options to control it. Now, when we create a storage account, we create it in a specific region. For example, when I create a storage account in central India, it is specific to that central India location, meaning my data is getting stored in central India location only. The data doesn't go anywhere else, but it becomes accessible from any different parts of the world. Okay, so whatever the data that you have, it can be made accessible from any part of the world. That's it. So it is globally available data, but where it is getting stored, it is getting stored locally. Where you actually started to store the data, that is where it is getting saved. By the way, there is something called as compute cluster and storage clusters within Azure. Your Azure VM gets created on top of compute cluster, and I told it stores data on the Azure storage cluster. So the VM object is running on compute cluster, but its storage, operating system disk, data disk storage is coming from your storage cluster. Okay, and the same way, when we store data in Azure storage account, it is getting stored onto storage cluster in the backend. Okay, so on top of the storage cluster, there is this logical isolation called as Azure storage account. On top of Azure storage account, you will be storing the data. Now remember, this Azure storage account has 4 different services with it. There are 4 different services available within Azure storage account, 4 sub services. We call it as blob. We have something called as Azure blob storage, file storage, table storage, and then queue. There are 4 different services available under storage account. One is called as blob. Blob full form, binary large object. What are these services? Blob, binary large object, file storage, table storage, queue, etc. I'll give you a quick idea, and thereafter in detail we will see when we get on to the respective service. We'll actually get started with the blob, and thereafter we will go through each of them. We'll try to understand each of the services that we have. Okay, so blob storage, binary large object. First of all, the data is classified. When we talk about data, data is classified into 2. We call it as structured data and unstructured data. What is the difference? Structured data and unstructured data. Okay, so structured data is like tables like SQL. Okay, and structure will be a specific format, unstructured will not. Okay, give me example of unstructured data. Audio, video files, PDF files, images, right? Archive files, etc. All are examples of unstructured data. Okay, so first of all, remember, structured data is data with a proper schema to it. It has a proper format and generally it would be represented in a row column format. In a row column format, in the sense in a table. Most likely structured data will be represented in a row column format in a proper structure with a proper schema. So this is what we have with respect to structured data. Whereas unstructured data, they don't have any specific format to it. Okay. Unstructured data are random data. We say our general files and all that we have, like when we go into a system, within that system we have so many different types of files. For example, if you open your laptop and go to downloads or documents, etc., you will see various extensions: PDF files, Word file, PPTs, image files, audio files, right? So these are all examples, your archive files. These are all examples of unstructured data. Okay, keep that in mind. Whatever data that you have inside a database, what you have inside a database, that is, by the way, structured data. Database is an example of a structured data storage. So the data inside a database is considered a structured data. In Azure, blob storage or binary large object, we use it for unstructured data storage. This is a unstructured data storage solution. We store unstructured data into blob. File is also same. We store unstructured data in the form of a file share. In the form of a file share. You know what is a file share? Okay. Unstructured data in the form of a file share. You would have used a file share, right? At one point in time, all of you might have used a file share. OneDrive is not a file share. A file share is something which we locally set up and use. Your organization will give you a double slash address, double slash, and then blah blah slash blah blah, etc. And you can put it in run, and you will be able to access the data. We will see that anyway. It's coming. We'll see that. So that is what we have: file storage. So unstructured data only, but in the form of a file share. That is what we have with respect to file storage. And file share, is it like Google Drive? No, Google Drive is also a cloud-based personal storage solution. It's not a file share. Google Drive cannot be considered as a file share. Okay, it is more or less comes under the category of, let's say, maybe under blob. Maybe we can include it. That's it. Anyway, moving on. Table storage, from the name itself, will it be structured data or unstructured data? Table storage, from the name itself, table storage, it will be structured data. And queue doesn't fall into structured or unstructured data, but rather it is something called as message queuing. Okay, so message queuing, that is also there as part of the message queue. Okay, so what is message queuing? That we will understand later. It is a method with which you can deliver messages between application components. For that, we use this message queuing service. Message queuing. So these are the 4 services. We have to go through each of them. We will have a look at each of them. We will elaborate on this later as we go forward. Okay, so far we understood Azure Storage Account is a massively scalable, massive storage solution, cloud-based storage solution available for corporate use cases. Okay, available for corporate use cases, and which has various sub-services in it, namely blob storage, file storage, table storage, and queue storage for various industry requirement. You can store your data in any of these services according to the requirement. You will understand how exactly to store and how to use the data on them, etc. So those things and all we will discuss as we go forward. We will get to see. So now let's first of all go ahead and create a sample storage account, and then I will explain with blob storage. We will get started with blob, BLOB, binary large object storage. We will get started with it. So let me take you on to Azure portal. Within Azure portal, you can search for storage account. Storage account, go to storage accounts, and you have to create a storage account over here. Click on create. So this is just like creating any other service that we have, just like how we create VM. The same way you can create the storage account as well. what I need to do is, so coming on to creating this storage account, we have to specify a resource group. Just like for any other service that we create, you need to specify the subscription, a resource group. I'm going to call it as demo RG, for example. Okay, for this. Now you have to give a storage account name. So I'm going to call it as IntelliStrG. IntelliStrG is a storage account name that I'm giving. When you give storage account name, it will actually validate whether the storage account name is available or not. What does that mean? The storage account name must be globally unique. Whatever name that you have given here, it should be globally unique, not just within your Azure environment, but rather it has to be unique across the world. Across the world, nobody should have taken the name IntelliStrG for storage account service. Only then you would be able to use it. Such a validation will happen. Currently, it's not giving any errors. Normally, if it's a used name, you will see one error over here. This name is already taken and you will have to choose a different name. So for now, this is okay. I think nobody else has taken this storage account name and we are okay to proceed with this. Then you have to specify a region. By the way, why storage account name has to be unique? What could be the reason behind it? Because when we store data in storage account and try to access it, we work with a URL. We actually access the data by using a storage account URL. So this storage account URL that we have must be unique. It must be unique because by nature across the world we can have only one facebook.com. You cannot have multiple facebook.com. That's a problem, right? So the domain names should be unique. Azure storage account works by accessing storage account, and thus you can see this domain name, if it is not unique, you will have a problem or you won't be able to use it. So that is the reason why it will give you error. But looking at this is not a domain name. It is just IntelliStrG. But Azure will append a domain name to it. It will complete it, meaning it will add something called as blob.core.windows.net. If you are using blob service, it becomes blob.core.windows.net. Or if you're using table service, it becomes IntelliStrG.table.core.windows.net. So that becomes the complete domain name, which must be unique across the world. So it's all determined by the name that you give in the beginning. Okay, in the beginning, what is the name that you are giving? So based on that, the domain name will be decided whether it is uniquely available or not. You will see that you will get to see the URLs and all. Anyway, specify the region, that is, for example, Central India. That's what I have selected. And thereafter, primary service you have to select. What is a primary service? So we are using it for primarily Azure Blob Storage. Now there is something called as performance type, standard and premium. What would be the difference between standard storage account and premium storage account? The difference is nothing but a standard storage account in the backend is backed by normal HDD. A standard storage account is backed by normal HDD, whereas your premium storage account would be backed by, okay, your premium account would be backed by, tell me, solid state drive, SSDs. Okay, solid state drives or SSD. So this is the difference that we have. Okay, solid state drives or another one, normal hard disk. So if you need higher performance, the more critical performance if you want, then in that case your option is to go with premium storage account and create it as such. Whereas if you go to standard, you will have a normal storage account, which is okay for most of the scenarios, but only when you require very high performance, that is where you have to go with premium storage account option. When we go for standard storage account, it is called as general purpose V2. It is called as a general purpose V2, meaning
the storage account type can support all 4 services that we have. We have 4 different services namely, right? What are they? Azure, Blob, File, Table, and Queue. So all these 4 services would be available in the case of standard storage account. Okay. When you go to premium, you have to be specific: premium blob, premium file, etc. The standard is what we call as general purpose V2 storage account only because it supports all 4 sub services of Azure storage. You have to select that standard, for example. Continue with the next. Do not change anything. Continue with the next. Options we'll try to understand later. You can leave it as public access under networking. That's okay. Okay. Here is one feature called as soft delete. What is this term soft delete? What is a blob? What is a container? What is a file share? We will see later. But what is a soft delete? A soft delete means it is a mechanism with which you can prevent data loss in Azure. Meaning, accidental deletes were a thing. It is possible even today. Today also it is possible that people can accidentally delete the data on storage account. For example, that can happen. If you delete data accidentally, going back to Azure or going back to Microsoft Team asking to get your data back won't help, because whatever you deleted is deleted. For the most part, it cannot be recovered. It cannot be recovered. So that was a problem earlier. So what Azure did is they came up with an idea called as soft delete. Soft delete works just like how recycle bin works on our system. In recycle bin, whatever data you delete, it goes to recycle bin. But if you want to restore it, you will have an option to restore it. So meaning it's not permanently getting deleted. The same logic is applied over here. When you delete data from a storage account who is enabled with soft delete, the data is not permanently deleted. The data would be available in a soft deleted state for the next 7 days. It will be available in a soft deleted state for the next 7 days if that's what you have specified. Okay. It gets stored in Azure storage account only, but you won't see it. It is in Azure storage account only, but you won't see it as a regular file. You have to enable certain options, only then you will be able to see it. And thereafter, you will have the option to restore it. Okay, in case if you want to within the next 7 days. And then thereafter, after 7 days, the data is permanently getting deleted. Okay, you can adjust that date and all if you want to, and we will see where you can work with this soft deleted data and all that we will see as we go forward. So this option is what we refer to as soft delete. So if you want soft delete for your storage account, you can enable it over here. Are there any extra charges? See, whatever the data is in soft deleted state, you will have to pay for that. For that storage also you will have to pay anyway. That charge will go away once the file has been permanently removed. For this example, I'm not enabling soft delete. I will continue with the next and then say review plus create. Click on create. Okay, so deployment is complete. Let's go to this resource. So here, if you look at, you can see storage account we have. Okay, so you can see here with respect to the storage account has been created, the resource group, the region, what is the performance type that we selected, the replication type that we have, etc. All those things we are able to see with the storage account now. Okay, and on the left hand side, when you expand data storage, you can see containers, file shares, queues, and tables. Containers, file shares, queues, and tables. What is this? This is what we refer to as blob storage. Blob storage is referred to here as a container, and file shares is nothing but the Azure file service, queue service, and then we have the table service. Okay, all different services are available to you over here. So this is what we have. We will get started with containers on this, but before that, you can scroll down to settings and you can see something called as endpoints. Endpoints are access URLs with which you will access Azure storage account. Okay, endpoints are nothing but access URLs with which you will access Azure storage account. So there are 4 different types of endpoints that we have on Azure storage account. So you have like the first blob service. For that, the URL would be https://ndlystrg.blob.core.windows.net. Okay, look at this. So HTTPS and then the storage account name. Then what is a service? That is blob service. And then the default URL given by Microsoft, that is core.windows.net. So total it becomes https://intellistrg.blob.core.windows.net. File service, it's https://intellistrg, that is a storage account name, file.core.windows.net. For queue service, same thing, queue.core.windows.net, and for table storage, table.core.windows.net. Beyond this, you will also see something called as data lake storage, that is also based on storage account only, but that's not within our scope of discussion, so we won't get into that. You will discuss on Azure data lake storage and all within Azure data platform. When you go through your storage account assignments, you may see one question related to data lake storage. That is by mistake, you can skip it. In AZ-104, we don't have Azure data lake storage concepts. Okay, so you have the storage account end URLs. Now let's go back to the blob storage option and try to understand a few things over here. Okay, so let's get started by creating a container. So in blob service, if you want to store data, you have to start by creating a container first of all. What is a container? Container is a holder. A holder means a bucket wherein you will store the data. So it's a simple term that they have created, or simple method that they have created with which you can start storing your data in blob in the form of a bucket. You could create multiple buckets, okay, or multiple containers can be created. Let's get started with one container over here first of all. So let's click on add a container. Remember, this container that we have here, it's not to be confused with the concept of containerization. It is not to be confused with the topic of containerization. Okay, it is different thing. Container here simply means a bucket wherein the data will be held or the data will be stored. I'm going to call it as test container or something. This anonymous access level, currently it is grayed out. No option to alter it. I will tell you what is this anonymous access level and what is this option is all about, that we will discuss later. So click on create anyway. Anyway, so we got this container over here. So meaning you got a bucket into which now you can upload your first data. So here you can see upload blob. Okay, binary large object can be uploaded. So you have to browse for the file. You can select any random files over here. So uploading a single file called as Azure bastion.png and then upload it. Okay, so you have the data uploaded. When you click on the data, you will get the final URL to which with which you can access the data. So look at this. I have given you the URL. If you look at chat, you will understand, or you will get to see the URL with which you would be able to access it. So it goes like this: https://intellistrg.blob.core.windows.net. Okay, blob.core.windows.net. Then a slash, the name of the container that you have, and the file name that you have with complete extension. So this is what we have with respect to accessing the data on storage account, what we just uploaded. But if I press enter, you can see currently it is saying public access is not permitted. This is a privately held data. So even if you have the URL at the moment, you cannot access it. That is because when you come back to this access level, it is set to private. No anonymous access. No one anonymously would be able to access the data. So if you want to access it anonymously, then you have to change the access level from private to, let's say, public. How do you do that? If you go back to Azure Storage account, let's go on to Settings, Configuration tab. Settings and Configuration tab. And there you can see one option, Allow Blob Anonymous Access, one option currently which is disabled. Click on Enable and then save this. Under Configuration tab, scroll down to Allow Anonymous Access to Storage account. Allow Blob Anonymous Access. Enable it and save it. So now you come back to Storage account. Go to Storage account. Go to Intellipaat. Go to Containers. Select the container and click on Change Access Level now. Now it is no more grayed out. You can set it on to blob. So up to blob level, you will have anonymous access. Click OK. Now you come back to the URL. For me, you can see it is working. Okay. So you can see that when we changed it on to public, now it became publicly available. So you be in any part of the world, a data which has been made publicly accessible, it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. So this is what the behavior of Azure Storage account is all about. Azure Storage account within that blob service, we have just started. There are much more to explain on Azure blob storage. What is blob? Okay, specifically there itself we have to discuss. There are three different types of blobs, by the way, namely what we call as page blob, append blob, and block blob. Three different types of blobs we have, which I will explain you. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
Within Azure Storage account, we use the blob service, right? What exactly is blob service? And in blob service, we have seen, first of all, we created the storage account. Basic introduction to storage account was completed. Thereafter, we went on to Azure Blob Storage. We uploaded some blob onto the storage account, right? And hopefully, we also tried out how you can make it anonymously available, right? The blob data that you have uploaded, by default, it is set to private. But I told you if you want, you can enable it as anonymous access without any specific credentials and all. You can access the data with a URL. So that is also something which we have seen. Storage account. First of all, I'll create a storage account and then I have to explain you a few things with respect to what is blob service or more on blob service. So let me take you on to storage accounts. I'll create a new storage account. You can specify a resource group. Give the storage account name. I'm going to call it as Intelli-Test STRG. Region, Central India. Primary service, Azure Blob Storage. Performance, standard or premium. So you know the difference between standard and premium. Standard means the data storage that happens in the backend, it will be happening onto normal hard disk. If you set it as standard, the data will be getting stored onto normal hard disk. If you set it as premium, the data will be getting stored onto solid state drive or SSD. So this is what the difference between standard and premium. Then if you select premium, now one thing you have to understand, there is again further selection called as premium account type. Premium is not available generally. Okay, premium is not available generally for all 4 services. We know there are 4 services under storage account, namely blob, file, table, and queue. So when we say premium, premium is specific. For example, the blob itself is further divided into 3 different type of blobs we have. 2 of them are mentioned over here. There is a third one as well. Anyway, 2 blob types are block blob and page blob. So either you can have a premium block blob, or you can have a premium page blob, or none of this, you can have a file share. So this is the option that is available for you. A premium account type, you could choose between only these 3 types. Other than that, premium is not available for your table storage or for the queue storage. There is no premium service available for them. Okay, premium file share, premium page blob, premium block blob. That's all what you have with respect to the total premium offering. Anyway, let's continue with standard only. Redundancy, I have told you, we'll discuss that. Continue with the next. Under networking, network connectivity, by default, storage account will be allowed to be publicly accessed. Okay, public access is by default enabled on storage account. But you have an option, you can restrict the access to specific IP addresses. For example, I can say enable public access from selected virtual networks and IP addresses. So here there are 2 things. You can limit your access to specific VNet. For this, you have to understand VNet. Anyway, a virtual network is required, so you can limit the access to that specific virtual network. Along with it, you can specify certain public IP address from where you will connect. Okay. For example, in my case, my IP address is 59.88.87.31. This is the public IP address that has been identified for my connection. So I'm saying, okay, add that public IP address, so that even if I restrict access to storage account, I would be able to access it still by using this public IP address that has been given over here. Okay. So in this way, you can specify either a public IP or VNet while connecting with storage account. If you have restricted the access, generally, while creating the storage account, it would be by default set on to enable public access from all networks. Now, when we store actual production data and all over here, you will restrict the access. You would specify specific VNets or specific other services, either specific VNets or specific public IP address from which you want to have access to the storage account. That will be selected accordingly. For now, let's leave it as enable public access from all networks and continue with the next. Data protection, I have told you, soft delete and all. If you want to, you can enable it. Continue with the next. And then tags, in case if you are not aware, what is a tag? Okay, I'm not sure if I have told you about this earlier. What is tagging? Tagging resources in Azure is something which is really helpful, so that people can understand who is working in your environment. They would be able to easily understand as to for what purpose this resource has been created, who is managing it. Okay, so these kind of details and all you will be able to identify with the help of a tag. For example, I can specify environment, and then the value for that I would call it as production. Okay, which team? So this resource is for, let's say, for example, IT team. Okay, and I can say managed by, who's managing this? Let's say, for example, Shadil is the key person who's managing this resource. Okay, so in this way, I have added couple of tags. So these tags will be applied on the resource. It is just like you're having tags on your dress. When you buy a new cloth or when you buy some grocery items and all, they comes with a tag on it, which will give you description of the product, some details and all. You will be able to find it. Same thing. Okay, that's all what happens with tagging over here as well. You will be having some tags applied to the resource that is getting created, I mean to the VM. So anyone, when they go back to the resource, they can see the tags over there on the overview page, and then they can decide whether they want to do some actions with it or whatever. Like they can identify who is
this belongs to who and which department, and is it production resource, etc. They will be able to identify. Also, if you have correctly tagged your resources, this can also help you from a billing perspective. When a billing perspective, when I say it, that doesn't mean it will give you cost saving. I'm not talking about cost saving, but to identify which resource costed you. For that, you can actually use the tags. I will show you. For example, if I go to cost management plus billing, within cost management, go to cost analysis. Let's go to subscription, for example. Not this view, just a second. Yeah, so I went to accumulated cost so far. And here you can see there is an option called as add filter. Okay, so this is the overall accumulated cost. For example, actual cost so far for this month, it's 115 rupees 0.56, and forecasting, it can go all the way up to 1054 approximately. So this is what the forecast is all about. Now for whatever cost I accumulated so far, I can add a filter and say tag is equal to you have to specify your tag over here. Currently, it is not showing me any tag, right? Because I haven't created any tags earlier for any of the resources. I don't keep tags on my resources. That's why I'm not able to see over here. So you would be able to select the tag, their corresponding value, and then what happens for any resource on which you have that particular tag added. For example, the tag is nothing but production, department, and the value corresponding would be, let's say, for example, computer science or something like that, CS, IT department or whatever. So when you select the department and the tag value approximate correctly, it will go and show you for that particular environment how much it has costed you. Okay, for that particular resources which has been tagged with that tag value, how much it actually costed you, that you will be able to find from here. Okay, so this is what happens with respect to the tag, the benefits of adding a tag onto a resource in Azure. Moving on, that being said, let's come back. So here, where were we? We just created the storage account, right? Okay, so let's go back to containers. So here you have to start by adding a container. Okay, you know that an access level is set to, let's say, private by default, and this cannot be changed. This cannot be changed unless you go and change this from the settings. From the configuration tab, you have to go and adjust and say allow anonymous access to the container level. Some option you have to turn it on. For example, you can see allow blob anonymous access. You have to enable this. Only then you will be having anonymous access to the storage account. So go to containers, add a container. Let's give it a name for this test container. Click on create. You can see nothing is there as of now. Change access level is again, we enabled it, because of that it is available now, right? We allowed anonymous access to the storage account. So if you want to, you can set it as blob level anonymous access or container level anonymous access, whatever the case may be, you can set it up accordingly. Okay, that's it. And you added the storage account, we successfully set the access level. Now, if you upload some data, it would be accessible from any part of the world, provided you're giving anonymous access. If you are not giving anonymous access, how do we access the data? That also, let's see.
So I'm going to upload some file over here. You can see here with respect to the file that has been uploaded, cdn overview.png. So what I want to try is, currently the access level, we changed it to blob. I want to put it back onto private. When I click on the file now, just confirm if it is accessible or not. Just check if the URL is accessible for you or not. So the data is not accessible. You don't have permission to access it. So the question is, without changing the permission, I mean, without converting the access level to blob, how do you access the data? This is the question now. See, what we did earlier is you change the private access level to blob or container or whatever, and then you try to access it. It would work. You would be able to access it. But right now, without changing it to from private to, let's say, anonymous, how can you access the data? This is the question. So to do that, what you have to do is you have to have something called as a SAS token. You need to generate a shared access token, by the way, or short form SAS token. So shared access token, how do you generate it? You go to this shared access token setting page, and from there you have to specify, okay, what is the permission that you want to give onto this file? Do you want to give read permission? Do you want to give add, create, write, delete? What is the permission that you want to give? All the permission that you need to give, you can give. So I'm going to give only read permission, and then thereafter you can see there is a start and expiry time. How long this particular link that we are generating is going to be valid. What we are doing with SAS token is, by the way, creating a link. Okay, we are creating a link which can be shared with others so that you can give it to any others who would want to access your content. Okay, you can also give this to any application. For example, if any application is loading some data from your let's say storage account, then in that case you can load this URL within your applications as well. It's up to you how you want to use it. So end of the day, the point is you have a place to store the data and you got a URL with which securely you can access the data. You are not giving public access, but specific URL wise you are giving access to the data. So how do you do it? So you specify the permission that you want. You specify the time period, start time and expiry time, and allowed IP address from where to where, or from which IP address and all this access is granted. For example, if I'm the customer who is going to access the data, then whoever is creating this URL, they can specify my public IP address, saying, okay, if the request is coming from this and this public IP address, then allow the connectivity. This is not mandatory, by the way. It's up to you if you want to do it that way or not. So generate a SAS token and URL, and that's going to give you a blob SAS token and blob SAS URL. Okay. So whatever stuff, so you can see here with respect to the blob SAS token, once you generate the SAS token, what is starting with SP is equal to, this is the SAS token part, and the URL you can see https strg.blob.core.windows.net/test. Test is our container. Okay. So we generated the SAS token at the container level. So it is given /test, then $SP. Append this onto the URL that has been given to you. So how do you do that? So here, if you go back to the URL, $SP is equal to, what is going on? I can see the WebEx is doing something. It's going for a glitch. Seems to be, but yeah, connection is stable. I don't have any problems with connection as far as I can see. Okay, anyway, let's see if it is coming again or not. Let me clear this part. Will you be able to access the data? Look at this. Server failed to authenticate the request now. So what I can do here is I say test. After that, I would give the file name. So let's do that. You can see test/cdn overview.png. Let me give this URL. Check if it is accessible now or not. So now it is accessible. When we gave the file name, it is accessible now. So this is what you have to do. Okay. So securely you can give access, but remember, now whoever is having access to the SAS token, they would be able to access the data.
It actually goes with the SaaS token. So those people who is having access to the SaaS token, they will be able to access the data on the storage account. Okay. See, when we store the data on storage account, it is by default stored in a secure manner so that nobody will be able to access the data without proper authentication. You saw that already. By default, when we create the storage account, directly with the storage account URL or even with the file URL, you won't be able to access the data. It will give you authentication failed. Okay, not able to access the data. So one method of securely giving access to your data is by means of SaaS token. You can generate a SaaS token to access the data on the storage account. So what the SaaS token actually does, on your storage account, you have something called as an access key. So if you go to the storage account, on the left hand side, if you go on to data management, I think, not data management, security plus networking, is it? Yeah, here it is. So under security plus networking, you can see something called as access keys. Okay, access keys. What is access key? So access key is like a lock and key mechanism to your home, right? If you want to enter your home, you have to have a key. You will have a lock, you would have locked it, and you will have a key with you. So with that key, you would be able to open it and whatever. The same way, a storage account that you have, you can actually open it with the help of your key that you have. In this case, we call it as your access key. Okay, your access key. Or let's say, for example, that is what you see over here. There are two access keys available for a storage account, key 1 and key 2. Okay, so if you click on show, you can see this is the key value, by the way, and using that key value, you can also have some connection string. So it is simply appending this key onto the connection, and that's what we call as a connection string. Anyway, second key, and you also have the option to rotate the key. To rotate the key in the sense to reset the key. For example, you generated as so you have lost your key by mistake. Maybe somebody got a chance to get your key. They can access your storage account fully. They can do anything. So in that case, you can reset the key so that the access will not be given to them. Okay. Last rotated, when it was rotated, last those details and all, you would be able to see over here. So when you create a SaaS token, the SaaS token actually uses this key that you have, and using it, it creates a hash value and use that hash value for granting access to your data. Okay. So basically, the SaaS token uses your access keys of the storage account to grant access to the data. It is getting signed. The SaaS token is getting signed by the access key that we have over here. Okay. That's it. So now you can see here with respect to your storage account, when you go back to blob service, let's go back to generating SaaS token, containers. If you want to give access to a specific container or specific files and all, you can generate a direct URL for that particular file, and they would be able to authenticate with it and then log into the container with it and then see the data from there. Okay. Or even they can attach this container onto something called as a storage explorer, which is another concept. I will introduce you onto that. Storage explorer is nothing but a software. Okay, it is nothing but a software which has been given by Microsoft for managing your storage account related things. Okay, any storage related management, you can do that from the storage explorer. So either you can attach this container to the storage explorer, and from there you can take the data, or directly you can form the final URL to access the file and then put it in the browser, and you will be able to access the file. Or even you can give this in your applications. You can give this to access the contents for your applications. In that way also we can actually give it. Okay, so various use cases are there for this SaaS token that we have. Okay, so securely, without compromising the security of your storage account, you can generate SaaS tokens and then give it for specific access to the storage account. So how do you do it? You can go back to the container level and shared access token. Remember, when we generate a SaaS token at the container level, this is applicable for this particular container only. If there is another container and you have data over there, to access that container and data, you won't be able to use the SaaS token generated over here. So if you want a SaaS token generated for the entire storage account, then you have to come back to the storage account overview page. And from there, if you scroll down, you will be able to see again shared access signature option. So from here also, you can generate a SAS token. What are the services allowed? Do you want to give access to blob, file, queue, table, or only specifically blob? Okay. And what are the other permissions that you have to give? Allow blob service access, allow give container access, individual object access, what are the accesses that you want to give, etc. All these things you can specify from here. And finally, you can see you are specifying the sign-in key, which is key 1, the access key that we saw a couple of minutes earlier. Okay, that's it. So by using this method, you can generate the SAS token and give access. Now come back to here, containers. For the test container, go to shared access token, and you have to generate a SAS token. So you can specify here what is the permission that you want to give, read, add, create, write, delete, list, whatever. And thereafter, you can specify the start time and end time, how long this particular SAS token would be valid. And thereafter, you can specify what is the allowed IP address. Not mandatory, but if you want to, you can specify. And then allowed protocols, HTTP, HTTPS, or only HTTPS. Generate SAS token and URL. That's what you have to click on. So that would give you a SAS token plus URL, which can be used to authenticate against the storage account, against this particular container, and access the data from here. Okay. According to the permission that you have given, if you have given right permissions and all, you would be able to upload data as well. You would be able to send data to this particular container. Even that also can be done. Some examples we will do. There is actually another concept later on coming called as AZ copy and all. So with this AZ copy, we will generate a SAS token and try to upload the data with the help of AZ copy. So I hope this part is clear with respect to generating SAS token and URL. Why does the storage account require container? See, container is like a bucket in the sense, for example, you could be having different types of data, different projects data that you want to store in a single storage account. You can create separate storage account, but again, for the sake of management, if you prefer creating one single storage account, and then you want to differentiate the data that you have for different projects, then in that case, it would be more ideal to choose separate containers for them, because as I told you, we generate SAS tokens and all at the container level. So for different projects to isolate them and have separate access tokens and all, it would be easier to separate them into containers and then give access according to that. This is the reason you have the concept of containers. It's similar to how we structure the data, like when in folders and all, right? We don't have direct folder concept in storage account, because storage account is not following the file system, the traditional file system that you have on Windows servers or Linux machines. There is no similar concept over here, or it's not the same. So it's a web-based file system that we have, cloud-based file system that we have, or it's an object-based storage model which doesn't consist of any file system as such, for instance. So that folder structure is actually not something which is viable over here. Okay. So for those reasons, we have the container structure, wherein a container represents a bucket, or you can also take it as a folder, wherein based on projects and all, you will segregate your data. That's what it is. In here, what is the max storage size for a single object? I would take that single object as a single blob. You're asking about a single blob. So here you have to understand there are again 3 different types of blob. We were going to that. There are 3 different types of blob, namely block blob, append blob, and page blob. Block blob, append blob, and page blob. We'll get on to that. What exactly are these block blob, append blobs, and page blob? Anyway, the maximum size or the maximum number of blocks that you can have is actually 50,000 block. Okay, 50,000 block is what you can have. Maximum size of a block in a block blob is basically 4000 MB. 4000 MB, or in other words, approximately 4 GB. So the maximum size of a single block blob would be 50,000 blocks multiplied by the maximum size of each block, that is 4000 MB, which comes to approximately 190.7 TB. Okay, 190.7 TB. The maximum size of a single blob that you can have in Azure storage account is 190.7 TB. It's a single file size maximum I'm talking about. If it is a blob. The same way, if it is an append blob, it would be 50,000 blocks multiplied by the maximum supported block size for an append blob, that is 4 MB, which comes to approximately 195 GB. 195 GB. So the maximum size of a blob 190.7 TB. Maximum size of an append blob 195 GB. The first one was 190.7 TB. Second one is 195 GB. Maximum size of a page blob is basically 8 terabytes. Maximum size of a page blob is 8 terabytes. So these are the maximum size that you can have for the data that you store in blob. Now, what is this blob, page blob, append blob? Let's try to understand. So here, with respect to the three different types of blobs that you have, we call it as, need to zoom this a little bit. We have blob, append blob, and then page blob. Three different types of blobs that we have. Okay, blob is equal to binary large object. Blob is equal to binary large object. You know what is this binary large object, right? I hope you know what is this. I hope you remember what it is. We have discussed it. A binary large object is a simple term representing unstructured data. Okay, unstructured data, which is nothing but your image file, audio file, video file, your PDF file, Excel sheet. There's a lot of different files that you may have on a system, okay, or which you might have stored anywhere. So this data that you have is a lot of unstructured data, and they're all made up of binary. Binaries in the sense zeros and ones. They're all made up of binaries which are zeros and ones. Okay, and that's what we call as a blob. That's another term for this kind of data. Blob, binary large object. These binary large objects or blobs are made up of blocks. Okay, they are made up of blocks. All data, all unstructured data is actually made up of different blocks. Now, what exactly is a block? See, how many of you have used this uTorrent earlier? uTorrent or BitTorrent, whatever, to download files from internet. Either earlier days we could create a P2P network, and from P2P network you would be able to download data, right? Download data to your systems. You might have used it. So when that kind of downloads and all are coming into the system, you might have noticed there is a progress bar. There is a progress indicator in which you will have, for example, initially it will start some distant lines initially, and then gradually it will become thickening, right? Each individual lines will start to become more thick, and eventually it will be completely filled. Have you noticed that? Eventually everything will be completely filled, and then that is when we say, okay, we have the download completed 100% now. I can show you the same behavior over here. For example, if I go to any other download manager, internet download manager, for instance, if I try to download some file, look at this here. See, it is starting now. See, from here and here. See, these are all different blocks, by the way. So these individual blocks are getting downloaded, and finally it will put everything together and it will give it to you as a single file. That's what it is. So it was a 41 MB file which came as, for example, 8 or so blocks, by the way. So you can divide 41 by 8 and you will come to know what is the individual block size. Okay, so it depends upon the file system. Different block sizes are supported. For example, up to 4000 MB of block size is supported in some cases. 4000 MB block size is supported for individual block that we are talking about. So in this way, multiple blocks put together, that is one individual large file that you may have. Okay, so now general meaning of blob is that any blob, any unstructured data that is made up of multiple blocks would be called as a blob. Once again, any general binary large object data or unstructured data which is of course made up of multiple blocks, and then it would be called as a blob. Okay, so all blobs are block blob, by the way. All blobs are block blob. Now, what is an append blob? If all blobs are a block blob, then what is append blob? See, append blob is also a block blob, but only difference is that here onto this particular block blob, only append operation is supported. What is append operation? What is appending? Guys, what is appending? Append means what? Append means adding at the end is what we call as appending, right? You have something, you're keep on adding at the end of it, then it would be called as appending. You're appending to the end of a file. Now, where do you do append normally? If you're creating a log, for example, you have some applications that you're creating into a VM, into an Azure VM, and that VM has to, or this particular application has to write some logs. Okay, so to write these logs, what you can do, you can actually create a text file as an append blob and then put the logs over there. What is the benefit? If you have a text file and then if you are writing the data onto it, you're basically doing what? You're doing append operation, let's say. Then in that case, remember the nature of logs is that whatever log data that you have captured already should not be lost. Whatever log data that you have already captured, that should not be lost. Whatever data that you have already captured as part of the log, that should not be overwritten. Yes or no? Like for example, I captured some log data into a log file. This is my log file. What is the nature of the log file? See, if it is replacing the next log automatically, then what is the purpose of having a log? A log is required for a purpose. Later on, if you want to come back and see what happened, the log should be there, right? Without altering, right? Without modification. So if you are going ahead and changing what is there in the beginning, then it is a problem, right? So you should not allow that. So onto an append blob, what happens? Only append operation would be supported, meaning you won't be able to add the data at the beginning, but rather where you have done the last write, from there you will be able to add the next line, for example, then again next data, then again next data, and so on and so forth. You won't be able to modify anything in between. You won't be able to replace, you won't be able to add at the top, etc. So these things are not allowed. So this is what append blob is all about. See, if you create a file, a txt file, and mark it as an append blob, then it will support only append operations, and then accordingly you can use it for logging purpose or whatever that is suitable maybe. So this is the idea of having a append blob. So once again, block blob, a general binary large object which is made up of multiple blocks, is what we refer to as a block blob. Append blob, something which is typically used for logging scenarios like data and all that you have. You can mark it as a log file so that you can use it for logging scenarios. If at all you want to go back to the log and identify what went wrong at what time, etc., the logging will help you. And if you prefer using this log file, or if you prefer keeping this log file within your Azure environment within storage account, then you can keep it as a append blob within Azure storage account. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to append blob. Lastly, you have something called as page blob. What exactly is page blob? See, page blob is nothing but, now here a page blob is also a block blob. A page blob is also a block blob, but only difference is that it is actually made up of equal sized pages, or the blobs are of equal size, and that always would be 512 byte. Okay, the block size would be always 512 bytes. So each block is of 512 byte size, fixed, no change. Okay, so why this 512 byte? Why this 512 is coming in? If you remember the older hard disk, the general older hard disk that you have, it had something called as sectors and tracks. Anybody heard about this? Sectors and tracks of a older hard disk. This is what it is. For example, sector, block, cylinder, cluster, etc. You can see one not in CD. This is your hard disk, by the way. Okay, so this is in your hard disk. In CD also we have the sector, but what I'm referring to here is a hard disk. So within your physical hard disk, you can see there is a platter, a magnetic platter, magnetic disk, and for that disk, each section is what we call as a sector. Okay, so you got a sector. The size of a sector in a physical hard disk, what it is? What is the size of a sector in a physical hard disk? The size of a sector in a physical hard disk is nothing but 512 byte. Okay, individual sector size is equal to 512 byte only. So what are we trying to do with page blob? With page blob, Azure is trying to imitate the structure of your traditional hard disk. Once again, with page blob, Azure is trying to imitate the structure of your hard disk so that it has equal sized, uniform 512 byte fixed sized pages or blocks, either way you want to call it. It's a block only, but you would call it for the sake of 512 byte pages for the sake of easy understanding. Okay, 512 byte equal sized pages you have. So this 512 byte equal sized pages, that is where now you can store your data. What type of data? Where do we use it? See, this is where your virtual hard disk, or this is what becomes your virtual hard disk. Your page blob is what we refer to as a virtual hard disk. Okay, the virtual hard disk where you are storing your data of your VM, that is actually a page blob. Once again, the virtual hard disk or the disk of your VM, it is getting stored into storage account, and in storage account it is getting stored as a VHD. While it is getting stored as a VHD, it is automatically a page blob, and thus it will have 512 byte equal sized pages on it, resembling a traditional disk on a hard disk, so that your operating system can do what your operating system can do: read write operations randomly to any of this 512 byte fixed sized memory cells or sectors or pages that you have. Okay, so for assembling your traditional hard disk, Azure has created page blob, and the use case of page blob is nothing but a VHD file, which is nothing but the hard disk of a VM. So you have to understand, when we were working with VM as well, VMs were using disks to store the data, and that disk in turn is getting stored in a storage account in the form of a page blob. This is what you have to understand. Okay, I hope that clarifies. So 3 different types of blobs we said. Block blob, any general binary large object which is made up of multiple blocks is called as a block blob. Append blob, block blob only but supporting only append operation. Append operation in the sense adding at the end. And page blob, specifically designed for use as a virtual hard disk file of your VMs. And what it does is, this page blob is having a fixed size of 512 bytes, and it allows you to store the data on it so that your operating system can access the data as and when it is needed. Okay, that's it. I hope this is clear. What is the actual difference between storage service and data disk? Ideally, which one is best for which purpose? See, when you create a virtual machine, do you require a disk for the virtual machine? Do you require a disk? Can you create a VM without a disk? Can you create a VM without a disk? You can't create a VM without a disk. You cannot create a VM without a disk. Okay. So now, how do you get the disk? To get the disk, you need to have blob storage, as we just explained. So for VM to work, you require a disk. You cannot directly store your VM's operating system and all into blob. That is not possible. Or you can't directly store to storage account, because it doesn't work like that. Okay, so you have to have a disk, and for that purpose we have VHD, which is again created on top of storage account. Okay, so you have to understand the different layers on this. So in the Microsoft backend, Azure's data center, you have first of all something called as storage cluster. Storage cluster. What is storage cluster? Group of SAN storage devices. So this is your storage cluster. So you will have SAN devices in them. What is there inside the SAN? Inside the SAN you have physical disk. Inside the SAN you have physical disk. On top of this SAN storage cluster, you have storage account, a logical thing, storage account. On top of storage account, you have what? You have this blob, file, table, and queue. By the way, queue spelling is not correct. It is QUE. Okay. On top of blob, you have what? Page blob. Page blob, blob, append blob. On top of page blob, you have what? You have your VHD. Okay. A virtual hard disk. So this is what it is. So when we say we are storing data onto virtual hard disk, it is essentially going onto the SAN cluster only. When we say we are storing onto storage account, it is also happening onto the SAN cluster only. Okay, the actual compute cluster in the backend. But idea is that for different use cases, you have to have them in different ways. For a virtual machine will recognize only VHD, virtual hard disk. So there is no other option. You have to have a VHD. Okay, I hope that clarifies your doubt. What is the difference between storage service and data disk? If it is still not clear, please let me know. Another question: default size of blocks. See, the default size, there is no such thing as a default size for a block within a block. It can be, for example, 1 MB blocks, it can be 100 MB blocks, it can be 4000 MB blocks, it can be 64 KB blocks. It's dependent upon the size of the file. If a file is 100 MB, is there any point of having a 4000 MB block? No. A 100 MB file may be having a single block of 100 MB, or maybe multiple blocks of 4 MB, etc. Various possibilities do exist. Can single container support all types of blocks? Yes, a single container will support block blob, page blob, and append blob. Okay, you will see that. I mean, we were going there only. How to identify whether it is a block blob or append blob or a page blob. So when you upload the data to storage account, by default, your storage account marks majority of the data as a block blob. By default, majority of the data will be taken as a block blob only. But you have an option to specify a data that you upload either as a append blob as well as a page blob. So while uploading the data, it will also look at your extension, what type of data that you're uploading. And if it anywhere sees .vhd data that is getting uploaded to the storage account, Azure storage account will automatically mark it as a page blob, because .vhd files are hard disk files, which should be represented as a VHD file. Sorry, which should be represented as a page blob. So they will be automatically marked as a page blob. Other than that, any other data, if you want to mark as, for example, append blob, while uploading, you have the option to select it and set it as an append blob. So thus, the data would be represented as an append blob, and accordingly, you will be able to use them. So for all three, you have the option to choose how you want the data to be represented within Azure container. We will see that now. So there, if you go within Azure portal, you can go to containers, go to the container that we have, click on upload. While you upload the data, you can see browse for files. Let me select some random file over here. So now look at this. There's a download, advanced option over here. So click on the advanced, and you can see here there is an option called as block blob. So by default, the blob type is set to block blob, but there is also a checkbox: upload .vhd file as page blob. Upload .vhd file as page blob. Recommended, meaning any VHD files that you're uploading to storage account, please mark it as a page blob. So that will automatically happen. Now, apart from that, if I want to upload a file as an append blob, I can specify append blob, select the file I want to upload, and then continue with the upload. That's all what I have to do. Okay, so I have the option to choose what type of blob I want to have within the storage account. So I think we are good on the block blob, page blob, and append blob. Redundancy on Azure storage account. Redundancy on Azure storage account. By the way, but before that, let me show you something over here. So if I go back to storage account, click on Intelli test strg, Go to containers. Go to the container that you have, and you can try uploading a VHD file. See, I have a VHD file in my system I created for a test purpose. Let me show you. Oh. So here is one VHD file, test VHD. That is actually a VHD file, a virtual hard disk file. You can also create VHD file on your system. How can you? You can go to Windows plus R, disk mgmt, disk mgmt.msc. You can go to disk mgmt.msc, and from there you can see under action, create VHD one option is available for you. So click on this create VHD, and you can just fill in the details, browse and specify the location and name of the file, specify the size that you want. For example, I want to create a 1 GB VHD file. I can specify that, or 10 GB, whatever. VHD fixed size, click on OK, give a name for it, give a path to it, and then you will be able to save it. I have created a 1 GB VHD file like that, which is getting stored onto my new volume D on my local system. I want to get this into Azure, this VHD file. How can I? I go back to Azure, click on upload a blob, browse and upload a blob, and move to that particular path where I have the file. So if I go to, let's say, the directory, I can see test vhd.vhd, and you know that upload.vhd files as page blobs is selected. Okay, so that is selected. So meaning when I upload this file, it will be automatically uploaded as a page blob. So let's upload this guy, attempting to upload one blobs. So you can see here it is going on. Okay, so far it has uploaded almost 200 MB out of 1 GB. And thereafter you will be able to see this VHD file within Azure. You can use it. Okay, so a VHD file is something which we can use with a VM. So how you can use this uploaded VHD file on a VM, that also we will have a look on to now. Whatever file that we just uploaded right now, this particular VHD file, how can you use it in Azure as a disk? That is also something which we will see now. So you can see here, file has been uploaded. So what do we do now? Let me show you. So you can see here the file has been uploaded, test vhd.vhd. You can see already the type, it is set to page blob. This is basically a page blob of 1 GB. Done. So once you have a page blob, how do you use it as a disk? Currently at present, it is just a VHD file, which is a page blob. It is not recognized as a disk in Azure. If it is recognized as a disk, it would appear under disk section within Azure. You can see if you go to disk sections over here, you will be able to see that guy over here. Okay. Actually, there is a concept called as managed disk and unmanaged disk in Azure. Managed disk and unmanaged disk, or have you heard about it? Managed disk and unmanaged disk. Okay. The concept is pretty simple. All disks, they are getting stored in storage accounts. All the disks that we have in Azure is actually getting stored in a storage account in the backend. When we created VMs earlier, in our earlier classes, we were discussing on Azure VM, we created multiple VMs. In any of these classes, did we create any storage account for keeping the disks that we have on the VM? Yes or no? Earlier, when we created VM, did we create a storage account for specifically storing the disks? No, we did not create it. Then in which storage account the data was getting stored? If we did not create any storage account, then in which storage account the VHD file or the disks were getting stored? Let me show you. I'll create a VM here. Create Azure Virtual Machine. Virtual machine name, let's call it as VM1. Select the image and give username and password.
So review plus create. Click on create. So you can see the virtual machine has been created. Let's go to this VM. So what I want to show you now, where the disk is stored. Okay. So let's go to the disk settings over here. And when you click on the disk, you can see, are you finding any reference to any storage account here? Are you able to see any references to any storage account where this particular disk has been stored? Right? You can only see a resource group. Even if you go to that resource group, there is only one storage account which we created earlier. There are no other storage accounts. And if you go to the storage account that we created earlier, therein under containers, there is only one container which we created, and there are only two files which we uploaded. So where is the VM disk sitting? So the answer for that is, in Azure, the virtual machine disks are automatically managed by Azure. Azure will place the disk onto their own storage account, not the storage account that we create, but their own storage account. How can you prove that? If you go to the VM disk, so this is currently the VM disk, there is one option called as settings, and under settings you can see one option called as disk export. Go to disk export and then say that you have to go and VM has to be stopped deallocated. Let me stop the VM. Give it a second. Successfully stopped virtual machine. I'll refresh this page. So you can see disk export can be done. Generate URL. Okay. So look at this now. You can download the VHD file and it is coming from a URL https://md whatever blah blah .z41 blob.storage.azure.net. It's just that it's not blob.core.windows.net, but still it is blob.storage.azure.net. It is coming from a storage account blob service which is managed internally by Azure. It is not something which has been exposed to us, but it is something which Azure internally manages. So the VM disks nowadays are getting managed by Azure automatically. And this we call it as a managed disk. We call it as a managed disk. So whatever VM disk that you have is basically a managed disk. If you keep your disk directly within your storage account, it is called as unmanaged disk. It is called as unmanaged disk. Unmanaged disks are not supported on Azure VMs anymore. They're gradually taking over that support for us. You cannot attach a disk which you have kept in a storage account onto a VM that you have. Then how can I store the data? How can I attach the disk onto the VM? If they're not allowing me to attach from storage account directly to the VM's disk section, how can I get my disk VHD file which I uploaded onto the VM? So let me show you that. If you go to disk section, if you click on create and attach existing disk, you can't see that disk over here. Okay, you can't see that disk over here which we uploaded onto storage account. But there is another option, create and attach a new disk. If you click on it, what it does, it is actually creating a totally new disk. So in this way also you can't attach your disk. There is another way. What is that? You go to the disk section, and from disk section you can do something. Let me show you. From this section you say I want to create a new disk. While creating a new disk, it will ask you, okay, for example, resource group you have to give, disk name you have to give. So I'm going to call it as temp disk
temp test disk or something. Do you see one option called as source type? What is the type? What is the source type? You say instead of none, you can see one option called as storage blob. Okay, so you have to click on storage blob and specify the storage account and the blob that you have. So browse to the storage account, go to the container, select the blob, the page blob. Okay. Now you can also specify, does it contain any operating system? No, in my case, it does not contain any operating system. It is just a data disk. And what is the size that you have for this disk? Actually, originally it is a 1 GB. So you can create it as, for example, 4 GB or 32 GB or whatever size that you want. I'm keeping it as a standard HDD 32 GB disk. S4 tier. Continue with the next. And then say review plus create. Click on review plus create. And that's it. Give it a moment. You can see the create disk is complete. So if you go to the VM now, you would be able to attach that disk over here. Okay, let's do that. So let's go back to disk section over here. Attach an existing disk. Now this time, whatever disk that you created, 32 GB, is visible. You can apply it, and then this will be added to the virtual machine right now. Okay, so if you want to upload your own disk, okay, if you want to utilize your own disks which is uploaded from your on-prem on your Azure VMs, then the process is nothing but what I have just shown you now. You have to first of all upload the file as a blob, convert it as a disk in Azure, then attach it onto the VM. Okay, so this is the overall process that you have to do. And the reason for that, I told you, in Azure VM, they don't support unmanaged disk as of now. Only managed disk is supported. Okay, unmanaged disks are not supported. So we converted a unmanaged disks onto managed disk, uploaded onto Azure. Sorry, we uploaded blob file onto or VHD file onto Azure as a page blob and created a new disk out of it, or we converted the unmanaged disk to managed disk, attached it on the VM. Now internally inside the VM, you can configure the disk, you can do whatever you want. If you had kept any data while you were uploading it, that data also will be retained. Nothing would be lost. Okay. Redundancy options within Azure. Now that we have seen the blob types and all, there is actually one more thing. There is access tiers for the storage account. Okay, access tiers for the blob data. What are access tiers? That also access tiers we have, and thereafter we have.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
The tiers in blob, right? Tiers, access tiers in blob, namely what we refer to as hot, cool, cold, and archival tiers. There are 4 different tiers that is available for Azure storage specifically, and that's what we need to look at it now. So let's jump on to that. First of all, I need to create a storage account. I'll proceed to create a storage account. So just like how we create the storage account, we have to fill in the basic details and get started with it. I'll select my resource group. Specify the storage account name. Central India primary service blob. Redundancy. So I have specified LRS as the redundancy for now. Continue with the next. Soft delete not required for now. Finally, review plus create. Click on create. So once after the storage account has been created, let's go to it and we will upload some data onto the blob storage. So go to the storage account. Let's go to the containers under data storage, go to containers. Add a container. Let's call it as test C1T or something. Currently set to private. That is okay. We will change it later. Go inside the container and there you have to add some data. So for example, I'm uploading some blob over here. Browse for files. Just copy any. So when you have uploaded the file, you can see, first of all, there are two blobs that I have uploaded. Both are which block blob. Okay. Two block blobs I have uploaded for now. And for these block blob, you can see along with it, it's mentioned that these are access tiers hot and then inferred. You can see that over here, access tier hot, inferred. What does that mean? What we mean by saying access tier and setting it as inferred, okay, or hot, access tier hot and then inferred. What exactly is that? See, there are 4 different access tiers applicable for your storage account. We call it as hot, cool, cold, and archival. These are the 4 different access tiers that is available. So what does it mean when we say hot, cool, cold, and archival access tiers? See, we say in Azure storage account, when you store your data, any most used data that you have, you must keep that into hot tier. That is the first tier that is available for you. Any most frequently used data, any data that you are going to consume on a daily basis, you should keep that into hot tier. And by default, unless you change it, when you create a storage account, your data storage will be set to hot tier only. By default, within Azure Blob, when you create your storage account, unless you have changed it, your data storage will be by default set onto hot tier itself. So you're automatically on the hot tier when you start with Azure storage account blob service. So what happens with hot tier? When we keep our data which is getting frequently used over there, that is what the hot tier is recommended for. But other than this, there are a couple of other tiers as well. Namely, we call it as, for example, your cool tier, cold tier, archival tier, and so on and so forth. Couple of other options are also there. So why it is recommended to go by these tiers that we have, and why we should consider using this tiered approach when you store your data, that is what we have to look at it now. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let me take you to whiteboard. Let's go to whiteboard. Think about it this way. So you have access tiers, namely let's call it as archival. Archival, and what exactly are they? So hot is basically frequently accessed data. Okay, any data that is getting frequently accessed, you have to put it on hot tier. Any data that is less frequently compared to hot, that is being accessed less frequently, you have to move it on to cool tier. And data which is again getting used much lesser in frequency, they should go on to cold. And any data that you're not going to access immediately should go on to archival tier. Any data that you're not going to access immediately and you're going to keep it for a longer time, we call it as archiving, right? We call it as archiving. So such data should go on to the archival tier. That is the last option that's available for you. So what happens? Why Microsoft suggests this, and why should someone consider even doing this? From a customer perspective, from a user perspective, we have benefits with this. And from Microsoft perspective, they also have benefits with this. What exactly it is? See, when you store data onto Azure storage account, there is actually a storage cost and transaction cost applicable for you. Storage cost and then transaction cost that is applicable for you. Storage cost is the amount that you pay to Microsoft per GB. Okay, per GB storing, how much amount you have to pay. That is what we call a storage cost. Okay, per GB, if I store 1 GB, how much I have to pay for that? That is what we call as storage cost. What about transaction cost? When you do any transaction to storage account, like for example, read, write, update, delete, modify, these are all various transactions that you do against the storage, right? So when you do any of this type of transaction, there is a charge that is applicable for a certain number of transactions, like for example, 10,000 transaction, this much it will cost you. In that way, you have to pay for it. Now here, when you store data into hot tier, let's say you are getting a charge for that 10 rupees per GB. Okay, 10 rupees per GB. By the way, remember this is just an example. It's not actual values. Okay, it's not actual values. Actual values in terms of pricing, if you want to find, there is a place that you have to go, which I will show you after this. You can go to something called as Azure Pricing Calculator. Anybody heard about that? Azure Pricing Calculator? So this Azure Pricing Calculator, that is where you can find the pricing details of all Azure services. Okay, you can generate codes from there. You can use it. You can export it onto XML sheet, etc. Sorry, not XML, Excel sheets, etc. And you can use it. Anyway, this is an example as I took 10 rupees per GB cost is coming to you. Assume for data that you have in the hot tier. Now, when you do keep this data to cool storage, what happens? Your storage cost will become 8 rupees per GB. The same data, when you move it on to cold, it would become, for example, 6 rupees per GB. And you move it on to archival, maybe it would become 3 rupees or something. Okay. I mean, these all are hypothetical values just to make you understand that there is a difference in terms of pricing. The changes are not actual. The amount is not actual. Okay. Keep that in mind. Anyway, point is very simple. So when you keep data in hot tier, you can expect the full performance of your storage and the maximum price. Okay, full performance and maximum price can be expected when you're on the hot tier. Now, let's say you want to come down to cool tier because the data that you have, you are not frequently accessing it. You will access it less frequently. Okay, compared to hot tier, you will access it less frequently. So you can expect some cost saving by moving your data onto cool tier. So any data that you're not going to be using frequently, you move it onto cool tier and you can some cost saving. So Azure will move this onto a less performing compared to hot, a less performing storage option, and therein Microsoft will give you cost saving for the data that you have. They will give you cost saving. I mean, a reduced price you have to pay compared to what you used to pay earlier. So from a customer standpoint, you got benefit because for any data that you are not using frequently, you get a lesser pricing for it. You're able to store the data, but you have to pay lesser for that. Okay. The same way, when you further move your data, which you're not again using, even not that frequent, you can move it on to cold tier and Microsoft will give you even lesser cost for the data that you have. Okay. So we say, for example, hot data is data which we use on a day-to-day basis, live access, and cool data is something which you may access in less frequent or number wise, we say 30 days approximately. The data which you may access within, you may not access for next 30 days. That is what qualify for cool data. Okay, up to 30 days. And the data which you might not use for up to 90 days, this is what qualifies for your cold tier billing. And archival is basically 180 days. 180 days. What is archiving? Think about a hospital. Okay, in a hospital, there is a patient record mechanism, and that records data, patient record is getting stored on Azure Blob Storage. Let's assume possible, right? So now, when the hospital is having the patient coming in, they will create a patient record for that particular patient, and that would be accessed day in, day out. Okay, till the patient leaves. So which tier ideally the data should be kept when the patient is in the hospital? Tell me. It should be kept in hot tier. Now let's say he got cured, the patient got cured and he is moving out of hospital, but still the file will be kept in somewhere easily accessible, right? Because in case it is possible that once the patient leaves the hospital, maybe he may come for checkups again, or if his condition is not improving, he may come back to the hospital again. So in that case, you will move your data onto which tier? You will move it on to the second tier that is available, the cool tier. Okay.
So the data is available on the cool tier. So if the patient comes again, still it is available. Data is available. It's a less frequently accessed data. You can still access it. You can work with it. Now later on, the patient again, maybe he took a second visit for checkups and all, but thereafter, now no more checkups is required. If everything is fine on his side, you don't have to come to hospital, and then you will move data onto which tier? Cold tier, right? Here within the 90 days or so, it's coming back. You can still access the data, be able to work with it, no problem, and you have to pay lesser again when you store it on the cold tier. And finally, everything is all right for 6 months straight. Patient is not coming back to a hospital, so everything seems to be okay. What you can do, you can dump his data into archival now. You can dump his data onto archival. So what do you mean by dump his data onto archival? You are not completely the data. There is a possibility in future this particular patient may come back. So if he comes back, should be able to provide him with whatever the reports, everything. The doctors might need to check it. So all these things must be there. So it's not that you have to completely delete it, but you have to keep it. You keep it on a less costly option, that is nothing but what we call as a. The only difference here is that data onto archival tier, right? When you move the data onto archival tier, you cannot immediately retrieve the data. You can immediately retrieve the data. Why is that so? Anybody knows? Hot, cool, cold, even though they may have slight performance differences, all three are live data only. Whatever data that you have on hot, you can access it anytime you want. Cold data, you can access it anytime you want. They may perform a bit lesser compared to hot. Cool may perform a bit lower. Cold may perform a bit lower compared to cool. But when you move on to archival, the data that you have in archival here cannot be accessed easily. Okay, you want to access it, there is a process called rehydration. You rehydrate your data, meaning first of all, your data onto hot or cool tier. Only then you would be able to use it. So for archival tier, there is a delay in terms of the data retrieval. That's what you have to understand. But for long-term retention, for long-term data storage, the best possible option is basically archival. Okay, that's what we have. So I hope this is clear with respect to hot, cool, cold, and archival. So this is what we have with respect to access tiers, 4 of them. Only difference in terms of archival, any data that you store onto archival is not immediately available. It is kept in archival and you first have to rehydrate it onto hot and cool, and thereafter you can take it from there. Okay, that's what we have with respect to hot, cool, cold, and archival. Now, do we have to move our data to this process manually? See, if you wanna do it manually, you can do it, no problem. But compared to doing manually, there is a better option available. There is actually something called as Azure Storage Lifecycle Management. That's another service offered by Azure within storage account itself, lifecycle management. So in lifecycle management, you can create rules. You can create rules in lifecycle management and see automatically the data getting moved on to different tiers according to the rule that you have created. So I can specify, I can create a rule. If a data is not getting accessed frequently, move it on to cool tier. If the data is not getting accessed for up to 30 days, then move it on to cold tier. Sorry, up to 90 days, if it's not getting accessed, move it on to cold tier. Cold tier. And if the data is not getting accessed beyond 180 days, move it on to, let's say, archival tier. So in this way, I can specify some rules and automate the overall process with the help of lifecycle management. So such an option is also available. So you don't have to manually intervene for the data within your blob or within your container. You can create a lifecycle management policy and then apply it. And then automatically whatever you have written in lifecycle management, those will be applied onto your data. So from a customer standpoint, the users are getting less cost for the data which they don't use live. Okay, and from Microsoft perspective, they are freeing up their live storage. Okay, they are getting this live storage back so that they can give it to some other customers. One question, can we decide the priority of tier while storing the data in container? So you can specify which tier you want. There is nothing like a priority.
Okay. So you, for example, by default, when you store your storage account, you can say at the storage account level, the access tier for this particular storage account is hot. So that is a default setting. You can also change it on to cool. So whenever you store your data, if you have set the access tier at storage account level as cool, any data that you store onto blob will go automatically onto the cool tier. Such possibility do exist. Now beyond that, if you want to apply this in an automatic way, you could also use lifecycle management or individual data files. If you want to work on it, if you want to change their tiers, you can manually do that on individual files as well. So this is what we have. Another question, moving to cool, cold and archive is happening automatically after a specific period like 30 days, 90 days, or we need to move manually? I already answered that question. Okay, you can manually do it. You can also automate this by using a lifecycle management policy. Is there any input output latency in tier? Yes, there would be, right? Hot is the one which gives you the least latency possible connectivity. But when you move on to cool, cold, accordingly the performance will change. And archival, I told you, you have to wait for a rehydration period. So there would be a latency. Process will take care of automatically, or any manual intervention is required to move the data for different tiers. I told you, if you apply lifecycle management, then it is automatic. If you don't have a lifecycle management policy created, then it is manual. You have to intervene. How much is the delay for retrieving data from cool, cold and archival? See, I told you there is no delay to retrieve data from cool, cold or archival. Sorry, only for archival you have the delay. There is no delay for cool or cold. Okay, you can get the data. It is live data storage solution, so there is no problem. Okay, that's it. Is there any premium tier? There is no premium tier. There is only one and only premium tier, as I have told you earlier, that in Azure storage account, when you store your data, you can choose to have a premium blob. So if you go for a premium blob, that is a premium tier. But apart from that, there is no premium tier with respect to your Azure normal blob storage. Whatever hot, cool, cold and archival, in that the hot can be considered as premium, if you want to say so. Okay, so that's what we have here with respect to the tiers. And just a second. So let me show you this. I'll take you back to Azure storage account. So here within the storage account, when we uploaded the data, you could see by default it is hot. And this inferred meaning what? What is the meaning of inferred? What it would be? You already know that. What would be this inferred? What does it mean? Default means? So it is actually the default setting. Inferred means inferred from storage account level. Look at this. When you go to storage account, when you go to settings, when you go to configuration tab, you can see here where it is default. So you can see blob access tier default. Okay, blob access tier. So it is currently set to hot. So when you keep it as cool, any data that you mark as, sorry, any blob data that you upload into Azure Blob Storage, they'll be automatically going on to cool storage. Okay, that's it. So currently at the storage account level, everything is set to hot. Now you go back to containers, go to your container and individual files. You can click on change tier and you can specify what tier you want, like cold, cooled, archive, etc. You can specify. Let me show you. If I move one data to archival tier, save this, refresh this, refresh this, and you can see when you go to the file, which is a non-archived file, this is a non-archived file. Currently, this is hot. You have the option to download it, right? You could download the data. So it is something which you can work with. So whereas if you go to this data, which is archived, you don't have the download option. And you can see this warning. This blob is currently archived and cannot be downloaded. Rehydrate the blob by copying and pasting it in the desired storage account. Download or change the blob's tier to hot or cold. So you either have to copy the data to another storage account, or you have to, let's say, change the tier to what you call as cool, cold or hot. That's what you have to do. So this is what we have with respect to access tier. Now coming on to the lifecycle management where it is configured. So if you go to, let's say, storage account, data management, lifecycle management. So here you can create lifecycle management policies. Add a rule. Give a name. I'm going to call it as test rule. Apply rule to all blobs in your storage account. And you can continue with the next. If Blaze blobs were last modified more than 30 days ago, then move the blob to cold storage. Okay. Additional conditions I can add. If last modified more than, let's say, 90 days ago, then move to cold storage. Okay. And add condition. If last modified date more than 180 days, then move it on to archive storage. Okay. Fair enough. So this is what we have to do. So in this way, conditions can be created and you can click on add this condition. So the moment you add this condition, this will be in effect and your storage account will be evaluated according to these conditions that is in place. And any blob data which satisfies with the condition will be treated accordingly. So this is what we have with respect to Azure Blob Storage tiers. Okay. This is only for blob data. For other type of data, like for example, other than blob, we have what we call as file data, and whatever we store onto file share or whatever we store onto table queue, etc. Therein these tiers are not applicable. So this is applicable only for the blob data, not for all the data that you have in Azure Storage account. Okay. Let's move on to the concept of redundancy for your storage account. Redundancy. Let me tell you on that. If any data is moved to the archive, will be deleted after how many days? It won't be deleted. See, Microsoft won't delete your data automatically without your consent. No, you have to consent to the delete. Only then it will be deleted. Now, let's say you added a rule within lifecycle management saying, okay, after this many days, the data must be deleted. Then yes, it will delete. Otherwise, it won't. Okay, by default, it won't delete your data as you move it on to archive. It will remain there as long as storage account is available for you. For example, for 10 years, if you are keeping the storage account, it will be available for 10 years. That's it. During disaster, which data will be available? See, this has got nothing to do with the disaster. See, archival, or let's say hot, cold archival, what we discussed right now, this has got nothing to do with disaster. Okay, so everything right now is sitting in one storage account. So internally inside the storage account, in terms of the data access, in terms of the storage performance, that is where the access tiers are coming into the picture. Now, when we talk about redundancy, that is where the disaster and all is coming into the picture. If something happens to the data center or to the server where the data is kept, right? In that case, how do I make sure the data is available? Which data would be available for me when a disaster comes in? So that's what we are going to discuss next, what we call as the redundancy at the storage account level. There are 6 different redundancy options available. Let's try to understand each of them. So let me take you on to whiteboard. I have to explain things over here. Then we will come back to the practicals of it. With respect to your data redundancy option within Azure Storage account, what exactly are the redundancy options available? The first one is what we call as LRS. Okay, let me mention all of them here. So we have something called as LRS. Full form is locally redundant storage. We have ZRS. Then we have GRS. Geo redundant storage. Okay, GRS. And then we have GZRS. So that makes it 4. And thereafter we have RAGRS and RAGZRX. Right now, it may not make much sense. So let's try to understand what exactly are these. With respect to the first one, locally redundant storage, what does it mean? LRS. See, there are mainly 4 different options available. LRS, ERS, GRS and GZRS. And each of them have differences in terms of their working, like what exactly they do. And then lastly, we have RIGRS and RIGZRS as well. Read access GRS and read access geo zone redundant storage. So what exactly are the difference between the two? First of all, LRS means when you store your data into Azure Storage account, we know the data is going on to one data center. The hierarchy of Azure, you should bring that back to your mind. Hierarchy is like this. You have a region. Within a region, you have one or more data centers, and within that data centers, you will have physical racks and servers. Okay, that's how it is done. So when you store the data, you're storing the data into one data center. For example, in central India, how many possible data centers are there in central India? How many possible data centers are there in central India? 3. We know that zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. That is because of availability zone structure. Okay. So if you have availability zones and all, you will have for sure 3 data centers available. 3 separate data centers would be available in one region. Now remember, let's take LRS as an example and try to understand this. Plus LRS happening inside central India. LRS in central India. What will happen? In central India, there are 3 data centers, but remember, LRS is locally redundant storage. Locally redundant storage, and it would happen in one data center within central India. Okay. So wherever you are storing the data, it may be central India, South India, doesn't matter. In any case, the data storage will happen in one data center only. It won't store your data across different data centers. That's the important point that you have to understand over here. Okay. In LRS, data getting stored in one data center only. Inside one data center, now you may have different racks and servers. So let's say there are, for example, multiple racks. I'll take as an example 3 different racks I have here. Racks, or in other words, FD. Rack 1, rack 2, and then rack 3. Okay. So what LRS will do, LRS will basically create 3 copies of your data. In one of the servers over here, you will have 1 copy, second copy, a third copy. So meaning when you store your data, it will go into 3 different copies into 3 different servers across 3 different racks. Okay. 3 copies will be created, all identical, and only then the copy operation would be reported as completed. Okay. Only after 3 copies are created, only then the copy operation would be reported as completed. So this is what happens. So for example, I'm uploading an image file. What Azure will do, Azure will create 3 copies of that image file, and thereafter will report back saying, okay, the read operation has been completed. Okay. So this is the overall process that happens when you upload your data onto LRS, locally redundant storage. LRS, we say this 3 copies, and then we also say this is synchronous. What is the meaning of synchronous here? Synchronous replication. Replication that happens in parallel, or in other words, replication that happens simultaneously without any delay. Okay, there is no delay for your synchronous replication. All these 3 copies are made simultaneously. Okay. And that would be reported back. So that's what we have with respect to LRS, locally redundant storage, in Azure storage account. Second one we have, after LRS, second one we have ZRS, zone redundant storage. ZRS, zone redundant storage. Let's try to understand what happens with ZRS, zone redundant storage. So we move on to the next one. LRS is done. We have to move on to ZRS, zone redundant storage. Okay, so in the case of ZRS, zone redundant storage, is it possible in central India to have zone redundant storage? What do you think? In central India, will it be a possibility? Zonal redundancy in central India, is it a possibility? Of course, yes, it is possible, right? Because we have discussed central India is nothing but a region enabled with availability zones. You have 3 availability zones, or availability zone is enabled in central India, meaning zone 1, zone 2, zone 3 is available in central India. Okay. So you can store your data across zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Okay. So let's say, for example, under ZRS, zone redundant storage, we have 3 different data centers, namely zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. So I have central India. This is what central India. You have zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. Okay. Z1, Z2, and then Z3, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. You have 3 copies of data, one in this server, on another server. Okay, so you can see your data is spreading across 3 different data centers instead of 3 different racks. These are racks, by the way. Okay, but these are data centers, DC. Instead of having your data across different racks, in the case of availability zone, you have your data across different zones. Okay, different zones. What is the benefit having data across different zones? Who can tell me? What is the benefit of having data across zones? 3 copies, again synchronously replicated across three different data centers. Okay, anyway, see, what is the benefit of this? The benefit is nothing but, in the first case, in the case of LRS, if the data center where the data is being kept, if that goes down, will you be able to access your data? In the first case, I'm asking. In the first case, in the case of LRS, if one data center where you have your data, if that goes down, will you be able to access your data in storage account? You won't be able to. Okay, because your data center is gone along with the data. Okay, second scenario, you have your data saved across 3 different zones now. Okay, in one region. If something happens to one data center, will you be able to access your data still? If something happens to one of the data center, will the data be able to be accessed again? Answer is yes, you will be able to access it still. Okay, so that is what we have as a difference between LRS and ZRS, zone redundant storage. But ZRS, is it supported everywhere? ZRS, is it supported everywhere? No, that is the only thing that we have to be mindful about. Okay, ZRS is supported only on one region in India out of the 3 regions that we have. There are 3 different regions, that only in one we have the ability to create ZRS storage account. Okay, we have completed LRS and ZRS, zone redundant storage. We have to see next what is GRS. Let me ask you one question. So you have your data now synchronously replicated 3 copies available across 3 different zones, namely zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. And in one region called as, let's say, Azure, or let's say Central India is a region name. Okay, fine. Anyway, so you can see here within this Azure data center, or within this region, which is Central India, if the whole region goes down, do I have protection now? If the whole region goes down, do I have protection? There will be no protection if the whole data center goes down. So you have to find ways with which you can protect your data even in the event of a regional level failure. A whole region goes down, still I want to access my data. How can I do that? So that is where we have the next replication option. What is the name of it, guys? The next replication option, we have something called as GRS, Geo Redundant Storage. Redundancy at what level? Redundancy at regional level. You copy your data from one region to another region. That's what we call as regional level redundancy. Data is not kept at just one location, but across different geographies, and that is what we call as geo redundant storage, GRS. Let's talk about GRS as well. So here with respect to GRS, we say geo redundant storage. So here in this case, we have, for example, one region, that is Central India. Within region, take only one data center. So this is one DC. Within that DC, you have a rack. You will have 3 copies of data, 1, 2, 3 copies of data in primary. Okay. Tell me, if you have one data center and 3 copies of data in one data center, what it is called? 3 copies of data in one data center. What it is called? We just 3 copies synchronously replicated in one data center. That is actually called as LRS, locally redundant storage. So you have LRS data available in one region. So this is Central India. I'm just marking it as Central. Okay. Now from here, you can actually do a cross regional replication to, let's say, for example, what is the partner region to Central India? We have South India. Okay, so you can replicate your data onto South India. Within South India also, the same thing, 3 different copies using LRS. But the replication in between from one region to another region would be asynchronous. Okay, the replication from one region to another region would be asynchronous. And once the data reaches the second region, internally, it will do a synchronous replication again, meaning LRS. So total 6 different copies of data available between 2 different regions. Now look at this. If not 9 copies, 6 copies of data only. Here we have 3, here we have 3. Okay. So now if something happens with this particular server, okay, no problem, we have data over here. If something happens with the whole data center, you have the data available from secondary location. This is what we call as GRS, geo redundant storage. But remember, so asynchronous replication might have a delay. Okay, asynchronous replication may have a delay compared to your synchronous replication. Please also keep that in mind. Synchronous is something which happens immediately. Asynchronous is said to have a delay in terms of getting the data, because it's a cross regional replication, right? From one region to another region, you have to take the data. So there would be an expected anticipated delay sometimes. Okay, so up to LRS, ZRS, GRS, is this clear? Up to LRS, ZRS and GRS, are we clear on this? Okay, let's go to more replication options over here, redundancy options over here. The rest of the options that we have here are RA now, read access. Okay, read access. So the first one is uh, read access geo redundant storage. Okay, RAGRS and RAGGRS. So it's basically the same thing. What we can see over here for GRS, GCRs, it's basically the same thing with a small modification. And let me tell you that. First of all, let's focus on RAGRS, read access geo redundant storage. Let me tell you about that. Read access geo redundant storage. GRS, I'm not writing the full form. You know it already. It's geo redundant storage. So read access geo redundant storage means what? With respect to read access geo redundant storage, what happens is, you can see in the case of GRS, you have a secondary replica. So in Central India, you have your primary replica with LRS, and in South India, you have a secondary replica with LRS. Okay. Now with read access, what Microsoft is saying, or what we have is, you will be able to read from the secondary location, meaning primary is the read as well as write. Primary is the read and write, whereas secondary will also give you a read ability. In general case, when you don't have RA, like in this one, you don't have the ability to read the data from secondary location unless you initiate a failover. Okay, unless you initiate a failover, you won't be able to access the data from secondary location. But with RAGRS, you will be able to read data from secondary location. Even if you will be able to read access from secondary location, and you will also be able to read as well as write onto primary location. So primary is read and write just like normal, whereas secondary is giving you a read access, an additional read access given on the secondary. What benefit we have with this approach? What benefit it actually gives you? Think about it. So when you have a read access to secondary, let's say there is a failure, like in terms of one of the primary region, it is going down. If the primary region is going down, in that case, now you either wait Microsoft to initiate a failover and give you access. This is the first thing, in which case they may take some time and eventually you will be able to access the data. But whereas there might be a delay in terms of getting onto the data, in terms of you being able to access the data from secondary location. I told you there are two options. Either you wait for Microsoft to initiate the failover, or you initiate the failover by yourself. Two options. Either you initiate the failover by yourself, or you wait Microsoft to initiate the failover. One is called as manual failover. Like what we do is manual failover in case if you want to do it on your own. Why that is given? Because when Microsoft is failing over, they may take more time
they may take more time compared to you doing it. Why? Because Microsoft won't initiate a failover to a secondary location unless they have tried out all possibility to recover the primary region. Only if they are not able to recover the primary region in any way, only then they will start failing over the primary region to secondary region. So this can take some time. This whole process can take some time. So that is where Microsoft has given us the option to, let's say, initiate the failover ourselves. You can do it manually and you can failover yourself. Now, in any case, you are waiting, either you are waiting from Microsoft or you are waiting for yourself to go and initiate the failover once after the primary has been failed. So there will be a time, even if it is for a couple of minutes, there will be some times wherein you are not able to access the data on your storage account. Okay, you are not able to access the data on your storage account for some time. Either you have to initiate the failover and access the data from secondary by waiting for Microsoft, or you have to do it yourself. And in any case, you have to wait for a couple of minutes in period in which you won't have access to the data. So this can be eliminated if you have a default read access to secondary. At least you will be able to access your data. Access in the sense read operation, at least read operations you would be able to do onto your secondary location without initiating any failover. Okay, so I'm simultaneously having the ability to read as well as write to primary, and at the same time I have the ability to read from secondary. So this is what happens when you go with RA, read access. Okay, read access to the secondary, read access geo redundant storage, as well as read access geo zone redundant storage. Read access geo zone redundant storage, both are two different options available with read access onto the secondary location. So this is the idea that we have. So tell me, you have seen total 6 different replication options so far. First one is LRS, locally redundant storage. Redundancy at the data center level, 3 copies synchronously replicated. Problems are, if one data center goes down, you won't have access to the data. Okay, LRS. ZRS, data is replicated synchronously across 3 different zones, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, or 3 different data centers, all happening in one region. If one data center goes down, you will be able to access the data automatically from secondary or tertiary. Okay, but if whole region goes down, then again it's a problem. Coming on to GRS, geo redundant storage, you have 2 different regions, one primary region, secondary region. Primary region is central India, secondary region is South India. So you have the option to replicate the data from a primary region initially with LRS, local redundant storage, meaning taking 3 copies locally and then replicating the data to secondary location, which is, for example, South India, and creating 3 copies there as well. So total 3 plus 3, 6 copies. This time asynchronously replicated, because cross-regional replication that you have will be asynchronous in nature. It's a long distance replication, so synchronously it won't happen. Okay, so you have a synchronous replication, 6 copies of data between 2 different regions. In either side, LRS taking place. So this is what we call as GRS. Coming on to GZRS, in primary you have zonal architecture. In primary region you have zonal architecture. There are 3 zones available. So you would keep your data across 3 different zones, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Okay, and thereafter asynchronously it is getting replicated to your secondary region, that is South India, and therein 3 copies are getting created in one data center. Okay, not across 3 different zones, because we don't have 3 different zones. So it is creating 3 copies in one data center. So total 6 copies again, asynchronous replication. Benefit is that if one zone is failing, if one data center is failing, you don't have to initiate a failover immediately, but rather you can wait for Microsoft to initiate the failover, or if you prefer manually, you can do the failover. Before you do failover, If it is only a zonal failure here, in this case of GZRS, no problem, you will be automatically able to retrieve the data from secondary or tertiary. Okay, for that you don't have to do any failover. If whole region goes down, that is where you either wait for Microsoft or you do it yourself by using manual failover options. Okay, so this is what we have to do with respect to the 4 different replication options. In addition to that, there are 2 additional replication options, namely read access geo redundant storage and read access geo zone redundant storage. Nothing but the ability to read from secondary as well simultaneously. So primary is giving you read as well as write access. Secondary is giving you a read access. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to RA GRS and RA GZRS. Let's have a look at the practical of this parallelly, and that should give you an idea. So let me take you to Azure portal. Only read access. What do you mean by only read access? I never said you will have only read access. Don't confuse. See, I told you that in the case of RIGRS, to the primary you have both read as well as write. Read access is only for secondary, and that is before initiating failover. After initiating failover, you will have full access to the secondary, read as well as write. Anyway, let's do an example. Let's create a storage account. You already have one. So it has a replication option enabled on it. Let's see what it is. It is LRS, locally redundant storage. To a LRS storage account, when you store data onto blob, will you be able to see the 3 copies? I told you there are 3 copies available within LRS. So Azure Bastion.png. Are you seeing 3 Azure Bastion.png files over here? Yes or no? Answer is no, we are not seeing 3 copy, but internally it is there. Internally there are 3 copies of the data. So it's not that we don't have it, we do have it, but for you to avoid confusion, you will see only 1 copy of data. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to LRS. Anyway, for normal use cases and all, LRS is enough. Wherever you require higher redundancy, that is where you have to go to other options. So let me create the storage account second time. Central India blob service. Look at this. See, this is Central India, by the way. And in Central India, you know, availability zone feature is supported. So you have total 4 different options: LRS, GRS, ZRS, and GZRS. Okay, LRS, ZRS, GZRS. Where is RA, GRS, and RA, GZRS? Tell me. Where is the RA version of it? The RA option is nothing but this checkbox. You can see below, right? So when you select GRS, for example, you can check this box and that confirms you are going for RAGRS, not just GRS, it's RAGRS. If you uncheck this, you are going for normal GRS only without read access to the secondary. Okay, so the same goes for GZRS as well. But if you select ZRS, there is no checkbox, it is gone. Okay. Anyway, second thing, let me go ahead and create a storage account with RAGRS, read access GRS. Just wait for it. So we got a storage account. Within the storage account, I'm going to store some data. Remember, this is RAGRS, by the way. Okay. Read access geo redundant storage. We have a secondary replica with read access. Primary Central India, secondary South India. By the way, this primary secondary relationship is automatically chosen. You cannot determine that yourself. For example, I cannot say I'll create a storage account in Central India, but I want the data to be replicated into Central US. No, can't do that. Okay. The relationship between the regions who will replicate the data each other is automatically determined by Azure. We call it as paired region. Always replication will happen between paired region, and we can't control that. Keep that in mind. So here, in this case, we have primary Central India, secondary South India. I'm going to blow up service containers, and I will store some data here. Add a container. Okay, before that, since we need to test it, I need to disable, sorry, I need to enable anonymous access. Okay, so here if I go, let's go to containers, add a container, anonymous access level blob, container, test container is the name. I will add some data. So here you can see if I take the URL of the file. Okay, here is the URL. So look at this now. Now look at this. This is actually accessing the data from primary location. It is available. Okay, in Central India, from the primary location, we are able to access the data. It is available. Now what I want is I want to see if I can access the data from secondary as well, because I have enabled read access from secondary. RA is enabled. So how do I test it? If you go back to storage account, at the storage account level, if you go on to endpoints, or before that, if you go on to redundancy, you can see here read access to your redundant storage. Location Central India is primary, South India is secondary. Here on a diagram also you can see that. Now when you come back onto endpoints, you would be able to see the endpoint URL. So the primary endpoint URL for blob service, as we know, the typical one, but there is also a secondary endpoint available for you. Look at that. What is the difference? So Intelli test strg0987, then a dash secondary. If you add, it becomes your secondary endpoint URL. Copy the secondary endpoint URL and try to access the data with it. So here you have to add what you have to add in delete strg0987 dash secondary. This would be the secondary URL dash secondary. Okay, https colon delete strg0987 dash secondary .blob.co.windows.net. So now try to access the data from secondary location and let me know if it is accessible or not. Check with the URL, see if you are able to access the data from secondary location. Secondary location in the sense where it is replicated, that is South India. From there, whether you are able to access the data or not. So you can see it is clearly working. We are able to access the data from the secondary location as well. So this is what we call as read access to the secondary. Now, can you write some data onto South India? That is not possible because only read access is enabled for the secondary URL. With the secondary URL, you can't make any writes or write operations to the storage account. Okay. So this is what we can see with respect to Azure application option. Beyond this, we can't see anything, and that's it. Meanwhile, one more thing I wanted to show you. I told you about initiating this failover by yourselves. Okay. So if I go on to redundancy, you can see one option on top, prepare for failover. So this is what you have to click. In case if you are doing a failover by yourself, you have to click on prepare for failover and you can initiate the failover by yourself. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
What exactly is Azure File Share? Let's try to understand that. Let me take you to whiteboard.
So with respect to Azure Files, what exactly it is? Azure Files, or in other words, Azure File Share. It is a service which allows you to create cloud-based file shares. File share is something which we have seen. So a file share, like for those people who don't know, it's something which allows you to share files on the network. If you want to share the files on the network, then in that case, you can create a file share. Generally, we create either what we call as a SMB file share or NFS file share. These are the two types of file shares that is available for us. These are two file share protocol. SMB means server message block. NFS network file system. Typically within Windows system, that's where we create SMB based file shares. And NFS network file system is something which we do in Linux environment. Anyway, the point is, so in corporate environments and all, like we will have sometimes file shares created on file servers, right? So these file servers are what? That is where you will host your files, like internal files that you want to share between your teams. You will keep it in the file server, and from file server within your LAN environment to make it available for the employees or the people in your office, you will create file shares so that over network these would become accessible. You typically access that by going / the IP address or share name. For example, IP address, if I take slash the share folder name / file name. Okay, something like this. So this is how typically we access a file share, a network share. And now to create this file share, generally you need a server. You need a dedicated server on which you will set up the file share. That's how it works, right? On the dedicated server, you will create file shares, and that particular file share, once you have created, you will be able to access it on the network. The people within the LAN, within the company, they will be able to access it. Now, when we come on to Azure files, what happens is Azure is saying, so in case if you want to have file shares on cloud, okay, cloud-based file shares, if you want to have, you don't need to deploy a server. No need to deploy any server for that. We will give Azure file shares as a managed service to you. We will give Azure file share as a managed service to you. No server required. If you have to have a file share, you can directly create it and then start using it. This is what Azure File Share is all about. So Azure File Share is nothing but a cloud-based file share which allows you to store data and share it onto different systems, multiple systems simultaneously. So when I say different system, you can use this file share with Linux-based file system. You can use it with Windows-based environments. Either way, you would be able to use this file shares. Okay. So you can create SMB or NFS file shares within Azure Cloud and use it. So another scenario here is that, like, why you would need a file share in the first place. Some applications and all which has been configured within the organization, they may have dependency on a file share. They're configured as such. They would be retrieving data through a file share. There are legacy applications as such. So such application, when you migrate to Azure, if you're not modernizing it, when I say modernizing, if you're not restructuring the code, then you still have the dependency wherein you need a file share. So in such cases also, you will need to have a file share created within Azure. You can create file share with a server. That's different story. Like instead of going for Azure files, I can create a dedicated Windows server. And within that Windows server or Linux server, I would be able to set up a file share and then I can use it. Not a problem. But the thing is that now you are creating additional management overhead because you have a VM now, which you have to take care of. You have to maintain that VM, updates, patches, and periodic other things that you have to do, disk capacity monitoring, adjusting the disk. All this additional management overhead will come into the picture. But when you go to Azure files, none of that is applicable. Okay, that's it. Now remember, Azure files SMB, it communicates over port number 445. Over port number 445, that is what it uses for SMB file shares within Azure Cloud. Now let's go ahead and see one. We will create a storage account, we'll create a file share, and we will see how you can connect onto it. Okay, you can connect this file shares onto on-prem
You can connect onto your cloud devices, as well as the file share can be made accessible from any part of the world. It can be accessed from any part of the world with proper authentication. So that makes it even a better choice compared to your traditional file share. Okay. So let's get on to storage account. We'll try to create a file share and see how you can mount it. So I go to storage account, create a new resource group. I'm going to call it as demo RG. Give a name for the storage account. Region, I'm creating this in Central India. Primary service for Azure files this time. And it is asking what is the performance. So here also, specifically for file share as well, I have told you this earlier. File share supports creating what? It supports creating premium file shares. Okay. Premium file shares. Premium file share in the sense the best performance possible. They will be backed by SSD. The file share data, when you create it as premium, will be storing on dedicated SSD disks, so that you will be having the best possible performance with the file share if you go with premium. So if at all you have any requirement wherein you have the IO requirements as much as possible, like you need to have the best possible IOs and throughput to the file share, then in that case you may want to go with the premium option. Otherwise it is okay to go with the standard option. In our case we can use standard. And file share specifically, they have given a billing model now, like pay as you go file share, which is what generally we'll go with, because especially when we are practicing and all, you can use certain amount and for that you will pay. For whatever you have used, only for that you will pay. In some cases, companies would require a pre-provisioned capacity, throughput, IOPS, etc. And you can specify that when you go with the provisioned V2 option. Anyway, I'm going with pay as you go model and continue with the redundancy option. You know, of course, this is a storage account redundancy. So LRS is what I'm selecting. And let's continue with the next. Rest of the option, you can leave it as it is. Continue with the next. Review plus create. Click on create. So storage account has been created. Let's go to this resource. Let's go to file shares and create a file share. Hold on. So what I have to do once after I have created the storage account, to configure the file share, I have to click on add file share option. So we are currently on the file share. You can see earlier we were working with blob. We were using the containers option. Now we are using file shares. So you have to click on file share and then there is a option called as add file share on top. So you can click on add a file share. Remember, a single file share can give you 100 TB of capacity. One single file share can give you 100 TB capacity. So if you want more, you can create additional file shares, right? One will give you 100 TB, and that 100 TB, you can also specify how much quota you want to give. For example, it doesn't mean like, okay, when you create a file share, you have to provision that 100 TB all at once. No, you can specify. If you want to give only 1 TB, you can specify that. There is a quota option available for you. Anyway, continue with the next. And here is a, sorry, first of all, you have to give the file share name. So I'm going to call it as test share or something. Test share. Access tier 1 option is available. Like for example, premium, transaction optimized, hot and cold. Okay, access tiers are available for your file share data. Premium, as you would know, the best performance possible, but requires premium storage account. Currently, our storage account is not a premium storage account. Second, transaction optimized. That means that is the best performance available after premium, which will give you the highest possible throughput after premium. So that's what transaction optimized is all about. Hot and cool will reduce the performance subsequently. Like for example, hot will give you a balanced amount of transaction speed, meaning throughput and IOPS, plus a correct blend of pricing as well for that. Okay. So you can go with hot if you don't require a good performing file share. Cool, you can use it for, like, for example, archival scenarios. Like, for example, if you want to dump some data onto the file share, then you can go for that. It's the most cost efficient option within file share. Anyway, I'm leaving it as transaction optimized and continue with the next. And here is the backup option. If you want to, you can enable backup, but I would recommend that don't enable backup for now. So therein we'll talk about backup and recovery services vault and all that. If you create right now, you may find it difficult to get it deleted. Okay, it might be a bit challenging to get the recovery services vault deleted because it can have some options that must be disabled in order to properly delete the backup service. Okay, so for now, don't enable backup. So uncheck the backup option, continue with the review plus create, and click on create. So you can see file share has been created, test share has been added now. So now what we have to see is how to connect with this. Okay, how to connect onto this file share. So directly from Azure portal, you can browse the file share. You can see if there is any data. Currently, there are no data in file share. If you want, just like how you do for blob, you can add some sample data and all. So for example, I say browse for files and I want to add some files. Two files has been uploaded now. Okay. So you can see two files I added onto the file share. Maybe if you want to create it as a folder, that is also something which you can do. You can place it into a folder and then add the files inside the folders, multiple folders you can have, etc. There is a edit quota option for the share that you have created. For example, if you want to alter the capacity, that can be done. For example, I say edit quota. Currently, it is set to 1400 GB, meaning the full 1 TB capacity. So I'm giving only a 10 GB, for example. Click OK for that. So the quota for this file share would be just 10 GB, okay, maximum. Now what I have to do is I want to attach this onto a system, like your on-premises system, maybe my personal laptop or any other computers, wherein I want to connect this file share and see if I'm able to mount onto it. So how do I do that? So to do that, you can click on this connect option. So when you click on connect option, there are three options given. Okay, are you connecting from a Windows machine? Are you connecting from a Linux machine, or are you connecting from Mac OS? You could specify this. Okay, you can be specific with any of this. So for example, I say I'm connecting from a Windows machine, and then the network drive, once I map it onto my system, it will show up as a network drive. So that network drive letter would be Z. Okay, Z. That's what currently has been selected. And then below there is a show script option. Show script option. So what exactly this script is all about? So this script must be executed on the machine from where you are trying to connect on to, let's say, PowerShell. Okay, for example, within a Windows system, for instance. So you have to copy this. What I would recommend is that go to PowerShell and start PowerShell as ISE. So this is the PowerShell ISE. You have to say run as admin. So here within PowerShell, you have to copy paste that command which you took from there. Okay, you have to copy paste it onto the system and look at the command what it does. So actually, if you look at this command, there are a couple of tests that is going on. Not couple of, one test is going on. On line number 1, you can see a variable $connect test result. $connect test result, one variable is declared. And for that variable, you can see there is a testing parameter that has been given, test-net connection. It's a command, test-net connection, and then hyphen computer name. Computer name is specifying the URL against which you have to do the testing. And that you can see, for example, our storage account name .file.core.windows.net, which is nothing but our file share address, and then slash The file share will come later. So anyway, here it is pointing to the file share URL, checking if it is working or if it is accessible over port number 445. Okay, so that is what we have here. So this test-net connection that we have, why we need this? Why are we testing this? See, the problem here is the file share communication actually uses SMB protocol in this case, and SMB has a port number 445. SMB port number is 445. So what will happen when you, in the industry, when SMB was initially coming into the picture, it was considered as a less secure protocol. SMB was a less secure protocol, and because of that reason, a SMB protocol, when you try to communicate that over internet, your ISPs will block the connection through SMB protocol and port number. Okay, SMB protocol is blocked, by the way, by many ISPs. So it's a problem, but not all of them. Many of them are okay, many of them are not okay to keep it open. The reason for that is earlier it was a unsecure protocol, and due to the fears of getting hijacked and all, they blocked communication for SMB over internet, but within LAN it is allowed. Okay, so later on this SMB protocol has developed further and it has improved, and the latest version of SMB, which is basically SMB 3.0 3. So those versions and all are considered to be secure options of SMB. There is no problem, you can actually use it. But still, those companies who implemented the block earlier, they still retain that block. Okay, so that is why we have to see when we are connecting onto the file share, before we connecting, we have to check if the file share is accessible or not. And there is a if condition given, if else condition has been given. Only if the test result is succeeded, then the command will proceed to save the access key for your file share onto the system, as well as the username. Username is nothing but your storage account name. That is the username. So storage account name, and then the password is nothing but the access key. So this will be saved into the system by invoking command prompt. Thereafter, a network drive will be created with the file share address, which is nothing but intellistrg098.file.core.windows.net / the share name, test share, for example. And this is how we do it. Okay, so you have to check before connecting, and that is the reason why it has been given in the command itself. Now, else means if this did not succeed, if the condition did not succeed, then in that case, write error. I mean, it was not able to connect over internet, then in that case, write error, unable to reach the Azure storage account via port 445. Okay, so that's what you will have. So let's go ahead and test it, what is happening. So I'm going to run this command. So in my case, what happened, you can see the test actually succeeded already, and I'm connected to the file share now. Okay, the test went through, no problem, and you can see that we are able to access it. Okay, we are able to access it. How do I know? So if I go to this PC now, it actually would come up over here as a network location. Maybe a restart is required, then it will correctly come up. For now it is not showing, but anyway, you can see that it is accessible by different means. What is that? I will show you. For instance, here if I go to this Windows plus R, I will take this URL, the file share URL, Control C, go to Windows plus R, Control V, press enter. And you can see it is accessible. Okay, the file share is accessible now. Here is the full URL. Okay, Intellipaat strg098.file.core.windows.net / test share. So with this, you will be able to access the file share
and the data inside it. Okay. So you can see already the file that we have. You can double click on it. It will open. I can upload data if I want to. I can download data if I want to. So all this I would be able to do right now. Just check from your side directly if you're able to access with this file share or not. I'm giving the path to you. You have to paste it in run, Windows plus R run, and then see if it works. If it is asking for username and password, well and good. Otherwise, it will time out. Just check once. So you're saying it is asking for username, so that confirms you are able to connect to it. Okay. And for others for whom it's not asking for any username, probably it might have gone for a timeout that says your connection to the storage account on port number 445 is not allowed, probably because of the ISP blockage. What is the alternative in that case? In case if you are not able to access the file share over internet, then what we can do about it? For our practices, you can easily overcome that. We can create a virtual machine in Azure. Okay, create a Windows virtual machine in Azure and try to connect from that Windows virtual machine within Azure, and you will see it is going through. It is connecting. So that's one way when we practice within our classes. That is what you can do. Create a Windows VM within Azure and try to connect from there. Second is that in a corporate setup, now that, for example, the organization is not able to access the data or they're not able to talk to the file share over this, and then in that case, what we can do? The answer for that case is nothing but you can actually ask your ISP to unblock this port number for you. Okay, this particular 445 port number can be unblocked by the ISP if you raise a request with them. So you have to talk to them and you have to tell them, okay, there is actually a requirement, and you will also need to have a static IP address. You will need to have a static fixed IP address for your public IP. So if that is there, then in that case, they may allow the communication on port number 445. Okay, specifically for your IP address, they can do that. Or other alternatives are, you can actually set up a VPN tunnel. There is something called as a VPN tunnel. So if you have a VPN tunnel, through that VPN tunnel also you can set up communication onto your Azure file share from your on-prem environment. So these are some of the options that is available in case if you are not able to connect onto it. Okay, that's it. So I hope this is clear with respect to file share, how to connect onto it. Currently you can see 10 GB file system free. If I restart, it will come up in my PC, this PC. Just because I'm not doing a restart, that's why it's not visible. It's already added, but it has to just refresh. So I have to restart the system and try to connect onto the file share, and you will see it is visible over there. Okay, so that is there. Azure file share data that you have, to access it, you have to do a one-time configuration. I mean, you can simultaneously mount it on multiple systems one time. So currently I mounted it on my system. So next time, tomorrow, if I try to connect, I would still have it mounted unless I have removed it. So as long as I don't remove, there is no problem. The data is available, the file share is available, it's connected, I can access it, I can work with it, no problems for that. Okay, only if I'm disconnecting it, I would need to reconnect it again. That's it. Then whether we have any option to customize like read write access. Okay, so customizing read write access, you can actually configure something called as ACLs, access control list, and with that you could specify who will have access to what, right? That controls you could apply in the case of traditional file shares. For traditional file shares, you can easily set it up. You go to the properties of the folder, right click, go to properties, security tab, and from security tab you can customize who will have access to what. Okay, that's what we call as ACL. Can that be done on file share? It cannot be done on file share the same way how you do it on your on-prem file shares. It has to be done slightly differently. Okay, so how do you do that? So in case if we wanted to set up directly, first of all, I told you it's not supported because we don't have such an option. But when you go to the file share, you have an option to configure identity-based access for your file share. Look at this, identity-based access. So within Azure file share, if you go to this identity-based access,
you can turn on, for example, Active Directory Domain Services ADDS. Okay, you can set it up, and thereafter you can see you can enable share level permissions for the authenticated set of users. What set of user, what sort of permission. Okay, so some level of control can be achieved by identity based access, by enabling identity based access on the file share. That is possible. But apart from that, full control like what you do on a traditional Windows system with respect to file share, that you might not be able to get it done within Azure file share. Moving on. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to file share. So can this be connected to multiple systems at the same time? The file share, currently we mounted it only on one system, that is my system. My question is, can this be mounted onto multiple systems at the same time? Like for example, I have a couple of users, few of them are using Windows machine, another few of them are using Linux machine. In that case, for all of them, can I mount the file share and set up access, yes or no? What do you think? So what you have to understand is that is possible. Okay, multiple systems can be set up to access the file share simultaneously. That is supported option, and there is no problem with that. Okay, that's it. So that's what we have with respect to your Azure file shares. And that being said, let's jump on to now another concept called as Azure File Sync. Azure File Sync. It is actually a service created on top of Azure File Share. So let's talk about it. We'll try to understand it first, and then thereafter we will see the implementation of it. So let's get on to Azure File Sync. Let me take you to whiteboard. Azure File Sync. Next topic, Azure File Sync Storage Sync Service. It is connected to your file sync. Sorry, it is connected to your file share. Azure File Sync actually makes use of the file share concept, Azure file share concept, and that's how it is built. So let's try to get the specifics of this, why it is needed, what we can do with it, etc. So let's say one organization, they're having on-premises file shares already. So many organizations, they will have on-prem file servers, right? So let's take an example organization who's having file servers on-prem. On-prem file servers are there. One file server, FSIND meaning file server in India, file server Australia, file server users. So I have a company who is having branches across different locations. For example, they do have branch offices in India, Australia, as well as United States. So I want to create a so I have file servers in all these locations, and I have file shares created by them, massive file shares I have, wherein they used to store whatever the type of data it may be. So they have anyway that option, that requirement. So now let's say you have 3 VMs, FSVM, IND, FSVM, US, FSVM, Australia. Okay. So what is the difference between this file servers? It is just that they're all part of same company, just that they're sitting in different locations. Okay, and they might possibly have different set of data. But the organization's requirement, what is the requirement of the organization? That's pretty simple. So this organization is migrating towards cloud, and when they migrate towards cloud, they want to have a solution wherein they can store the data securely within cloud. Okay, all their file share data, they want to store it in a central location, in a centralized location. They want to store it and leverage the benefits of cloud computing environment. So that's the requirement. Once again, the company wants to centralize the data onto cloud, because as per their operation strategy, they are migrating onto Azure cloud, and many services have moved on to cloud. So along with it, their storage account, the file shares that they have on-prem, they also should go on to Azure Storage. So company decided to go with Azure file share, and there are some benefits to that. That's what we are going to explain now, like what benefit you can expect when you go with this concept of Azure file sync. Let's try. So here there are 3 file servers across 3 different locations.
They want to centralize into Azure cloud as a central cloud-based file share. So what we can do in that case, you can set up a synchronization service for this organization. So there will be something called as a storage sync service. That is what you have to create. On Azure cloud, you have to deploy something called as a storage sync service. Storage. Okay. I have just written storage sync service, and the storage sync service will be connected to a file share. Okay. The storage sync service that you're creating, it would be connected to a file share, not specifically file share, by the way. Before that, we have something called as a synchronization group, and then you will have a cloud endpoint. I'll explain each of this. Hold on. So what is happening? So on storage sync service, you will create something called as a synchronization group, and into that synchronization group, you will add a cloud endpoint, and within that cloud endpoint, you will add your file share. So what does it mean? So on cloud, on which file share you're storing the data, that's what you're defining by means of a cloud endpoint. On cloud, where the data goes, the endpoint in cloud. Okay. So the storage sync service that you have, first of all, when you deploy the storage sync service, you have to synchronize the data from your on-prem file servers. Correct? So these file servers must be registered onto the storage sync service. So let's take it this way. These file servers and all, they do have data in some directories in them. For example, look at this. FSVM IND has a folder called as f/shared. Let's say here also we have same folder. Okay. So there are paths in which the organization has kept the data. Like for example, INDVM has a folder called as f/shared. Same goes for Australia server. But for US server, there is a folder called as d/shared. That is where you have the data. There are data like, for example, here on the first one, we have some data. That is file A, file B and C, file DEF, file GHI. Okay, file ABC, DEF, GHI. So 3 different set of files you have on all 3 servers now. File A, file B, file C, and then DEF, GHI. Okay. So now we have the file share, and now you have to make sure these servers are registered. You have to make sure these servers are registered against the storage sync service. So first of all, what do? You have to connect them. You can see here we have the storage sync service, we have the file service, we have the data in them. The data, that's what we were marking, DEF, and then we have GHI. Okay. So to set up the file sync, what do you have to do? On each of the server now you have to install an agent. Okay. For example, in FSIND, FSAU, FSUS, in all this you have to install an agent. That agent is nothing but what we call as a file sync agent. So you must install file sync agent so that these guys can communicate or can connect with the storage sync service. Okay. File sync agent, FS agent. Okay. So you have to install something called as a file sync agent. I'll show you where you can get that file downloaded. So once you have installed the file sync agent onto the VM, you can register those VMs onto the storage sync service to the synchronization group. Okay. You can register the servers. There is a process that you have to follow. So when you follow that process, you will be able to register the servers onto the storage sync service now. So now what happened? You got your systems installed with an agent, and thereafter you registered those VMs onto your storage sync service. Once it has been registered to the storage sync service, now you can go back to the synchronization group that you have created earlier, and to that synchronization group you can add all these servers. Okay, these are all registered now. Once they're registered, they will be visible in Azure portal. So then you can add them to the synchronization group. So you say FSIND is added, FSCAU is added, FSUS is also added. Okay, all 3 added onto the synchronization group now. So now what will happen? All systems are part of the synchronization group, including the file share. The moment you add them to the synchronization group, they will start synchronizing the data.
They will start synchronizing the data, meaning what they will do, they will first of all get all the data onto Azure cloud, okay, into the file share that you have. So within file share, now you will have files like, okay, file A, B, C, D, E, F, and then G, H, I. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So all files will be added onto the file share now. So now the same data, so the data from first system, second system, third system, all are available within the file share. Now the same data you will also get to see over here. Like for example, here you will see DEF, GHI, ABC, DEF, and here also ABC. Okay, so this is what happens now. So meaning all files are visible everywhere and everything is synchronized onto the file share. So everything, all the data that you have is sitting on the file share now. It is all sitting on the file share now. But at the same time, their namespace would become visible. Their namespaces would become visible where within each of the file servers. So when you go to the folder f/shared, you will be able to see all the file lists that you have. Okay, so you can double click on whatever file that you want and you will be able to see that. So this is what we have with respect to storage sync service. So this relationship can be maintained as long as you want, so that all the data from the file server will eventually be synced onto Azure cloud. And then beyond that, now you can start using your service as a cache. Okay, a cache in the sense you can enable a feature, a caching feature is available. So using that, you will be able to use your dedicated service as a cache for the file server data, meaning whatever data that is frequently getting used. For example, from this system there would be a network. This is in India, right? So in India office there would be a LAN to which multiple devices are connected. So within India office, whoever is accessing this particular server, from them, how many files or which are the files which are getting frequently accessed, those files can be downloaded locally and will be kept on this particular server, will be kept locally onto the server, so that faster access becomes possible. Okay, so that is what happens in the case of Azure storage account file sync service. Now let's say for example your organization achieved their requirement, they synchronized all the data to the centralized file share that we have in Azure cloud, and they don't want to retain the on-prem file servers. No problem, you can decommission them. It's not going to do any harm to your existing environment or data, because all data is available within Azure cloud and the file share. Okay, that's it. So this is what we have with respect to Azure file sync. By the way, this overall setup is supported only on Windows machine. Okay, you can't do this setup within Linux machine. There is no support option for Linux machine yet. To implementing Azure file sync. So for that, what are the things that we require? Like you can go back here. So see, you need to have a storage account with a file share. Storage account with a file share is required. 1 or 2 server is required, which will act as your file server VMs. You have to deploy storage sync service and you have to configure synchronization group. Each VMs should have at least one disk, data disk, within which you will have some data files. And thereafter, we will start the synchronization process. So let's first of all set up all the prerequisites. We are not deploying file sync, we are deploying the prerequisites. Like for example, the VMs that is required, storage account that is required, etc. So let me configure 2 VMs first of all. I'll create 2 virtual machines. Create Azure VM. Select a resource group. FSIND file server India will be deployed to central India location. Image of the VM can be selected. Size is okay. You can keep the same standard B2MS, no problem. Continue with next. Under disks, I'm adding a data disk. A 4 GB data disk is more than enough. So review plus create. Click on create. Second VM I'm creating.
So I'll create another virtual machine. Specify the virtual machine name. Let's call it as this time FS US, file server US, but location would be central US. Select the image, give the username and password. Continue with the next. Add a data disk. Why data disk? Because that is where we will be having our data stored, right? File share data and all will be storing onto that particular disk. Click on create. VM has been created. So let's go ahead and configure this VM. In the sense, we will just make sure the disk is attached properly. You have to create a file system over there, and thereafter we can get on to the configuration of Azure file sync. So Windows plus R ms tsc/v colon and then public IP address. The username and password. So within this VM, we have attached an extra disk. Let's configure it. So you go to diskmgmt.msc, diskmgmt.msc. Initialize the disk, and you need to create a partition. Unallocated space, new symbol volume. So if you try to open this, you can see no data as of now, but we have to create some data. So I'm going to create some file over here. New file, text document, indvm file. This is a file from India VM. Save this. Okay. So this is what we have. We got the indvm file now. And let's continue with the next one, the second VM. Oh, by the way, it was US VM. Okay, let me correct it. Let's mark it as US VM file. This is a file from US VM. And then save this. Okay, so that is done on this server. We will go to the indvm now. Give the username and password. And then login. Same thing. I mean, whatever we did on the first VM, that's exactly what we are doing here as well. We are just getting the system ready. File sync configuration we haven't started yet. Only once after the systems are ready, we will get on to the file sync configuration. So we are yet to go there. We are clearing the ground, right? We are ready, keeping everything ready now. So here also the same thing. What we did on the same other server, exactly the same thing. So I have to go to disk mgmt.msc, configure the disk. That is done. Go to the folder. So here I have to create a file. New text document. I would call it as what? I would call it as this is indvm file. Save it. So what happened? We got two servers. Both the servers we have created an extra disk, and the disk is nothing but the disk is having a drive, that is F. Within F drive, we directly have the files kept. So F drive is what we are configuring under the sync. F drive directly. Okay. It can be an entire drive. It can be a folder within the drive. It's up to you. In our case, it will be just the F drive directly that we are using. So it is done on both the VMs. And now goes our file sync deployment. So what is the first thing? You have to have, you also have to have a storage account ready, by the way, right? So we got a storage account. If you go to storage account, if you go to file shares, you got a file share here. Like for example, add a file share. One more file share I'm adding. I'm going to call it as synchronization share. I will call it as sync share. Review backup is not needed. Remember to go and uncheck this box. Click on create. Okay, so that is done, and this is what we will be using. So what I have to deploy now is the storage sync service. So search for storage sync service. See storage sync services. Go to storage sync services and click on create. Specify the resource group. Give a name. So I'm going to call it as Intelli sync or something. Region is Central India. Continue with the next. Review plus create. Okay, so you can see storage sync service has been deployed. Go to this resource and we have to configure it now. So here under storage sync service, you can see, for instance, if you go to settings or sync option, here is the synchronization group. Okay, so you go to the synchronization group and start by creating a synchronization group. Give it a name. So you can give any name that makes sense to you. So I'm going to call it as Intelli test sync or something. So you can see here we have given the name for it, Intelli test sync or something. I'm going to call it as sync group. Okay, let's be specific. Intelli test sync group. You have to select the storage account that we had created, right? And within that, the file share to which you want to synchronize the data. So I have selected sync share and then click on create, and that will create the synchronization group. With, you can see cloud endpoint is getting created. Cloud endpoint is nothing but the file share that we specified, that is getting added as the cloud endpoint. So whenever we synchronize data with the help of storage sync service, it will go onto the file share. That's the idea. So you can see here the synchronization group got added. Now we have to add the registered servers. Okay. So how do you register the server? See, this is the option. Download Azure File Sync Agent
and install it on all servers you want to sync. So you have to download this guy. So go to this link and you need to open this link within the servers, download the agent and have it set up. Okay. So I'm going to copy this link. Let's go to both of these servers. On these servers, one more thing, you have to actually disable something called as IE, Internet Explorer Enhanced Security Configuration. There is a default setting that is available for your Windows servers, which is not needed in this case. We have to have it disabled. So you have to click on and then mark it as off and then save it. Okay. So what am I doing in Server Manager? IE Enhanced Security Config must be turned off. Otherwise, while registering, you will get error. So you have to close this once after it is done, and then you have to proceed with installing the agent. For that, let me download the agent first of all. So I'll go to the browser. Press enter. Click on download and then select the server. So currently we have created Windows Server 2019 VMs, right? So you have to select Windows Server 2019 as the agent file and click on download. Okay, once after it is downloaded, you can install it. Just like any other software that you install, you can install this as well. Continue with the next. Okay, installation has begun in one of the server. In 116 machine, let's do the same thing on other machine as well. So here I have to download the agent. First of all, I will disable IE Enhanced Security Config. Then go to the browser and you have to download the agent. So you can see the file has been downloaded. Let me install it. Installation complete. So we just have to configure agent on both the machines now. Okay, on both the agents, the agent has been installed. We just need to configure it. It will automatically start up and then thereafter you can configure it. The Azure Cloud, you have to sign in. Give your Azure account username and password. So whatever it is that you can give. Wait a second, let me just see if I can get access to my account because it's important. I mean, login is working fine, but I'm not sure why it is saying that I'm not able to log in. Anyway, let me try. Pick the image that is the correct way up. 5227.
Okay, done. So let me select my Azure subscription, the resource group, and then the storage sync service, and then click on, you have to click on register. Operation returned an invalid status code unauthorized. Okay, what is the problem now? The storage service not managed to offer service you manage identity configure storage service to use manage identities and then click refresh. Okay, let's do that. Let's turn on managed identity. What is managed identity? I will explain you later. So it talks about storage sync service. Okay. Okay, so we have to enable this on the VMs, managed identity. The concept of managed identities, we will discuss it separately because for that you have to identify what exactly is identity, right? Only then we can talk about managed identity. So I'll tell you that separately. So I'm going to turn this on for both of the servers. So how you have to do it, you go to the server, search for managed identity or just identity, and then you can turn on the system assigned managed identity and then save it. That's all what you have to do to turn it on. That's done on first VM. On second VM also, let's do that. Turn it on and then save. Okay, and then refresh the page once. Now go back to the storage sync service. Go to managed identities. Unregistered servers, currently not registered. But why this option is grayed out? Okay. Anyway, I think this is a recent change that they have done in terms of managed identity enforcement. Earlier, it was not enforced, but now it seems that if you want to continue with storage sync service, you have to have it enforced. So I think we have to turn it on first, only then we can proceed it. But again, to troubleshoot it, because it's right now, this turning on managed identity option has been grayed out. Okay, and there is also some error as to when we try to register with the storage sync service.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
For now, let's jump on to the topic of what is Azure table storage and what is Azure queue storage. That is namely Azure table storage and Azure queue storage. What exactly are they? Let's have a look at them. Let me just take you to whiteboard. So now let's go ahead and see now how you can leverage this table storage for storing data within Azure Storage account. What kind of data? Once again, it is the data which we refer to as structured data. Okay, what is structured data? That is actually the data that we see inside database and all. That's what we call as a structured data. Now, the structured data to store it, you actually have the databases. I mean, SQL database, Oracle database, that is, etc. There are so many database options that is available for you for storing structured data. Then what is the purpose of Azure table storage then? Since we already have many solutions for storing structured data, why do we need something called as a table storage and what it does? Let's have a look at it. So with respect to the table storage, Azure table storage. With respect to Azure table storage, as I told you, it is for storing structured data. Now here, structured data, I just need to give you a classification. Usually structured data means a data which has having a proper schema, a structure to it, and that would be usually databases, right? Databases. These databases can be divided into two. We call it as NoSQL DBs and SQL DBs. Okay, NoSQL DBs and SQL DB. You know what is SQL DB? SQL databases are the general databases that we have been seeing for a couple of years or for a lot of years, quite a lot of years from the very beginning. The type of database that we have is basically SQL database. MS SQL, for example, Oracle SQL, MySQL. There's a lot of examples of SQL database. But in between, for the last couple of years, there is another technology that came in called as NoSQL databases as well. Okay, NoSQL database. What is NoSQL database? As the name says, they are not SQL. Okay, NoSQL database, they are not SQL. What is the difference? The traditional databases, they are said to be using structured query language for querying the database, and they are more complex in comparison with what we call as NoSQL databases as of today, right? SQL databases are a bit complex. They support wide range of options are given by SQL databases, whereas NoSQL databases are lightweight. They are designed to be lightweight, and they allows you to do specific things like use cases like for modern applications, a distributed type of database where it is required. That is where NoSQL databases would be primarily used. Now, when I give you some example, it will give more sense to you. You have heard about NoSQL database example. Some of the examples you can tell me. For example, I'm writing Cassandra DB, MongoDB. Any examples from your side? DynamoDB, CouchDB. What else? There would be many. There are many other. One more, most importantly, what we are looking at, table. Okay. So table is also a NoSQL database. In this NoSQL database itself, it is actually a specific category called as a key value pair. A key value pair database. A key value pair database. That's the difference over here. Okay. So key value pair, in the sense, now you will have a key and then you will have some associated paired values with that. Okay. A primary key, what we call as. So this is what we have with respect to a table storage. So once again, table storage is a NoSQL structured data storage solution available from Azure. So it's not a replacement for SQL. It is a lightweight database option. Once again, a lightweight database option which allows you to store data onto the simplest format of a table, okay, in the form of key value pairs. So for small use cases and all, you don't have to set up a complete full-fledged database solution like SQL database and all, but rather you can actually go with this table storage option, and thus giving you the ability to store structured data, and at the same time giving you the flexibility of keeping the database as simple as possible. Okay, so this is what Azure Table has to offer for you. Now, let's see, how do we store data onto Azure Table Storage? First of all, I need a storage account. Let's go back to Azure. We have a storage account already. So let's go to the storage account. And within that, you can see there is a table section, and you can add a table from here. Give a name for the table. I'm going to call it as test table or something. Click OK. And you have the table ready. Go to the table. But here you can see When you try to click on the table, nothing happens. It's only a checkbox. I can't go inside it. Wherever I click, I won't be able to go inside it. Okay. So I can't do anything to the table from here, from this particular view. That is because by default, to the table storage, you have to interact programmatically. Programmatically in the sense, developers who are creating applications, that is what, those are the people who would be using this table storage option, by the way, first of all. So when they try to access the table storage, or when they try to populate the table storage, they will try to do this programmatically. I mean, through a PHP code, or through a Java code, or whatever. Okay, the request will come from the application side directly to the table to insert the data, to retrieve the data, and so on. Manually, anyway, we are not getting into the programming side of things. So manually, at least to see how things happens, what we can do, we can either use this option called as storage browser. One option is available, storage browser. And within the storage browser, you have an option called as tables. There, if you go, you can get inside the table and you will be able to see that. Okay. So when you go inside table, there is nothing. There is actually partition key. There is a row key. There is a timestamp and any other values that you're going to add on. So let me explain you what is this partition key, row key, timestamp, and what are other properties that you can add onto a table storage. We'll explain that with an example. So let me take you onto whiteboard. So there is actually an organization. I mean, you are working as part of a company. So within this company, there is a blood donation drive that is going on. Okay, in your company, there is a blood donation drive that is going on. So it is actually some external team, some external volunteers who came to your campus, and they are collecting the blood and details from individuals who are ready to donate the blood. Okay, so this is what they are doing. So when they do it, let's say they first of all asked you about the details of the persons who are ready to donate, and they started capturing the data into their application. So you need an application wherein they need the database, they need the details about the people who are ready to donate the blood, that is there, their contact numbers, their location, and what is their blood group. So these details and all must be collected. So this is getting loaded into an application. Application is writing this data into an Azure table, for example. Okay, so let's try to integrate table storage into this example and then do the calculation. I mean, do the explanation. So now in table, first of all, you have something called as you can see here, partition key and row key. Okay, partition key and row key. Okay, partition key and row key. So first of all, we have to collect the details about the people who are ready to donate the blood, right? So you will take the partition key as, for example, blood donation or something. Blood donation. This would become your partition key within the table. And then not blood donation, blood donors. Blood donors, people who are ready to donate the blood, donate the blood. Within that row key 001, the first person, okay, the first entry. Okay, it can be just one, it can be 001, it can be 01, whatever. So row key 001, the first person who is ready to contribute the blood, who's able to donate the blood. And then there is a timestamp that is getting added. The moment you insert this data into table storage, a timestamp will automatically add the corresponding time and date value onto this. Okay, they will automatically add a time and date. So that is there, time and date is getting added. Then apart from that, there are additional properties that actually you can define. There are additional properties that you can define. What are the properties? For example, now we have to collect the name of the donors, name of donor, age of donor, blood group of donor. Okay, so in this way, a couple of other details also you want to record. So all this data is going on to this particular storage account into the table storage in the backend, by the way. Okay, whatever blood donors data, whatever name of the donor, age of the donor, blood group, and many other details as you may have it. Okay, and this will are what we call as properties. These is what we call as the various properties. So what you understood? The person who's collecting the data, they are sitting with a tablet or they're sitting with a laptop or whatever. Within that, they're collecting the data through their application. So they have an application, a front end of the application is there with the person who's collecting the data. They're entering the details onto this form that they have. And as they enter the data and submit it, the data is getting recorded in a table storage in the backend. So within table storage, they have a partition, and that would be to represent the blood donors. Row key would be the first entry, second entry, third entry, and for that, according to that, the row key will change. And whenever they enter the data, a timestamp is recorded, and then various properties that you have within the table storage that you are giving, like properties like what is the name of the donor, age of the donor, blood group of the donor, etc. So collectively, all this data put together is what you call as a entity. So all this data that we just recorded here together is what we call as entity. Multiple entities together, that is what makes up your table. Okay. Multiple entities together makes up your table. So once again, various properties that you have together, it is called as entity. Multiple entities together, you have the table storage. So this is what the essence of it. Now, how many properties you can have in this way? There are 255 properties all in all that you can have. So within that, these three gone. Partition key, row key, timestamp gone. So 255 minus 3, that is 252 properties you can add. Currently, we have added only 1, 2, 3 properties. So you could be adding another 249 properties more. Okay. Various properties, additional properties, if you want to, that you can keep on adding. And in this way, you can keep on adding entities, or to the same storage account, additional tables if you want to, that also you can create till you reach the maximum capacity of storage account. Okay. Till you reach the maximum capacity of storage account. That's it. So let's continue with creating this table storage. We have already created. Let's try to insert some data, some entity onto this now. So I'm going to say add an entity. See, remember, this data insertion will be done programmatically, not manually like what I'm doing here right now. This is only for the sake of example, for the sake of showing to you, I'm doing it this way. In actual, it would be done through programs, okay, any softwares and all, and they will insert the data onto the table storage. In that way, we can configure it. So anyway, partition key, I'm going to say this is blood donors, for instance, 001. Additional properties we are adding, I'm going to call it as donor name, donor age, for example, donor blood group, donor mobile number, donor location. I got it. So you can see here, we have added the data, only the property names we have added. So donor name, I'm going to call it as, for example, Shadil, or let's take it as donor 1. Donor age is 35, blood group is B positive, donor mobile number, donor location, let's say Bangalore. Okay. So in this way, you can add the data and then insert it. So the first entry is added. Okay. Second entry, you can add entity, second entity. Again, partition key, we know it is blood donors. Row key, this time it would be 002. Donor name, donor 2, donor age 25, donor blood group B negative, donor mobile number, location 1. Okay. So in this way, you can keep on inserting data onto the table storage. Then to fetch the exact data that you want, like later period of time, you want to query the database and you want to connect onto the data that you have, right? So in that case, you can actually fetch the data by means of your partition key and row key. So you say under blood donors partition, find me the row key value for 001. Okay, what is the corresponding data associated with row key 001, and you will be able to find the data. So this is what we have with respect to Azure table storage. Okay, let me know if you have any questions on this. We will also explain you what is queue storage now, and thereafter we can move on to other things on Azure storage. This partition key value should be unique or not. See, the partition key should be unique. Okay, it cannot be like, okay, for example, you are adding the data about blood donors only, but instead of blood donors, so you define for the first entry, you defined your partition key as blood donors. So for the second entry under the same data set, you cannot have the partition key changed. So it has to be unique. That understanding is correct, by the way. Okay. These queries are limited to partition key and row key. See, that is how you fetch the data. You use partition key and row key to fetch the data from the database, from the table storage. See, you can't find the data with the help of, let's say, for example, these values, donor name, donor age, etc. Why? Because they might have duplications. Whereas your partition key and row key, as per design, it cannot be duplicate. For example, I have a partition key blood donors. Already 001 row key has been added. Now, if I try to add another row key, which is again 001, same value, it will not accept it. So by design, it should have unique values for partition key and row key throughout the table. So whenever you make the query, you will be able to find the exact match only, and there are no other possible ways. So it is limited to partition key and row key itself. So, okay, so this is all right. Let's move on to the topic of queue storage now. Okay, what is queue storage? With respect to queue storage, this is also a mechanism or a service which will be mostly used by the developers. Let's try to understand what queue storage would do. Spelling of queue, please note it, QUE. Anyway, so with respect to queue storage, what it is? So queue storage is also a solution which allows you to go and store messages or message queuing service, basically. Message queuing service. What is a message queuing service? See, message queuing service in the sense it is something which allows you to queue messages. What is queuing messages? I will tell you. Think about it this way. You have two application components who wants to exchange some information. Okay, two application components who wants to exchange some information. So they will have a dependency between them. In terms of exchanging the data, they will have some dependency. So with respect to this message queuing service, what happens? You are using e-commerce applications like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, right? So we make use of these kind of e-commerce applications that we have. So these e-commerce applications, for example, they have, let's say, what we call as options to create orders, right, within the application. You can buy something through the application, and once you buy something through the application, you have noticed there is a notification email or message that is coming on to you. Okay, a notification email will come to your email address. A text message may come to your mobile phone. Okay, once after you have successfully made the order. Now, how does that matter and what queue storage would have to do with it? I will tell you. So what our queue storage can do in that case, these two application components are now having a dependency. The first application component that you have is actually the cart. Okay, and through the cart you made the order, and now once after the order has been done, you have to do the order confirmation. So confirmation, how it is done? Once upon confirmation, once you have made the payment and they retrieve the payment through the payment gateway, the confirmation message will be triggered, and that has to go to the client's mobile phone or registered email address, etc. So you can have a separate application component which is responsible for sending out these messages. This particular component is responsible for sending these messages out, saying, okay, this is where we have to go. Okay, so now order confirmation messages will be delivered to these particular components saying, hey, we have one confirmed order, you have to send a message. Another confirmed order, you have to send a message. Another confirmed order, you have to send a message. There is another confirmed order, you have to send a message. There is another confirmed order, you have to send a message. So many order confirmations are coming, for each of which a message, a confirmation message or email has to be sent out. Now, if these two application components is having a dependency, like for example, the first component, the order component, will be able to proceed only after the confirmation component has sent out the email and messages like that. Okay, so whatever that we have, so they are dependent now, and due to this dependency, what happens, your application will perform poor. That would be a challenge. So the application's dependency would create a problem for us, wherein your application is not able to proceed because the other guy is not able to keep up. He is not able to go ahead and address all the confirmation messages quickly, and it's creating a challenge. So what we have to do instead, we need to have a mechanism wherein you will be moving this data. I mean, you will move all these messages into a queue service. Queue in the sense a message queuing service. What is a message queuing service? That is a place where you can temporarily store messages. Okay, like whatever the message the application component has to pass to the other guy, that can be added to the queue, and it will stay in the queue as long as you wish. It can stay up to 7 days typically, but if you wish to, you can make it more. Okay, that doesn't mean the message will sit there in the queue and nobody will do anything. No, it is this way. All the messages are dropped into the queue, and then there is a FIFO mechanism that comes in. FIFO in the sense first in, first out. Whatever comes first or whoever comes first, they are served first. That's what we call as a FIFO, first in, first out. So with this FIFO, first in, first out mechanism, your message queuing service will be sending out the messages one by one. Okay, the message queuing component will have the messages. Second component will look into the messages that you have dropped, and then it will take the messages from the queue and then send it out. This is the idea. Let me just involve that queue processor over here. The current example, we don't have it. So here you will introduce the queue now. So all these messages will get into the queue. It will stack in the queue. Your second application component will be looking into the queue always. Whenever a message comes, he will process on his own. So now the dependency is gone. The first component can keep on sending the messages and then stack it in the queue. Second application component will be able to process it whenever he is ready to process it. So this is the idea of queue, simply a message queuing service for applications. Okay, so that's what we have here with respect to message queuing. We will see this within Azure portal. Remember, again, this also has to be done programmatically. So we'll just show you the component that we have and how you can insert a message from portal. There is an option to add a message from portal that we will see. Programmatically, you will learn when you get into the developer things. Okay. So here I'm going to create a queue service. There is nothing to create. Whenever you create storage account, automatically it will have it if it is a general purpose storage account. So here, if you go, you can see the queue service. So within the queue, you have to add a queue. Call it, for example, Q1 or whatever. Okay. I'm going to call it as app1 queue or something. Click OK for that. So you have the queue now, and here you can see there is an option to add a message on top. Okay, so you can use that and then add the message. Let me add some messages to this. I'm going to say add a message, and you can see here is the option to insert the message. So I'm going to say, for example, operation 1 completed successfully, just some random messages. Operation 1 completed successfully. Okay, expires in 7 days. The maximum validity is set to 7 days, after which the message will automatically get expired. There is another message that is coming in. Operation 2 completed successfully, or order 2 completed successfully, whatever. It will pass additional details. The message size can be up to 64 KB. So it will keep on adding additional details as necessary. Okay, and those messages will be inserted into the message queuing service one by one. And these messages, now the other application component, once it looks into the queue, he can do a queue processing. Queue processing in the sense he will start receiving the messages from the queue and then clear the queue. So when the first message has been processed, it will do a dequeue operation. And when a dequeue operation is done, whatever the first message that we inserted, first in, first out, that will come into the picture, and that message is cleared out. You can see that already the first message is gone. The second message will be processed, and that also will be dequeued. So in this way, the second application component will keep on clearing the queue. So queue act as a middleman, wherein between two applications, if you have to pass some messages, instead of creating a dependency between the two application components, you can place this message queuing service as a middleman, then drop all the messages to the queue service and take it from there. So this is the idea of a message queuing service. This is not a text messaging service, by the way, like your mobile phone text messages, bulk messaging, etc. No, this is from a developer's perspective. When they have to store some messages, they can actually use this message queuing mechanism. That is the idea that we have here with respect to the queue service. Okay, that's it. Is there any set to the priority of the message who can read or not? No, this is not to be read by random people. I told you, this is not to be read by you and me. This is something which only applications will process. It's not like, for example, you will look into the queue, you will get into the queue and then scroll through the messages and see the high priority message and try to read it. No, that's not what it does. I gave you the flow already. For example, think about a e-commerce application wherein thousands and thousands of orders are coming in. So all this order must be processed and confirmation messages and all has to be sent. So what you can do, you can drop the messages into the queue. So there is nothing like, okay, a high priority message and low priority message. All are same priority messages because all confirmation requests has to be sent out to individual users, for example. Okay. And it's not like any developer going inside the queue and looking through messages or trying to read the messages. No, it's an automated process, right? There will be application components who is taking care of all that, who will look into the queue, retrieve the first message, and then send it to the corresponding party as per the instructions that they have configured with. That's it. So let's move on to other concept, that is what we call as Azure Storage Account Data Migration Options. Let's talk about that. So with respect to data migration option, what exactly is data migration? Data migration in the sense getting your data into Azure Storage Account. That's what we call as Azure data migration, right? So to and from, not just into Azure Storage Account, but also outside of Storage Account if you want to take it. Then also you can make use of this data migration options. There are various methods available in terms of getting your data in and out of storage account. For example, let me show you here Azure data migration. Okay, so what are the data migration options that is available for Azure? That's what we are looking at. With respect to data migration, the data migration can be classified into two. We call it as online data migration and offline data migration. Online and offline. Online data migration and offline data migration. What is online data migration and what is offline data migration? The difference between two is nothing but, in the case of online data migration, you're actually transferring the data over internet or over a network. If you're transferring the data over a network, then it is called as online data migration. If you're transferring the data without a network, you may think, is that even possible, right? So you're transferring the data without a network, then in that case it would be called as offline data migration. Okay, so these are the two things that we have. So in both we have different options available. Online data migration options or getting your data into Azure storage account by means of a network is something which we have already done. So tell me, what are the examples of online data migration options as you are aware? What are the examples of it? Any guess? What are the things that we have been doing so far to get the data into Azure storage account, as you may know already? Options are nothing but No, it's not blob, LRS storage and all. See, simple. You can use Azure portal to get the data, or what you can use. What are the other options we used to get the data to and from Azure storage account? Let me mention the online option. Azure portal is one. Azure portal, because when you upload the data via Azure portal, it is going through internet. So it's online data migration option that is available for you. Okay, with respect to Azure portal, that is the first thing. Second one, online data migration you can have, for example, Azure File Sync. So if you have configured Azure File Sync, then through Azure File Sync also you can get your data onto Azure Storage account. You can use this Storage Explorer. Storage Explorer is a software that is available for you. A software that is available for you, which I'm yet to introduce you onto. We will do it. So using that also, Storage Explorer also, using that you can go and see the data, or you can get the data into Azure Storage account. Okay, using Storage Explorer you can upload. PowerShell. There are PowerShell commands available which will help you to upload the data onto Azure. So via PowerShell also we can do it. You can upload the data via another utility called as AZ copy. AZ copy. It is a command line utility that is available for you to copy the data to Azure storage account. Okay, we will do that as an example. So these are the options that's available for online data migration. Coming on to offline data migrations, what are the options that is available? With respect to offline data migration, we have first of all import export. With respect to offline data migration, we have something called as import export service. Import export service. And then there is data box. Data box. Import export service and data box doesn't require you to have an internet to transfer the data. How it happens? You're basically copying the data to a disk and then shipping the disk to Azure. You're copying the data to a disk, getting the disk to Azure, and that is how you would get the data into your Azure storage account. Okay, that's what happens with respect to data box, Azure data box or import export service. Anyway, Azure portal, you already know. Let's look at AZ copy. How do you move data via AZ copy as well as Storage Explorer? So Storage Explorer is a software that you can download for managing your storage account end to end. It's a thick client created by Microsoft, which can be used by us free of charge. There is no separate payments or anything required for the software. It's free. Anybody can use it. Azure Storage Explorer, Cloud Storage Management, one application. So here is one. Let me share this link with you. From here, you will be able to download it. If you scroll down, you will have the option to download it. Download Azure Explorer, Azure Storage Explorer. So you can download it. You should download it and then install it on your system and try the possible options. I already have it within my system. For example, I have already installed it. So let me take you to Storage Explorer. Here is the one, Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer. So I go to that. It is started. So when you log into the Storage Explorer, you won't be having any subscriptions and all listed over here. Okay. You won't be able to see any of this. So you have to log into your account so that you will be able to see these things. So how do you log into your account? To do that, you have to go to this account section here. And from the account section, you have to log into your account by providing the login credentials. I'm removing all these accounts now. We will try to add it again. Okay, so you can see this account has been completely removed. So I need to add it. So I say sign in with Azure. Where you want to sign in, Azure Global. Continue with the next. They will ask you to complete the authentication online. Once it is authenticated, you can come back and it will automatically refresh. You are now signed in. Okay. And thereafter, all my tenant that I have access to, I'll be able to see here. So with respect to the tenants that I have access to, default directory is my tenant.
It is currently filtered out. So I have to click on the settings and then say unfilter. Okay, settings and then unfilter. Then it will show me all the subscriptions that I have access to. You can see it's saying loading subscriptions. So it's still saying re-authenticate. Okay, let me do that once again. Yeah, now the subscriptions are getting loaded. Okay, is it still saying re-authentication? No, it's done. Okay, so you can see here all subscriptions that I have access to, it is listed over here. Okay, in that all my resources that I have created is in this particular subscription called as Shadil's training. So I want to look at only this one. So I'm selecting only this particular subscription. Once that is done, you can come back to this Explorer view, and from there you can expand this Shadil's training subscription, and you will be able to see the storage accounts that you have. So there is a storage account called as Intelli test strg098, which I created earlier. And that is where we created the file share, queues, tables, etc. So if you expand the queue, you can see the queue that we had created. If you expand the table, you can see the table that was created. Okay, all of those things we are able to see now. For example, if I want to insert the data to table, that can be done from here. The table is visible. Okay, partition key, row key, timestamp, donor name, donor age, blood group, mobile, donor location, etc. Whatever we created earlier, that we can see over here. The queue, whatever we created with whatever the messages that was added, that is also something which you can see. Okay. Anyway, so complete management, like even if you have blob service, if you want to download something, if you want to upload something from here, all that is possible. For example, blob containers, if I create a blob container over here, I'm going to call it as test container. I can do all this from here itself, right? So let's call it as a test container. And within that test container, I can upload the data. I can download the data if I want to. Okay. So all these options are available within Azure Storage account. Okay. So that's something. And so it is a graphical user interface. Yes, it is a GUI tool. That's correct. Your disks also, like if you have some disks of the VM, those also can be managed from here. Like if you want to download the disk, upload a disk, okay, copy, paste, create a snapshot, etc. These things also can be done from here. Okay, that's it. So this is what we have with respect to your Azure Storage Explorer. Explore it further. I mean, there are many other options, so explore it as per your convenience. Whenever you have time, please look through everything and try to understand more things about Azure Storage Explorer. Apart from that, let's move on to data by using AZ copy. Let's do that. AZ copy is also a tool, but purely command line tool. Explorer was more or less a graphical user interface tool, GUI tool. AZ copy is completely command line utility. Copy or move data to Azure Storage by using AZ copy V10. So go to this. You can download AZ copy from this particular link. If you go inside it, if you scroll down, you will be able to see the option to download AZ copy. Here it is. You can go to this part of the page, download AZ copy. I already have it, so I'm not downloading it again. Let's continue on to how to run AZ copy and how to use it. For example, using a SaaS token, how do we use it? So first of all, let's go back to the storage account. Let's make sure we have a blob created, a container created. Let's see that. A test container is available within which we have no data. So we will go ahead and use this container to upload some data. So what do? I go to PowerShell, Windows PowerShell IC, run as admin. So here what I have to do within PowerShell, I have to write a command in order to get this working. So what will I do here? First of all, the command is here. If you go back to the documentation, here copy or move data, let's copy this command. okay, using a SAS token. So here is AZ copy, C local path, and then this destination path, storage account URL, and then recursive is equal to true. So what exactly is this command is all about? Let's try to understand. So you will invoke this application called as AZ copy, and then say AZ copy. Okay, AZ copy. You will invoke AZ copy, and you will go ahead and say copy the data from a local path in the sense your desktop, to a destination which is a storage account. Okay, so you have to specify including the SAS token. Look at this question mark SVC equal to, that is your SAS token part. So accordingly, let's modify the command. Sorry, I was speaking on mute. So you can see here we have copied the command to PowerShell, and here we have to alter it. So we are saying AZ copy. Okay, hey AZ copy, you have to copy from source. This is destination. Okay, so whatever you have first is the source, whatever you have after is the destination. Now you have to have this AZ copy locally, right? Otherwise this invoking AZ copy will not work. I'm invoking this AZ copy from a path C Windows System 32. Okay, this is the path where PowerShell is currently running. Okay, if you go inside C Windows System 32, I have already downloaded AZ copy to that particular location. C Windows System 32. If I go, I manually kept the file over there. By default, you don't download anything to System 32. So just for the sake of easiness, I dropped it over there. You can see azcopy.exe I have already downloaded and kept over there. Okay. You can also do the same. You can download this AZ copy from here. I have given you the link already from the website. And then you can keep it in any path that's comfortable for you. For example, if you kept it in any other path other than System 32, you will have to take the PowerShell to that particular path. You have to, for example, say, come back to C drive, documents, downloads, etc. You can do that by change directory, CD commands. Okay, CD commands, using that you can move around and then bring it on to the target space wherein you have this particular option available. Okay, or this particular AZ copy available. Anyway, I have it in System 32. I'm already in System 32. So I'm okay to run the command, but that's not enough. So what I want to upload, I want to upload a folder from my system which actually contains some data. Let me show you. For instance, I go by this folder. I need to upload this particular folder. So what I can do, I can go ahead and specify. I'll take this path, Control C, and here that is my source. This is my source. Destination where the data has to go. Let's go ahead and take it from the storage account level. Go to the storage account. Go to the container that you have. Go to settings and then generate a SAS token, because we need a SAS token. It's a private container to communicate with which you need a SAS token. So you can specify what are the permissions. Of course, if you are uploading data, you have to give these permissions as well, right? Add, create, write permissions you will have to give. List is not mandatory. Anyway, I'm generating a SAS token valid from 8:43 all the way up to 4:43 tomorrow. Generate a SAS token, and here is a complete SAS URL. Okay, so this is what you need. So copy the SAS URL and paste it here in the command. Okay, so here you also need to specify container we have already added. Okay, /test container is there. That's okay. Recursive is equal to true. What is recursive is equal to true? We have to do this copy operation recursively. Recursively meaning there are any folders and subfolders in the data path that I have specified. Go inside the folders, copy the data from the folders as well. That's the meaning of it. I mean, it's not that just the data, whatever you have within the path, but if there are subfolders, you have to go inside it and copy that also. If you don't include recursive is equal to true, it won't copy the data from the folders that you have inside it. Okay. So we have given the command now completely, and let's try to run this now. Let's run the command. And you can see copy process started, log file located, etc. Just wait for it. So you can see the copy process completed. You will have the log file at this particular path, log file located at C users. You can refer to that in case if there is any errors or anything, you can refer to this log file in this particular path and you will be able to see the complete data, the complete picture, what was copied, how much time was taken, etc. All of that information would be available in the log file. Okay. And you also have the ability to resume a copy operation. In case if something happens and your copy operation fails, then you will have the ability to resume the copy from where you left off. Okay, for example, for some reason, halfway copy process was interrupted and I want to resume it. I just have to simply run the same command and it will check if the data, how much percentage has been copied, what file was copied lastly, and it will pick up exactly from where it was left off earlier. So that's another beauty of this data copy mechanism that is available. Okay, even large data transfers also, if you have very good bandwidth, you can actually use it. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to AZ copy. Let's confirm if the data has been copied over. Go to the container. Here is a folder and here is all the files. Okay, whatever files I just copied over, you can see everything over here. Okay, so that's how it works with respect to AZ copy to copy the data. There are multiple options available for AZ copy. You can use this for copying data between storage account, from one storage account to another storage account. If you have to copy the data, you can use it. One storage account to, let's say, on-prem, or on-prem to storage account, or Amazon S3 bucket. Amazon S3 bucket is something similar to storage account in Azure. A storage account equivalent within Amazon is what we call as Amazon S3 bucket. So from Amazon S3 bucket, if you want to copy the data there also, you can actually use it. Various options are available in that link which I shared you earlier for downloading AZ copy. From there you will be able to see multiple options and you can leverage it accordingly. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to AZ copy as a utility, a command line powerful utility to copy the data to and from Azure storage account. Okay, move on to import export service and data box service. That is nothing but import, export, and data box. Data box can be classified into three. We call it as data box disk, data box itself, data box AV. Okay, three options: data box disk, data box, and data box AV. Import export. So what is import export? Import export means importing or exporting data from to and from storage account. Either you copy your data into Azure storage account or you get your data out of storage account. That's what we call as import export. Okay, so that's what we have here with respect to import export. What is importing and exporting means? As I told you, importing, getting data into storage account, exporting, getting data out of Azure storage account. Now here, this happens by means of no internet. Okay, import export doesn't require any internet. You are doing this offline, meaning if you have large data transfers and you don't have proper bandwidth available in your organization, possible, right? Whatever bandwidth that you have, if it is limited, In such cases, to get the data into storage account and out of storage account, you can actually use this import export method. In import export method, you will ship your disk starting from 1 TB capacity. Starting from 1 terabytes capacity, you will have a disk, and these disks you can prepare and you can copy the data to it. There are instructions how to prepare. So you can copy the data to it and then ship it to Microsoft Azure. Once after the device reaches them, they will copy the data to the specified storage account and return the disk to you. This is what happens in terms of import export. So import export is basically you are giving your disk, whereas data box is slightly different. It also does the same thing, doesn't require internet, but in the case of data box actually gives you a disk. Microsoft gives you a disk if you are going for data box disk. So it's Microsoft's disk that is coming to you, SSD starting from 8 terabytes capacity, maximum up to 5 disks in a single order. So that is 5 multiplied by 8, 40 TB overall, approximately 35 TB usable capacity you would get in a single shot maximum with data box disk. So it is Microsoft's disk which they will send to your location. You copy the data and then return it to Microsoft. Data box is a kind of a NAS box, okay, a storage box which Azure will give it to you. Approximately 80 TB of data you can load onto it and then ship it back to Microsoft. You will have Ethernet ports and all available. Fast Ethernet port will be available. Fiber channel ports will be available. So using any of that, you would be able to transfer data into data box. Data box heavy is again even larger device, not available in India, not supported in India. It is available only in Europe and US. So you can copy data up to 800 terabytes. Okay, 800 terabytes, up to that much capacity can be moved on to a data box heavy. So these are all targeting organization who is having massive amount of data storage requirements, and for them these kind of options can be leveraged because transferring the data over network can take a lot of time. Significant time and efforts can be taken for that. That is why we have these options to copy the data offline. Let's see them in Azure. Say if you want to do import export or data box, you can just go to either of them. Go to Azure data box section and click on create and specify what you want to do. Import to Azure, get data into Azure. Select your subscription, select your resource group, continue with the next. Source country region, from where are you sending the data? So I'm sending the data from India. Destination Azure region, that is to Central India. Click on next. What are the options available? As I told you, data box disk up to 5 disks per order. Okay, 35 TB capacity total. Data box 80 TB total usable capacity. It contains network ports 1x 10 Gbps RJ45, 2x 10 Gbps SFP plus, that is fiber interface. Data box heavy, available only in US and EU. 800 TB of storage, and it also supports network ports to copy data onto it. Okay, so these are the options. Or if not data box, import export job also can be selected, which can accept disks which is starting from 1 TB and going all the way up. Okay, so for example, in my subscription type, all 3 data box options are not supported. Data box heavy will not be supported anyway, but data box disk as well as data box is not supported. I have to write email to Microsoft and they will validate whether I'm eligible for this or not. Only then these options will be enabled, by the way. But import export is available, so you can click select and continue with it. And then you have to give some details over here. You have to give a name for this import export job that you are giving. Additional job details, to which storage account you want to copy the data, that you have to specify. You also need to upload a journal file. You need to first of all generate a journal file by using this tool, download latest WA import export tool. So that import export tool will help you to generate a journal file. A journal file is what? A journal file will have information about all the files that you have. It's not the actual files, but it acts as a reference document. When the disk goes to Azure, they can match your journal file with your actual disk that you shipped into Azure and see if all data is being made available or not. Okay, so journal file is simply giving information about, okay, this much files with this names and extension might be or are available within this in that way. Okay, so that's not the actual data. Journal file is not the actual data. So you generate the journal file using WA import export tool. You have to upload the journal file over here. Continue with the next. Encryption and all you can apply. You can specify your return carrier, like through which courier service or whom you have a partnership with. Through them you can get the courier back, and that's it. So this is what we do with respect to import export service.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
So with respect to CDN content delivery network, what exactly it is and what is the relation with storage, so that we will discuss. Before that, CDN content delivery network is a method with which you can make sure any static content that is available in your website is easily visible or easily loaded without latency to the end customer. Meaning, when you are accessing any contents via a website, for example, you as a user, you are watching a program on YouTube, for example, right? And there is backend service where YouTube and its contents are hosted, for example. It may be in one specific location. Let's say, for example, it's in one of the data centers in US, right? That's where all the contents and things like that has been stored. For instance, take it that way. Now, what happens is when you start using this application, a user who is accessing the YouTube application from a remote location, a faraway location, for example, India, there is great distance between India and United States. So when you try to retrieve the content in India, which is hosted in United States, there may be a delay. A delay in the sense, the content, whatever content that you're trying to access should come through the network and reach onto your device, whatever device that you're using. Okay. So latency can be introduced in that case. There might be a latency. So the user experience will be lost. User experience will be lost in the sense the users will not be able to get the best possible experience within their application, and that may cause the users to abandon the platform and move to something else. So that is possible, right? User experience will be degraded and users may go away from the application. So it's really important that you have to maintain the user experience as much as possible. So how do you do that? So to do that, what we have to do, we can actually introduce a service called a CDN, content delivery network, into this application now. So see here, there is a content which you're wanting to share, which you want to access through the website. It can be images, it can be videos, it can be documents, etc. Any of that kind of contents which may be larger in size and which has to be made available through your website, they can be put on a cache. They can be put on a caching server in between. This is the idea that you have with respect to the content caching of the contents of your website close to the user. Cache these contents close to the end user. I'll give you one example. In this case, in this diagram, there is a user called as Alice who's trying to access an application which is hosted in, let's say, for example, India. Alice is from United States. She is accessing an application which is kept in India, and there are contents which is kept in the server, which is what we have represented as origin. Origin in the sense where they have kept these servers, that is what we call as the origin. Okay, so they have kept this data in origin servers, or the place that is in central India, for example. So the data has to be retrieved from central India. So the request from Alice will come all the way up to central India, that is the origin, and from there it will go back to her. But that will cause degradation of user experience because it's a long connection, and due to latency, the experience might not be as good as it can be. Okay, so we have to find a solution for that. So that is where now you can see we are introducing caching. When you introduce caching, what happens? The caching service provider or CDN provider, they will have servers across the world, across different parts of the world. They will have servers available specifically for the purpose of caching the contents of the user. Okay, in all important metro cities and things like that, you will have caching servers available for the CDN service provider. So these CDN service provider, now what they will say you, when you have taken their service, they will give you a URL through which you would be able to access your application. Meaning the request from you should travel through their URL. Okay, they will give you URL, so it will go through that particular URL and will be routed to your end URL, which is nothing but the origin. For example, let me show you. If you look at a website address, let me take this address. So you can see here, when you dig this address adani1.com, you can see specifically if I look for CNAME record, it is getting CNAMEd onto another address over here, which is, you can see, akm.net. What is this akm.net? This is basically Akamai. Okay, Akamai coming into the picture now. A1-101 AKM, which is Akamai's URL, by the way, .net. So meaning the name resolution request which is going for adani1.com is actually going through Akamai. It is going through Akamai's web service in the backend and then reaching on to you. So this Akamai is actually a DNS service provider. So from Alice, if she is making a request to the application, it is traversing through Akamai servers and then reaching your origin. And this Akamai service is what acting as your CDN servers. That's the idea. So they will have servers across different parts of the world. As I told you, Alice is from United States. So in United States also there is a point of presence location, a POP, within which there are edge servers. Edge servers are nothing but the servers close to the user wherein caching can happen. That is what the meaning of edge servers. So you have edge servers in United States, in the point of presence locations in United States, and the request from Alice will go through this particular edge service. While the request is going through edge servers, the CDN service will look if the data what Alice is requesting, is it already available on me or not, on the edge server or not. When it identifies, okay, there is no data for now, sorry, the request will travel all the way up to origin and retrieve the content from there. Now, that is the first request. Let's assume Ali's request was the first request, and that is why there was no content in edge servers. The request went all the way up to origin, and from there it took the data. But any subsequent request, for example, a second request that is coming from any other users in United States, you can see it will go to edge servers. It will retrieve the content from edge servers and then immediately come back. Okay, so for static contents and all, you can see it will go up to the edge servers, take the content from there, and then it will come back. Okay, so this is the idea. So any larger files that you have which you want to which may take significant amount of time in order to load it onto the website, etc., they will be accessed locally, and thus your application will become much faster. This is the idea of CDN, content delivery network. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so now why we discussed this, in Azure you have CDN service available, For example, Azure Storage support a CDN service, that is Microsoft's own CDN service itself, which can be utilized. We will go ahead and do an example for that, and then we will move away from this topic. So if I'm keeping content on storage account, like for example, I want to make some contents available for the website, and then in that case, I want to uh, make it available via CDN service, I can do that for Azure Storage account. So let's go ahead and do that. If at all you have a storage account, how do you enable CDN, and then how do you use it? Microsoft's own CDN service is available. So you say the resource group, storage account name you have to give. So review plus create. So you can see here we have the storage account created. Let's go to the resource. So I'm going on to container. I'm creating a container storing some data within blob, which I want to access via CDN. Created the container. Let me upload some data. I have uploaded the data. So to enable CDN, you have to go back to storage account now. At the storage account level, you can see, for example, where is CDN? Front door and CDN. Go to front door and CDN tab. And here you have to select new endpoint, service type, Azure CDN. Okay, this is what you have to select. Create a new existing profile. So create a new profile. Profile name you can give, for example, same name as storage account. Endpoint name you have to give. So that also I'm keeping the same. So this would be the CDN URL, intellipaat.strg.azureedge.net. Origin hostname. So origin hostname is intellipaat.strg.blob.core.windows.net. So this will map onto our blob address. Okay, intellipaat.strg.azureedge.net will map onto the blob address. And query string behavior, one option you have to select. For query string, I'm saying, okay, bypass caching. Your developer will be able to tell you which option you have to use, by the way. The query string is nothing but on a URL, you can see after the base URL, there are certain additional details that is getting passed through the URLs that you have. For example, if I go to, here it is. Here is the query string. Okay, what exactly I was querying here? For example, dig web interface was the original website address. Therein, I was making a query, question mark, hostname is equal to adani1.com, type is equal to CNAME. Okay, I was actually asking for a website adani1.com. What I wanted to know, the CNAME record. So this was passed on as a query string. So in this way, whatever user inputs, etc., is getting passed on to the website that will come as in the form of a query string. So do you want to, what do you want to do if there is a query string getting involved in the standard request URL that is coming from user side? So your developer would be able to tell you which option you have to set for that. Currently, we are saying, okay, if a query string is there, bypass caching specifically for the query string. Okay, or ignore query string or use query string, whatever the option you have to, you can select it accordingly. So click on create. So this will create the CDN profile. Now remember, once after CDN profile is created, now in your application to access the content, the URL, backend URL that you would be using would be this azureedge.net URL. Okay, that is how the request will pass through.
So that's what we have to do. And thus, when you do that, now you can see from wherever the initial request is coming, there and all the data will get cached. And any subsequent request from that location, you can see the data is going faster. Faster in the sense it will be as if they are loading it from their nearby location. And also one more thing, CDN service, once you have deployed, immediately it will not work. It requires its own time because it's a global service. It has to replicate that information to all different endpoints across the world. DNS updates and all has to happen. So it's going to take some time once after you have deployed CDN to get it into the working state. Okay, so we will just deploy it now, and testing we can do after some time. Yeah, deployment is complete. Go to the resource. So you can see your endpoint, CDN endpoint, intelli-test-strg.azure-edge.net is running. Currently, it will not be accessible as I told you. And here, if you go, you can see there are options, additional options available for specifically for this endpoint. If you go to this settings, you can see, for example, what is the origin that you have configured. The origin that you have configured is nothing but the storage account URL. Okay. And also you can add caching rules and geo filtering, etc. If you don't want the content to be cached in a specific location, then in that case you can specify do not cache. Okay, allow caching or block caching. So I can say block caching in these and these countries. If there are any country-wise sovereignty requirements and all, then you can make use of this. For example, I don't want to cache the content in let's say Singapore. Okay, so in this way and all, I can specify according to the caching rules that we have. That's it. So I hope this part is clear. And there is one more option that you should be aware of, a option called as purge, right? You can see here. One purge option is also available. So this is if you want to flush the cache, right? For example, you cached something, but thereafter you might have made some changes. You might have made some changes onto the content. So those changed contents, now if you want to refresh for the users, then in that case, you can actually use this option called as purging. So if you do a purging, then in that case, whatever cached content will be flushed and new content will be cached. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to Azure Storage Account CDN service. Let's move on to Azure App Services now. Let me take you home. What exactly is Azure App Services? Let me take you to the module document for a sec. So Azure App Services, what exactly is Azure App Services? So with respect to Azure App Services, what exactly it is? It's a platform as a service offering, right? We have discussed virtual machine. Virtual machine was infrastructure as a service or platform as a service or software as a service. Virtual machine is infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Whereas Azure App Services are PaaS service, right? PaaS service in the sense service which will take more control away from you and make things much more simpler to you. So for example, if you wanted to create application within Azure and if you wanted to host it in Azure, one method is that you can actually host your application on a VM. Okay, you can actually host the application on a VM by creating IaaS or something. You can set up your application within the virtual machine that you have. This is one option. So if you're setting up your application within IaaS, which is by using a server or a VM, then in that case, you are using infrastructure as a service, as you already know, as you have confirmed already. Now, when you deploy your applications onto VM, you have the full control of the VM, that is true. But at the same time, there is additional management overhead in terms of managing your virtual machine. So that would be there. Like you have to take care of your VM and all other things that you have to do, you will have to do it, right? Like updates, patches, periodic maintenance, restarts, etc. And high availability, you have to configure multiple VMs, right? For the sake of making it highly available. So these things and all, you have to do it when you are on infrastructure as a service. When you are going on to platform as a service, what Microsoft is saying, more and more things we will control it. You will have the ability to go and do the things like hosting the application. Minimal effort is needed from you. You can focus on your development work rather than focusing on setting up the infrastructure. This is what PaaS is telling us.
More control will be there with Microsoft. They will make options, they will make things much more similar to us in order to deploy the applications and things like that. So such a service available from Azure, that's what we call as Azure App Services. Within Azure App Services, you can host your code of various languages. For example, it can be .NET, it can be PHP, Python, Java, whatever it may be, all that you can use it, specify that, and you would be able to deploy your application with them into Azure App Services. Now let me take you on to one example over here, like how you can create a sample application within Azure App Services. There is something called as, by the way, app service plan and all, which we will discuss. So you can see multiple languages and frameworks are supported by app service. I already told you that .NET, PHP, Python, Java, all these different things are supported. You can set up a CI/CD environment. You might have heard about this CI/CD environment, right? What is CI/CD? Continuous integration, continuous deployment. What is that? What does that mean? CI/CD means, so continuous integration, continuous deployment means it's a terminology that we have in application development and deployment, like DevOps. It's part of your DevOps practices. What is DevOps practices? DevOps is nothing but set of protocols and procedures which is used for streamlining the development, deployment of your application. Okay, like there will be a streamlined approach what exactly you have to do to make your application finally available to the end customers. There are multiple stages defined, there are certain workflows that has been defined, and there is an automated process with which you will be able to deploy your code onto final production environment, which will travel through a staging environment, a developer environment, staging environment, and then finally production environment and things like that. So this kind of setup, to do that, you have to have a DevOps platform. And in DevOps, what we are doing, we're actually setting up CI/CD in order to get this achieved. Okay, that's what we have. Anyway, so that's something we can do with Azure App Services. You can have automatic scaling for your app services. Okay, so scaling and high availability, it's built into Azure App Service. You will have the ability to scale from certain number of VMs to a higher number of VM in case if you wish to do so. Okay, so you have the ability to scale your application. And then serverless code in the sense that is one option available through Azure App Services in case if you want to utilize a method with which you will have to pay only for the time that you have consumed by running the code. Like for example, you have your application, it is not running always. When something happens based on a trigger, it will go out and do some other works. Then in that case, you may call it as what? Serverless code. Okay, it doesn't have a pre-provisioned capacity. For a specific need, it will do something, and for that something, whatever compute capacity required, that's all what will be accounted for, and that is what we call as the serverless code over here. Okay, so that functionality is also supported. Serverless code is basically supported in a service called as function app. Under Azure App Service, we have function app and logic app. Okay, function apps and logic apps. So in function apps and logic apps, that is where you will be able to use this serverless code functionality. In both, in function app and logic app, you can specify like certain tasks and all that you want to do. For example, let's say there is a trigger like okay, let me tell you one instance. So for instance, let's say you have a blob file that is getting uploaded to the storage account. Okay, some data is getting uploaded to the storage account. So when the data comes in, let's say you have to capture some details from it. Like for example, what is the size of the data that has come in? What is the format of the data? I'm just making a hypothetical example, by the way. There are many other use cases that you can find. Okay, so the trigger here is upload to the blob. Okay, the trigger here is nothing but the upload to the blob. And when that trigger happens, a code workflow will be implemented wherein it will go and do certain tasks. Okay, like for example, you will write some code to go and check the size of the file, for example, or any other parameters of the file, it will retrieve it, and then you can do any other additional task if you want to, and that's it. So based on the trigger, only when the blob upload is happening, that is when it has to check for the file size and things like that. That's it. After it is done, it is done. So it's not requiring any permanent capacity for compute and all that, right? Only when that specific task is going or happening, that's where you need the compute capacity. So these kind of applications or scenarios is what we call a serverless code, or basically in Azure functions. Whereas logic app, it's nothing but you can construct certain logic, like there are connectors available. So based on these connectors, you can actually create a logical workflow wherein you don't have to write a lot of code, right? Based on all these connectors that you have, you can just stack them together and create a working model of your application. That is what we call as a logic app. Okay, based on some logic. If this happens, okay, trigger that, okay, initiate this connector and do this, etc. In this way, you can create a workflow with the help of logic apps. Zolor coming under Azure App Services, by the way. Anyway, let's go ahead and see an example how you can create an app service. And most importantly, there is one more thing under app service, which is nothing but app service plan. Okay, app service plan. This app service plan is what defines the capacity of compute that you require for your application. So when I have my application hosted within Azure App Service, for that particular app service, I will need to give compute capacity, right? I told you two options: dedicated compute capacity, as well as your based on serverless. Okay, dedicated compute capacity as well as serverless. So either of this is defined at an app service plan level. What is the capacity that you're going to give overall is defined at the app service plan level. So app service plan level determines how much compute capacity you will have in Azure backend when you host your application. Okay, so with that you can define it. This is the total capacity I need, and this is the compute capacity I need. This many VMs I need in the backend, etc. You can define with the help of app service plan. Let's go ahead and create one Azure App Service web app. So you go to app services for that. Create app service web app. You have to give a name over here for the web app that you want to use. So I'm going to call something delete test, and they will automatically make it unique by generating some no. So they're using whatever the domain name that I gave. You can see intelitest.azurewebsites.net. It's a domain name. Now azurewebsites.net is automatically appended to your domain name, by the way. Okay, so this is automatically done. They will add it, and that's what the URL with which you would be accessing this application. So what do you want to have? There's a recent update which has come. Just a second. Anyway, so what they're saying, so they will generate some extra strings over there, right? Earlier they used to show that over here only. So let's see that after it has been created. So this might not be the complete name. They may add some additional strings over here, additional characters over here to make this particular URL unique. Okay, so you will see that. So let's get on with the creation. So what I want to publish the code and what runtime stack I'm going to use. For example, I'm using PHP 8.4, which requires Linux operating system in the backend. If I was to go with .NET, for instance, you can see it is okay to go with Windows platform or Linux platform. Both are supported. So whatever the language that you want, you can actually use it. I'm going for PHP 8.4. The region where you want this to be deployed, let's say Central India, that is where I want this application to be deployed. Okay. Within Central India, now I have to have a pricing plan or app service plan, as I told you earlier. So this app service plan will be for Linux operating system. So they will create an app service plan for that. And for this particular app service plan, they will also specify a capacity, okay, a SKU, for example. You can see premium v3 selected, which will give you 4 GB memory, 1 virtual CPU. Okay, 4 GB memory, 1 virtual CPU, 1 instance of VM will be given to you. There is actually something called as a ACU as well, Azure Compute Unit. That is another measurement which is used for understanding the capacity of your pricing plan that they are giving to you. 195 minimum ACU, 100 is the base ACU, and 100 base ACU is equal to a series VM, which is having 2 GB RAM capacity and one virtual CPU. That is what 100 ACU is all about. So when we say 200 or 195 ACU, it will be double the capacity. That's it. So you are getting 4 GB memory, for example. You can choose through various pricing plans that is available. There are plenty of options available. Like for example, for development and testing purpose, there is a free tier as well. A free F1 tier is available, which doesn't have to pay you anything, which you wouldn't have to pay anything. Then there are premium, there are standard S1s, etc. So various capacities are available. I'm going with premium V3, P0, V3. Look at the parameters of it. For example, what is the vCPU, memory, what is the storage, what is the scale that you will get. So for example, with respect to CPU count, one virtual CPU, 4 GB RAM, 250 GB of storage capacity you will get with that app service plan. And scale, you can scale up to 30 VMs. Okay, within that app service plan, you can have up to 30 VMs to support your application with high availability. So that's what the 30 is all about. And how much it's going to cost per hour. Per hour, it's costing me around 6.82, and monthly it may cost me around 5,000 rupees, somewhere close to 5,000 rupees. So that's what I have with respect to premium V3, P0, V3. Let's move on. Now for your app service also, you can enable zonal redundancy. We know what is zonal redundancy. We have discussed it in storage account as well as with VM. So here also, there are VMs getting created in the backend. And for those backend VMs, you can spread them across availability zone. For example, if you're saying I need 10 instances, these 10 instances of VM could be sitting like 3 of them in zone 1, 4 of them in zone 2, and then 3 of them in zone 3. In this way, across zones, you can spread them so that you will have high availability built into your application now. So that zone redundancy and all, if you want to, you can actually enable it. Continue with the next. If you want to specify a database, you can specify that. But for this application, I'm not needing any database. Continue with the next. And in terms of deployment, this is where if you wish to, you can enable CI/CD. Okay, continuous deployment, CD basically. If you want to enable it, you can enable it. There is an option to pick up the code from GitHub. GitHub, you know, it is a CI/CD platform which is owned by Microsoft as of now. So that is something which you can leverage if you want to. You will have to link to your GitHub and then specify what is the repository that you want to take the code from within GitHub. So that is there. If you want to, you can enable that. For now, for this example, I'm not enabling it. And basic authentication we have to enable. Okay, basic authentication is required to deploy the code if it is a PHP app. Continue with the next. Public access is turned on. Proceed with the next, and then say review plus create. Click on create. Okay, so here you can see the app service web app that we have created. Now look at the default domain name. As I told you, they have created some random string of characters over here, and then Azure websites.net. So whatever initially I gave, Intelli test dash, that is available, and from there they have built it. Okay, that's it. So now if you wish to, you can actually go ahead and deploy some code onto this application, which we will do now. So for instance, I go on to deployment tab, and then I can control all deployments from the deployment center. That's where I have to do it. The app service plan, you can see it is this one. So if I go to this app service plan, what is the current app service plan? What are the resources that you have? How many instances of VM currently you have? There is only one VM. How many apps you have hosted on this app service plan? There is only one application that you have hosted within this app service plan. That is also something which you can see over here. Operating system in the backend and zone redundant, that is also visible over here, whether it is enabled with zone redundancy or not. Okay, so that is understood. If you go to this app service, there is scaling and all. We will get on to scaling at a later point of time. Now coming on to deployment center, this is where you control the deployment activity to your application. For example, you are having an option to select the deployment CI/CD from GitHub, Bitbucket, local Git that you may have, Azure repository or Azure Repos, which is nothing but Azure's own DevOps platform, any external third-party Git repositories if you have. So those options and all, you can actually use it. You can leverage any of this as a source from where you want to get the code onto your application. So here from the settings page, I say my deployment source is GitHub. Okay, I want to get the content from GitHub. Yeah, my Azure portal is already connected to GitHub, so I don't have to log in again. You can see that I have already signed in earlier. So it's already working, it's available. Okay. Now within GitHub, why I wanted to show, if any one of you have access to GitHub, then I can show you that. Like the structure of GitHub, there is actually something called as an organization. When you sign up for GitHub, you have an organization. Within that organization, you have to create a repository. Okay, repositories are the places where you will store your code, and within your repository you will have, for example, if it is PHP code will be there. Okay, and you have the option to edit things from GitHub and push things to GitHub, etc. That's a different story anyway. So those things and all can be done from there. So here my account I have already logged in, within which I have created an organization, and therein I have a repository called as Hello World 1, which contains the basic PHP code, which tells us, okay, hey, this is Hello World 1. For example, it will display a symbol page which says Hello World 1. That's it. So I can specify that repository to be selected so that my app service will take the code from there. And also the branch. Branch is default. By default, you will have a master branch available. So you can actually use it. Okay. So that's something which I have to specify over here. And then basic authentication will be selected. And then I will save this. So this will go and create a deployment with Azure. What is the error? Update site control operation failed with unable to create update action secret. Status extended code. Repository operation failed. Parameters. There's actually a problem with my account. Okay, save code settings. It's not able to probably authenticate with my account. So what we will do here instead, I cannot set this up for now because of the authentication problem. Building with app service build service. Okay, maybe app service build service will work. Hello world repository. Okay, master, this is done. Save this. Yeah, I think now it is going through. Yes, successfully set up the deployment. Actually, PHP is having a dependency on the basic authentication. That's why I told you to enable basic authentication earlier. For .NET and all, you will not have that problem. Okay, so right now when I change it to basic authentication, it has went through, so no issues. Now we can see according to the logs, it is running the build, and thereafter, if it is successfully fetching the content to our app service, you would be able to see that. Okay, let me quickly show you. If I go to this URL, I'm not sure if it has already changed. So by default, when you log into the URL, this is the URL that you have with which you will be able to access the content. It has already updated, by the way. You can see Hello World 1. Okay, so this is the default page that is available for you for your application. Okay, So hello world 1 is what I fetched from GitHub and made available over here. That's it. By default, when you don't have any code, how it will look like, it will be just a default page. If any of you have created the web app right now, you may be able to see that it will be giving you a default page and you won't be able to do anything from there. I mean, the default page is just telling you that, okay, you have configured the things, you have set up the app service, but you're not setting up the actual code yet. And the method of setting up the code, that's what we have seen from the deployment center, by the way. Okay, we went to the deployment center and from there we set up the connection to GitHub and from there we deployed the code. Okay, so this is how you have to go with your setting up your app service and connecting on to your GitHub. Okay, coming on to the example that we did with PHP, we actually pulled the code from GitHub and then we were able to make it available. You could see that within the app service now. Now here, for instance, you can see some basic things I will show you just to build up that interest in you so that you can build upon it and then try to improve yourself or try to do that yourself. Here, if you go on to containers on storage account, we have a container called as test container. And you can see we kept a file over here, cdn-overview.png. We have kept a cdn file over here. Remember, the access level of the storage account is kept to blob. So it's a publicly available. It's not a private one. Now, what I'm trying to do is I want to make this image available within our app service. Okay, I want to make this image available within our app service by writing some PHP code for that. So what I have done, you can see, you can actually create a PHP code for that. If you can say this is a simple PHP code that I have created. How do you create the code? Even if you're not a programmer, I'm not a programmer, by the way, you can make use of ChatGPT, for example. It is just that you have to give the right prompt and it will give you the right code that you have to use if you are prompting it correctly. Okay, so open bracket PHP, and then we declared a container, which is nothing but our container name within storage account, that is test container. And the blob name that I have is nothing but cdn overview.png. This is the blob name, right? This is something which I have the data within the blob service. So I have taken those details and added to the index.php file. Construct the full URL. So the blob URL goes like this: https://intelli-test-strg.blob.core.windows.net/container name blob name. It will pick up from these two variables and fill it over here. Now PHP will do a check if the file is available or not. And if it is available, then it will go and echo the image by using the blob URL which we have constructed. And then it will apply the styles as well automatically for it, right? If that image is not available, then in that case, it will tell you image not found or blob is private. So this is a simple index.php file which I have created, a simple code. So this code, I have to get it onto my Azure App Service. How can I do it? I can get my code onto the GitHub, for example, but only thing blocking me right now is that I can't log in because I don't have this recovery code for now. I actually uninstalled. When I changed my phone, I uninstalled my authenticator app. So I have to go for a recovery process and get it recovered later on. It's going to take some time, so we don't have to spend that time over there. Okay. Instead, alternate method to get your code onto your app service. That is, if basic authentication is enabled, you can communicate with your app service backend by using SFTP protocol, Secure File Transfer Protocol. Okay. So you can see here, if you go onto this deployment center, there is an option for you which says, for example, if you go to settings, if you go to FTPS credentials, you can see there is a FTPS endpoint to which you can connect with a username and password. So what did I do? I have the file PHP index.php file created on my local machine. I saved it on my local machine. I connected via WinSCP to the remote endpoint, in the sense to whatever SFTP URL that you have. In case if you wanted to see how can I connect, let me restart this. I will go ahead and start WinSCP once again. So WinSCP, you can download it and install it, right? WinSCP or FileZilla, either of this, you can use it. So here when you go, it will ask you to create a new login session. Which protocol? SFTP protocol. What is the URL? You can get the URL from here. Copy paste the URL. It will automatically pick up the port numbers and all that. Username and password you have to give. So username you have given, and whatever password you have to give, that also you can give over here. Okay, so you gave the username and password. Click login, you will be taken to that particular directory. Okay, the directory which you have in Azure within your app service. So there you can see the index.php file where our code is kept, for instance. So I simply have to replace this file from my file which I have created. So I have the index.php file with my code created in desktop. You can see that is what we have here. I have saved it in C user Shadil OneDrive desktop index.php. So this file, I'm going to transfer it on to my www root folder. So I'm going to simply drag and drop over here. It will ask, do you want to replace it? So yes for that. Okay. So the file got replaced over here around 822, for instance. You can see that. So what do I need to do now? I already got my code onto the app service. I simply come and try to access my app now, and you will see the change. For instance, I can come back to overview, take the URL, and just try to check the content now. Just okay, wait. That's not constructed properly. Wait a second. https:// Now give it a try. Click on the link and let me know what do you get. Are you seeing the CDN content from, sorry, are you seeing the blob from storage account, yes or no? You're able to see that, correct? For example, you can see when I click on it, let's continue to the URL and see I'm able to see it. So you got the idea now how things are working, right? It's communicating to the storage account, retrieving the content from there and showing you in your application now. Now you can build on this. There are more things that you can do. For example, I just showed one sample image, but that's not it. I mean, if I want to add some content to the web page, I can do it, right? And also currently my Azure app service, how it is communicating to storage account, it is communicating to the storage account publicly, right? It is communicating to the storage account directly with the public URL, and even my blob file is also kept as a public URL. So I have to make some modifications over there. For instance, I can make this content private now, right? I can make this container access level to private, in which case I will have to use what? To retrieve the content from storage account. Will this URL satisfy? Will this URL be enough to retrieve the content from storage account? Yes or no? Think through. Let your brains work. This URL, is it enough? If your storage account has kept the data with access level as private at the container level, then this URL is not enough, right? Actually, that is a secure way of doing. For the sake of simplicity, I went with public access, but the secure way of doing it, it's keeping it private. If it is kept private, then you have to append a SAS token to the URL that you have. Okay. So you will add a SAS token over here within the blob URL, and thus your application would be able to retrieve the SAS token and then load the content for you. So in this way, you can make changes. Now, in that case also, you are still communicating with the public endpoint of your Azure app service, sorry, of your storage account. The request, how does it go? Let me show you. For example, if I take you to whiteboard, let me show you. So what is happening at the moment is that you have a storage account, which has a URL, for example, Intelli test strg dot blob dot core dot windows.net. This is the URL. Okay. And you have the app service. Here is the app service. So app service currently is communicating with this URL that you have. How it is communicating? It is traversing through internet. It is going through internet. Both are located in central India, right? Both are the app services in central India. Your storage account is also in central India. Okay. meaning they are close by. This is also inside Azure data center. This guy is also inside Azure data center. But instead of communicating directly within Azure data center only, right now how the request goes, app service is communicating with the public URL of the storage account and then retrieving the content via internet and returning onto your app service. Do you think it is a good idea that your application is communicating over internet, getting the content, and then especially when they are in the same region, both are in Central India only, right? So what if we can set up a direct communication between the two? What if I can communicate directly from my app service to the storage account, right? That is possible. How can you do that? That is where we have to use something called as VNet. You have to use something called as VNet integration in between. But anyway, since we did this, let me just go and tell you something about it, right? So you will integrate, you will create a local network within Azure by means of VNet. Okay. You will integrate your app service to VNet. Also, you will integrate your storage account to VNet. Okay. So with this method, now your app service will talk to your storage account directly within Azure data center without traversing internet. So this would be a more secure approach, in which case you have to update all your URLs according to the VNet integration that you have done. Where can you do that? If you go back to storage account, at the storage account level, you have an option called as security plus networking. Security plus networking, one tab is available for you. Then if you go to networking, you can see there is an option public network access. I mean access through internet. Currently, this is enabled for all, but you have an option to say don't enable for all, enable for selected virtual networks and IP addresses. That is one option. Even more secure option, disable public access completely. Don't give public access to the storage account no matter what. Okay. Then if you go for a complete public access disabled option, the option to connect is nothing called as private endpoint connection. You have to create a private endpoint connection. When you create a private endpoint connection, your storage account will get integrated to the VNet now by means of a network interface card. So you will have a network interface card on your storage account, which is connecting onto your VNet. So your VNet got connected to your storage account privately with a private IP address. And the same way at the app service level, now you have to do another change. You go to app service. Within app service, go to this particular app service that you have. Go to settings, go to networking. And under networking, you can see private endpoint for your app service as well. Okay. And also for outbound traffic integration, virtual network integration. You have to configure integration to your virtual network. You can simply say add a virtual network integration and select the VNet that you have created earlier. So once it is connected, now your app service for outbound access, it will communicate through your VNet, reach storage account, retrieve the content from there and show it in your application. So you basically secured your application in such a way that it will communicate with inside Azure data center only. It will not communicate through public internet. Okay. Does that make sense? The idea, overall idea, are able to capture it? Okay. So one more thing, just one more thing we can do, and then we will move away from this. You remember we set up CDN, correct? Yes or no? A couple of minutes ago, we configured CDN, correct? That CDN service, can I access my content through CDN? Can I make it available through CDN URL? If anyone is accessing our application now from a remote location, how will you make it available through CDN for them? You can do that. So what you have to do in that case is, if you go back to your storage account, go to storage account, click on the storage account that you have, go to not containers, go to CDN service and look at your CDN URL that you have. So the CDN URL is intelli-test-strg.azureedge.net. This should be working already. So I'm going to use the CDN URL and update my index.php file to reflect the CDN URL. Okay, instead of intelli-test-strg.blob.core.windows.net, I will replace that with the CDN URL now. Okay, so the source URL now becomes https://intelli-test-strg.azure-edge.net, which is nothing but the CDN URL slash container name, that is test, slash blob name, that is cdn-overview.png. I'm going to save this file and I'm transfer this file to our Azure application now. So I'm replacing this guy now once again. Override, say yes. So last updated at 8:42. Now you come back to your application, try to retrieve the content. The content is coming through CDN now. Let's try this once again. Instead of this URL will remain same. So let me go and share this with you. Check once again whether it is working or not. Check it. Sorry, the HTTPS I have given 2 times. My bad. Let me correct it. Yeah, there you go. The second URL. Is it working? You might not see any difference, but the source URL, now this time it would be communicating through the CDN. Just check. If it is coming, that confirms you're able to see the content via CDN now. So now anyone who is accessing the content from any part of the world, they will be able to fastly access my content, my application, because this image will get loaded onto their local CDN servers in their location. Okay, so this is the idea of CDN. So this is how you have to combine the services and create a reliable solution. Now, one more thing. So here you are seeing still the application URL that we have is actually going like intelli-test-a- blah blah dot azure websites.net, right? You might not want to give something like this for your application now, right? You would like to replace this with an actual domain name like example.com, mywebsite.com, whatever. So in this way, if you want to replace this with an actual domain name, how can you do that? That's the next thing that you can have a look at. For that, I can use something called as custom domain name. Okay, custom domain name. Custom domain name you have to buy first. You can actually buy a domain name for hostinger.com or godaddy.com, etc. So I'm going to log in here. Go to the domain. Sorry, go to, yeah, here is the domain. simplycloud.com. Let me go to this address. And here I have something called as DNS servers. And here I have to add some data. Okay, what data I need to add? So you go to the app service level, go to app service, click on the app service, and on the left hand side you can see custom domain names. One option is available for you. So go to custom domain names, and this is the current default domain name, and I want to replace that with a custom domain name. So you say add custom domain name over here, specify all other domain services, and add a certificate later. What is a certificate all about? See, when you apply a custom domain name, to make sure it is a trusted domain that you have, you also have to apply HTTPS certificate. An SSL or TLS certificate must be installed so that it can go through a certificate validation chain and confirm that this is an actual valid URL. For that, along with your domain name, you also have to purchase a SSL certificate. I have a domain name under my ownership, but I don't have an SSL certificate because SSL certificates are costly and we don't need it, by the way, for the sake of practice and all. Okay, so we don't have an SSL certificate. So I'm saying add a certificate later. And what is the domain name that I want to add? I want to add simplycloud.com as my domain name because that is what I have under my ownership. You can see here, this domain name is basically simplycloud.com, correct? Let me show you. Domain simplycloud.com. And then when I say that simplycloud.com is my domain name, they will tell you, okay, what are the things that you have to add? There is a record that you have to create and also a txt record. So I'm going to create the A record first of all. Go back to DNS, type A record. Here you can see A record points to the public IP address that you have. You have to give it over here and then add record. Second, txt host is ASUID, and this is the string of characters. So let's come back and add that as well. So another record I'm adding, record type, as I said, txt this time. Value is ASU ID. Txt value is whatever the string of characters that I have copied now. Click on add record. So you have added both the records over here correctly. Now you can come back to Azure and then validate this. Whether you have added this or not, it can be validated by using a DNS query. They will do that once you click on validate. So you can see it got validated. So you can add the domain names now. So click on add, adding a custom domain name. Okay. When you added this custom domain name, you can see it is clearly saying no binding. Binding to what? Binding to a SSL TLS certificate. It's not added. That's what it is saying. So we don't have a certificate added. That's okay, as I told you. But there is one problem at app service level. App service will allow only HTTPS access. Okay, HTTP non-secure unbinded access is not allowed by default on app service. So temporarily, for the sake of testing whether this domain name is reachable or not, either you have to go and disable HTTPS for app service, or you have to install SSL certificate. Installing SSL certificate is not an option. As I told you, have to purchase an SSL certificate, which is paid, and it will take 1 or 2 days to have the certificate generated. Okay. Instead, what I have to do, I will temporarily disable HTTPS and then try to access our application. Where can I do that? I can go on to configuration tab with an app service, and under configuration, I scroll down and I say HTTPS only. One option you can see, you can turn it off. Okay. Turn HTTPS only off for now and then save this. Continue. So we added a custom domain name as well as we turned off HTTPS for the sake of testing. Now let's give it a try. HTTP colon / address is simplycloud.com. Simplycloud.com. Let me share this address with you and see if it is working or not. So you can see we're able to access our application with a custom URL now. Okay. So this is how things you have to develop. So you understood how you can add a custom domain name as well onto your Azure app service. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
We have to discuss now Azure App Service Plan, right? Azure App Service Plan, the scaling of App Service Plan, those things and all we have to see. We will get to see about Azure Container Registry and Azure Container Instances, ACR and ACI 2 services. We will be looking onto that. And thereafter, we will jump on to networking. Okay. So I need to create an app service plan first, not app service plan, an app service itself, with which of course we will have an app service plan automatically. So in that app service plan, there are scaling. That's what I wanted to show you mainly, because app service, as you know, it will scale. It has auto scaling capabilities built onto it. Meaning if your application requires more instances of VM to support the workload, it will automatically adjust it. It will go and increase the number of VMs or decrease the number of VMs automatically. So that is there. So we will see that. Okay, let me create the app service plan for you and app service. So I'm creating the app service here. I have selected the name of the app and region, resource group, the app service plan. Continue with the next deployment. That's okay. Continue with the next. And you can say review plus create. Click on review plus create. Okay, so here the app service has been created. Now let's go to the app service plan. Okay, and understand the scaling part of it. So let me just take you to the app service. Let's go to resource. And when you go to the app service here itself, you can see there is an option to get on to app service plan. Here is the app service plan, right? App service plan. So this app service plan, you can go to it and see the details about it. So let me take you to the app service plan and you can see the details about it. Okay, what is the plan that you got? So click on the plan, for example, and now you have been taken to the app service plan. So here, how many apps are currently running that we can see, and the pricing plan P0 V3. Okay, premium V3 is the plan that we have enabled. Resource group demo RG status is ready. Central India. How many instances are running? How many instances of VMs are running for this app service plan that you can see? Currently, there is one instance of VM running for this app service plan. So that is also something which we can see over here. Now, here on the left hand side, you can see one option called as scaling. Let me show you where it is. If I go to settings, you can see scale up and scale out, two options are available. Okay, tell me what is the difference between scale up and scale out? Scale up means increasing the capacity. I have told you this. For example, if you have a VM, that VM's capacity, if you are increasing, size, if you are increasing, then it is called as scale up. Okay. What is scale out? Scale out, increasing number of instances. For example, whatever the number of instances that you have, if you want to increase it, then it would be called as scale out. And scale up means increasing the capacity. That is the difference between the two. Okay. So with respect to app service plan, you can apply scale up as well as scale out on app service plan. When we say scale up on app service plan, what does it mean? It means that increasing the capacity of the app service plan. For example, P0 V3 is what we have currently. So you are moving away to P1 V3, for instance. That is increasing capacity, right? Meaning the scale up. Whereas number of instances, you can see I have told you here, there is only one instance currently available. Okay. So if you want to have more than one instance of the VM, then in that case, adding that extra instances would be called as scaling out. That would be known as a scale out. So this is the difference between the two operations, scale up and scale out. So here from premium V3, P0 V3, if I want to change on to, let's say, P1 V3, in that case, as I told you, it would be scale up operation, and you have the option here, right? You can scale it up. Now that is one option. Second, if you want to increase the number of instances, you can go to scale out and then increase the number of instances from what you have. Current instances is 1, maximum supported is 30, so you can increase it up to 30 if you want to. Now how you want to scale? The scale out method, there is manual option, automatic option, or rule based option available for you. So for example, if I want to increase the number of instances automatically based on the load, then I will click on automatic option over here and you can save it. In which case, automatically Azure will handle, you don't have to create any separate rules for that. Azure will automatically analyze the usage patterns, and if there is higher requirement, it will go and automatically scale it. Whereas if you go to rule based, you can go and configure certain rules and say that, okay, hey, when these and these conditions are met, please go and do the scaling. For example, custom auto scale, one option you can specify. Scaling mode, based on a metric, you can say CPU condition, you can specify, saying that if the CPU is reaching 70% or above, then increase the number of instances to, let's say, 2 or 3 or whatever. We have seen this with the virtual machine scale set, the same thing. Okay, so minimum is currently set to 1. You can set it as 2, for example. Maximum you can set it as, for example, 10. And default, maybe you can keep it as 2, etc. In this way, rules you can adjust. So rules you can adjust over here. Additional scaling conditions, if you want to, you can add. Okay, scale out condition as well as scale in conditions you have to add. Scale out is basically to increase the number of instances, and scale in is to decrease the number of instances. When usage is less, it has to automatically decrease as well. Either way, right? So both you can configure over here with respect to your auto scaling settings. So these are some of the features that is available for you from an app service perspective. Now we have to go on to one another concept over here, part of app service itself. So in app service plan, you understood we can apply scaling. You can look at the storage details, how much capacity total we have, how much I'm utilizing currently, total 250 available, out of which I'm not using anything because I haven't hosted anything on this app service. How many apps are currently added into a single app service plan? You can have more than one app. That is possible. Into a single app service plan, you can have more than one application. By the way, currently we have hosted only one application. Okay. So if your app service plan has enough capacity, then you can go ahead and add additional app services as well to the same plan, and that is very much supported. So let's jump on to now app service again, and there let me show you a concept called as deployment slots. What exactly is deployment slot? Let me take you to whiteboard. What exactly is deployment slot? When we have a production environment, within that, when we have a software development environment, for example, you have 3 different development stages. One we call as development itself, dev or development. Second, you have staging. Third, you have production. So you have the development environment, staging environment, and production environment. 3 different environments we have. So within this development, staging, and production, what do we have? First of all, development is where the actual product or the software is getting developed. For example, your application development happens over there on the development environment. In staging environment, you have an application in ready state and you want to deploy it and, for example, test it. That's what happens on staging. Application is ready. You will test it with various functionalities and things like that. Make sure everything is working correctly as expected. That's what happens in staging environment. Once after all testing is done, you will move it on to your production environment. That's what the final thing that you have, the production stage. So this is what happens in a normal software development life cycle, SDLC. Now here on this, what is deployment slot? What it has to do with these SDLC software development life cycle that I have given over here. See, the point is simple. When you create your application, it has gone through a development stage, it has gone through staging, the testing, and finally it is coming on to production. In production, your application is hosted onto app service. It is hosted onto app service. So app service is saying, okay, we are giving you an additional functionality. App service is saying, okay, we are giving you a additional functionality. Before you deploy the code onto production, you first of all can take it onto a deployment slot, for example. Directly, you don't have to deploy it onto your production environment. You can put it onto a deployment slot, and from deployment slot, later you can move it onto production. Why this is needed? Why it is significant? Or why it would be considered as important? See, when you deploy your applications, you may go with CI/CD. I have told you CI/CD one concept is available. Continuous integration, continuous deployment. So with CI/CD, what is happening? You will have agents who will be going ahead and doing the deployment for you as soon as you push the code from your repository. For example, GitHub is a repository. So from GitHub, you will push the code and these agents will go ahead and deploy this onto the app service. Assume if GitHub is integrated directly to production, it will go ahead and put your code. The moment you initiate a commit from GitHub site, it will go ahead and simply add the code on directly onto the production. What if there is any final mistake that you probably might not have noticed? It can happen, right? In which case your production application can be impacted. So this can be avoided if you set up your CI/CD agent-based deployment onto a deployment slot. It's part of the same app service, by the way, part of the same app service plan. And when it lands on the deployment slot, you will have a secondary URL with which you will be able to test if the deployment slot app is working correctly or not. You can also do this. You can distribute the traffic. For example, whatever traffic that is coming on here, 10% of the traffic you can send it on to your testing slot, and 90% of the traffic you can lead it onto the production slot. So what is happening? If there are 100 requests coming onto your app service at that moment, 10 requests will go to the deployment slot and 90 requests will go to the production slot. So majority of your users, they are connecting onto your actual production environment itself, but some of them, they will connect onto your deployment slot, which is nothing but the new version of your code, and see if it is working correctly or not. In case if there is any problem, of course, they will report back and you will be able to identify, okay, there is a problem with this particular resource. So this is the idea of the concept of deployment slot. Okay. So you can create deployment slots in Azure and make sure that your application code, before you deploy it onto production, it is deployed onto deployment slot. And from deployment slot, you have an option to swap the code to the production. Before doing the swap, you can do this testing and all, 10%, 90% traffic distribution, and then testing, etc. Those things and all, you can do it separately. So this is the idea that we have with respect to your deployment slot and your, so what do you have to do with it, etc. Okay. So your CI/CD, instead of setting it up onto your production slot, you will set it up onto your deployment slot. Anyway, let's come back over here. So what I'm going to do here is, let me go ahead and add a deployment slot. I will call it as, for example, test app, testing slot, test app testing. Do not clone anything. So let's go ahead and add this. So here we have added a testing slot, and this is our production app now. Okay. Earlier only production was there. Now we added a testing slot as well. Now onto this testing slot, you can set up your CI/CD, for example. So you go to, I'm inside the testing slot now. Okay. Look at this app service slot. Go to deployment center over here. Specify the code source, that is GitHub. And you can specify my GitHub account, organization, repository, etc. Okay. And authentication type, user assigned identity. Okay, that's okay. It may see an error because PHP has a dependency on app service deployment model. Okay, just wait for it. Let's see. If it fails, I will have to turn on basic authentication. Yeah, it fails. No problem. So I'll just change to basic authentication over here. Go to settings, configuration. Basic auth publishing is on. Okay. Go to deployment center. Code sources GitHub. GitHub actions, I'll change to app service, build service. That's a requirement for PHP, by the way. Select the repository. Select the branch. Then save this. By the way, this is my GitHub, and here is my organization, for example, within which I have this hello world one. where I have added a index.php file, which is simply print hello world 1. That's all. A simple print dialog so that it will print it on the screen. So this is what we are fetching through this application. Let's look at this now. It's active. Okay. So it came onto our testing slot now. Now let's say, for example, if you test it, if you look at the testing slot, let me copy the URL. So you can see hello world 1 app is available. Okay, it's working as expected. So this is, we have set up the continuous deployment onto our app service slot that we have, the testing slot that we have. That is where we have set up the continuous deployment now. Whereas our production, it is still referring to, for example, let me show you. If I go back to production, copy this URL. This is the production URL. So production URL is referring to something else. I mean, you would see the default page of app service. Okay, so this is the production and this is a testing slot. Okay, so what did we did? Once again, let me explain it to you. So we went on to the app service that we have. For the app service, we created a testing slot, and within that testing slot, we integrated CI/CD. Okay, so for example, let me go back to testing slot, that is deployment slots. Go to the testing slot that you have, and you can see we said that, okay, go to deployment center. You integrated with this with GitHub, for instance. So you go to settings tab, you connected the code sources GitHub, and you configured it, and you can see we are able to push the code from there onto this app service. Okay, app service testing slot that we have created. So it is working fine. And now let's go back to our testing slots and apply a routing policy. Like for example, I say 50% of the traffic should go onto the testing slot and 50 should go to the production slot. Configure it accordingly. And now I'll give you the URL of our actual application. Okay, so this is this app, by the way. I mean this one, sorry, not this one, this one. So this is the original app, but here if you go now, some request, it will redirect you onto whatever we have inside the testing slot, and other request will go onto this particular page, because 50-50 relationship we have set. 50% of the request should go to the testing slot that we created, and 50% of the request should go to the actual app service. So you can see that the request is going through the default app as well as the hello world app. It is jumping between the two. Okay, so that's what we have here. So we understood when we go with Azure App Services, you have a functionality to set up a testing slot and integrate your CI/CD onto the testing slot to avoid any accidental code push and related things, related problems. And thus, when you have this testing slot configured, you can also say certain amount of request should go onto this testing slot for the sake of testing. So you done all the final testing as well. So within deployment slots as well, everything is working fine, well and good. Then to move the code to the production, what you have to do now? Tell me, make a guess. Looking at the options to get the code onto production, now what you will have to do? You have to move the actual code to the production. Okay, if you don't move the code to the production, if you keep it on testing, again, when another new commit is coming through GitHub, it will get automatically reflected in the testing slot. We don't want that, right? So rather, you should get your stable code onto production. For that, we have functionality called as swap over here. You can see there is a swap option available on top. So you have to click on swap. It will ask you to specify your source and destination. Wait for it. Let me refresh the whole page. While swapping, whether application requires downtime, I'm asking about real world scenario. See, when you do a swap functionality, you don't require a downtime. Okay, that's what another beauty of this. And your application will not experience any downtime during that period. It will continue to work as it is. Okay, new requests will gracefully be removed, will be moved on to your new application that you have. So that Microsoft will take care internally. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, so there is no downtime required if you do a swap functionality. You can test it right now. When we do the swapping, if you keep on refreshing your application, you will see it will work. There will not be any downtime that is needed for this. So our source is the test app testing slot. And then we have the target as the production, that is IntelliTest app, and click on start the swap functionality. So we are swapping the slot now. You can see our application is still working. Wait for the swap to get completed and see what happens after that. So you can see swapping slot is complete. This 50-50 traffic, I will reset it. I will say, for example, entire traffic should go to production only. Okay, everything has to go to production, and then save this. Now, if you come back to your app service and if refresh it, you can see the default page changed over to Hello World 1. Okay, default has been changed over to Hello World 1. Whereas your testing slot that you had, it has changed over to the default page. Okay, so whatever that you had on existing production environment that moved on to your testing environment, whatever you have on testing environment that came onto production environment. So the switch has happened now between the two different app service slots that you have created. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the slot functionality. Now, if something goes wrong, like for example, let's say even after doing all this testing, when it moved on to production, something unexpected happened. Things are not working as you expected it to be. Okay, what can you do to fix this? In case if you see, okay, things are not working as expected, something is wrong, you have to do a swap once again. Just do a swap once again, and then you will be able to get back to your original state, because already the production code is there on the testing slot. It will come back to your production again. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to Azure App Service deployment slot functionality, another feature available from Azure App Service. Okay, I will move on to containerization technology. We'll explain what is containerization first of all, and thereafter we will do an example wherein we will try to set up an ACI instance, Azure Container Instance, and ACR, Azure Container Registry. We would try to set it up. Okay. Now that being said, you can see here when you go to deployment center to connect on to your app service, to connect on to your code source, what you have to do, you have to click on settings. From there, you have to specify what is the source of your code, from where you are getting the code that needs to be selected over here. In my case, I have kept my code within GitHub. Okay, I have the code in GitHub. So from GitHub, I have to pull the code over here. So in GitHub repository, you have already seen what exactly I have there. Like if I go back to GitHub, you can see here is the code file that I have. Hello World 1 repository I have created. Maybe if you want to pull this repository, you can do that. I'll give you this link, and there you can see Hello World 1 repository. Within that, there are code files. As part of the code file, I have the index.php file as well. Okay, so that is available within the repository. So you have to have that ready, and then you have to click on the code source as GitHub, and you can see it will automatically select the build provider as your GitHub actions. Right? It's a compiler that it is using in the backend. Only for PHP, you have to change the provider and put it as app service build service. Okay. It is saying SCM basic authentication is disabled for your app. It's actually enabled. So you can click on enable here. So ignore this error for now. Okay. So once you have changed that to app service build service, below you will have the option to sign into your GitHub account. I have already signed in, and that's why you're able to see, okay, this is the GitHub account, and I'm able to pick up the organization, pick up the repository that I want, that is Hello World 1, and select the branch. Okay, the code branch. Branching is like nothing but versioning, kind of versioning. So you have the master branch, and then you can click on save. That's all what you have to do in order to integrate with the code source. Your code source doesn't necessarily have to be GitHub. It can be Bitbucket, local Git repositories, or Azure Repos, which is nothing but Azure's DevOps platform. That's it. Okay. Okay, let's move on. So the next topic, the containerization concept, right? What exactly is containers? Let's try to understand that. Okay. So here we are now going to a concept called as containerization. Probably some of you might be already aware of this. containerization technology, what exactly it is, and machine virtualization is something which we have been using now, right? And our Azure cloud computing and all is created on top of a highly virtualized infrastructure, and we know that. Now let's compare that with what we call as containers. What is containers? What makes it different with respect to virtualization? When you do virtualize a machine, what is happening? You will have an underlying infrastructure on top of which you will have something called as a hypervisor software. You will have a hypervisor software. We know that, like for example, ESXi or Citrix N server or any of that kind of uh, hypervisor software would be there on top of the hardware. Then on top of that, you will be able to create a VM. So this is the full VM, right? Within virtual machine, what you will have? You will have the guest operating system. In each and every VM that you have, you will have a guest operating system. And thereafter, on top of which you will have any binaries or library files that is required, meaning any dependencies that is there for your application, that would be there. Then thereafter, on top of it, you will have your application hosted. Okay. So these binaries or libraries, etc., are dependencies for your application to work. So that would be there. Thereafter, your application would be there. So in this way, multiple VMs would be created onto your machine virtualization environment, for example. When we come on to containerization concept, things are slightly different. You will have the infrastructure, which means your physical infrastructure, your physical servers, etc. Instead of directly virtualizing it, you can have an operating system on top of it. And on top of operating system, you can have something called as container engine. Okay. You can have container engine or container runtime, which allows a container to function properly. Okay. Just like you cannot have a VM without a hypervisor, you cannot have a container without a container engine. Container engine example is, for example, Docker. Mostly what we use is Docker. But apart from that, there is things like container D. That's another example for a container runtime, which allows you to create containers on top of it. Then thereafter, once after you have the container engine, on top of it, you will have the actual containers. For example, this is one container with an application, another container with an application, a third container with an application. Now, what exactly is container? Container or containerization is basically an idea in which you package what is required for your application to run into a single unit. So only things that you have to make sure is your application is working. For example, for your application to work, what is required? Only those things, only those components, you take it into a small unit, and that is what we call as a container in simple terms. So meaning, normally when you host an application, you're hosting it on top of an operating system. In that operating system, or in that VM with operating system, it contains a lot of other services as well. Okay, a lot of other services which might not be necessarily required for you, which might not be needed for you. So in that way, there may be a hell lot of different services that is available. For example, within Windows operating systems and all, we know there are media related services which might not be needed for your application, right? And many other capabilities will be there on a server, and there will be many other services available on a system, but you might not use all of them. But still, they are taking up RAM capacity, CPU, etc. So your resources are getting wasted in one way or the other. Okay. So this wastage, how we can reduce the overall footprint of your VM, etc., how we can bring it down and this save on the overall utilization cost, how we can do it. This was the thought process. So for this, the idea of creating your applications into a small container emerged. Okay. So what is required for my application to work? What are the binaries and library files that is required for my application to work? What are other dependencies that I have on my application, which is needed for my application to work? These things you will package into a small unit. Okay. And run it on top of a container engine. So you don't have a full-fledged VM over here now. You don't have a full-fledged operating system over here now, but rather only the things that is required for my application to work. Thus creating a lightweight unit, which is easily disposable. Like if you want to move around or if you want to discard, etc., in any of this case, which can be easily done in such a way, you will get a small image, and that's what we call as a container image. You will deploy this container image on top of a container runtime, and thus you will have your application in working state. You will have your application in a working state thereafter. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the idea of the concept of containerization and creating containers. So you can expect benefits in terms of resource allocation. You don't have to allocate a lot of resources for a container. If you look at this example, the same app, when you had to host it, you have to have a VM created, and for that VM, the significant amount of RAM CPU is given for the guest operating system. For whatever operating system that you have on that VM, for that there is a significant amount of RAM CPU network utilization is going off. That can be avoided when you go onto the containerization concept, because on your base infrastructure you have a container engine and there is a shared operating system, and on top of that you would be able to directly create your container, a lightweight small container which is containing your application's code and any other necessary dependencies. So those things would be there and you will be able to utilize it. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to your containerization concept. And what are the other benefits that you can expect with containers? You can easily move them around. Okay, you can move them from one infrastructure to another infrastructure, especially they are lightweight, and you can easily replace them. A VM start time, it can take up to 2 minutes for a VM to start up. In rare cases, it may take even more than that. So this startup time for your container is far lesser than a typical VM. It is even lesser than a virtual machine. It doesn't require that much time, for instance, to go ahead and start. Okay, so it's quickly, it's starting fast, easily scalable, movable, disposable. Okay, once you are done, for example, if something is happening with a container, you can easily get rid of it. You can dispose it and bring another container to its place with the same image, and your application is up and ready. That's it. So this concept is what we call as containerization. Now, to do this containerization or to deploy containers in Azure, there are different services available within. One is called as ACI, Azure Container Instance, which we will see now. Another service called as Azure Container Registry is available. Registry is a place wherein you will store your container images, a place where you can store your container images, and that's what we call as container registry. Okay, in Azure, for example, if you want to, you have multiple container images that you have created for your application. So you need a place, a repository where you can save all those. You can use Azure Container Registry as a repository. There are third-party repositories as well. For example, our Docker Hub is an example of a repository. Docker Hub is an example of a repository, by the way. Okay, and that's it. So this is the idea that we have with respect to containers. Now, from containers emerged the concept of microservices architecture. Microservices architecture. Probably you might have heard about it. Microservice architecture is nothing but a larger application. You divide that into individual components. How that can be done? How can you divide a larger application into different components? See, when we look at it, these applications and all that we use, take a e-commerce application, for example, Myntra or Amazon. So when you look at it, it's a single application that is working for you, single easy to use application that you have. Whereas when you look internally how it is configured, you will get to see that this application is actually made up of multiple components together. Okay, different components together, you will have the final application. And how these different components are created in the form of containers. Okay, so you will have separate containers representing each side of your application. For example, your Mindra e-commerce app, if you consider, there are various sections within the app, right? Like men's section, women's section, kids section, home section, etc. So these separate sections and all that you have, they will be represented by separate containers. And if anything happens with one of the container representing a specific section, there would be another container available to represent the same, or maybe you can add more number of containers also as required for those environment. Okay, that's it. So I hope that is clear with respect to what is the idea of containerization. Okay, so microservice architecture, as I told you, now combining all this small containers, you create a larger application, and that's what we call as microservices architecture, which is the standard model which people are doing today with respect to setting your applications and things like that. Okay, and apart from that, microservice architecture we said, and what else? Yeah, so what example we will do, we have to see two services over here. One is Azure Container Instance ACI. Another one is ACR Azure Container Registry. Okay, ACR Azure Container Registry is also there. So that we will see. So what we will do is we will not get into creating a container on your own, because that's not something which can discuss over here. Docker has to be learned for that. What exactly is Docker, Docker file, creating containers on your own, etc. That's a separate course itself. So rather, we will take a container that has been already created. There are plenty of uh, getting started containers available within Docker Hub. So you can download a Docker Hub image onto your local system and then give it over to like wherever you want to give it, for example. Okay. And what we will do, we'll download a container image onto our local system. We'll assume we have modified it. We will upload that onto containers once again, or I will upload that to a service called as ACR, Azure Container Registry. And from ACR, we will take that uploaded container image and then create a instance, Azure Container Instance of it thereafter. So this would be the whole process that we are doing. So here with respect to deployment, what exactly we are going to do, as I told you, just to give you an idea, what is the things that we are doing now. First of all, we will get a sample image. Okay, sample container image. We will take it from where? From Docker Hub. We will download it onto local system. On local system, we will test it. Test locally. For testing, you need Docker engine. Docker engine is required for testing. Once after it has been tested locally, modifications if you want, and if you are aware, you can do that. Thereafter, you will push to ACR. Once we push this image to ACR, Azure Container Registry, you have to create ACI, Azure Container Instance, using image in ACR. Okay, so you will create a container instance within Azure by using the uploaded image that is available now in your Azure Container Registry. So this is the overall process that we are going to do. So you have to have Docker engine installed on your local system if you want to attempt it. Okay, Docker engine must be installed locally on your local system. So let's get started with that. I already have Docker engine on my system, but in your case, let me show you where you can enable it, how you can enable it. You have to go to this install Docker desktop on Windows, and from here you can download Docker desktop. So before you install this, before installing your Docker desktop, you have to go and do some changes within your operating system. So go to Windows plus R, appwiz.cpl. You have to go to application wizard or appwiz.cpl, and from there you have to click on turn Windows switches on or off. And there you can see one option is available called as WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. Windows Subsystem for Linux. This must be turned on. Okay, just make sure the box is checked. Click OK. It will install Windows Subsystem for Linux. You may need to do a restart. Do it. Once after that is done, once after the system is enabled with WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux, once after WSL has been turned on, you can go back to installing Docker runtime. You have to do a restart after that. Please keep that in mind. Okay, do a restart, and thereafter you can install the Docker and go through the installation instructions. In my case, I have already installed it, so I'm just opening Docker directly. Oops. So here you can see I have attached or I have opened a command over here which can be utilized, and this WSL enable you can actually do it via command prompt as well. If you have already installed or enabled WSL via GUI, no problem, you don't have to do the second step. You can check the version of WSL by using the second step, sorry, the line number 4. And you also need to have a distro. Distro means distribution of Linux. There are plenty of Linux distributions available, right? You know by name Ubuntu. Then we have CentOS, and that these so many different options are available for that, right? In terms of your distributions. So some Linux distribution also must be installed when you enable WSL. To install the distribution, that is where, first of all, I'm fetching a list of available distribution, and from that WSL-install d Ubuntu 22.04. You can adjust the version and distro according to your liking. So this command WSL --install and then -d Ubuntu will go ahead and install Ubuntu 22.04 edition. That's what it does. So that also has to be installed. Thereafter, do a restart on your system, and then you can proceed with installation of Docker. Okay. So first of all, once again, you set up WSL and then install a distro, then install Docker desktop. Okay, I have given you the link to download Docker desktop already. Okay, so that is clear, I hope, and let's go ahead and do it. Okay, I have already done all these steps. I have installed WSL. I have installed Ubuntu 22.04, for example. So that is all ready for me, and Docker desktop is also installed. So I will jump on to the commands for working with Docker. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do next. So first of all, why WSL require? That's a requirement of Docker. Docker requires either a virtual machine in the backend or it requires a Linux subsystem. Either of this is needed for Docker to work. It is a dependency. Docker is originally designed for what? For Linux operating system. It was originally designed to run on Linux operating system, but later on they modded it, like they created a version that supports Windows as well. So when you create a version that supports Windows, it requires either a VM in the backend, a Linux VM in the backend, or it requires Windows subsystem for Linux to be enabled. One more thing I wanted to mention, your operating system. If your Windows operating system is Windows 10 or 11, single language or home edition, these things are not supported. If your system is a single language or home edition, these things are not supported, keep in mind. Okay, so you have to have enterprise edition or pro edition, only then this is supported. Where can you check it? Go to system, go to about. Go to system, go to about. In about, check the operating system details. So Windows edition, Windows 11 Pro. So in my case, it is Pro edition. In your case, what it is, please check. If it is single language, home edition, etc., you can't do it. You will face problems in terms of setting up these items. Okay, so that is not a supported option, by the way. So here, once you have the Docker and everything installed, system restart, everything is done. To check if there are any images already on your system by Docker, you can run the command docker images, which of course will not be there because you just install Docker. It won't have any images available now. Second thing is that you have to download a sample image onto your system. I told you about there is third-party repositories, namely Docker Hub, for example. So this is what we call as Docker Hub, and here you can search for images. For example, I'm searching for an image Nginx. Search for it. Okay, so you can see Nginx, the official Docker image is available. To download this, you can use the command docker pull nginx. So you come back to your Docker environment, run the command docker pull nginx. So I'm going to run this, and that will download the Docker engine onto my local machine. So you can see download has been completed. We got the sample image onto our local machine. I want to run it locally and test it. So I'm saying, okay, Docker run -it. IT means interactively. -rm. Rm means remove switch. Once after you stop it, go and remove it. That's what -rm is equal to. -p is equal to the port mapping. So internally within container, it will run on port number 80. Externally, you are mapping it on to port number 8080. It depends upon the availability of your port. If you have port 80 available, then no problem. You can map it on to 80 as well. There is nothing wrong with that. Okay. So 80 mapped on to 80 or 80 mapped on to 8080, whatever. So let's run this command. I have already pulled Nginx image. Let me run this command now. Okay. So that means Docker container has been started now. Let me take you back to Docker. I can see Nginx container in use is currently running. Okay, so that is available. If you go to images, whatever image you downloaded, that you can see the Nginx Airtel image is available. And if you go on to containers, what are the containers that is running, you will be able to see that right now. Okay, and the port mapping and all it is there. So let's go and try to access this. So I say localhost port number 80. See, on localhost on my local machine, I'm able to see Nginx website running correctly now. Okay, I can modify this image with other data that I have, like for example, whatever application details, application code I have to add, I can add it over here, and then I can start using this application. Okay, so we'll not get into adding your code and things like that onto this. That's a different discussion. Anyway, so we understood you can the process of downloading a sample image, running it locally. Okay, so we are assuming that we have done modifications and all because it's working correctly. So we are assuming that okay, we have done all the modification that is required, and we are good to upload this onto Azure. So if that is the case, how you have to do it? In Azure, first of all, you need a service called as ACR, Azure Container Registry. So search for Container Registry. Go to Container Registries and then create a Container Registry within Azure. Click on Create. Specify the resource group. I'm going to call it as Intelli test ACR. Or for example, Intelli, that's okay. Central India. Something which is newly added, domain name, label, scope. I mean, it's related to what should be the domain name for your registry. For now, let's leave it as the default option. And the registry domain name, intelli-test-acr.azurecr.io. That's okay. Continue with the next. Click on review plus create. You can see deployment is complete. Let's go to this resource. So here, once you have it enabled, you have to go on to settings and properties. Admin user must be enabled over here and then save it. That is required for you to connect from your local system and to upload the container images. So that is done. And here, if you go back to our Docker, it is still running that container. You can stop it either manually, you can stop it, or graphically,
command line prompt also, you can go and stop it. So I'm going to break this command. Maybe I will have to cancel it anyway. Let me just restart PowerShell. Busy Ganguly. I'll stop this guy, by the way, because that container has been stopped. Here we go. File and then open docker cli.ps1. Okay, so here we have seen that Docker images, Docker pull nginx, Docker run, etc. We have seen that. Now the container registry that we just created in Azure, it is called as, let's copy the name of it and the URL. So the name of it is nothing but Intellipaat ACR, and the URL would be intellipaat.azure.cr.io. It's a login server or login URL. Okay, so here it is. So here I'm going to correct the name. Intellipaat ACR and here also I need to upload. Here also I'll update it. Everywhere, wherever you have this, you can update it. Okay, so you can see, first of all, you have to log into your ACR now. Okay, so let's go to ACR login. Oh, wait. This might fail. I forgot to tell you something before I do this. See, what are we doing here? First of all, we are running this command from your local machine. In your local machine, you first must have logged into Azure. Okay. In my case, I have logged in earlier. That is how it got succeeded. Otherwise, it would have failed. What is AZ login? It is nothing but CLI command. I have told you there are two types of commands available for Azure, for interacting with Azure. One is called as Azure PowerShell command, and another one is called as Azure CLI command. So this Azure CLI command that you have, example of that, that's what we are saying right now. You use Azure CLI command when you interact with Docker, and the command that you have to use there is, for example, AZ login. How do you get this CLI option within your local system? For that, you have to download Azure CLI and set it up on your machine. I hope I have shown this to you earlier. Now, for those people who are, if there is anyone who is not aware, install CLI on Azure. Sorry, install Azure CLI on Windows VM. Okay, install Azure CLI on Windows VM. If you search for that, you can copy this. So you can see here, there is a MSI installer available. You can install this, by the way. Okay, if you install it on the local system, then yes, you will be able to run CLI command. So once after you have ran that command, you have to do AZ login, and that AZ login also, in my case, I have done earlier. And thereafter, I ran directly a login to CLI, because you have to separately log into container registry as well. Okay, ACR login must be done separately. So first log into Azure environment, then log into ACR. So for logging into ACR, we used a command ACR login, name of the registry, for example. That's it. So once this much has been done, now what is your target? You want to upload the container image from here to Azure. So we already have the fixed container image. So we are ready to ship it on to our Azure environment. So what do you have to do? First of all, you have to tag your image that you want to take over. That is Nginx image with the path where it has to go and the repository where it has to go. So it will go onto a path in intellipaat.azure.cr.io. Within that, it will create a repository called as samples, and within that, it will go and have the resource created. So what I want to run this command, docker tag nginx. Then you can do docker push intellipaat.azure.cr.io/sample/nginx. You can upload this image that you just tagged now, which is nothing but the website image that we saw,
which is nothing but the Nginx website image that we saw. We are uploading that onto Azure now, into Azure ACR. Upload is going on. Upload is complete. So if you go back to ACR, just refresh Azure portal once. And if you go onto repositories over here, what is the repository within which you have the Nginx image now available? Okay, earlier this was not there. Now we got one image uploaded and we have it ready. Okay, so this can be utilized for, let's say, creating your container within Azure environment now, because we got the image ready into Azure environment. We'll just quickly see that as well, how you can use this image which you got into ACR to create a container instance in Azure. For that, you have to go to a service called as Azure Container Instance. Container instances. So go to ACI container instances. From there, click on create a container instance. Specify the resource group. Container name, I'm going to call this Intelli test CONT. Region Central India, availability is on okay. Leave it as it is, no problem. Continue with the next. Monitoring or insights, if you want to, you can enable it. If not, not necessary. Continue with the next and then say review plus create. Click on create. So this will create a container with whatever image that we uploaded. Like if you go to this public IP address now, you will be able to see whatever you saw on the local machine, right? Let me take you onto this. I'll try with HTTP, by the way. There is no certificate configured. Oh, by the way, we did not specify from where it has to take the image, right? We did not specify that. My bad. I did not go through that step. Okay, we just created a container. We did not specify from where it has to take the image. Now it is not possible to change. Anyway, so if you were to create it, let me go to container instance once again. Click on add container instance or create. Specify the resource group. Give it a name, Central India. Image source, you have to say other registry, sorry, Azure Container Registry, and select the registry that you have. And from that, there is only one and only image, so select it. Okay, sample/nginx. And then continue with the create. And this time you will see your container image is deployed as a container instance within Azure. So overall, what are the things that we did? We downloaded nginx image onto local machine, ran it locally, tested it. We created ACR, Azure Container Registry, turned on admin user for Azure Container Registry. Then we logged in to our local system, PowerShell environment. We logged in via CLI. Then we logged into ACR within CLI. And then we tagged the image with the path where it has to go. Okay, we tagged the image that we have with the path where it has to go. Docker tag the image name nginx with the path of ACR and latest acr.azure.cr.io /samples, that's the repository name in the destination, /nginx, the file name. Okay, so in this we have to tag first, thereafter you have to push it. Okay, once after you have tagged it, you have to push it. So push will go and bring the image onto Azure. And then we have the ability to create a container out of it within Azure. So you have pushed it onto Azure. In Azure, we created the image out of it. Now, if you want to remove this image locally, you can use this Docker RMI, and whatever the image that you have, it will get removed from local machine. For example, if I run this, it has untagged, and Docker RMI, I also say nginx, for example, that also have to remove it. And then thereafter I have the ability to delete any container if I want to delete it, but we have already done that. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.
Let's move on to the concept of networking. In that itself, more specifically, we have something called as IP addressing. First of all, what is a network? An interconnection of two systems minimum is what we call as a network. If a system is connected to another system by means of wire or wireless, that is a network. Okay, in simple terms, when two devices are connected each other, you also need to set up communication. To set up communication between them, you also need to have some sort of address configured between them. We know if I have to send a letter to you, I need your address. There are different forms of address. Like for example, it can be postal address, email address, right? Your mobile phone address is what your mobile phone number. Okay. And the same way, different type of address is there. So I should know any of this address to which I can go and send the letter or whatever. Okay. So the same way, in the case of two devices which are connected to a network, between them, if you want to send something, they should have an address. And that address is what we call as IP address, Internet Protocol address. There are two versions for this IP address. We call it as IP version 4, Internet Protocol version 4, and IP version 6, Internet Protocol version 6. We are using both as of today, IPv4 as well as IPv6, but we were anticipating that already a couple of years ago that we will run out of IPv4 and then we'll have to move on to another addressing scheme, and this came IPv6, but still we are able to manage with IPv4 thanks to a technology called as NATing, Network Address Translation. Anyway, so this is what we have with respect to the classification of IP, two different type of IP, IPv4 and IPv6. When we look at this IPv4, Internet Protocol version 4, it is a 32-bit addressing scheme that you have. It's a 32-bit address represented in decimal format. Into 4 octets. 4 octets, and each section will contain, 4 octets simply means it is divided into 4 sections. Each section will contain 8 bits. So 8 multiplied by 4, that makes it 32. So total 32-bit addressing scheme. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to Internet Protocol version 4 address. Example, for instance, you can see here 10.0.0.0 is an example of an IPv4 address represented in decimal format. So here is the first octet, second octet, third octet, and then fourth octet. Okay, they are represented by dotted decimal format. Like for example, you have first 2 decimals, there is a dot, second decimal, there is a dot, third decimal, there is a dot, and fourth decimal, there is a dot. So in this way, in dotted decimal format, that is how IP address is getting represented. Now, if you look at IPv6 address, instead of 32-bit, it's a 128-bit address. 128-bit address. Instead of decimal format, it is represented in hexadecimal format. Hexadecimal format. And it is represented into hexadecimal format means what? Hexadecimal in the sense you have total 16 numbers, we can say, for example, in hexadecimal numbering system, right? We say 0 to 9. The numbers are 0 to 9 and then A to F. This is what we call as hexadecimal. Okay, 0 to 9 and then A to F. So it goes like this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up to 9. And then instead of 10, you have A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, so this is what we have. And then whatever other combinations that you can have. Okay, with these two numbers. So this is what we have with respect to your IPv6 address. Now remember, all of this IPv4 or IPv6 address, even though for us it is getting represented in decimal and hexadecimal number system, internally the computer, the system that you have, understands it in binary format. Okay, your IPv4 address in reality is represented in binary format. Your IPv6 address also is represented in binary format. Okay, both are from the perspective of a system is represented in binary format. That's what you have to keep in mind. Okay, That's it. So our focus would be on IPv4 address. We will have some a little bit more discussion on IPv4. Then we will try to understand the models of network. Models of network in the sense how you can create a LAN network. What is the difference between WAN, etc. And then we will jump on to what is Azure, VNet, and things like that. Okay, so that is a plan. Anyway, so that being said, an IPv4 address that you have is divided into 4 different classes, namely we say class A, class B, class C. Sorry, 3 classes, class A, class B, and class C. Okay, it is represented in 3 different classes, class A, class B, and class C. There are class D as well as class E as well. Total 5 different classes are there, but those 2 are not relevant. We don't have to worry about it. That is kept for a specific purpose. A specific purpose in the sense that is kept for, let's say, multicasting and scientific research purpose and things like that. So we don't focus on that. But in the real world scenario, when we look at IP addressing, the IP addresses that is given to the systems are basically either class A, class B, or class C from these 3 ranges mostly. Okay, not mostly, but this is where you will have the usable range of IP address. Class A, what exactly is class A? Start from 000 and goes all the way up to 127 dot or 0 to 127 dot to 55 dot to 55 dot to 55. Class B starts from 128 dot 0 dot 0 dot 0, goes all the way up to 191 dot to 55 dot to 55. So class B 128.0.0.0 all the way up to 191 dot to 55 dot to 55 dot to 55. Class C starts from 192.0.0.0 all the way up to 223 dot to 55 dot to 55 dot to 55. Okay, so this is the class range of class C. So these are the 3 different IP address class range. Class A 0 to 127, class B 128 to 191, class C 192 to 223. Okay, class D 224 to something. Okay, it goes, but we don't have to worry about it. This should be our focus. Class A, class B, class C. In each class, we'll have, not in that way. So in class A, you understood what is the range. Class A, class B, class C. What is the range you have understood? Every class has a specific structure to it. We call it as, for example, class A is basically 1 time N, 3 time H portion. 1 time N, 3 time H portion. N, H, H, H. Class B, we have 2 times N, 2 times H portion. We say class C structure, we have 3 times N, 1 time H portion. So what is this N and H? N means network portion, H means host portion. Okay, N means network portion, H means host portion. When you represent an IP address, for example, let's take 192.0.0.0. So when you take this IP address, certain bits of it is represented by network or represented for network section. Certain bits are represented for host portion. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's take an example. So you are giving IP address to a group of computers. Okay, you're giving IP address to a group of computers, and that is nothing but, let's say for example, there are 300 systems to which you have to give IP address. 300 desktops are there, you have to give IP address to them. So how you will start with this? So you will get started with the first address that is possibly you can use. For example, that will go like this: 192.192.0.0.0. The very first address cannot be used because it would be called as network ID, the identifier for your network. It cannot be used. Second IP address, that is where you can start, starting from 192.0.0.1. It is called as the first usable IP. First usable IP. First one goes as an identifier. Second usable IP that you have would be 192.0.0.2, for example. Okay. Third IP address goes like this: 192.0.0.4, and so on and so forth. It will go up to, let's say for example, 192.0.0.200. So total it becomes now 200 IP address. Our requirement is we have to give IP for 300 systems, right? So we go up to 192.0.0.200 for giving IP to 200 system, but our requirement is that we have total 300 systems. So you will keep on going. You will go all the way up to 0.255, for example. Okay, 255. So what happened? You got a set of IP address. So you were able to give IP address to at least 254 systems. Why do I say 254? Because the last IP address also cannot be used. Just like your first IP cannot be used, your last IP address in the network ID also cannot be used, because the first one is known as network ID, then the last one is known as the broadcast ID. Okay, it is a broadcast ID. We can't use it on the system. So there are 254 systems to which I have given IP address. Now I have to give IP address to another remaining 46 systems, and there is no IP address available on the same range. So what will I do? I will take the next network address, that is 192.0.1.0. Okay, 192.0.1.0. From this range, I will give IP address like 192.0.1.1, 192.0.1.2, and all the way up to 192.0.1.46. Okay, so you got IP address for all the 300 systems now. But only difference is that the IP address is from two different network. Okay, from two different networks that you have. If you look at the structure I have told you of this IP address, there are n portions, 3n, 1h. Here also you have 1, 2, 3n, 1h. Okay, and you look correctly, the n portion over here and the n portion over here is different. Rest of the things are the same, but the n portion on the first one and the third n portion on the second one is actually different. So when you have the n portion value something different, it makes it a separate network. I already told you that their network IDs are different. So they are two separate networks now. So what it means is that whatever systems that you have connected onto the first set of IP addresses, they will talk to each other. Whatever set of systems that you have from this 46 up to 46 range of IP address, they will talk to each other. But between them, there is no communication. In between them, they won't talk to each other. Okay. So what you were assigned was to create a flat network of 300 machines, 300 IP address. But the thing is that because of this problem that we don't have enough IP address, you're not able to create two separate flat networks, but rather you are running with, let's say, up to 42 or 46 IP address you have to take from a different network, and thus those systems will be represented as a separate network for you. So this is what happens in the case of your IP address assignment for 300 systems in a lab. Okay, when you go with class C IP address. So you understood the first set will talk to each other. The second set also will talk to each other. But in between from first set to the second set, there is no communication. That's what we understood. So if there is a case, how do you give communication? I mean, how can I make them communicate each other? That is by means of routing. So you have to do something called as a routing. You need to have a router in place. So if you have a router connecting all the first systems to the first router that you have, so it will go like this. Both the networks, in between you place a router. Okay, the router will go and say to each side, okay, hey, on your left hand side you have 192.168, and on my left hand side you have 192.0.1.0. So it will introduce about the network onto either party, and thus they would be aware, okay, there is a network like this. If I have something coming up for them, you can send the traffic over there. In this way, you can do it with the help of a router. So if you want to enable routing between two different networks, you need to have a router with a proper routing protocol configuration and things like that. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to your IP addressing. I hope you're able to capture this much. We said that the structure of class A is 3 times N, 1 time H. And for class B, I told you the structure is 2 times N, 2 times H. And for class A, it is 1 time N, 3 time H portion. N portion means network. H portion means host. Whatever comes under host, that is what you're allowed to alter. Whatever comes under network, you're not allowed to alter. Okay. If you alter the N portion, it will create different networks. So in the example of lab, which I told you, as we had said, there should be one network which can support all these IP address that you have. 192.192.1.0.0, if it was not supporting 300 IP address, then what is the other option? You have to go with a class B address, that is 172.16, for example. This 172.1.6 is coming from this particular range, right? So when you go with 172.1.6, what happens? 172.1.6.0.0. So you will start giving IP address. You need 300 IP, right? So you can go all the way up to 172.168.0.254 and then 0.255, and thereafter you can go 172.1.6.1.0, 1.6.1.1, 1.2, all the way up to 1.46. Okay, here there is no problem. Why? Because in class B you have 2 times n portion, 2 times n portion, and 2 times h portion. We are still making changes at the h portion itself. There is no problem with that. You can continue because it's a flat network with more number of IP address compared to class C. So class C will give you only 256 addresses maximum, including the first IP and last IP, which is the broadcast ID, network ID and broadcast ID, vice versa. And in class B, you will have 8 plus 8. So 8 portions over here, 8 sections over here. So that makes it 16. So 2 to the power of 16 addresses you will have. 2 to the power of 16 addresses you will have in the case of class B. What exactly is the number? You can look it up if I remember it correctly. Some 65,000 something IP address, right? If I get it correctly. Anyway, you can look it up. 2 to the power of 16. Class C 2 to the power of 8. That makes it 256. Okay, so that's the idea that we have. And in the case of class B, you will not have any problem to create a flat network with 300 IP. Okay, but there are also now what is happening, a flat network with 300 IP address is what your requirement is, but you will have 2 to the power and 16 number of IP addresses. Okay, 2 to the power of 16 number of IP addresses you will have, and that's a very large number. You actually doesn't require that much, so you are wasting a lot of IP address. That's another problem, another discussion, by the way. Okay, let's come back to my point. So how your system does know that you have a structure like this? For example, we were saying, okay, n portion, h portion, etc. So to understand that, remember the first structure for class A, what we said was 1 time n, 3 time h portion. Second, for class B, what we had is 2 times n, 2 times h. Third, we had 3 times n and 1 time h portion. Now remember, wherever you have n value, you represent that by 255. Wherever you have h value, you represent that by 0. So that gives you finally this one. This is what you call as subnet mask. Okay. So each and every class that you have, they do have a subnet mask. Class A subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. Class B subnet mask is 255.255.0.0. Class C subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. So in this way, you will have a subnet mask available for you, and with the help of this subnet mask you would be able to exactly identify which network this IP address is. Okay, so this is what you have to give to the system. System will understand this. System knows the default subnet mask already. Okay, it's programmed into the system. Every system is programmed with class A, class B, class C default subnet mask. Okay, that's it. Subnetting, the concept of subnetting. So that much large flat networks I told you won't have. So to reduce this IP address wastage, the concept of subnetting was brought in. Okay, the concept of subnetting was brought in, meaning a larger network you can divide into small chunks by means of subnetting. So remember, here in the case of a class C, let's take an example of a class C IP address, which is nothing but 192.0.0.0. You know, by default it is /24. You know what is /24? Maybe you are not knowing, right? /24 here is nothing but there are 3 n portions, right? 1 n portion, second n portion, third n portion. By default there are 3 n portion. 3 n portion means totally how many bits for network? Total how many bits for network? 8 plus 8 plus 8. Total 24 bits for network. So how many bits are reserved for network? You represent that with a slash value. then it is called as CIDR value. CIDR. CIDR value. What is CIDR? Classless interdomain routing. Classless interdomain routing. That's what the full form of CIDR. Why it is called as classless interdomain routing? The first one was classful IP addressing. What we discussed so far was classful IP addressing, which is adhering to the class concept, class A, class B, class C concept. But due to the IP address wastage problem, because as you can see, in class C, you have total 256 IP address. In class B, you have 65,000 something IP address in a flat network. And in class A, you have even larger number of IP address. So those IP address will most likely get wasted when you arrange it on a network, because that many IP address and all you won't need for the most part. Okay. And also it's not a good practice to create that many large block of networks, because it will create unnecessary problems, unnecessary broadcast domains it will create. Okay. Your network will not be stable. There are problems with that. So it is essential to reduce the available IP address on a network. And thus the concept of CIDR was brought in. Do not follow the classes. Okay, don't follow the classful architecture while assigning IP address. For the sake of learning, yes, you have to learn, but beyond that, when you practically assign it, you don't follow the classful architecture, but rather you go with the classless architecture. So when you go with classless architecture, you have to clearly define what is the number of bits that you are having. Okay, and that is what we are representing by using CIDR. So in this example, what I have written on the whiteboard, 192.0.0/24. That means you are having total 24 bits as network bits. And we know when you go for 192.0.0/24, it is a default one still that will give you total 256 addresses. Okay. Total 256 addresses under this network. Can anybody tell me what will be the starting IP and ending IP of this 256 address? Starting IP and ending IP. Starting address is nothing but, let's say, 192.0.0. Okay, you can start with 0.0.0 is the network ID. Ending, it will go with 192.0.0.255. Okay, in that, some of you have represented the usable address, which is very good, which is correct also. That is 192.0.0.1 up to 192.0.0.254. But total address wise, if you look at, starts from 192.0.0.0, goes all the way up to 192.0.0.255. Okay, that's it. Total 256 address. 0 to 9, how many numbers? 0 to 9, how many numbers? 10 numbers. 0 to 255, how many numbers? 256 numbers. Okay, that's why I said total 256 addresses you will have here. Okay, that's it. Now what I do is, instead of this CIDR block of /24, I will go with the CIDR block of /25. I will go with the CIDR block of /25 instead of /24. What I'm saying, when I say /24, I'm saying instead of 24 network bits, I will take now 25 network bits. Okay, 25 network bits. So when we say that, what is happening here? In the first octet, there are 8 bits reserved for networking. Here there are 8 bits reserved for networking. That makes it 16. Here there are another 8 bits reserved for networking. So total that makes it 24. But I said I'll take one more. So that is /25. So meaning here in the host portion, originally what we have is 8 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Originally 8 zeros. That is what you have there. From there, I'm saying I will convert the first value from 0 to 1, meaning you are making it as a network bit. Okay, network bits are turned on. We say they are represented by 1. Host bits are represented by 0. So this 8 plus 8 plus 8, 24 plus 1, 25. Now you are left with just 7 bits for address now. Okay, 7 bits for address. It is available now for the host address. That makes it 2 to the power of 7 instead of 2 to the power of 8. Now you are left with 2 to the power of 7. And what is the corresponding value of 2 to the power of 7? You are left with 128 addresses. So your 256 address space came down to just half of it. That is 128
addresses now. Your network became smaller. So your network now will be going like, listen carefully. Now your network will be going like this. It is starting from 192.0.0.0, goes all the way up to 192.0.0.127. Okay, 127. Second block would be 192.0.0.128, and it goes all the way up to 192.0.0.255. Okay, so that's what you have here. So the network got divided into two chunks. In each chunk, now you will have 128 addresses. Here also you will have now 128 addresses. This is what happens when you go with the CIDR block of /25. Okay. In that, first usable IP address would be 0.1, last usable IP address would be 0.126. Here first usable IP will be 129, last usable IP will be 254. Okay, and so on and so forth. What happened to your subnet mask? Subnet mask is now /25. What is the corresponding subnet mask value for /25? Corresponding subnet mask value for /24, it was 255.255.250. Oops. This was the original subnet mask for class C, right? For /24. When you gave /25, I told you you have one extra network bit now and then 7 zeros. Okay, that makes it, when you convert this value to decimal, what you will get is 255.128. So the new subnet mask when you go with /25 would be 255.255.255.128. This becomes your new subnet mask. So this subnet mask you have to configure manually on the system. You have to do it. Only then the computers will understand that the network is divided into two separate segments now, and maximum you can go is up to 127, etc. So to understand this, the system must be updated with the corresponding subnet mask value. What if I divide this further? Instead of /25, what if I use /26? What will happen? When you do /26, now you can see you will take one more bit from here. Okay, you will take one more bit from here, /26. So you are left with now 2 to the power of 6 address. Okay, 2 to the power of 6, which makes it even half. That is just how much? 64. Okay, it makes it 64. So meaning your total address space now will be divided into 4 segments, 4 equal segments. For example, starting from 192.0.0.0 all the way up to 192.0.0.63. Second block 192.0.0.64 all the way up to 192.0.0.127. Second block would be 192.0.0.128 all the way up to 192.0.0.128 plus 64, how much? 191. It will go up to 191, and then 192.0.0.192 all the way up to 192.0.0.255. Okay, that's it. So this is how it goes, right? So the new subnet mask would be 255.255.255. So new subnet mask, there are 2 network portion, 6 host portion. So when you convert that, you will get 128 over here, 64 over here. 128 plus 64, that makes it 128 plus 64, how much? 192, right? Yes, you will get 192. So your new subnet mask will be 255.255.255.192. This would be the new subnet mask. Another concept called as VNet in Azure. Okay, that's it. So let's first of all, let me tell you about the concept of what? LAN WAN. Okay, LAN and WAN. Tell me what is the difference between LAN and WAN. So you can see here with respect to LAN and WAN, as you say, some of you have said local area network, wide area network. LAN is for used for places like house, and WAN in mainly office types of place. WAN requires internet, various answers. Okay, let me clarify this for you. What is LAN? What is WAN? LAN means local area network. WAN means wide area network. Anywhere internet connected, you will have both. Okay, if a place is connected to internet, you will have LAN as well as WAN. If there is no internet connectivity, then you may have only LAN, only local area network. Okay, I'll give you an example. Think about your office or your home where you are getting a network connectivity from ISP, internet connectivity from ISP. Thereafter, within your office or within your home, you will divide that connection for multiple people. Let's take the example of a home. So in your house, so that you can correlate this with easily with your environment that you have at your home. So in your home, there is ISP, a internet service provider, who is terminating a fiber cable at your house. Okay, they will terminate their fiber cable at your house. Maybe to convert this fiber cable, you may use a converter first and then take the Ethernet cable to your router, or you may directly have a router. For the sake of easy understanding, I'm skipping the converter that we have. I'm directly putting this connection onto the router. Okay, router, you may also call it as a modem. Sometimes some people will call it as a modem, some of you will call it as a gateway, right? And in a corporate setup, you will also call it as a firewall, because it can be a firewall device to which ISP will terminate the cable. So now you got the connection at your home router or firewall or gateway, whatever you want to call it. Now we have to divide this connection into LAN. So now that you received the connection, from here, you will give it to a master switch. In the case of a corporate environment, you will give it to a switch, a master switch. And then from there, you will distribute the connectivity onto, let's say, different uh, second layer of switches. And you will have connections going on to different systems and things like that. Okay. Whereas in your home, you may not have a switch. When I say a switch, what is a switch? For those people who don't know, let me show you. This is what I'm referring to. This is what I'm referring to. Have you seen this device? So if you have not seen this, you will see this going forward. So next time when you go out to a hospital or when you walk around your office, etc., please look for this device. You will be able to find it somewhere on the rack, somewhere on the wall. You will be able to find it. Okay. So do you see on the right hand side, there are 5 different ports available, 4 different ports, not different, but all are same. 4 ports. Compared to this one, it is different, right? Are you seeing it? 4 different ports. This is what we call as the uplink. The uplink. What is the uplink? I told you connection comes onto the firewall. So from firewall or from the router, you take the connection and you give it over to whom? You give it over to this uplink port. That uplink port that you have, that is where you will terminate this connectivity. And from the other ports that you have, you will take the connection and you will distribute it. Okay, that's how it is done. Okay, so this is the duty of a switch, basically distributing the connection to large number of systems. To do that, you use a switching device. So now in your home setup, you may not have a switch. Why? Because we directly use Wi-Fi enabled routers. This router that you have, they will be enabled with Wi-Fi. Yes or no? If they're enabled with Wi-Fi, you're still connecting onto multiple systems. For example, your laptops and things like that. Plus couple of mobile phones also will be connected, right? All of them connecting to this network wirelessly. Okay. So wireless means you may have the connectivity going on. Okay. So it can be a wired network as well as a wireless network, for example, that you have created. Now in this, what is the LAN segment and what is the WAN segment? So this much area that you have is called as LAN segment. And this much area that you have is called as WAN segment. Okay. LAN segment, you have your local systems and things like that. WAN segment, you will have your internet facing connection. That is what you have on the WAN, wide area network. What you have locally inside your office or maybe inside your home, etc., that is known as LAN, local area network. So you understood LAN and WAN now. In both of these, we use separate IP address. In LAN environment, we use something called as private IP, and in WAN environment, you use something called as public IP. Okay, in WAN we use public IP, in LAN we use private IP. What is public IP, private IP? In each of the site, you have public IP. For example, in WAN you have public IP, in LAN you have private IP. So in the case of WAN, what are the public IP address range that you have? I told you about 1.00 all the way up to 127, 55, 55, 55 range, right? In that, the private IP address range, let's look at private IP address range. For class A, the private IP address range is 10.0.0.0 all the way up to 10.255 to 55 to 55. In the case of class B, the private IP address range is 172.16.0.0 all the way up to 172.31.255.255. Class C private IP address range is 192.168.0.0 all the way up to 192.168.255.255. Okay, these are the IP address ranges that you will use on LAN. Anything beyond that is WAN. Anything beyond this IP address is WAN. But whatever I represented here for class A, class B, class C, 10.0.0.0 up to 10.55.55.55, 172.160.0.0, 172.31.55.55, 192.168.0.0 up to 192.168.55.55 is basically LAN IP address, local area network IP address. Whatever beyond that is basically WAN. Okay, somebody is asking, can you explain WAN more? See, WAN is nothing but the internet. Internet starts from where? In your home. For example, in my laptop, I have internet connectivity. Okay, so I have okay, let me show you something. I'll go to command prompt. If I run a command arp-a, so this is my interface, by the way, 192.168.0.102. Okay, this is the interface identifier. So whatever address he has learned so far is 192.168.0.1, 192.168.0.101, 192.168.0.255. Don't worry about this 224 because this is multicast addresses. Okay, and 239 to 55 range, anyway, we don't have to worry about. That is for different purposes. Okay, so these addresses that you have, these are my LAN IP addresses. For example, let me take you to my router. So if I log into 192.168.0.1, which is basically this address, which is my router. Let me log into this. And if I go on to network LAN interface, you can see here on LAN, I have a starting range, which is starting from 192.168.0.1. In that, it will give IP addresses from a range 192.168.0.100 up to 192.168.0.199. This is my local area network LAN address range that I have configured. So my connection, how it is set up in my house, my ISP, there are two ISP connections I have at my home. For example, one connection is coming from BSNL, one connection is coming from Alliance Broadband. Both are fiber connection. So there is a media converter, first of all, a media converter which will convert these fiber connectivity onto Ethernet ports. And both of these connections are now terminated onto a gateway device that I have, which is the TP-Link gateway, which I just logged into now. Okay. So now TP-Link, it also acts as a load balancer. So he combines the connections into one, so that if BSNL fails, Alliance will take over. If Alliance fails, BSNL will take over. In this way, he combines the connections into one and then gives to a Wi-Fi router. It gives to a Wi-Fi router, which is in a bridge mode. Okay, what is bridge mode? And then from here, he will distribute the connection on my local network. Wirelessly, of course. I don't have wired connections over here. It's all wireless. My laptop is connected here. My mobile phones are connected here. Other systems in the home, everything is connected over here. So you could see up to this point, up to this media converter or TP-Link point, wherein my ISP dropped their connections up to this much. It is part of the wide area network that I have, right? They are beyond the scope of my home. They are not controlled within my home. It's part of that worldwide network that you have, which is interconnecting all the systems and routers and firewalls that you have across the world, which is most likely handled by ISPs, various ISPs, Internet Service Provider. Once this connection leaves my home, it is within the scope of BSNL for BSNL connection. It is within the scope of Alliance, which is for Alliance connection. That is what we call as a wide area network, which is outside the scope of my home. The moment it enters my home, from there it is within my scope, which is what I refer to as a LAN, local area network. Inside my local area network, what are the devices that I have control over them, right? I can decide what IP address I want to give, of course, within the private IP address range. And that is what you can see. I have defined over here, okay, give IP address from 192.168.0.100 all the way up to 192.168.0.199. I have just 100 devices, so there is no need of, or less than 100 devices, so there is no need of giving a very big address pool and all over here. This address space itself is more than enough. Okay, so this is what I have, and hopefully you will be able to understand now what is a wide area network and what is a LAN network. In LAN network, as I told you, you will use private IP address only, but in WAN, you will use public IP address only. This also I can prove you. How can I do that? Just open a browser. Within the browser, open a new tab. Therein, type what is my IP. What is my IP? And if you go to what is my IP address, you will be able to see the public IP address that you have. For example, you can see my current public IP address 103.94.137.84. At the same time, you go to command prompt and you type ipconfig. This is to see what is the IP address assigned onto your network interface. So when you go to ipconfig, you can see the IP address over here is, look at this, wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi, which is this guy, wireless connectivity, which I have connected to. In the LAN, I have an IP address that is 192.168.0.102. Why my system is saying 192.168 as my LAN IP, and why Google or Internet is saying 103.94.137.84? What is the reason behind it? See, Google also detecting the same thing, 103.94.137.84. What is the reason for that? Simple. Look at this. My LAN is configured with private IP address 192.168.0.0 range, 0.0/24 CIDR block. When these packets are leaving my router, so for example, they are going through one of the router. So let's say it is coming over here. It is coming all the way up to here. It is going through, let's say, VSNL connection. Okay. So when the packet comes over here, it cannot communicate on WAN with this IP address. So from my router, what it will do? It will convert my connection to BSNL's public IP. What public IP address I have configured on this interface, or my ISP have configured on this interface, to that IP address, it will re-encapsulate the packet. It will re-encapsulate the packet with the WAN IP address. Now from here, when it leaves and goes to internet, for example, it reaches Google servers, what Google will see? Google will see only this IP address. Internally on my LAN, what is the IP address that Google won't be able to see? That is why you are seeing over here 103.94.137.84. But when I do the same thing from my local system, if I go to command prompt and I'm asking, hey, what is my IP? by using command ipconfig, I will see only this. Why? Because he is not saying, my system is not saying the public interface. He is just saying locally on my LAN interface what IP address has been configured. That's it. So this is the difference between WAN IP and LAN IP. Does that make sense, or is it very complicated? So we understood bit of IP addressing. There is much more to IP addressing. This is why I told you to read through IP address and come. Okay, in which case you already have certain clarity. Beyond that, when we explain, more things will be clear. So we have to get on to Azure Networking, Azure VNet now. What exactly is a VNet in Azure? VNet full form virtual network in Azure. Okay, VNet full form virtual network. So you have VNet in Azure. VNet is equivalent to your LAN in Azure, equivalent to your LAN on on-prem. Okay, what we say as VNet within Azure is equivalent to the LAN that you have on on-prem. Think about it this way. We know if I want to connect onto a network, okay, in my environment, if I have to connect onto a network, I need to have devices connected onto a central switching device, which I told you, a switch in star topology. Okay, heard about star topology? A star looks like this. How? This is how a star, for example, looks like, right? The same way, a star topology will look like this. You will have a central device and multiple devices connecting onto this central device and this star topology. Okay, the central device is responsible for sharing the connectivity to all. That's what we call as a star topology from a networking perspective. So the same way you will have, in the case of on-prem, you will have a central switching device and you will have multiple devices connected onto it. Okay, for example, this is how you set up a LAN. In a traditional sense, this is how you set up a LAN. You will assign IP address to each and every device now, and thus you will have a LAN configured. You will be able to communicate on the network. Now, when you go on to the concept of VNet in Azure, when you create VMs and all in Azure, this VM also must have network connectivity. Otherwise, if there is no network connectivity on your VM, you won't be able to communicate with them. You won't be able to take RDP to them. You won't be able to host anything on them. Even if you host something somehow, you won't be able to access them if there is no network configured. So it is essential to have proper network configured for your resources, right? So how do you create a network or a LAN within Azure? That is by creating a VNet. So VNet is the fundamental building block of your network in Azure. What is a VNet? VNet is the fundamental building block of your network in Azure. VNet is equal to fundamental building block of your network in Azure. Okay, a VNet is equal to fundamental building block of your network in Azure. That is what we call as a VNet, a virtual network. Okay, so we got a VNet. Now, while creating this VNet, you have to define certain things. Like on LAN, while we create a LAN environment, we define the IP address. The same way, when you deploy a VNet, you have to define an IP address pool. An IP address pool must be defined. An IP address pool must be defined. A region wherein this VNet will be created, that must be specified. And you also have to divide your IP address pool into minimum one subnet. Minimum one subnet is required. You can have more subnets. Subnet is nothing but dividing the larger pool of network into small segments is what we call as a subnet. So you will define a larger number of IP set, IP address pool. From that, specifically for whatever purpose you want, you will create separate subnets. The subnetting concept, which I explained you earlier, same thing. And you will have those subnets used for those specific purposes, by the way. So this is the idea that we have while creating a VNet in Azure. Now with that, once you have the VNet, you will be able to connect your VMs onto it. You will be able to integrate your storage account onto VNets. You will be able to integrate app services onto VNet and many other services. They do support integration to your Azure virtual network. So this is how you configure your network in Azure. We will do an example for this now, and that will give you more clarity as to how this is configured. But let me ask you one question. Earlier, when we created VM, we have gone through the topic of VM. Have we ever created a VNet? I mean, did we create a VNet when we created the VM so far? We did not do, right? We did not do anything with respect to VNet. We rather just went ahead and created the VM. Then what was happening with VNet? Was it not connected to any network? It was connected to the network, right? It was connected to the network. It was having a VNet which was automatically created. We did not do that manually, right? We did not do any of that manually. It was automatically done. Okay. So that's what happens in the case of Azure VM when you create it. Ideal way of doing it is that you will have VNet created first. You will properly design your network architecture. You will have all the VNets created according to your network architecture. Then you will integrate the resources like VM or whatever other services you will integrate onto the VNet. This is the ideal approach that you would be following. But even if you don't do that, while creating VM, if there is no VNet present, Azure will automatically deploy a VNet and have the deployment completed. So let me take you on to Azure portal. Let's see how you will create a VNet and get started with this. So you can go to Virtual Networks, VNet. Click on create. Subscription and resource group must be specified. Virtual network name, let's call it as VNet 1. Region would be Central India. Continue with the next. You can skip this security part for now. IP address. This range 10.0.0.0, is it a public IP address range or is it a private IP address range? Tell me. 10.0.0.0, we just discussed it a couple of minutes ago. Is it a public IP address range or is it a private IP address range? 10.0.0.0 is nothing but private IP address range. Okay. So you understood that in LAN you have to use private IP address range only. VNet is nothing but LAN of Azure. So thus on this LAN it will take private IP address. Apart from this, you can use 172.168 or you can use 192.168 also. You can actually make use of. Okay, that's it. While we create VM, we multiple virtual VNets. What are they? Where did you see multiple virtual networks while creating a VM? I would need you to share me a screenshot or highlight where did you see that, because there is no concept of having multiple VNets automatically created while you deploy a VM. No, it's not there. There will be one VNet created and you will have the connection to that particular VNet depending on the region. For one region, one VNet. Central India, one VNet. In Central India, can I have more than one VNet? Yes, you can. For example, you can have 10 VNets in Central India, 100 VNets in Central India. That is okay. But as you said, while creating VM automatically multiple VNet, no, that will not happen. For this VNet, whether we can configure other class range on same VNet? Yes, you can do. See, we defined one address space only over here. Do you see one option here? What is this? Add another IPv4 address space. So if I click on that, okay, I can add another address range now. So 10.0.0 is already there. Beyond that, I also want 172.168.0.0/16. Can I add that? Of course, I can add it. Okay. Multiple address spaces, address pools I can add. Minimum one address space should be there, and that's it. So that address space is 10.0.0/16. It is clearly written for /16 cider block. What is the total range? It can start from 10.0.0, can go all the way up to 10.0 to 55. Plus it will give you 65,536 addresses now. Let me ask you now, when you see these numbers, does it give you more clarity now compared to you were directly looking at without an explanation on IP addressing? Yes or no? Now when you look at it, I hope you would have some more idea why it is given 10.00 to 10.0 to 55. Why /26 / 16 is there? What does it mean? You would have some idea on that. Look at this. I also told you about other possible CIDR blocks, right? /24 to 56 address. I told you about this. /25, 128 addresses. /26, 64 addresses. /27, 32 addresses. /28, 16 addresses. /29, 8 addresses. /30 is not possible in Azure. Why? Why I'm not able to give /30? Any reason? Because if you give /30, you will be left with how many IP addresses? /30 will give you how many IP addresses, guys? It will give you 4 IP addresses, right? /29, if it is giving 8, /30 will give you half of it, that is 4 IP addresses. Out of 4, your network ID, broadcast ID gone. You cannot use that. Then you are left with how many IP? Network ID, broadcast ID gone. Then you are left with just 2 IP address. Then Azure need another 3 more reserved IP addresses. 1 for network ID, 2 for DNS. That is Azure's requirement. Azure require 2 reserved IP address, 3 reserved IP address total. 1 network ID or 1 gateway address, 2 DNS address. Okay. You are left with just 2 IP address. How can you satisfy the 3 requirement? Can you? You cannot. So that is why maximum you can have is /29. From /29, total 5 IP addresses will be gone. You will be left with 3 IP addresses to use. What are the 5 IP address? 1 network ID gone, 1 broadcast ID gone, 1 default gateway gone, 2 DNS IP address gone. Okay. Thereafter, you will be left with 3 IP addresses when you go with /29. You can't go /30. Can I get the IP address from here if I set up the network in another location? I mean other region. For example, you are creating a VM in Central India and you are creating a VNet in Central India. So this VNet I'm creating in Central India. Now the question goes like this. I am creating VM to, let's say, Central US. So that Central US VM, can it attach onto this VNet that I'm creating in Central India and get an IP address? I hope that is what you're asking, correct? Yes. Is that possible? Answer is clearly no. Why? Because a VNet is scoped onto a region. A VNet is scoped at the region level. You can use VNet for a specific region and that's it. You can't attach resources outside of that region to a VNet. So if you're creating a VNet in Central India, it is available for Central India resources only. It's not available for any other resources that you have outside Central India. They can't directly connect onto it. That's all. That's all. That means a VNet and its connected resources will be in same region. Yes, that is true. But see, in Central India, I created a VNet, I attached a VM. In Central US, I created a VM, in Central US, I created a VNet and I attached a VM. Okay, so either side you have one VNet, one VM. Now, can I connect that Central India VM to Central US VM? Is that possible? Did not get my question. Once again, in Central India, you have a VNet and VM. In Central US, you have a VNet and VM. Now, can I connect that VM from Central India to the VM in Central US? Answer is yes. Okay. You can set up something called as peering between 2 VNets. So the point that I'm trying to make, even though VNets are scoped onto a region, connectivity between them is possible by means of setting up something called as a peering. That's it. Okay. So here I have to define the address pool and the address block, the CIDR block that I want. I'm going with the default /16, which will give me 65,000 addresses. And as I told you, from this larger pool, you have to create a smaller segment for your use cases. So I'm going to click on the subnets. I don't want the default as the name. I will call it as VM subnet. So this is a subnet which I'm creating for connecting VMs. Okay. And I will define the address range that is starting from 10.00 /24 CIDR blocks, meaning from 10.00 range, take 256 addresses. Or in other words, from the pool that we have defined 10.00/16, take out 256 addresses. So it took, and that's what it is showing, subnet range. It will start from 10.00 all the way up to 10.00 to 55. Total 256 addresses. Click on save. So you will have a VM subnet created with 256 addresses now. Do we have more addresses available in our pool still? Do we have more addresses available in our pool? Yes or no? Of course, yes. Out of 65,536, we have taken only 256. There are more addresses available in our pool. So another question, can I create another subnet then? Can I create another subnet? Of course, yes. So I can add additional subnets as per my requirement. Even after some time, like later on, if you want to create, then also you will be able to create additional subnets over here. Plus, now for some reason, you created many subnets already. You ran out of IP address. Can you add another address pool at the VNet level? Can you add another address pool at the VNet level? Is that possible? That is also a possibility. I showed you that earlier, right? You have an option to add additional address space. So if you run out of the existing address space, you can add additional address space onto the VNet. That is possible. You can do it if you want to. Okay, that's it. So I'm creating one more VNet over here. First one was VM subnet. Second, I'm creating, let's say, for example, web server VNet or something. Sorry, web subnet. Now 10.0, 1.0, 10.0 has been taken. 10.1.0 we are taking now. Add the subnet. A third subnet I'm adding. Let's call it as just subnet 3. Click on add it. Okay. So VM subnet, web subnet, subnet 3 separate subnets. Their range, their CIDR blocks, all this you can see from here. Continue with the next. And finally, you can say review plus create. Click on create. If there is a network class assignment, the data speed changes. No. Speed has nothing to do with your class assignment. Okay. Your bandwidth or your network speed has got nothing to do with speed. No, it won't interfere with the speed. Second, is subnet at AZ level. AZ level in the sense, in Central India is a region. We know there is availability zone. So can I, or the subnet or the VNet, is it at the availability zone level? Not really. Okay. There is nothing at availability zone level. For availability zone as well as for the region, you have same VNet subnet. Specifically for availability zone, there is no subnets available as separate. That's it. Okay. So we created the VNet, VM virtual machine. So now when I create virtual machine, I click on create Azure virtual machine. Specify the resource group that you have. Give a name for the VM. Let's call it as just VM1. Whether you are going for availability zone or not. Now, as you think, let's keep it as availability zone, no problem. It is going on to zone 1. That's okay. Image you have to select. Username and password you have to give. Confirm password. Okay, RDP, that's okay. Forget about it. We go on to networking. So look at the networking tab now. See, we created a VNet called as VNet1. So since we have created VNet already, what did Azure do? Azure picked up that VNet. Your VM will be connected onto that VNet. Now you can see all subnets that we have created. You can connect your VM onto any of these subnets and accordingly he will receive IP. So whether it is connected to availability zone, it doesn't matter over here. Whether it is on availability zone, zone 1 or availability zone 2 or availability zone 3, or it's not using availability zone, it doesn't matter. You will be able to connect on to any of the subnets under the VNet that you have created. So for example, I can select VM subnet over here, in which case my VM will be receiving an IP address from this particular subnet range on its network interface card.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure course training and certification. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.